Chapter 801, Foster Father Above You, already know I am a space immortal, Tianju said with a slight smile. And yet you still want to win. It seems you must have some powerful tricks up your sleeve. I'm really curious what kind of method gives you such confidence. If you win, you can ask for anything. I don't have any special tricks, Lin Shen replied with a wry smile. I'm just betting on the fact that you won't kill me. Haha, you're quite honest, Tianju laughed heartily. Winning would only benefit you, and the worst outcome if you lose is just becoming my sworn son. It seems you've judged your chances well. Never mind, my dueling you was unfair from the start. Letting you have some advantages doesn't really matter. But a person like you must have something to rely on. You wouldn't shoot without aim. Enough talk, are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Just go ahead, Lin Shen said, standing atop the snowy mountain. He watched Tianju summoning neither life base nor using any weapon, simply looking at Tianju. You're going to take my final strike just like this? Tianju asked doubtfully. Read latest chapters at Free Web Novel. Yes, Lin Shen nodded. Tianju seemed to realize something and burst out laughing, clapping his hands. You really do have an exquisite heart. You know I won't kill you. You don't use weapons, or life base, or carapace guard. If I don't want to kill you, I'll naturally have to control my strength. As such, the strength of my attack will be weaker, and with your hidden methods, perhaps you can pass this test. Really clever planning. I'm getting more and more impressed by you. Lin Shen indeed had some tricks, but mainly it was his physical resilience that he relied on the most. If his body couldn't withstand the hit, using those other things wouldn't be of much use. All right, have it your way then, Tianju said, more eager now to see what Lin Shen had in store. He was well aware of Lin Shen's thinking, yet he didn't mind suffering a slight disadvantage. Tianju slowly raised his hand and said, If you can block this palm strike of mine, what harm is there in acknowledging you as my sworn father? After speaking, Tianju struck out with his palm. This strike was neither as majestic as the previous winning war stratagem nor enveloped the heavens. It even seemed just a light, gentle palm without a hint of light on it. Lin Shen watched as Tianju casually delivered the palm. It wasn't fast, but he felt as though his body couldn't move at all and could only helplessly watch as Tianju's palm landed on his shoulder and arm. Tianju couldn't kill Lin Shen, but he also couldn't let Lin Shen block this hit. Consequently, he employed the displacement law from the space law. This palm strike could displace space, directly moving Lin Shen's arm away from his body, detaching it. This allowed Lin Shen to lose the bet without harming him. After Lin Shen admitted defeat, Tianju could restore the space, reattaching the arm to Lin Shen's body without leaving a single mark, a truly mysterious and unpredictable ability. Knowing Lin Shen had strategies, Tianju still didn't believe Lin Shen, as a nirvana being, could break his immortal laws. These were real immortal laws, and ordinary immortals couldn't withstand his power of spatial displacement. Bang! Lin Shen was struck on the shoulder. His body was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into a snow-capped mountain behind him, breaking the peak and burying him beneath. However, seeing this outcome, Tianju was momentarily stunned, his expression turning odd. The space displacement technique he used was only supposed to displace space, and should have only caused Lin Shen's arm to detach from his body. It shouldn't have flung Lin Shen away as it had. This outcome clearly took Tianju by surprise. He soared down, arriving above the collapsed snowy peak, and observed the tumultuous snow waves and sliding glaciers. The snow and ice had buried the valley below, and Lin Shen was nowhere to be seen. With a thought from Tianju, the glacier and snow piles below began separating piece by piece, as if they had lost gravity and were instead floating up, buoyed by some unseen force. Huge blocks of ice and rocks ascended toward the sky, and soon, Lin Shen, who was buried beneath, came into view. After seeing Lin Shen's appearance, Tianju paused in shock. Lin Shen stood on a large block of ice, rising with it. His battlesuit was shattered at the shoulder, revealing his fair skin. On his shoulder was a bright red handprint, yet contrary to what Tianju had suspected, his arm had not detached from his body but was still properly attached. Thanks for showing mercy. Shall we call it a draw? Let's forget the bet and go our separate ways, Lin Shen said, rubbing the red handprint on his shoulder. Tianju looked at Lin Shen, his face shifting between shades of pale and flush, yet he remained silent. He couldn't yet understand how Lin Shen's flesh and blood had withstood his space displacement technique. He hadn't seen Lin Shen use any specific technique, and indeed, the area's space had been displaced. Theoretically speaking, Lin Shen's arm should have displaced along with the space and detached from his body. But Lin Shen had merely been flung away. His arm had escaped the displacement, not moving with the space. Although he had not put much force into it, merely a bit of space law's power, how could the body of a nirvana being break free from such force? Even an immortal-level Tian Shengzheng might only escape by leaving an arm behind to break free from the binds of the law power. Lin Shen felt uneasy as he watched Tianju's face shift unpredictably and heard his silence, not knowing what he was thinking. If Tianju became infuriated to the point of turning against him, Lin Shen did not believe he could escape with his life. The true power of the immortal laws was just too strong. Lin Shen hadn't managed to shatter Tianju's law power like he did with the Minotaur. He had merely barely escaped. That was because Tianjuyu hadn't applied much force. If Tianjuyu had used his full strength, it would have very likely cost Lin Shen his arm. Even so, the blow Tianjuyu struck on his shoulder almost splintered his bones. It seems my body can't yet withstand the attacks of top-tier immortals, Lin Shen thought regretfully. Little did Lin Shen know, his physical strength had left even Tianjuyu, a true immortal, utterly astonished. That a nirvana being's body could escape his space law power was simply unbelievable to Tianjuyu, and his gaze toward Lin Shen grew even more intense. As Lin Shen was engulfed in anxiety, he suddenly saw Tianjuyu move, which startled him and made him step back unwittingly. Honored foster father, please accept this bow from Tianjuyu. Tianjuyu suddenly bowed, leaving Lin Shen stunned on the spot. Chapter 802, Forcibly Acknowledging a Father. I really can't accept this. We had already agreed that I wouldn't need to be your adopted son, just letting me leave was enough. Lin Shen quickly dodged, refusing to accept Tianjuyu's bow. This was a person who had once competed with Emperor Tianshu for the position of Heavenly Emperor. Even though he was exiled, his capabilities were still of the highest tier in the cosmic setting, truly not someone to provoke. Moreover, to have Tianjuyu, who was of the same generation as Emperor Tianshu, became his adopted son. How was he supposed to face Emperor Tianshu in the future? No, a bet is a bet. I, Tianjuyu, swear by my unrelinquishable word. Having lost, I must admit it. From now on, you are Tianjuyu's adopted father, and not even heaven could change that fact. Tianjuyu proceeded to kowtow to Lin Shen, leaving Lin Shen with no chance to refuse. Now that the rites are complete, from this moment forward, you are Tianjuyu's adopted father. Tianjuyu stood up, smiling at Lin Shen without a hint of shame, even appearing quite proud of it. It really wasn't necessary. Lin Shen was at a loss for words for a moment, his mind incapable of imagining such a turn of events. A true man's word is as heavy as a tripod. You've said it and you must follow through. From now on, you, Lin Shen, are my, Tianjuyu's, adopted father, Tianjuyu declared earnestly. Can I leave now? Lin Shen asked. Certainly, you are my adopted father, of course. Your word carries the most weight. Whatever you want to do, you do. Whatever place you wish to go, you go. There is no principle where an adopted son dictates to the adopted father, Tianjuyu said, truly taking on the role, calling him adopted fathers again and again, causing Lin Shen to feel a bit of skin crawl. A celestial over 1,000 years old calling someone in their 20s his adopted father and doing it repeatedly was enough to make Lin Shen's skin crawl. Then I'm leaving. Lin Shen decided it was best to leave this place quickly. The farther away from Tianjuyu, the better. This guy was simply a madman. Take care, adopted father. In the future, Juyu Group will look up to you as our leader. Once I return, I will announce this joyous news to the entire cosmic world. Juyu Group's new boss will be you, adopted father, Tianjuyu said calmly. Read latest stories on free web novel. Lin Shen almost choked on his own blood in shock, not expecting Tianjuyu to actually be waiting for him here. If Tianjuyu really cast aside all shame and insisted on recognizing him as his adopted father, spreading this news throughout the cosmic world, what would the celestial race think? And what would Emperor Tianshu think? Lin Shen would become the biggest rebel leader of the celestial race. If he tried to explain it this way, would Emperor Tianshu believe him? Even if Emperor Tianshu did believe him, could those old fellows at the Celestial Court believe him? And even if the elders of the Celestial Court also believed him, given their eagerness to eradicate Lin Shen, wouldn't they jump at the opportunity to use this as a pretext to utterly destroy him? If Lin Shen truly returned to the celestial race with this title, he could almost foresee his own downfall. Tianjuyu, my lord, why must you trouble such an insignificant person like me? To ruin your own reputation over this, it's really not worth it, Lin Shen said with a pained expression on his face. Tianjuyu smiled. I have decided to make you my successor. Since you can't be my adopted son, then let's have you become my adopted father instead. It's only right and proper for an adopted father to inherit his adopted son's mantle and legacy. From now on, you'll be the head of the Juyu group. Do you think the celestial race will believe it if you say so? A nirvana. Being as your adopted father, they'll never buy into something so preposterous, Lin Shen said through clenched teeth. Whether they believe it or not is their problem. I believe it, and that's enough, Tianjuyu said with a smile. You, what exactly do you want? Lin Shen sat helplessly in the snow, looking at Tianjuyu and asking in despair. Come back with me to the Juyu group and inherit my mantle, said Tianjuyu. Impossible. I grew up in luxury, and I cannot endure a life of hiding and suffering. Lin Shen immediately refused. The Juyu Group owns major businesses on over 100 habitable planets and is effectively in control. We have also developed over 200 base mutation resource planets in collaboration with other races and clans. As the head of my Juyu Group, you will enjoy endless wealth and honor. Why would you need to hide? If you can't get used to living low-key, that's fine. I can send you to live with the Demon Tribe or the Supreme Clan. Even the Celestial Race won't be able to touch you, Tianjuyu argued. What exactly do you see in me? Is it too late for me to change now? Lin Shen sighed. What benefits can Emperor Tianshu offer to make you so loyal to him? Whatever he can give you, I can give you, and what he can't, I can give as well. In the future, you will study the immortal laws with me. After I die in the trials of death, you will become the king of the space law. With all this being said, is it still not better than being a dog at the side of old thief Tianzhu? Tianzhu was getting somewhat angry. Although Lin Shen was an optimist, he didn't believe in pie falling from the sky. He had no ties with Tianzhu, who wasn't truly his son, so why would Tianzhu be so good to him? Even if the situation were reversed and Lin Shen were Tianzhu's biological son, Lin Shen wouldn't believe that Tianzhu would feed him such a big pie. Besides, Lin Shen's strength was sufficient on its own. He had just practiced for too short a time. Given enough time, his future achievements would not be inferior to Tianzhu's. Why take the risk of becoming enemies with the celestial race and jeopardize Tianjun and the others, betting on Tianzhu's conscience? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Say what you want to say, but I'm not going to the Juyu group. Lin Shen took a deep breath and turned to leave. If Tianzhu truly had no shame and spoke about this matter, Lin Shen would accept it. After returning, he would immediately explain the situation to Emperor Tianzhu. Considering Emperor Tianzhu's cunning and character, he would likely still accommodate him. Adopted father, why don't you take a look before you decide? I'll take you to a place first, said Tianzhu, invoking the space law without further ado. Lin Shen instantly felt the space around him twist, and when his vision returned, he found himself in a snow valley. In this valley, there were several wooden huts, but that wasn't the main attraction. The focus was on the depths of the valley, where a gigantic lotus flower grew. Rooted in the snow, the lotus sported jade-like leaves immense in size, with only one bloom amidst them, pure white and crystalline, with translucent petals emanating gentle wafts of cold air. The lotus flower was as big as a room, and even 7 or 8 people within the bloom would probably not feel crowded. That's the ice lotus. Its leaves live for 100 million years, and it blooms for another 100 million. Once the flower falls, it takes another 100 million years to bear seeds, and another 100 million years for those seeds to mature. It takes 400 million years to produce ice lotus seeds. The ice lotus seeds contain the ice law. Eating one can grant the ice law. Although it's not the true immortal laws, it is a top-tier law from the past. Tianzhu approached the ice lotus and said, "My wife once cultivated here." While she never managed to consume the ice lotus seeds, merely absorbing the law power emitted by the ice lotus was greatly beneficial to her. You can cultivate here for a while, it should help you too. The wooden hut has some of my wife's writings. You might find them worth reading when you have free time, and perhaps you'll discover unexpected gains. Chapter 803, Immortal Ice Lotus. Lin Shen glanced at the direction of the cabin, wanting to say something, but when he turned back to look at Tianzhu, he found that Tianzhu's figure had already disappeared. Ice Nightmare Star often has immortal creatures coming and going. You'd best not leave Snow Valley. Take care, adoptive father. Lin Shen only heard Tianzhu's voice echoing in Snow Valley, but he could no longer see his figure. Without you here, do you think this place can still trap me? Lin Shen tried to use his mechanical wristwatch to teleport away, but it just wouldn't activate. Is it that Tianzhu's law power still lingers, or is there something inherently wrong with Ice Nightmare Star itself? Lin Shen wondered. He certainly wouldn't listen to Tianzhu. He leaped into the sky, trying to leave Snow Valley and break out of the planet's atmosphere to attempt teleporting in space. As long as he left this planet, he could go anywhere he wanted. No sooner had Lin Shen flown out of the valley and braved the cold wind to reach the outer atmosphere, when suddenly a beam of ice light shot toward him, giving him no chance to react, and instantly turned his body into a block of ice. Lin Shen felt his brain freeze. Unable to think or move, he only saw darkness before falling from the sky. As his consciousness slowly returned, Lin Shen realized that the immortality scripture was operating automatically. His body was still extremely cold, as if he had just soaked in iced water, the chill penetrating into his bones, freezing him to the core. Trying to move, he found his body completely immobile. Forcing his eyes open, he discovered he was frozen within an ice block, unable to make the slightest movement. What the hell is this? Once Lin Shen awoke, evolution theory began to operate too, enabling him to gradually adapt to the extreme cold. Fortunately, Lin Shen had previously developed a decent resistance to low temperatures, but the cold was still unbearable, revealing how truly cold the ice block was. Time ticked away, minute by minute, and Lin Shen didn't know how long it had been, but felt it was at least 10 to 20 hours before some strength slowly began to return to his body. Lin Shen erupted with strength, trying to shatter the ice encasing him, but found his strength insufficient to break the ice. Luckily, he possessed both evolution theory and the immortality scripture, ensuring his survival under such conditions was not a problem, but escaping from the ice was far from easy. Time passed unknowably, and eventually, the cold within Lin Shen slowly dissipated and his senses became much sharper. He gradually sensed the strange power emanating from the ice block, a clear display of the power of laws. No matter how strong he was or how much heat his body emitted, he couldn't melt even a bit of the ice encasing him. The power of Ice Series laws, the strongest must be absolute zero, right? It can bring all movement to a halt, halting the exchange of energy, which is why the ice block can't melt no matter what, Lin Shen speculated in his mind. If it really was as he thought, he feared he might be trapped in the ice block for life, never able to escape. Whose law power is this? An immortal creature outside Snow Valley? Or that ice lotus within Snow Valley? Lin Shen lacked good options and could only calm down to ponder how he might escape. Even if evolution theory enabled his body to adapt to the cold, breaking through the ice formed by absolute zero wasn't something evolution theory could achieve right now. Is there a fire seed ability that can deal with the current situation? Lin Shen thought hard, but it seemed like only the fight fire with fires fire seed ability might have some effect. But now, Lin Shen couldn't even move, so where could he find something to counter the icy power? As he pondered, he suddenly saw something white and cord-like dancing outside the glass-like ice block. The white cord wrapped around the ice block, then slowly lifted it, moving the block's position as if bringing it into something white. Lin Shen couldn't clearly see what was outside, but he had already guessed what it might be. Discover more stories at free web novel Ice Lotus. It must be the Ice Lotus. Lin Shen felt a surge of shock and uncertainty, not knowing why the Ice Lotus brought him into its bloom. As far as Lin Shen knew, many base mutation plants had the ability to consume humans, and now that the Ice Lotus had brought him inside, he couldn't help but fear it wanted to eat him. As if to corroborate Lin Shen's thoughts, the ice block, with him inside, was pulled into the lotus, and the ice outside began to melt at an incredibly fast rate. The power within the lotus is so strong that it can easily melt the ice. Surely, it wouldn't melt me too, right? Lin Shen's heart was filled with trepidation. As more of the ice block melted, Lin Shen could see more clearly. Indeed, he was inside the blossom of the ice lotus, surrounded by white stamens, one of which had wrapped around him and pulled him in. When only a thin layer of ice was left, Lin Shen finally managed to shatter the remaining ice and burst out. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt up, trying to escape the confines of the blossom. But just as he took off, a stamen wrapped around his body like a rope, pulling him back down. Lin Shen drew his scrap sword in retaliation, slashing at the stamen, attempting to sever it. He had already tried breaking the stamen with his body, but it seemed to have no effect. The ice lotus was not like a creature of base mutation. It was similar to regular plants, soft to touch and even emitting a refreshing fragrance. The scrap sword cut into the stamen, but despite being able to saw through immortal materials, it felt like cutting into a tough, tendon-like rope. Despite using great strength, he could only create a slight indentation in the stamen without harming it at all. Lin Shen knew it was the toughness and strength of the stamen that exceeded his own, making his scrap sword ineffective. The stamen was even more resilient than the body of a typical immortal. Other stamens reached over, wrapping around Lin Shen's hands, quickly binding him tight like a wrapped dumpling. It's over. Am I going to die here today? Lin Shen watched as a stamen aimed straight for his mouth, sending a chill through his heart. To die like this, too unseemly. The stamen pierced into Lin Shen's mouth, causing his pupils to dilate as his soul seemed to fly beyond the 9 heavens. Chapter 804 Martial Paths 36 Strategies. Chapter 804 Martial Paths 36 Strategies. Chapter 804 Martial Paths 36 Strategies. The anticipated pain didn't come. The flower's pistil didn't penetrate his head. It just stayed in his mouth like a pacifier, with the sweet nectar flowing into his stomach. Lin Shen immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body, making his already not-so-cold body somewhat cozy and warm. The pistils slowly withdrew, and the pistils entwined around his body also loosened, restoring Lin Shen's freedom. Lin Shen quickly flew out of the ice lotus, which seemed to have no reaction at this point. Was the ice lotus actually trying to save me? Lin Shen realized that the ice lotus didn't have any ill intentions, but was instead helping him eliminate the cold within his body. Where did that beam of ice light just come from, Lin Shen wondered, though he had somewhat figured it out. Tianjuyu would certainly not leave him here without ensuring that escape would not be so easy. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and didn't continue to rush out of the planet. Instead, he landed and walked toward the several wooden houses. Escaping definitely wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't hurt to see what was inside these places first. Tianjuyu had trapped him here for a reason. It wasn't too late to figure out Tianjuyu's intentions before thinking of a way out. Lin Shen remembered that Tianjuyu had said one of the wooden houses contained some of his wife's writings, so he headed toward that house. The roof of the wooden house was covered in thick snow, and many icicles hung from the eaves. He pushed the wooden door, and it opened readily. An old-fashioned oil lamp burned a small flame on the table, providing the light in the wooden house. It seemed as if the warmth also emanated from it. Besides the oil lamp, there were no devices like a stove inside the house to provide heat. The interior of the wooden house was clean and tidy, with a small bed and a rocking chair covered with a blanket. Next to the desk and chair stood a wooden bookshelf with a few books on it, not many, looking somewhat scattered. At the lower part of the bookshelf there were some writing implements, and next to it stood a small blackboard with some words written on it. Everything that people consider immortal is only because time is too much of a luxury for humans. Lin Shen found some truth in this sentence. Ordinary human lifespans are less than 100 years, and even among the great cosmic clans, the lifespan of a common member is at most a few thousand years. But in the face of the cosmos, 100 years and 1,000 years are not much different. In comparison to billions of years, they are just a momentary flicker. Lin Shen saw a book on the desk that was already opened and picked it up to look at the cover. The cover was clean, with only 2 words in the lower right corner, tear stain. Is this the author's name? Lin Shen couldn't guess and flipped through the book. If the cosmos is seen as a living being, and all the planets are but cells of this being, with cells dying every moment and new ones being born, then what are we? Parasites? Viruses? Cancer cells? These must be the writings that Tianjuyo was talking about, Lin Shen frowned as he read, not being a philosopher nor having the interest to ponder such grand problems. If it were text on martial path skills, he would have been keen to read them, but this content did not attract him. He flipped through to the end, finding it was all about one person's contemplation of life and the cosmos, so Lin Shen set the book down. Tianjuyu isn't trying to brainwash me with this content, is he? Lin Shen walked over to the bookshelf and picked up another book to look. If it was all content like what he had just seen, he was no longer interested in continuing. Fortunately, this book had nothing to do with the previous one. It was a genuine martial path skill manual. Martial Path 36 Stratagems. Isn't that the skill that Tianjuyu uses? Lin Shen suddenly became interested and flipped through it. Unexpectedly, the book contained complete instructions for the skill, from theory to practical methods and personal insights, all written in great detail and by hand. Judging by the handwriting, it must have been written by a woman. Could it be that the 36 stratagem skills used by Tianjuyu were actually created by his wife? Lin Shen was somewhat astonished. He skimmed through the book and realized that the Martial Path 36 stratagems were named after the military tactician's 36 stratagems. They included the winning war stratagem, enemy stratagem, city attack strategy, melee strategy, combined strategy, and the strategy for facing defeat, divided into 6 parts. Each strategy contained 6 specific skills, and these skills could be combined for enhanced effects. The palm technique previously used by Tianjuyu was a combination type of winning war stratagem. Lin Shen remembered Tianjuyu mentioned that the bizarre finger skill he used was from the Martial Path 36 stratagems called Make Noise in the East, Attack in the West, so he found that specific move and examined it carefully. Make Noise in the East, Attack in the West was indeed formidable. How it managed to silently generate a finger force from behind baffled Lin Shen. The vigor force was hidden in advance, set to detonate like a time bomb. The first finger strike had nothing to do with the second, the former was merely a feint, while the real attack was the one that had been premeditated. This hidden vigor force method is truly mystical. Lin Shen studied how he could conceal the vigor force in advance and found the technique extremely complex, requiring proficiency in various applications of vigor force to achieve the hidden effect. This skill could not be mastered in a short time. Lin Shen examined each of the 36 stratagems in detail and realized that the technique of hiding vital force was used extensively. Without mastering this technique, it was almost impossible to master the Martial Path 36 stratagems. Besides hiding vigor force, there were several other special skills that were also widely used in the Martial Path 36 stratagems. After reading the entire text, he concluded that the Martial Path 36 stratagems was a very strategic skill set, and Lin Shen felt they were unsuitable for him. Nevertheless, he still memorized the entire Martial Path 36 stratagems. Although he didn't favor such skills, they could be useful later. He could give them to Yun to practice, and once she mastered them, he could inherit the complex and enigmatic techniques like the hidden vigor force. Lin Shen spent the better part of the day memorizing the entire book without missing a word. My memory is significantly better now than before. I probably couldn't have memorized this flawlessly even in 2 or 3 days. Lin Shen put the Martial Path 36 stratagems back and picked up another book to read. If all the books here were of this level of skill, he would profit immensely by memorizing a few and taking them back. Chapter 805. Qi Family of Tianyan Lake. Chapter 805. Chapter 805. Qi Family of Tianyan Lake. Chapter 805. Chapter 805. Qi Family of Tianyan Lake. The second book Lin Shen took down was not about a skill, but a book about the Ice Lotus. Ice Lotus, the base of Ice Nightmare Star, an immortal creature of Immortal King level. Lin Shen read the introduction and was greatly shocked. So that thing is actually of the Immortal King level. No wonder it's so powerful. Lin Shen continued to flip through the book. Next, there was an image of the Ice Lotus, with each part of the plant labeled lotus leaves, lotus flower, lotus root, etc. Each part also had a detailed description. Upon reading the section about the flower's pistil, Lin Shen suddenly put down the book and ran outside to retch, but despite his lengthy effort he vomited nothing. He remembered after reading the description in the book that he had studied this before but had forgotten due to his poor memory. The pistil is the organ used by flowers for reproduction. Lin Shen, who just a moment earlier thought the nectar was sweet, now felt nauseous. Fortunately, this was just a psychological reaction. In fact, according to the book, the nectar secreted by the Ice Lotus could even enhance the base mutation rate of an immortal, making it a precious treasure. Lin Shen glanced at his watch and noticed that his base mutation rate had indeed increased to 5%. The effect of the nectar was quite apparent. Taking the book in hand, he continued reading. Surprisingly, the Ice Lotus didn't practice the Ice Law. Rather, that should only be considered a small part of the Ice Lotus Law. The immortal law of the Ice Lotus is stasis, and there are many branch laws under it, including absolute zero. Damn it, it was the Ice Lotus that knocked me down, Lin Shen muttered gloomily, realizing it was all orchestrated by the Ice Lotus. After a detailed introduction of the Ice Lotus, the discussion turned to how to utilize the Ice Lotus to comprehend its law power. If one could truly understand the stasis law, then merely by killing the Ice Lotus, one could become an immortal king of the stasis series. The author of the book left a note saying she had originally intended to use the Ice Lotus to become immortal, but over time, grew attached and couldn't bear to kill it, so she eventually did not use this method to become an immortal. If anyone wishes to use the Ice Lotus to become immortal and attain the true immortal laws, then hopefully they would allow the Ice Lotus to bear seeds before killing it. These things bloom every billion years, bear fruit every billion years, and the fruit takes another billion years to mature. It's just blooming now, and the seeds won't mature for another 2 billion years. Who can wait that long? Lin Shen finally understood why Tianjuyu had brought him here. Tianjuyu must have wanted Lin Shen to see the Ice Lotus in this book to let him know that Tianjuyu could help him become a true immortal. Although Lin Shen now knew of this path, his own strength was insufficient to kill the Ice Lotus, and without Tianjuyu's help, he couldn't proceed on this path. Even if Tianjuyu were to send him away, it would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack for him to locate Ice Nightmare Star in the vast cosmos. Tianjuyu, you're really dangling a big carrot in front of me. Lin Shen knew very well that Tianjuyu was enticing him. The Ice Lotus was raised by Tianjuyu and his wife, and also carried his memories of his late wife. How could he easily allow it to be used for someone else's ascension to immortality? How can I get out of here? Lin Shen felt that he must hurry to leave this place. However, with the Ice Lotus guarding the area, it was too difficult for him to break out. He had previously experienced the Ice Lotus's freezing abilities. Although evolution theory allowed him not to fear the cold, it couldn't prevent his body from being encased in ice. It seems that I can only first comprehend the Ice Lotus's law power to see if I can find a flaw and figure out a way to escape. Lin Shen reviewed the information on the Ice Lotus once again, preparing to use the method of tear stain to comprehend the Ice Lotus's law. Lin Shen's disappearance had already alarmed the upper echelons of the celestial race. Tian Shun personally came to Sky Pinnacle Star, trying to find traces of Lin Shen's disappearance, but he found nothing. Your Majesty, I have thoroughly checked, and there are no clues. And 6 was also anxious. He had sent people to search several times over, but they found nothing. Lin Shen seemed to have vanished into thin air. There's no need to search further, said Emperor Tianshu indifferently. Does your Majesty already know who it is? And 6 exclaimed, overjoyed. Who else could it be but Tianjuyu? There is no second person in the world who could make someone disappear without trace under the watchful eyes of me and Yi, sighed Emperor Tianshu. It was careless of us not to imagine that Tianjuyu would take such a risk for someone like Lin Shen. If we had foreseen this move and taken precautions, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Who would have thought he would take such a risk for such a trivial matter? That man, as ever, acts capriciously. Shall we go to the Juyu group to demand his return? Asked in 6. With no evidence, on what grounds would we demand his return? Emperor Tianshu thought and said, if Tianjuyu wanted to kill Lin Shen, he wouldn't have bothered to abduct him. Lin Shen's safety should not be an issue for now, but we still need to figure out a way to make Tianjuyu release him. Tianjuyu has gone to such lengths to capture Lin Shen. Why would he release him on his own? And 6 was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, it's of course impossible, so we must create some abnormal circumstances, Emperor Tianshu said with a smile. So, your Majesty had a plan all along, and 6 said, his eyes shining with admiration. Emperor Tianshu shook his head and said, I wouldn't say I had it all figured out, but we can give it a try. Tianjuyu's character is eccentric. Most people can't fathom his thoughts, but I know that he is obedient to his wife and doesn't even dare to raise his voice. He is the very definition of henpecked. Didn't Tianjuyu's wife pass away? Asked in 6, confused. His wife has passed away, but her family is still around. Emperor Tianshu squinted and said, love for the house extends to the crows perched on its roof. Tianjuyu is extremely accommodating to his wife's family, even to the point of fulfilling any request they make. Does your Majesty mean to ask for help from the Qi family of Tianyin Lake? And 6 was somewhat surprised. The Chai family of Tianyin Lake, although not ranked among the 4 mansions of the Chai family, and its master not possessing a numbered rank within the Chai family, was still highly respected within the celestial race. The name Qi Wuxin was held in considerable regard. Qi Wuxin had guarded the Tianyin Lake star system for 1,000 years, ensuring peace for the borderlands for a millennium. Although he had never competed for a rank within the Chai family, everyone knew he had the qualifications to vie for the name of Qi Yi, and that Qi Wuxin was Tianjuyu's brother-in-law. Emperor Tianshu neither confirmed nor denied it, only smiling and mentioning, I heard that a prodigious young woman has recently emerged in the Qi family of Tianyin Lake. Chapter 806, Strange Alliance by Marriage. Chapter 806, Chapter 806, Strange Alliance by Marriage. Chapter 806, Chapter 806, Strange Alliance by Marriage. Tianai, your swordplay has become increasingly enigmatic lately, an elderly man said with a smile, watching the celestial maiden practice swordsmanship under the flowering trees. The celestial maiden had hair as soft as clouds and eyes as tender as water, appearing to be an exceptionally gentle person. Her sword techniques, like her demeanor, were seamless and perpetual, like a breeze caressing the face or tender feelings flowing endlessly. While every move was bristling with the intent to kill, they paradoxically didn't feel the least bit harsh. "Uncle, when did you get back?" Ch801, surprised to see the elderly man, promptly sheathed her sword and walked over to him. Tian Donghan said with a smile, "How many times have I told you to call me uncle, not big uncle? I'll call you whatever I like, and if big uncle objects, then how about another game of chess with me? Just win once and I'll call you whatever you wish," Ch801 replied. "I simply can't win against you," Tian Donghan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Big uncle, weren't you on the main star? How come you have returned so quickly?" Ch801 asked, puzzled. "I was supposed to stay on the main star for a while longer, but a sudden event occurred, and I had to come back early," Tian Donghan explained. "What major event? Could it be that the Diamond Tribe has once again invaded our borders?" Ch801's eyes sparkled, with a hint of eagerness to try her hand. "The Diamond Tribe might invade the border, but they definitely don't have the guts to come to Tianyin Lake," Tian Donghan chuckled. "This matter concerns you." "Concerns me? I haven't done anything. How could it possibly involve me?" Ch801 was full of confusion. "The Emperor himself has proposed a marriage, seeking an alliance with your family. Tell me, does that involve you?" Tian Donghan stated. "The Emperor wants an alliance with my family? So that means I am the one to be married off, but who does he wish to marry me to? Tian Buluo or Tian Yunxiao?" Ch801 was only slightly startled, then she smiled and said as if she saw no issue in it. For Emperor Tianshu to seek a marriage between a prince and the descendants of prominent clan leaders was quite a standard maneuver. The Qi family had guarded the Tianyin Lake star system for a millennium, tantamount to being a regional lord. For Emperor Tianshu to desire a marriage alliance with the Qi family of Tianyin Lake was quite normal. Ch801, a woman such as herself, also knew her marriage wouldn't be like that of ordinary people, and she did not reject such an arranged marriage. After all, among those princes there were many outstanding men, far superior to the young men from average families, which was not a bad thing at all. Ch801 pondered, among the princes who matched her age and were yet unbetrothed, only Tian Buluo and Tian Yunxiao were left. With the prestige of Tianyin Lake's Chai family, Emperor Tianshu would not likely match her with a prince who had been married before, and to become a concubine was even more out of the question. "It's neither Tian Yunxiao nor Tian Buluo," Tian Donghan shook his head. "Then who is it?" "Among the princes, only they match my age and are still unmarried." Ch801 still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, continuing to speak with a smile. "Lin Shen," Tian Donghan uttered the two words. "Lin Shen? Does the imperial family have such a prince?" For a moment, Ch801's mind didn't catch up. According to normal thinking, Emperor Tianshu would definitely want a prince to marry into her family, and no one would have guessed that the person Emperor Tianshu wanted to form a marriage alliance with was not a prince. Marrying her off to someone who has no blood relation to Emperor Tianshu, can this even be called an alliance marriage? Not a prince, but you should know him, the current dean of the Celestial Master Institute who previously defeated Kristen of the Diamond Tribe in the racial ranking, the great hero who retrieved the Celestial Divine statue from the Diamond Tribe, Tian Donghan said. Ch801 finally remembered, her face filled with astonishment. The Emperor is seeking a marriage alliance, not with a prince, but with that Lin Shen. I also find this matter a bit outrageous. I've never heard of a marriage alliance that doesn't involve a prince, not even a member of the celestial race, Tian Donghan pondered aloud. However, the old man seems not to object. He just wants to know what you think. If you're not willing, the old man won't agree to this marriage. It's not that I'm unwilling. I know about Lin Shen. He is very capable, not inferior to those princes, even perhaps surpassing them, but Ch801 hesitated. But he isn't from celestial race, nor is he a prince, Tian Donghan continued her thought. Actually, you don't need to overthink this. The old man's meaning is, if you are willing, then there's no need to consider too much, and if you're not willing, there's also no need to think too much. I want to know what the old man's considerations are, Ch801 thought for a moment. Uncle, I need to see the old man and hear his opinion. There's no need for you to go. The old man has already started his seclusion to prepare for the life-threatening tribulation. Now no one can see him, Tian Donghan replied. In fact, the old man's meaning is very simple. If you like it, that's good enough. Others are still acceptable, although he isn't from celestial race. His own talent is not bad, and in the future he can be of help to our Chanyan Lake, but I've heard that he has some relationship with Chanju's younger sister Chanjun. Ch801 stopped walking, pondering aloud. Then reject it? I'll go and reply right now, Tian Donghan said. Give me some more time to think. Ch801 was conflicted. Since the old man did not oppose, it meant that he could accept Lin Shen. Perhaps there were other considerations that she hadn't thought of. All right. There's no rush on this matter. It is after all a decision for a lifetime. You should carefully think it through. Tian Donghan told Qi Tianai not to rush her decision and to take more time to consider it. Qi Tianai returned home, pondered a great deal, and ultimately decided to listen to the opinions of others. Taking out her communicator, Qi Tianai hesitated for a moment, but still dialed a number. What's bothering you so much? You look so troubled. Nothing is too big when I'm here. Tell me who's making things hard for you, and I'll annihilate their entire family, Master Yu's figure projected from the image, arrogantly speaking. Master Yu, I've encountered a matter, am quite uncertain, and can't make a decision. I wish to hear your advice, Qi Tianai said. Speak, Master Yu said, his smile receding, speaking in a solemn manner. He had no children of his own, and after his wife passed away, he never remarried. While his wife was alive, she was very fond of Qi Tianai's grandfather, and it can be said that he watched Qi Tianai's grandfather grow up. As a result, Master Yu took special care of their family. As for the Qi family of Tianyuan Lake, Qi Tianai was now the only one in contact with Master Yu. The emperor wants to form a marriage alliance with our family. Qi Tianai was extremely fond of Master Yu and treated him as if he were her own grandfather. Whenever there was an issue, she would prefer to speak to Master Yu rather than her own parents. That bastard, daring to have designs on my Ai's family, his audacity is truly bloated. Master, you cursed, insulting Emperor Tianshu's ancestors for 18 generations, only to continue speaking after. But that old thief does have some discernment, recognizing that my Ai is the most outstanding woman in the cosmos. Which prince is he planning to have marry you? Chapter 807, Ice Law, Chapter 807, Chapter 807, Ice Law. He's not the prince, Qi Tianai shook her head. What? Tianjuyu exploded like a lit bomb, jumping up immediately. That bastard Tianshu dares to look down upon my Ai. I'll go and kill all his dogs and granddogs, stopping his lineage forever. Master Yu, don't be hasty. Although the Heavenly Emperor's chosen partner for me is not the prince, I think that man's talents and abilities are above those of the prince's, Qi Tianai hurriedly said. Stronger than the prince? Well, that's acceptable. Tianjuyu's rage slightly subsided. But there's one problem. That man likely already has a woman he is close to, Qi Tianai stated. Is this what's bothering you? After hearing it, Tianjuyu couldn't help but laugh. Master Yu, why are you laughing? This is a serious issue, Qi Tianai retorted, displeased. Tianjuyu asked, let me ask you one thing. Do you yourself want to marry this man? It's not a matter of wanting. He already has a woman. How can I share a man with another woman? Qi Tianai replied anxiously. Of course you can't. That's why I asked if you want to marry that man. If you don't want to, then let it be. But if you do, it's simple. I'll just kill his woman. Then he won't have another woman, and he can be completely devoted to you, Tianjuyu stated. Master Yu, I'm being serious, Qi Tianai said coquettishly. If he's the type who would abandon his family and cling to the powerful, how could I want such a man? If he can betray his own woman now, he could betray me in the future. That's simple too. I'll just kill him, then he can't betray anyone, Tianjuyu said laughing heartily. The man has done no wrong to me, and it's not his choice to marry me. Besides, he hasn't abandoned his family yet. Killing him now would be such a grave injustice. Qi Tianai couldn't help but laugh. What do you think then? You have Master Yu backing you up, no need to fear anything, Tianjuyu said, thumping his chest. Master Yu, you've been really good to me, Qi Tianai said, touched. Although Tianjuyu didn't provide any practical advice, Qi Tianai didn't really need anyone else's opinion. She just needed someone to share her current feelings. Tianjuyu wholeheartedly took her side, and although his suggestions seemed insane and meaningless, for Qi Tianai, perhaps these meaningless words were exactly what she needed. You just need to follow your heart and leave the rest to me. Tianjuyu changed his tone and added, if that young scoundrel Qi Wuxin dares to force you to marry, tell me, and I'll handle him. The old man is very kind to me. He is letting me choose, Qi Tianai quickly said. That's good, Tianjuyu finally nodded slightly, bringing up a previous question to Qi Tianai. After all this talk, who exactly does old thief Tianshu wish to betroth you to? Let's not talk about him. I've made up my mind not to accept this marriage. I don't like competing with another woman for a man. Qi Tianai had actually made her decision already. She just needed someone else to help her firm it up. That's the spirit. Our Ai is so exceptional, there are plenty of good men lining up. There's no need for old thief Tianshu to meddle, Tianjuyu said. Master Yu, why don't you take me traveling? It would save me from dealing with people sent by the Heavenly Emperor to discuss the marriage, Qi Tianai suggested. Sure, where do you want to go? Tianjuyu agreed immediately, showing no reluctance to Qi Tianai's request. I don't know, Master Yu. You've traveled all across the cosmos, seen many places, and have a lot of experience. Do you have any interesting places to recommend? Qi Tianai inquired. Upon hearing this, Tianjuyu felt somewhat elated and thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. There is indeed an interesting place, and there's also an interesting person there you might find intriguing. Where? Who is it? Qi Tianai was very curious. You'll know when we get there, Tianjuyu said, cutting off the communication, his physical form already passing through space, arriving in front of Ch801. Master Yu, wait a moment, let me leave a note for them so they won't worry, Ch801 spoke, grabbing paper and a pen. After writing the note and placing it on the desk secured by a teacup, she left with Tianjuyu. The space law used by Tianjuyu was incredibly convenient, essentially a travel essential. In the blink of an eye, he had taken Ch801 away from the Tianyun Lake star system. When the Chi family found the note left by Ch801, it was already evening, but they weren't very panicked. Even though Ch801 did not specify whom she had left with, the Chi family was well aware, although they didn't speak openly about it. Ch801's note made it clear that she had no intention of accepting the marriage arranged by Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shen, despite not lacking in talent, wasn't her ideal choice. She also did not wish to compete with another woman for a man. Lin Shen sat among the ice lotus, his body submerged by white mist, sensing the ice law radiated by the ice lotus. Every day, for a certain period, the ice lotus exhaled icy breaths, the best opportunity to sense its law. The icy breaths contained the ice law, which, though not the real stasis law, is the most crucial branch of the stasis law as an extension. If one could master the ice law to perfection, they could command absolute zero, one of the most powerful capacities of the stasis law. Achieving absolute zero could further deepen one's understanding of the stasis law, as stated in the book left by Tierstein. However, Lin Shen, sitting daily among the icy breaths for 2 hours through shivering cold, failed to sense any law essences, experiencing nothing but cold. It seems my comprehension is lacking. To understand the law, I might have to rely on the immortal egg. Lin Shen felt discouraged. He could not sense the law force of the ice lotus, let alone find a flaw. Lin Shen also considered another possibility. Perhaps his base mutation rate wasn't high enough to sense the law's power. But in such a forsaken place, apart from the sap of the ice lotus, there were no other means to increase his base mutation rate. With a limited amount of mutated nirvana liquid brought with him and having consumed it within 2 days, he felt slightly uneasy about drinking the sap. A few days later, after several more attempts, Lin Shen discovered that whenever he left Snow Valley, the ice lotus would emit a freezing ray, instantly encasing him in ice, forcing him back into the valley. Chapter 808, The Snow Valley Beast. Chapter 808, The Snow Valley Beast. Fortunately, after being frozen over and over again, Lin Shen's resistance to freezing had become extremely high. The icy rays from the ice lotus could only freeze him within the block of ice and couldn't really harm him. Of course, the main reason was that the ice lotus didn't intend to harm him, but merely wanted to trap him there and prevent him from leaving. Every time Lin Shen was frozen, the ice lotus would pull him into its flower and help him melt the ice block, and incidentally give him a dose of its nectar to repair his body after being frozen. In fact, Lin Shen had the ability to evolve from evolution theory, and he didn't really need the nectar to repair his body, but sadly the ice lotus couldn't understand human speech, so whatever Lin Shen said was in vain. Although Lin Shen was somewhat resistant inwardly, the nectar was indeed very potent. Each dose basically provided him with 4 or 5 points to his base mutation rate, which steadily increased Lin Shen's base mutation rate. One day, Lin Shen was idly strolling through Snow Valley, hoping to find an underground fissure or a subglacial river to quietly leave the area and avoid being trapped by Ice Lotus again. He didn't find any underground rivers or big fissures, but he did see a small black beast poking its head out from a pile of snow, curiously sizing him up. There are other creatures in this place? Lin Shen eyed the little beast with curiosity. It looked somewhat like a mole, chubby and plump, about twice the size of a normal mole, with a pair of shiny black eyes that radiated clear stupidity, which actually made it look kind of cute. Lin Shen watched it, and it watched Lin Shen, not the least bit afraid. It even climbed out of the snow pile and perched on a nearby ice block, gazing down at Lin Shen from a higher point. Heaven has a path, yet you don't take it. Hell has no gate, yet you break in. The Holy Shield Dragon immediately spit out a circular shield, hurling it towards the mole. Lin Shen had thought this little thing looked ordinary and therefore assumed it had a low level, but to his surprise, it spat out a propeller-like strange life base and flew straight towards the circular shield. The high-speed spinning life base struck the circular shield, slashing a deep gash into it, nearly breaking the shield in half. Fortunately, the Holy Shield Dragon quickly retracted it, or else its life base would have been ruined. Lin Shen was greatly surprised. Although the Holy Shield Dragon was only of Ascension level, its life base's defensive capability was such that ordinary Nirvana-level beings found it difficult to crack in one blow. That little creature's life base nearly shattered the shield in one strike, which was quite impressive. Is it at Ascension level or Nirvana level? Lin Shen felt that its strength must be more than just Ascension level, but since he didn't see it using the power of Nirvana, he couldn't be sure for the time being. Lin Shen quickly retracted the Holy Shield Dragon, fed it some potion, and let it slowly recover in its capsule form. At the same time, he summoned White Jade Knife and pointed to the mole that was now proudly dancing on the ice block, even shaking its booty. Catch it for me. White Jade Knife glanced at the little beast but frowned and said, "It's a Nirvana creature, and it's highly evolved in Nirvana, not easy to handle. That little beast is a Nirvana creature?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. You don't even know the level of the creature you want to hunt, and yet you dare to make a move? Do you wish for a shorter life? Xiaoyu taunted. Luckily this time it was just a nirvana creature, but if next time you encounter an immortal creature, I'd like to see how you handle it. Who knew with its stupidly cute appearance it would turn out to be a nirvana creature? Lin Shen retorted stubbornly. Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered with him and summoned the white jade fork, stabbing it into the void in the direction of the mole creature. Instantly, a strange light flickered on the white jade fork, as if an invisible fork had pierced the mole creature's body, then started dragging it towards them. The mole creature seemed extremely enraged and let out a piercing screech as a propeller-like life base flew over, emanating a black glow reminiscent of flaming wheels passing in front of it. It seemed as if something had been cut. The mole creature being pulled toward Xiaoyu came to a stop. Xiaoyu's arm jerked upwards as if the thing she was pulling on suddenly snapped, and she was clearly hurt by the snap. Xiaoyu's expression darkened immediately as she summoned another white jade knife in her hand and threw it directly at the mole creature. A ghost and a mole engaged in battle within Snow Valley, fighting so fiercely that it was hard to tell who would win. Lin Shen watched in amazement. He knew how strong Xiaoyu's combat power was, and within the ranks of the Nirvana level, there were not many who could battle against her. This mole creature was actually managing to exchange blows with Xiaoyu, which was quite unexpected for Lin Shen, prompting him to examine it more carefully. The mole creature was pitch black, like obsidian, except for its white tail, which resembled white gold. It shone with a black light, moving rapidly through the air like lightning, repeatedly evading Xiaoyu's blade light and fork attacks. Its speed was quite fast, but it was still somewhat inferior to Xiaoyu's. The reason Xiaoyu hadn't been able to defeat it mainly lay in its propeller-like life base. The life base spun and danced, constantly revolving around the mole creature. Whenever an attack came, the propeller would rush to block it. Xiaoyu's blade light was incredibly strong, its attack power undoubtedly top tier among those at the Nirvana level. But when her blade light slashed at the propeller-like life base, it was instantly shredded. Xiaoyu used a variety of skills to attack, but they were all in vain, each attempt shredded by the propeller life base. Interesting, its life base's ability, it has a somewhat similar principle to my scrap sword skill. The more Lin Shen watched, the more it intrigued him. The mole creature's life base was so formidable because, like the scrap sword skill, it had a sawing effect. However, the effect of this life base was even better than Lin Shen's scrap sword skill. Lin Shen's scrap sword skill only had a one-time effect, whereas the mole creature's technique was like a chainsaw, continuously spinning with more destructive power and endurance. A thought struck Lin Shen. If my scrap sword skill could also integrate such a technique, its destructive power and endurance would be significantly increased, and its might should see a tremendous boost. What a pity the scrap sword is just a sword. It can't spin like that on its own, but the blade she slashed out should be able to achieve a similar effect. The key is how to maintain the force without dissipating, which is not something ordinary skills can accomplish. As Lin Shen pondered, his eyes suddenly brightened. That hidden strength technique from the Martial Path 36 stratagems could be just the solution to this problem. Chapter 8-9. Another Jade Decree. Xiaoyu had been fighting for a long time, but couldn't subdue a small beast, and his complexion turned very ugly. The carapace on his body lit up with a red ghost face, and as the ghost face appeared, the strength of the small beast and its life base suddenly decreased greatly. With one stroke of his sword, Xiaoyu split the spinning life base in two, and with a fierce jab into the air he impaled the small beast, which, no matter how hard it struggled, couldn't escape the control of the fork's radiance. Though he could have finished off the small beast with his blade's light, Xiaoyu rushed forward and with the white jade blade in hand, moved swiftly to dismember the creature. Too cruel. Lin Shen shook his head as he saw Xiaoyu's body and face covered in nirvana fluid, with a crazed smile still on his face. The ferocity of the Ashura ghost was strong. Even as a pet, it was a cause for concern. Lin Shen went over to collect some base mutation fluid, but noticed that a bit of light began to rise from within the beast's body, continuously floating out from the carcass and converging together, turning into sand-like grains. Nirvana remains. It was Lin Shen's first time witnessing this phenomenon with his own eyes. Nirvana creatures might leave behind reincarnation ashes upon death, but more often it was Nirvana remains. These didn't retain the full power of Nirvana like the reincarnation ashes, but still contained the attribute of the power of Nirvana, making them quite useful. Ice Lotus doesn't allow me to leave Ice Nightmare Star. Going outside Snow Valley to hunt some creatures should be fine, right? Lin Shen, taking Xiaoyu with him, headed outside Snow Valley. He glanced back at Ice Lotus as he walked, and until he left Snow Valley, he noticed no reaction from it. Just when Lin Shen thought Ice Lotus would leave him be, a beam of ice suddenly shot his way, freezing him once again. When Lin Shen emerged from Ice Lotus again, he found Xiaoyu sitting outside taking a rest, apparently unharmed. Lin Shen pondered for a moment, then went back to the mouth of Snow Valley. He stood inside Snow Valley without walking out, instead letting Xiaoyu leave the valley. The Ice Lotus showed no reaction at all and didn't mind Xiaoyu at all. You go hunt some nirvana creatures, preferably ones with mutation quality, and bring back some nirvana fluid, Lin Shen instructed Xiaoyu. Without looking back, Xiaoyu left Snow Valley, boldly flying into the sky. He hadn't gone far when suddenly he saw an ice bullet fly out from a nearby glacier. Xiaoyu shattered the ice bullet with his sword, but before he could say anything, he saw an onslaught of ice bullets raining down on him like a violent storm. With a motion of his jade fork, Xiaoyu directed all the ice bullets toward where his fork pointed, leading them away to the side, ensuring they didn't harm him. Lin Shen couldn't clearly see what was attacking Xiaoyu. He flew a little higher and saw on that glacier a creature entirely white as snow, monkey-like yet also resembling a gorilla, furiously shooting ice bullets at Xiaoyu. It was clearly a nirvana creature. After diverting the ice bullets, Xiaoyu slashed forward and his blade light struck the creature's chest, opening a bloody gash. That creature's body is so tough, it took a hit from Xiaoyu's blade light directly, and only its body was damaged, it wasn't killed. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. The white gorilla-like creature screamed pitifully after being cut by Xiaoyu, calling out as it fled. Xiaoyu was about to pursue it and finish it off when he suddenly noticed the neighboring mountain shaking, and the thick snowfall sliding down triggered an avalanche. As the avalanche proceeded, the true nature of the mountain revealed itself, bizarrely growing taller. Lin Shen was astonished to discover that the mountain wasn't really a mountain at all, but an enormous white gorilla sitting there. When it stood up, it was even taller than the nearby mountains. Xiaobai dashed to the foot of the massive white gorilla, yelping and jumping, while also pointing to the wound on its own chest. The massive white gorilla was already in a rage, its eyes glaring at Xiaoyu. At almost the same moment, countless ice spears materialized around the massive white gorilla. The next second, the onslaught of ice spears furiously barraged toward Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu desperately swung his jade fork to shield his body, releasing various skills like money was no object, all while rapidly retreating. Bang, 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 bang! But Xiaoyu's fork and knife couldn't completely block those ice spears. His body was struck and he plummeted like a shooting star. Fortunately, he had intended to flee in that direction and came crashing down towards it. Lin Shen reached out to catch Xiaoyu, and the terrifying strength dragged Lin Shen along, plowing 2 deep furrows in the icy snowfield. The giant white gorilla gave chase for a distance, but upon reaching the outskirts of the snow valley, it seemed to realize something. After roaring twice at the valley, it surprisingly turned and walked away. Its size was simply too immense. Each step caused the surrounding snow mountains to tremble and triggered numerous avalanches. After returning to its original position, the giant white gorilla sat down, allowing the snowflakes to fall on its body. An immortal creature is just outside the snow valley, giving us virtually no chance of escape. Lin Shen set Xiaoyu down. Thankfully, Xiaoyu's body was robust enough that the attack from the immortal creature didn't severely injure him. However, with that immortal creature lurking outside, the plan to let Xiaoyu go hunting was again thwarted. Lin Shen could only return to the snow valley in frustration, continuing to read and research skills. He intended to practice the hidden strength technique himself and then use it to revamp his scrap sword skill. Currently, the efficacy of the scrap sword skill relied primarily on the intrinsic properties of the scrap sword itself in order to combat the strength at the immortal level. The emanating blade chi was potent, but at best it could only slice through opponents at the same nirvana level. Against an immortal level, it wasn't of much use. If he could successfully develop a chainsaw-styled blade chi, it would undoubtedly elevate the combat effectiveness of the blade chi a notch higher. Lin Shen, set on his thoughts, focused on practicing and discovered that the hidden strength technique wasn't as difficult as he had imagined and quickly got the hang of it. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was quite bored, so he followed Lin Shen's lead and picked up a book from the shelf. As an Asura ghost with inherited memories, these characters pose no difficulty to him. But after finding the content dull, he switched from one book to another, unable to stick with it. "What is this?" Xiaoyu asked with surprise, as if he had stumbled upon something fascinating. Hearing a clink, Lin Shen turned to look and saw Xiaoyu holding an open book, with a jade token fallen at his feet. "This jade decree, I feel like I've seen it before." Lin Shen walked over to pick up the jade decree, and upon closer inspection, he remembered where he had seen it. Previously, on the temple star, they had taken 3 items, the sun-shooting bow, the jade decree, and the scarf love letter. Lin Shen had the sun-shooting bow with him, the jade decree with Wei, and had given the scarf love letter to Ouyang Yudu. The piece of jade decree on the ground was identical to Wei's. Chapter 810, Darkbird Temple. Where did this come from? Lin Shen examined it closely, and it was indeed identical to the jade decree Wei held in his hand, but it couldn't be the same one. It fell out of this book. Xiaoyu handed the book she held to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the book and looked at the cover first, which also had no title. But similarly, in the bottom right corner were the small characters, Tear Stain. Turning over the pages of the book, he found that they were blank, and there was a slot carved out in the middle of the book that matched the shape of the jade decree, suggesting that the book was designed specifically to house this jade token. I remember the jade decree and the love letter were both found in the Darkbird Temple. How comes there's another jade decree exactly like it here? Could it be that this Tear Stain has also been to the temple star? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. The temple star was strange and mysterious. Its affairs were unclear and incomprehensible to Lin Shen, and the things brought back from the temple star were equally strange. The sun-shooting bow, jade decree, and the love letter could emit divine light and repel creatures like ghosts and gods while in the temple star. Yet after leaving the temple star, these items seemed to become nothing more than ordinary, and aside from being rather durable and difficult to damage, they possessed no magical qualities. Lin Shen wanted to use the sun-shooting bow against enemies but simply couldn't draw the bow, nor did he feel any power within the bow itself. In theory, the sun-shooting bow should have been a transformation of the immortal life base of the sun-shooter general, one of the 10 generals under the ancient realm king. Even if Lin Shen couldn't draw it, the bow itself should have some power overflow. But away from the temple star, the bow truly seemed like scrap, utterly useless. After examining it back and forth for a good while without discerning anything, Lin Shen placed the Jade Decree back into the book with the intention of putting the book back in its place. This place was Tianjuyu's former residence. The things here must belong to Tianjuyu or his wife. If he really claimed these things as his own, Tianjuyu would have even more reason not to let him leave. Moreover, he also didn't know what use this thing had. It was useless to take it. Just as Lin Shen put the Jade Decree into the slot in the book, preparing to close it, Fei Zai crawled out of the backpack, snatched the Jade Decree out of the book. Fei Zai, what are you doing? Lin Shen watched Fei Zai curiously. Fei Zai didn't pay attention to him and, flapping his wings, dragged his plump body outside the wooden house. With the Jade Decree held in his mouth, he threw it vigorously into the sky. Lin Shen was suspicious. Fei Zai had seen the Jade Decree in Wei's hands long ago. If he was interested, he should have taken it then. Why was he suddenly interested in this Jade Decree now? Could it be this Jade Decree is actually different from the one Wei Hadadi's? As Lin Shen was thinking, he saw the Jade Decree had already fallen to the ground. The previously lusterless Jade Decree now emitted a dazzling light, and the inscriptions on it began to shine. Lin Shen and Xiao Yu watched with wide eyes as the light from the Jade Decree gradually materialized, slowly forming a temple. What's going on here? Lin Shen was stunned. The scene was like some kind of magical creation out of thin air. Dark Bird Temple. Lin Shen saw the words appear above the temple after it had formed. It was not surprising, considering the previous Jade Decree was from the Dark Bird Temple, and this one was very likely related to the Dark Bird Temple as well. Only, he hadn't expected that this thing could conjure up a Dark Bird Temple out of thin air. Fei Zai flapped his wings and flew into the Dark Bird Temple. Curious, Lin Shen quickly followed him into the temple. Inside, there was no hanging divine statue, and atop the altar sat not a statue but a tablet inscribed with the words, Dark Bird. Lin Shen saw familiar things on the divine altar. There were incense burners and sticks, which seemed much like the scenes inside the Qiyu temple. As Lin Shen was contemplating, Fei Zai swept his wing, and a stick of incense flew towards him, landing in Lin Shen's hand. Do you want me to offer incense? Lin Shen understood Fei Zai's intent, so he lit the incense and placed it in the incense burner. There's interference from the law of the ice lotus here. It shouldn't be possible to teleport away, right? Lin Shen thought, yet as he looked into the curling smoke, he felt as if he were riding the clouds in mist, and the temple before him began to appear dreamlike and less real. When Lin Shen regained the feeling of standing on solid ground again, although the temple was still the same, the scenery outside the temple had changed. Lin Shen walked out and flew up to the sky to look around. Snow Valley had vanished. Outside lay a giant hanging island, which looked like a vast arena surrounded by tiered stone steps, much like seating rows in a stadium. Welcome to Commerce Star. Would you like to have a valuation done on your goods? A voice suddenly sounded above the island. Who are you? Where is this place? Lin Shen asked. I am the spirit of Commerce Star, and this is Commerce Star. Here you may have your goods valued or engage in consignment trades, the voice replied. What goods? Lin Shen had been through the trial on the Star of Arms, so he wasn't too surprised. Anything can be valued. The valuation is the purchase price of Commerce Star. If you are not satisfied with the valuation, you can choose not to sell or trade with others. Commerce Star supports bartering or trading with Commerce Star coins, the spirit of Commerce Star explained. How do you value the goods? Lin Shen asked. That depends on what your goods are. The voice of the spirit of Commerce Star echoed over the hanging island. How about this sword? Lin Shen asked. As soon as Lin Shen's words fell, he saw the ground in front of him tremble and a platform rose up. Please place your goods on the platform, the spirit of Commerce Star instructed. Lin Shen glanced at Fei Zai, and seeing no reaction from him, he placed the scrap sword on the platform. As soon as the scrap sword was placed on the platform, it immediately burst into a sparkling of colors, enveloping the sword in light. The scrap sword floated in midair, seemingly scanned over and over. After a while, the colorful light suddenly formed a screen-like projection in front of Lin Shen, and then some text appeared on it. One sword, valued at 11 Commerce Star coins, Blade Series product ranking commencing. Currently, this sword ranks first. Please name your sword. Scrap sword. Lin Shen was accustomed to it and said the name directly. Naming successful, Scrap Sword occupies first rank in the Blade series product ranking, valued at 11 Commerce Star coins. Would you like to sell? The Spirit of Commerce Star said. Chapter 811, Valuation, Chapter 811, Chapter 811 Valuation. Lin Shen naturally wouldn't sell the Scrap Sword, let alone for just $11. I choose not to sell, but I could also opt for consignment, for trade or sale. Lin Shen roughly understood that on Commerce Star, one could choose to trade their own goods for specific targets, and the trade would only be completed if the other party put up the specific item. Or you could choose to consign with a price tag of your choosing, regardless of Commerce Star's assessment. Even if they appraise it for a specific amount, you could list it for 10,000 or even 100,000 if someone was willing to buy it. Lin Shen had no plans to consign the Scrap Sword. The weapon was now tantamount to his exclusive divine weapon. Without the Scrap Sword, Lin Shen's combat power was significantly reduced. It might not be of much use to others, but for Lin Shen, it was a formidable blade, not for sale at any price. Can Commerce Star assess the value of pets as well? Lin Shen asked. Yes, everything has its value and can be appraised, reverberated the Spirit of Commerce Star. Alright, then please appraise its value for me, said Lin Shen, pointing at Ch801. Ch801's face turned dark at once, but the Spirit of Commerce Star, oblivious to the mood, said, Please place your pet on the platform. Lin Shen looked at Ch801, who, reluctant, hopped onto the platform begrudgingly. The platform once again emitted a strange brilliance, and soon those glows formed into a screen that displayed Ch801's information and valuation. Asura Ghost. Juvenile form, valued at 14 Commerce Star coins. Would you like to sell? Pet rankings activated. Currently, Asura Ghost juvenile form ranks number 1. Lin Shen naturally chose no, and when the Spirit of Commerce Star asked if he wanted to enter the trading hall, Lin Shen similarly declined. Like the Scrap Sword, the Asura Ghost was not for sale by Lin Shen. Having stood there for a half a day, the Spirit of Commerce Star said nothing further. Lin Shen, puzzled, took the initiative to ask, I should be the first person to arrive on Commerce Star, right? Isn't there some special reward? All transactions on Commerce Star adhere to principles of fairness and transparency. There are no so-called special rewards, the Spirit of Commerce Star explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. When he was at Star of Arms, he was the first to enter the rankings, earning various royal titles. Although he later lost them all now even the titles of Blade King and Fan King were gone. At least he still had the title of King of all Arms to use, which had some benefits. Unexpectedly, Commerce Star was so stingy, not offering any benefits even though he was the first to enter the rankings. I'm the first to enter the rankings, isn't there any special benefit? Lin Shen persisted, unwilling to give up. Sorry, all transactions on Commerce Star are fair and just. If you want to increase your goods' value, you must increase their assessed value, answered the Spirit of Commerce Star. How can one increase the assessed value of their goods? Lin Shen inquired. The Spirit of Commerce Star explained. For swords and other weapons, there are trial stones. If your sword leaves a mark on the trial stone, Commerce Star will reassess according to the mark left. The stronger the combat power of the weapon, the deeper the mark, the higher the valuation. For pets, Commerce Star has specific Nirvana creatures to test their combat abilities. The stronger your pets demonstrate in battle, the higher their valuation will be. Having listened to the detailed explanation, Lin Shen resolutely decided to let Ch801 prove his worth through battle. Ch801, resentfully grinding his teeth, had no choice but to enter the arena, where a Nirvana creature appeared. After Ch801 battled with the Nirvana creature and emerged victoriously, his valuation increased by 1 Commerce Star coin. Ch801 fought 4 Nirvana creatures in a row, his value climbing from 14 to 18 coins. To further increase Ch801's worth, he would have to challenge higher-ranked opponents, taking on immortal creatures directly. Seeing Ch801 handle the battles with ease, Lin Shen, without hesitation, opted to battle an immortal creature, curious to know just how capable Ch801 really was. Ch801, infuriated to the point of nearly crunching his teeth to pieces, had no choice but to fight desperately against the appeared immortal creature. Although he managed to defeat the immortal creature in the end, he also sustained serious injuries. Seeing Ch801 covered in wounds, Lin Shen had no option but to forfeit, ceasing to use battle as a means to raise his valuation. Ch801's final valuation settled at 21 coins, which, in comparison to the Scrap Sword's mere $11 valuation, clearly put Ch801 at a higher estimate. Lin Shen abandoned further attempts to increase valuation and soared away from the hanging island. He wanted to see if it was possible to use a teleporter to leave this planet. Turns out, teleporters could not be utilized on Commerce Star either. His watch teleporter was of no use. If I can't teleport from here, I'll check out some other temples, and if I can leave through another temple, then I won't need to return to Ice Nightmare Star, reasoned Lin Shen. With the experience from Star of Arms, he knew that there were likely more than just one temple on these stars, with different temples leading to different planets. As long as he didn't return through the original temple, he wouldn't have to go back to Ice Nightmare Star. Lin Shen left the hanging island and set off towards other destinations, hoping to find a place capable of teleportation, or, alternatively, another Blackbird temple. While Lin Shen was searching for the Blackbird Temple, chaos had already erupted across the cosmos. The Ch801 Temple had barely emerged, and Blackbird temples started appearing in various places. Some people entered Commerce Star through these temples and encountered the same situation as Lin Shen. However, when they reached Commerce Star, the trade rankings already displayed an array of items. Haha, what junk is this? A sword called the Scrap Sword, valued at just $11? Then my moon-slashing divine blade must be worth $1 million, someone who saw the Scrap Sword's ranking chuckled while opting for an appraisal. The blade they thought was high-end, the moon-slashing divine blade, was appraised at merely $1. Countless strong individuals from various races flooded into the temples, and a multitude of items ascended the rankings of Commerce Star. Yet none reached the high price of 10 coins. With the valuation of the Scrap Sword already at the pinnacle of the universe at $11, and Xiao Yu's valuation at $21, nobody held any aspirations to compete. Bidding for an Asura Ghost Baby, name your price. Buying Asura Ghost Baby, 100 million Heavenly Star Coins. The world-ranked number 1 blade is only worth $11. These Commerce Star coins must really hold value. Even those who brought immortal-level items for appraisal found their value did not surpass $10. People speculated wildly about the Scrap Swordie, the second most valuable item, and the Asura Ghost Pet Sai, the most valuable item on the listing, wondering what made them worth so much money. Chapter 812, the number 1 noble of the cosmic. Chapter 812, the number 1 noble of the cosmic, that Asura Ghost Pet? I have no idea what the heck it is. It's ranked so high on Commerce Star. Bing Yalai was dismissive of the Asura Ghost's ranking and took his newly acquired pet to Commerce Star. His new pet was a Nirvana-level mutated red dragon, a highly famous Nirvana-level pet even in the cosmic scale. It boasted exceptional performance in both offense and defense, and also had an immunity skill to all Nirvana attributes, recognized as one of the strongest among Nirvana-level pets. Bing Leia was brimming with confidence, believing that with the mutated red dragon, he should be able to secure the title of the most expensive pet. To his surprise, the valuation of the mutated red dragon on Commerce Star was not even as high as the Scrap Sword. It was only estimated at 10 Commerce Star coins, with the value of the Asura Ghost being more than double that of the mutated red dragon. When people saw that the mutated red dragon was only estimated at 10 coins, even more people were frantically trying to buy the Asura Ghost, looking to purchase it at a high price, given its Commerce Star valuation of 21 coins. True or not, a wave of purchases for the Asura Ghost swept through the cosmos. Many top Nirvana beings and even immortals were willing to pay top dollar for Asura Ghost pets. Unfortunately, no one was selling to them. With immortal pets on the list, people thought the ranking of the Asura Ghost would gradually decline, just like the weapons list does. Initially, single-digit scores on the Star of Arms rankings were already considered high, and later scores became increasingly worthless. Now on the major weapons lists, there are no shortage of those exceeding 10 points, overshadowing Lin Shen's scores long ago. Basically, on the weapons list, only top immortals could score over 10 points. Ordinary immortals found it difficult to even secure 5 points, let alone surpass 10. Now, to enter the top 10 on the weapons ranking list, the scores are at least 10 points or higher. Scores below 10 points could at most make it into the top 100 rankings. Yet when those top powerhouses took their pets for valuation on Commerce Star, they could hardly believe that even the top immortal creatures were only valued at a dozen or so coins, none reaching 20 coins, and were simply unable to catch up to the Asura Ghost's valuation. Some immortal pets also chose to take on challenges to increase their valuation, but most not only failed to enhance their valuation but were also killed in the challenges, disappearing directly from the rankings. Although some pets did see their valuations increase, their values all hovered around the teens, with none able to break the 20 coin mark. On the knives rankings, however, there were many valued over 11 coins, and the value of the Scrap Sword had already fallen beyond the top 20. As time passed, more and more items joined the list, including no shortage of immortal level ones. But currently, the only item to exceed a valuation of 20 coins was still only Asura Ghost. Lin Shen was unaware of these matters. He continued searching for other temples on Commerce Star. He hadn't found any temples when he was attacked by a flock of birds. It was a flock of Nirvana-level cranes, unleashing power from the power of Nirvana, terrifying to an unimaginable degree. But Lin Shen smashed their life bases with a single punch, sending the cranes fleeing in panic, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen continued to fly, searching for other dark bird temples. But tragedy struck again when a giant bird casually breathed out the power of Nirvana, unleashing a powerful wind that was impossible to resist. Lin Shen had exerted all his strength to fight against the ferocious wind. In the end, his body was still blown away uncontrollably, not knowing how far he had flown, but when he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in completely unfamiliar terrain, a place he had never been before. Ch801's face brimmed with curiosity upon arriving at Ice Nightmare Star. Master Yu, what is this place? Ch801 asked Tianju Yu, who stood beside her. Tianju Yu didn't answer her. instead pointing to the distant snow-capped mountains and saying, "See that tallest mountain? Over that mountain, there's a snow valley. Within the valley lies some interesting things and an interesting person. Once you see them, you'll naturally take a fancy. Don't be concerned about giving me face. Deal with him however you wish." "Master Yu, who is this interesting person you're speaking of?" Chi Tianai inquired. "You'll naturally understand once you see him," Tianjuyu replied mysteriously, opting not to answer Chi Tianai's question directly. Chi Tianai wanted to ask more, but Tianjuyu simply suggested she explore on her own, assuring her that the snow valley definitely contained things of interest to her. Watching Tianjuyu leave, Chi Tianai, driven by intense curiosity, crossed the snow mountain toward the snow valley as described by Tianjuyu. Inside the snow valley, Chi Tianai indeed found many things that intrigued her. The works of Ice Lotus and Tearstain deeply captivated her, leading her to avidly research them, neglecting sleep and food. Just like Lin Shen, Chi Tianai recorded the Martial Path 36 stratagems and then began to study them. However, the outcome was less than ideal. Although she had memorized all the essential points of the Martial Path 36 stratagems, even to the extent of reciting them backward, she still couldn't execute the essence of the skills. No matter how much she practiced, even if in reverse, she couldn't unleash the true might of the Martial Path 36 stratagems, mainly because she hadn't mastered the hidden strength technique. Are these Martial Path 36 stratagems so difficult to master that no one below the immortal level can truly do it? Chi Tianai felt that even with her exceptional talent, she couldn't grasp the basics. She feared others would be even less likely to succeed. These skills were simply ineffective. Soon, Chi Tianai also discovered a Darkbird Temple. She used it to travel to Commerce Star, but her journey yielded no substantial rewards. She could only continue to study skills and adapt them to make her abilities stronger. Chi Tianai visited Commerce Star several times, examined the value determinations of items there, and discovered that although her items were of high value, not one could breach the significant 20 Commerce Star coin mark. Competing for a higher rank seemed even less hopeful. On the product rankings, the most expensive item was a pet called Asura Ghost. Although she didn't know its exact level, its reputation throughout the cosmos was incredibly unbelievable, well known by everyone whether they had visited Commerce Star or not. More and more immortal-level powerhouses, along with their immortal-level pets, sought appraisals, but none of them reached the 20 coin mark. They chose to increase their pets' estimated values by taking on challenges, which mostly ended in failure. Even if there were occasional successes, the subsequent challenge round would also result in failure. There were no pets that managed to withstand the third round, and no scores reached above 20. Asura Ghost pets still dominated the rankings with an overwhelming advantage, securing the top spot as the priciest on the list. However, the rank of Scrap Sword gradually fell as it was surpassed by other immortal-level weapons in the rankings, dropping lower and lower, and it was on the verge of falling out of the top 100. Chapter 813, Encounter in Snow Valley. Chapter 813, Encounter in Snow Valley. Master, you said there was an interesting person in Snow Valley, but why haven't I seen a soul? Chi Tianai wondered with doubt in her heart. She had been in Snow Valley for several days, but had not seen a single person. Master, you wouldn't deceive her, yet within Snow Valley, although there were many interesting things, the interesting person that Tianjuyu mentioned was nowhere to be found. Chi Tianai found the Ice Lotus and the artifacts within Darkbird Temple intriguing, yet none of these were enough to capture her full attention. Chi Tianai knew the Ice Lotus was powerful, but her heritage had already determined that she could easily ascend to immortal status. Even the acquisition of immortal laws at the immortal level had already been designed by professionals, so she didn't need the Ice Lotus to become immortal. Hence, her interest in the Ice Lotus was not that great. Although Darkbird Temple and Commerce Star were also interesting, any item on her person could be valued at 18 or 19 pieces, and though these values did not surpass that of the Asura Ghost, they had made Chi Tianai feel quite uninterested. After browsing through the books on the shelves, Chi Tianai decided it was time to leave Snow Valley. Just as she was about to contact Tianjuyu, she suddenly saw a person emerge from the Darkbird Temple. Is this the interesting person, Master, you spoke of? Chi Tianai eyed the figure coming out of the Darkbird Temple, her eyes filled with curiosity. Initially, she had thought the interesting person Tianjuyu spoke of would surely be a cosmic marvel or a grandmaster in some aspect. However, the person emerging from the Darkbird Temple was clad in a tattered battlesuit, akin to rags, and the helmet on his face was equally worn, covering only half his face. How come this person looks like a beggar? Chi Tianai didn't want to judge by appearances, but the person before her didn't seem like the interesting person described by Tianjuyu. The beggarly figure Chi Tianai saw could only be none other than Lin Shen. Lin Shen had been searching for other Darkbird temples on Commerce Star, but instead of finding them, he was targeted by an immortal creature that gave him no quarter, with no escape to heaven nor entrance to earth. Fortunately, his body was robust enough, or he might not have been able to make it back alive. Lin Shen, seeing a celestial race girl appear in Snow Valley, also widened his eyes in astonishment. He, too, had not anticipated encountering a member of the cosmic human race in Snow Valley, let alone a celestial race girl. What relationship does this girl have with Tianjuyu? How did she come to Snow Valley? Lin Shen noted the celestial girl's rosy lips and white teeth. Although she was not as tall and beautiful as Tian Shun, nor as charming as Catherine, she possessed a rare, gentle beauty, as if she would never argue with you but simply agree with your viewpoint. Who are you? Lin Shen asked Qi Tianai directly. My name is Ai. Who are you? Qi Tianai countered. I? What's your relation to Tianjuyu? Lin Shen continued to question her, not answering her query. Qi Tianai exuded such gentleness that she seemed very easy to bully. Even when Lin Shen spoke to her, he couldn't help but become somewhat more domineering. I don't know who you're talking about. Someone said there were many interesting things in this snow valley, which is why I came here, Qi Tianai said, looking innocent. Had anyone else said this, Lin Shen would not have believed it for a second. Yet, there seemed to be some magic about Qi Tianai that made one involuntarily want to believe her. You've been tricked. It's easy to come here, but leaving is not going to be so simple, Lin Shen sighed. Is it really that dangerous here? Qi Tianai asked with widened eyes, though she hadn't felt any danger in the snow valley. Had whoever left the snow valley after you entered? Lin Shen asked. No, Qi Tianai shook her head. Then you mustn't think about leaving, nor should you walk out of the valley. Lin Shen pointed at the ice lotus inside the valley and said, Do you see that ice lotus? If you leave the valley at random, it will freeze you with its icy light. If you're lucky, you might survive, but if you're not, you might be frozen to death directly. It looks quite beautiful, not like something so vicious, Qi Tianai said hesitantly. That's because you haven't left the valley and haven't seen what it's capable of. But I wouldn't suggest you try it. It's better to stay safely inside the snow valley and suffer less, Lin Shen observed Qi Tianai and said, You were brought here by Tianjuyu, weren't you? Who is Tianjuyu? Qi Tianai asked, blinking her eyes. That's a lecherous old man from the celestial race with gray wings and hair. Weren't you captured by him? Lin Shen felt that Qi Tianai, being such a kind and adorable girl from the celestial race, must have been brought here by Tianjuyu. The deep hatred between Tianjuyu and the celestial race meant that capturing some girls from the celestial race to bring back was a perfectly normal occurrence. Yes, it was an old man from the celestial race who brought me here, Qi Tianai responded with a chuckle in her heart. It was the first time she heard someone describe Tianjuyu as a lecherous old man from the celestial race. This person must be the interesting one, Master, you mentioned, right? Qi Tianai had already guessed that the interesting person Tianjuyu had referred to must be him. Then it's definitely him. That lecherous old man from the celestial race is Tianjuyu, Lin Shen said, sizing up Qi Tianai. It's tragic. How can he lay hands on such a young, cute girl? Is he? Tianai looked at Lin Shi. Tianai looked at Lin Shen curiously and asked. More than just bad, he's utterly shameless. Lin Shen felt indignant since Tianjuyu, after clearly losing, still didn't let him go, which was disgraceful to the extreme. Why did he capture you and bring you here? Lin Shen's tone shifted as he looked at Qi Tianai and asked. He too found this celestial race girl a bit peculiar, wondering why Tianjuyu would bring such a girl here. In his heart, he had a nagging suspicion that perhaps since Tianjuyu saw he was unmoved and not seduced by the ice lotus, that's why he brought such a beautiful girl from the celestial race here. If bribery wouldn't work, then it would come down to seduction. Tianjuyu, oh Tianjuyu, you underestimate me, Lin Shen. After all, haven't I seen a fair number of beauties? Do you really think a pretty and cute celestial race girl will make me submit? Lin Shen mused quietly to himself. He said there was an interesting person here, Qi Tianai spoke honestly. But Lin Shen became even more convinced of his thoughts upon hearing the celestial race girl must have been tricked by Tianjuyu to seduce him. Tianjuyu knew his determination was as impenetrable as steel, unshakable, and ordinary seduction wouldn't work, which was why he had deceived a pure and adorable celestial race girl to come here, evoking the feeling of a first love. Even when one knows it's a trap, an ordinary person would still unknowingly drown in it. This was the true essence of a beauty trap. The essence of the beauty trap is not in the beauty, but in the sentiment. Chapter 814, Mr. Enemy, Chapter 814, Chapter 814, Mr. Enemy. Lin Shen looked at Qi Tianai in front of him with a bizarre expression, as she clearly had no idea that she was the beauty in the center of a stratagem, an innocent person. There are no interesting people here, just me, a boring one. Lin Shen looked at Qi Tianai and asked, What's your name, and where is your home? Qi Tianai, having no secrets to hide, candidly replied, My name is Qi Tianai, and I live in the Tianyan Lake star system. Tianyan Lake's Qi family. What relation is General Qi Wuxin to you? Lin Shen exclaimed in shock. After all, he made his living among the celestial race and had some understanding of the elite families. For a local lord like the Qi family of Tianyan Lake, it was impossible for Lin Shen not to know them. The former Celestial Master Institute had been the eyes and ears of the Heavenly Emperor, eavesdropping across all regions, especially places like the Qi family at Tianyan Lake, where the Institute had spies. Even now, field agents from the Celestial Master Institute were still infiltrating the Qi family at Tianyan Lake. Lin Shen scrutinized Qi Tianai carefully, recalling that he had previously heard about a genius girl from Tianyan Lake's Qi family, apparently named Qi Tianai. She was renowned for her quick wit and ability to master any skill instantly, and she was a natural ascender. Though not as famous as Essie, she had some notoriety within the celestial race. Lin Shen had heard that Qi Tianai was sweet, attractive, and extremely gentle. The main reason he knew of Ch801 was that many elite figures from Sky Pinnacle Star had proposed to the Chi family, hoping to marry Ch801, but all had been rejected by Chi Shen. Thus, the rumor on Sky Pinnacle Star was that Ch801 of the Tianyan Lake Chi family was likely favored by the imperial family, destined to be a princess consort eventually. There were even rumors that Emperor Tianshu, that old fox, was taken with Ch801 and wanted to take her as an imperial consort. That's our family's patriarch, Ch801 replied nonchalantly, seeing no need to conceal this. Lin Shen's expression became even more complex as he thought to himself, that old bastard Tianjuyu has actually brought Ch801 of the Tianyan Lake Chi family here, trapping us both. He definitely is up to no good. A man and a woman trapped in this desolate snow valley with nothing around, the woman sweet and adorable, the man handsome and dashing as something is bound to happen if this continues. Even if I can control myself, facing me, an outstanding man, every day, Ch801 might find it difficult to maintain her composure. If I were to do something with Ch801, wouldn't that spell trouble with the imperial family for me in the future among the celestial race? It's too sinister, Lin Shen frowned. Lin Shen felt he had seen through Tianjuyu's malicious plot, yet he had little confidence in his own self-control. What's your name? Ch801 asked as she looked at Lin Shen. You don't need to know my name, just know that I am no friend but a foe of Tianyan Lake, our enmity as deep as the sea. Seeing you are but a young lady, I will spare you for now, but don't provoke me. If you upset me, I might kill you first to settle some interest. Lin Shen felt it necessary to keep his distance from Ch801 to avoid future regrets. From now on, you live in that room, and this side is where I live. Without my permission, do not come near. Lin Shen put on a fierce expression. Ch801 stared blankly at Lin Shen for a long while before finally nodding. I understand. Do you have any other requirements? That'll be all for now. Don't bother me unless necessary, Lin Shen said as he prepared to return to his room. But how should I address you in the future? Ch801 asked softly. I've told you, don't bother me unless it's necessary. No need for formalities, Lin Shen turned and said fiercely. I know, Ch801 carefully asked again. What grudge do you have against our family? Can you tell me? You only need to know that my hatred for your family is as vast as the ocean. I hate that I can't flay and debone every single one of your family members to satisfy my hatred. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, looking like he could devour someone. Seeing Ch801's slightly scared demeanor, Lin Shen snorted coldly, turned his head, and went back to the cabin. It seems I need to quickly find a way to escape. With immortal creatures rampant on Commerce Star, there are far too many. Finding another temple to avoid them won't be easy, Lin Shen thought. He would have to start with the Ice Lotus. If he could take care of the Ice Lotus, he could use the teleporter to leave this place and find someone to rescue them. Ch801, this little princess of the Chi family from Tianyan Lake, must be driving the Chi family of Tianyan Lake mad by now. As long as he could send them a message, even if they did not care about his own safety, they would surely come to rescue Ch801. But dealing with the Ice Lotus was obviously not an easy task. As an immortal king-level creature, Lin Shen didn't even have the ability to harm it. It's a pity I can't comprehend the ice law. I will have to focus on other areas. Lin Shen decided to quickly master the hidden strength technique. Lin Shen practiced the hidden strength technique in his room, hearing footsteps outside. It must be Ch801, and judging by the direction of the footsteps, she was heading to his cabin. Sure enough, after a while, Ch801 stood outside his cabin door, knocking and saying, Mr. Enemy, are you resting? I had already said, don't bother me unless it's necessary. However, he saw Ch801 holding a bowl of hot porridge exuding a salty aroma, inside which he could also see some green vegetable bits and minced meat. Mr. Enemy, I made this porridge and I brought a bowl for you, Ch801 said with a smile. Where did you get these ingredients? Lin Shen asked, staring at the porridge, swallowing a mouthful of saliva involuntarily. Although he no longer needed to eat, the eating habits he had developed over the past 20 years were not easily changed, especially when the porridge indeed smelled very appetizing. I brought them from outside. There's plenty more. I can't finish it all by myself, so I'll share some with you when I cook next time, Ch801 said. You're trying to find an opportunity to poison me? Lin Shen said coldly. Why would I do such a thing? Ch801 shook her head and said, I just think, Mr. Enemy, you must be very pitiful living here all alone. It must be very painful, right? Ch801 believed Lin Shen's words, truly thinking that Lin Shen had a grudge with the Chi family from Tianyan Lake, hence why Tianjuyu had confined him in Snow Valley. Seeing his battered battlesuit and helmet, she knew he must have suffered a lot and endured much hardship here. From his tone, it must be that the Chi family had done something very offensive to him and his relatives, so Ch801 felt she could, within her capabilities, try to resolve his hatred with the Chi family. Ch801 was not worried about her own safety. Although she appeared weak and delicate, her actual combat strength was terrifying. Moreover, since Tianjuyu allowed her to come here, it showed that her strength was sufficient to protect herself, so Ch801 was not concerned about that issue. Chapter 815 Hidden Strength Technique. Chapter 815 Hidden Strength Technique. Don't ever do something so boring again. I don't need the fake kindness from your Chi family. Lin Shen forcefully closed the door, doing his best to maintain the image of an enemy to avoid too much contact with Ch801. Enemy sir, I've left the porridge outside your door. It's quite cold outside, so if you're going to drink it, do it soon. Ch801 placed the bowl on the wooden shelf beside the door, then turned and walked away. Lin Shen had never really suffered much hardship in his life, and the scent wafting in made it impossible for him to calm his mind. Having a bowl of porridge isn't a big deal, as long as I make sure to keep my distance from her. Eventually, Lin Shen couldn't resist, and he pushed the door open to bring the porridge inside. There was even a little spoon thoughtfully placed within the bowl. Lin Shen took a sip with the spoon, and instantly felt his whole being so blissful that he was nearly melting. This cooking skill, really good. I had no idea the little princess of Tianyuan Lake would have such skill. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire internally. But then another thought struck him, making him more certain that the rumors were correct. Ch801 must be someone who was going to marry into the imperial family. Ordinary celestial women from regular families didn't have time to learn cooking, as they barely had enough time for their daily practices. Such fine cooking must have been specially learned, to be used in taking care of the prince in the future. I wonder which prince will have the fortune to marry such a sweet, charming, and gentle woman like Ch801. It can't really be Emperor Tianshu, that old fellow himself. That would be a terrible waste. Lin Shen mused to himself. He quickly finished the bowl of porridge, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Lin Shen placed the bowl and spoon outside, then resumed practicing the hidden strength technique. If mastered, the hidden strength technique could maintain energy in a very stable and restrained state. Theoretically, all power of Nirvana, once released, becomes a highly active force. Activity implies motion, while stability requires stillness, which seemed very contradictory. To stabilize an active force in the void, ready to explode at any moment, was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Lin Shen was rather proficient in controlling strength. His prior skill exercises had made his power control very strong. Being able to enter the beginner level wasn't difficult, but precise control was the challenge. Lin Shen tried to release the power from his fingers, using the strategy of the hidden strength technique to keep the force stationary in the air, neither dissipating nor bursting with its inherent power. Regrettably, once the force stopped, it lost its activity and strength, or the vigor force would burst out on its own, unable to stabilize. He practiced over and over again, and before he realized it, night had fallen and he heard a knock at the door. But this time, he didn't hear Ch801's voice. Instead, he heard the sound of her footsteps on the snow as she left. Lin Shen opened the door and saw that a delicate lunchbox was placed on the shelf outside, but the previous bowl was gone. The lunchbox had 3 compartments. Upon opening it, he found the top layer contained a few small dishes, each with just a little bit, separated into different compartments. The layer beneath contained rice, and at the very bottom there was a small bag of dairy products. Lin Shen looked toward the direction of Ch801's wooden cabin. The door was already shut. He couldn't help but sigh internally. To think that within the celestial race there would be such a gentle woman, what a pity. Lin Shen practiced the hidden strength technique every day, and his progress was obvious. Ch801 cooked 3 meals every day, always leaving them at Lin Shen's doorstep. Each time, she would only knock on the door without saying anything, as if it were a secret signal. Despite eating the food Ch801 prepared, Lin Shen still didn't show her any kindness and remained cold-faced and silent whenever he saw her. Ch801 didn't say much either. She spent her days reading books, cooking, and occasionally checking on the ice lotus. Sometimes, Ch801 would open the window, lean on the sill, and watch Lin Shen practice his blade technique outside. Lin Shen's hidden strength technique was almost mastered. He desired to integrate it into his blade chi, adding a spinning cutting technique. He's practicing so desperately he must really want to seek revenge against my family, thought Ch801. However, in her view, even if Lin Shen practiced for another 100 years, he wouldn't have the capability to seek revenge against her family. The immortals at Tianyuan Lake were numerous. It wasn't a force that one person could shake. Master, you trapped him here but didn't kill him, and he asked me to look after him. He probably wants me to resolve the hatred between our families, otherwise he would have killed him already. Ch801 mused while leaning on the windowsill and watching Lin Shen practice his blade technique. Master, you said he's an interesting person. He must have qualities that others lack. But looking at his blade technique, I see nothing special. What is his special talent? Ch801 patiently watched Lin Shen practice his blade technique, and after a while, her eyes lit up. Hidden strength technique? Is he practicing the Martial Path 36 Stratagems hidden strength technique? Ch801 finally understood what Lin Shen was doing. She hadn't realized it before because the hidden strength technique was supposed to be used in conjunction with the Martial Path 36 Stratagems techniques. Lin Shen was using the blade technique to practice the hidden strength technique, something she hadn't expected, which was why she hadn't noticed it earlier. Just then, Lin Shen's invisible blade chi lost control and sliced into a pile of snow, allowing Ch801 to spot the clue. With this discovery, Ch801's eyes shone bright. The Martial Path 36 Stratagems was tailor-made for Master Yu by his great-grandmother. It's said to be hard for others to master. This person has actually mastered the hidden strength technique, and furthermore, he's applying it to his blade technique. It's rather ambitious. I wonder if it could work. In the days that followed as Ch801 read, she occasionally glanced at Lin Shen practicing his blade technique. Initially, she spent more time reading and less time watching Lin Shen. However, as Lin Shen's blade technique grew sharper, Ch801 found herself spending less time reading and more time watching him practice. This man actually integrated the hidden strength technique into his blade technique. He really is a genius, Ch801 inwardly marveled. After reading the Martial Path 36 stratagems, she also tried practicing them herself. With her talents and skills, she could usually use a technique immediately after seeing it just once. Yet, the Martial Path 36 stratagems took her quite some effort and time to practice before she mastered part of it. She could use the hidden strength technique, but unlike Lin Shen, Ch801 couldn't isolate the technique and apply it to other techniques. Previously, Ch801 thought if her nemesis could do it, she could too. However, after several attempts, she realized that the hidden strength technique could only be used within the Martial Path 36 stratagems. If applied to other techniques, many problems arose that were unsolvable. How did he manage it? Ch801 pondered as she watched Lin Shen practice his blade technique. Although she constantly observed Lin Shen training, she still couldn't discern the secret. It seemed as if Lin Shen just practiced and somehow succeeded. Chapter 816, There's Something Wrong with the Body. Chapter 816, There's Something Wrong with the Body. Lin Shen's blade sliced through the air as if it were a rotating chainsaw, cutting into the hardened ice that had frozen for 100 million years. The blade Chi eerily continued to spin and slice, much like a chainsaw, gradually chipping away at the ice. Success. Joy filled Lin Shen's heart. Although it was somewhat troublesome at the beginning, fortunately he had finally mastered it. Aside from the hidden strength technique, Lin Shen had also drawn on some techniques from the inheritance fan, and at last he had perfected the spinning chainsaw blade Chi. However, this was not the ultimate effect Lin Shen desired. It could only be considered basic operation. What Lin Shen truly wanted was to keep the chainsaw-like spinning blade Chi stationary in the air, silently spinning. If others were to walk into it, it would be tantamount to them seeking their own death. Imagine Lin Shen unleashing countless streams of blade Chi invisible and silent, like unseen and unheard chainsaws suspended in midair. Enemies would collide with them on their own, and however many came, that many would perish. To achieve such an effect would require even greater control, and the demands on power control had already reached an almost fanatical level. The reason Lin Shen was practicing so hard was that he had an idea. If he could truly accomplish this, he could set up his blade Chi around the Ice Lotus in advance and then break out of Snow Valley. As long as there was a sufficient amount of blade Chi left beforehand, the Ice Lotus's attacks with its icy radiance would be hindered by those blade Chi. A single blade Chi might not stop the ice light, but what about 100, 1,000, 10,000? Even if that still wasn't enough, all he needed was to buy a little time, allowing him to break free from the Ice Lotus's law control area. He wouldn't need to teleport away, just being able to send out a message would suffice. Fortunately, although Ice Lotus was formidable, it lacked the ability to move. As long as he could escape its law control area, Lin Shen felt he should be able to get away. Lin Shen had never worked as hard as he was now, swinging his sword countless times every day. Apart from eating, sleeping, and resting, Lin Shen spent all his remaining time relentlessly wielding his sword. Before he knew it, Lin Shen had grown accustomed to Ch801 bringing him food every day. He had to admit, the princess consort's choice was indeed exceptional. Her culinary skills were truly extraordinary. During this time, Lin Shen suddenly understood the saying that to capture someone's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Lin Shen once thought that no matter how delicious the food, it couldn't possibly be better than what those top chefs made outside. With just this how could one possibly capture someone's heart? Yet, Ch801 made Lin Shen completely comprehend the true meaning of these words. Someone cooking for you every day, making dishes that completely fit your tastes and desires. That could only mean one thing. This person had spent a great deal of thought on you, understanding your preferences and habits to a T. A person who put such heart into their actions, not to mention retaining someone's affection, would find it difficult not to succeed in whatever they did. The women chosen by the Wang family are indeed the best of the best, Lin Shen mused in his heart. When the time for the meal arrived that day, Ch801 did not bring the food over, which left Lin Shen feeling somewhat unaccustomed, making him involuntarily glance towards Ch801's wooden hut. The door of the hut was closed, the windows were not open, and he couldn't hear any sounds coming from inside. What's going on? Lin Shen wondered, hesitating over whether or not to check it out. Usually, around this time, Ch801 should have already started cooking. Having cooked for such a long time, you must not want to cook anymore and need a rest, Lin Shen thought to himself. But after a while, he felt something was off. After hesitating repeatedly, Lin Shen still walked over and knocked on the door, speaking fiercely. What's going on with you? Why didn't you cook today? It took a moment before Lin Shen heard footsteps from inside, and shortly after, the door creaked open. Lin Shen saw that Ch801's face was unusually red, and her spirit seemed a bit off, giving off a listless vibe. Sorry, I'll go cook right now. With that, Ch801 walked out, heading for the kitchen to cook. What's wrong with you? Lin Shen could tell something was not quite right with her body and asked with a frown. Just an old problem. It's nothing. It'll pass in a bit, Ch801 said indifferently, already entering the kitchen. Worried she might suffer an accident, Lin Shen followed her into the kitchen. Watching Ch801 busy herself, he asked while covering his nose, "What kind of old problem is this? It's not contagious, is it?" He didn't want to say such malicious words, but he really didn't want to get too close to Ch801. "It's not contagious. I had a little issue during my nirvana, which left this ailment. Occasionally I feel a bit unwell, but it's nothing serious. I'll be fine in a bit." "You don't need to worry," Ch801 said in her usual tender voice, which sounded weaker than usual. "Who's worrying about you? If there's something wrong with your body, then don't cook. You might make something disgusting and ruin both my mood and appetite." Lin Shen felt a bit embarrassed. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to bother Ch801. Now he had made her uncomfortable, yet she still had to cook for him. "It's okay, it doesn't affect me," Ch801 said with a smile, her hands never stopping as she continued her busyness. "I said stop cooking. Can't you understand human speech?" Lin Shen grabbed Ch801's wrist and pulled her out of the kitchen. Ch801 didn't struggle, letting Lin Shen lead her out of the kitchen toward her own cabin. Lin Shen took Ch801 to her cabin and found that she had redecorated it. It looked cozier than before and was decorated with some odd but inexplicably cute dolls. There was also a fat, big white cat on her bed, which was lying there watching them. Lin Shen let go of Ch801's hand, expecting her to be angry, but when he looked at her face, he saw she was still smiling. Though she lacked energy, her eyes were still as clear and gentle as ever. "Mr. Enemy, you really don't have to worry. It's just a small issue, and I'll be fine soon," Ch801 said. "What's with this woman? How can she not even have a temper?" Lin Shen wondered to himself. "You're overthinking it." "I just don't want anyone dying here, bringing bad luck," Lin Shen said coldly. Ch801 didn't mind and sat down on her bed, picked up the white cat, and said with a twinkle in her eyes, "Mr. Enemy, although you speak harshly, you are actually a gentle person." "Me? Gentle? Are you blind?" Lin Shen glared at Ch801 ferociously, as if he was about to devour her alive. Ch801 seemed not to notice Lin Shen's fierce demeanor at all and continued on her own. "My nirvana was completed in the immortal land. Mr. Enemy, you know how dangerous that is, right? I overestimated myself back then and went against my family's advice to complete my nirvana there. There were just some minor problems, and sometimes my body feels a bit uncomfortable." Chapter 817, Trading Platform. Chapter 817, Trading Platform. "What's the problem?" Lin Shen asked with a cold expression, yet he couldn't help being secretly surprised. Ch801 underwent nirvana in the immortal land, so her abilities must be very strong, yet she doesn't radiate the overbearing presence of the powerful, which is quite rare. Ch801 said, "It's actually not a big deal. The immortal land one chose. When I had already begun my nirvana, I discovered that it was nurturing an immortal creature. Unaware, I also absorbed the incomplete immortal creature's energy, which had developed a kind of toxic energy. This energy disrupted my nirvana, causing my body to suffer from the toxin. After completing nirvana, some of the toxic energy remained in my body, occasionally causing a bit of pain, but that's about it." "It doesn't seem like just a bit of pain," Lin Shen said, observing Ch801, who had sweat beading on her forehead. Ch801 used a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead and forced a smile. "It's a type of toxic energy that stimulates the nerves. Although it doesn't really damage the body, it does cause quite a bit of pain when it flares up. Usually, I drink some pain relief potion and it's fine. This time, I left in a hurry and didn't bring any medicine, so I'll just have to endure it. It'll pass soon." "Master, you really does more harm than good. Tricking someone with such a condition to come here is one thing, but it's only pain. If she were to die here, and I left, even with a mouth, I wouldn't be able to explain myself." The thought suddenly struck Lin Shen with alarm. If Ch801 really died here and the Qi family of Tianyan Lake learned that she had been alone with him before her death, that would be a difficult situation to explain. "If you have such a condition, you shouldn't wander around carelessly to avoid causing harm to others and yourself," Lin Shen said, and, suddenly acting like lightning, he touched Ch801's body. Unprepared, Ch801 was touched by Lin Shen's finger, and she reflexively radiated a divine brilliance. Having stepped back, Lin Shen saw the dazzling divine brilliance shining from Ch801 like the sun and was secretly taken aback. Ch801's power of nirvana was not much inferior to Wei Wufu's. This woman is really too dangerous. Normally she seems harmless, like a little lamb, yet she harbors such terrifying energy within, Lin Shen thought to himself. The divine brilliance on Ch801's body receded, and she sensed something different on. Her splitting headache had disappeared. "You know healing skills?" Ch801 looked at Lin Shen with surprise. "I don't know any healing skills. I just sealed off your pain nerves so that you can't feel pain. The impact of the toxic energy is still there, you just can't feel it. Even if your body were destroyed by the toxic energy, you wouldn't feel itox to save you the trouble of crying out in pain and disturbing my weapon practice," Lin Shen explained, and then left Ch801's room, going outside to practice his blade skills on his own. Ch801 pinched herself and indeed felt no pain, growing even more astonished. "He just casually touched me and managed to seal my sense of pain. What kind of skill is that?" It wasn't strange to be able to seal someone's sense of pain, but what was odd was that Ch801 hadn't felt Lin Shen exert any force at all. A light touch had sealed her sense of pain. Ch801's physical body was incredibly strong. Within her level, few could injure her, let alone seal her pain. This move of Lin Shen's made Ch801 even more convinced that he was quite extraordinary. No wonder, Master, you trapped him here instead of killing him. After practicing with his blade for a while, something occurred to Lin Shen, and he headed toward the Dark Bird Temple, soon teleporting to Commerce Star. Checking the ranking list again, he found that there were too many items listed to count, yet Xiao Yu's appraisal was still the highest, with nothing else exceeding 20 Commerce Star coins. The ranking also had a search function, which allowed for direct searches for immortal pets or materials. Lin Shen searched, and there were many immortal pets listed, but all were appraised lower than Xiao Yu. When searching for Nirvana-level pets, at the very top was Xiao Yu. He opened the trading zone again, where all kinds of goods were available, and some even had immortal pets on sale. Precious items were mostly bartered, while some less valuable goods were priced in Commerce Star coins. Lin Shen browsed for a while and found that there were quite a few mutated Nirvana pets for sale, some of which even made Lin Shen salivate. After searching for some time, Lin Shen found some sedatives and nerve pain relief potions, some of which were priced in Commerce Star coins. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't have any Commerce Star coins. He could only look for potions that were available for barter. He found someone willing to trade a sedative potion for an Ascension-level pet, so Lin Shen took out an Ascension pet capsule from his space and placed it on the platform, choosing to exchange. The other party received Lin Shen's exchange request and, after inspecting the valuation and information of the Ascension pet capsule, promptly chose to trade. Lin Shen saw a glow rise on the platform, and the Ascension pet capsule disappeared, soon replaced by several bottles of potions appearing on the platform. After collecting the potions, Lin Shen started browsing again, looking to see if anyone was selling what he needed. After a while, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, for he saw a pet egg covered in mosaic. Lin Shen quickly checked the information on this pet egg. It was listed as an Ascension-level pet egg with unknown quality and origin. The seller wanted to exchange it for an Ascension-level mount-type pet with a maximum speed base attribute of 80 and other attributes no less than 70 points. Lin Shen searched his space for a while and put up an Ascension-level pet capsule that could be used as a mount. To most people, such a pet was a minor treasure, but for Lin Shen, it was hardly worth a second glance. It wasn't long before the other party confirmed the trade and a pet egg covered in mosaic appeared on the platform. That was almost too easy, Lin Shen thought with joy, surprised that he could find a pet egg covered in mosaic so easily. Lin Shen continued flipping through the listings, hoping to find other items containing fire seed, but there were too many choices for trade on the platform. With the whole cosmos using it, browsing through it would take days and nights without end. Fire seed could appear on pet eggs of any grade, and there was no way to search specifically, so after a while, Lin Shen chose to give up. Damn, I didn't know you could trade like this. Lin Shen suddenly discovered that within the goods zone, there were individuals of different species offering themselves for trade, some priced in Commerce Star coins, some looking for specific items in exchange, with a surprisingly large number of them. Lin Shen roughly glanced over and even saw a few humans. Holy shit, Ch801 is up there. While browsing, Lin Shen saw a familiar name and hurriedly checked the product's image, and indeed it was really Ch801. Chapter 818, The Method to Escape from Snow Valley. Chapter 818, The Method to Escape from Snow Valley. Ch801, species, human, a Nirvana being who has undergone Nirvana 10 times, proficient in 18 types of weapons. Lin Shen read the product description of Ch801 and discovered that Ch801's estimated value was 11 Commerce Star coins. However, what he wanted to exchange wasn't Commerce Star coins, but rather a chance at immortality. Lin Shen then realized that Ch801 didn't actually want to sell himself. He was looking for someone to help him become immortal, someone who could teach him to comprehend the past laws. In return, he could offer 10 years of service to others. How did this kid advance so quickly? He's already undergone Nirvana 10 times? Lin Shen felt that Ch801 was being a bit too idealistic. After all, which immortal would be willing to teach a stranger how to comprehend the past laws, especially for just 10 years of service with no guarantees? If, after being taught, Ch801 ran away, wouldn't that be a huge loss for the teacher? Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. Since people can be sold, does that mean I can put myself up for trade as well? If someone buys me, I'll be transported to them like any other product, and then I can leave this godforsaken place. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. It was the fastest and safest way to escape Snow Valley. No, first I need to study the transaction rules. I don't want any unexpected complications. Lin Shen asked the Spirit of Commerce Star directly, if I trade myself, will there be any constraints on me? The Spirit of Commerce Star responded promptly to Lin Shen, any creature can be sold as a product. You can trade yourself, but after the transaction, there will be a contractual obligation. If you fail to honor the contract, you must return 10 times the value of the product or Commerce Star coins used in the trade. If you can't refund, the contract will erase the defaulting creature. Lin Shen thought to himself, as expected, there are constraints, but it's not without a solution. I could set a lower price for myself, for example, trading myself for a liter of base mutation fluid. Once I escape, I'll compensate with 10 liters of base mutation fluid, and the problem is perfectly resolved. Wait a minute, Lin Shen suddenly thought of a problem. What if the person who bought him was his enemy? The celestial race had many enemies, and even within the celestial race, there were those who opposed Lin Shen. If the demon tribe or An Yi bought him and then simply killed him off, wouldn't that be even worse? No, I can't trade for just anything. I must exchange something unique that only people close to me would have, and ideally, something that could be used to trade me back immediately. Otherwise, if Tianjiu finds out, there'd be no chance of escape. After thinking it over, Lin Shen remembered the silk love letter in Ouyang Yudu's possession, but he didn't know the name of that thing. If he only asked for a silk love letter in exchange, anyone could take a piece of silk and claim it was a love letter. That would surely leave room for exploitation. He thought and thought, but there was no way to specify trading for those unique items that Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu had, as he didn't know their exact names. Moreover, in the trading area of Commerce Star, you could only see what the other party was trading with, but not who the person trading for you was. This made it considerably complicated. During the trade, I can choose whether to agree to the trade or not, right? Lin Shen asked the Spirit of Commerce Star again. The Spirit of Commerce Star said, the trade is based on the principles of fairness, justice, and mutual consent. The item offered for trade by the other party must be confirmed by you, and only after your agreement can the trade be officially completed. Lin Shen roughly guessed it would be like this. When he had traded before, each transaction took a while to complete, probably because the other party was confirming whether the trade items were what they needed. This makes it simpler. If it's not something from Ouyang and the others, I can just disagree with the trade. Thinking like this, Lin Shen planned to estimate his price by putting himself on the platform first. But just as he was about to step onto the platform, Lin Shen hesitated again. He put himself up for valuation on the platform so the whole universe would know that he was up for sale. What if Tianjiu got wind of this first? We mustn't act rashly. Tianjiu still doesn't know about the existence of the Dark Bird Temple within Snow Valley. Once I'm listed, I must trade immediately, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Lin Shen temporarily dismissed the idea of putting himself up for valuation. Carrying the items he had purchased, Lin Shen left Commerce Star and returned to Snow Valley. In Snow Valley, Ch801 was making snowmen, having already made many. Rows of chubby snow figures stood in the valley, adding a touch of liveliness to the place. You're in the mood to make snowmen. It seems you're really not in pain anymore, Lin Shen said with a frosty expression. Ch801 stood up and smiled at Lin Shen. I see you practice your blade technique, focusing on control. Practicing out of thin air doesn't give much of a feel. You could try using these snowmen as targets. Not to slice them open, but to try and see if you can control your blade chi to avoid them. Lin Shen paused, then his face fell again as he said, mind your own business. That said, Lin Shen tossed the healing potion he had traded for to Ch801. See if it works. Don't bother me with your problems next time. Ch801 caught the potion and looked at the label with a hint of surprise. Mr. Ri. Nemesis, is this for me? If it's not for you, is it meant to feed dogs? Don't bother me again. Lin Shen felt his own mouth deserved to descend to the 18th level of hell. No offense, I'm just considering our future. You keep your innocence, and I avoid being plotted against. Thank you. I've used this kind of potion before, and it works very well, Ch801 said nonchalantly, happily accepting the potion before adding, the elders at home always taught me that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. I should do something in return for these potions you've given me. No need. Just don't bother me in the future, Lin Shen said with a cold face. As if she hadn't heard him, Ch801 pondered for a moment before saying, Mr. Nemesis, the blade technique you practice is quite unique, with mysterious and unpredictable blade chi carrying a strong spinning and cutting characteristic. It's a rare art in the universe. However, I have a small piece of advice, if I may. What advice could you possibly have? Lin Shen was somewhat curious. What advice could the little princess of Tianyan Lake offer? You use the hidden strength technique to stabilize your vigor force to make it last and remain stable. But I see you are constantly practicing, seemingly trying to fix the spinning blade chi in one place so that it endures. If it's just the hidden strength technique, it might be hard to achieve such an effect. I recommend you try to learn the origin mix force. It might help your blade technique, Ch801 said earnestly. Lin Shen was a bit surprised inwardly. Ch801 was able to discern the spinning and cutting characteristic of his blade technique, which was not a difficult feat. But for Ch801 to precisely guess the state he wanted his blade chi to reach, that was not something an ordinary person could do. What origin mix force? Never heard of it. Lin Shen still acted cool and disdainful. It's a skill mastered by our Chi family from Tianyan Lake. Aren't you afraid that I'll learn your skill and then use it to kill your entire family? Lin Shen felt the pattern of interaction with Ch801 was somewhat off as he forced out an evil glare at her. Mr. Nemesis, you are not that kind of person, Ch801 said, handing over a notebook to Lin Shen. This is the origin mix force. I hope it can be of help to you. Chapter 819, Appraisal Skyrockets. Chapter 819, Appraisal Skyrockets. I don't need it. Lin Shen coldly snorted in refusal and turned to leave. Although he wanted it, once he took it, how could he continue to act cold and aloof in the future? Would it not all be for naught? Ch801 didn't say anything, just silently put the diary away. Today, Lin Shen did not practice with the scrap sword. He was considering how he could use the Darkbird Temple to escape from Snow Valley. Selling myself is too risky. Tianjuyu might discover me immediately. He has the ability of space law and can come to Snow Valley in an instant. It would be hard for anyone else to arrive faster than him. Lin Shen mused inwardly, what if I auction something only people familiar with me would recognize and leave a message written on it? He felt this idea might work, but ordinary items would probably not attract attention, and Tianshun and the others might not see them. Items that were very noticeable, on the other hand, risked being bought by others. Moreover, it would be difficult to leave inscriptions on special items like the scrap sword. After much thought, Lin Shen realized he could only take an inexpensive item and then sell it at a high price to possibly catch the attention of Tianshun and others without it being bought by someone else. The message couldn't be engraved in an obvious place, but somewhere whomever bought it could see only after opening it. Otherwise, simply by viewing the item's display, one could see his engraved words, which would pose the same risk. No matter how much Lin Shen thought, he couldn't come up with a suitable item. What could be guaranteed to be bought by someone familiar with him, while also being able to conceal a message? After considering many possibilities, he found none quite right. He couldn't ensure those familiar with him would definitely see the item and buy it back, while also leaving a message where others couldn't see. Suddenly, Lin Shen had an idea and hurriedly rummaged through his space. Soon enough, Lin Shen found an exquisitely small jade box. It was given to him by his third brother, Lin Zongjong, previously. He'd never used it and had been keeping it all along. Now it was just right for use. The contents were meant to deal with Flarela and surely wouldn't work against immortals like the Ice Lotus and Tianjuyu, but that wasn't the point. Lin Shen planned to put a note inside the jade box and then sell it at a high price on Commerce Star. Such a small jade box might not catch the eye of others, but as long as third brother saw it, the problem would be solved. Knowing third brother, he was meticulous and paid close attention to all sorts of news and was very sensitive to information. If the small jade box appeared in the commerce area at such a high price, third brother would definitely take notice. Lin Shen believed that third brother would definitely bid for the jade box and there wouldn't be any accidents. What exactly did third brother put inside the jade box? A bit of curiosity grew in Lin Shen, wondering what the life-saving item was. Because his brother cautioned him not to open it unless absolutely necessary, Lin Shen had never done so and didn't know what was inside. But now, with no need to hesitate, Lin Shen opened the jade box only to find a folded note inside. What the hell, just a note. It couldn't possibly say, escape quickly, right? Lin Shen thought with a strange expression. Taking out the note, he unfolded it and read, this spell can only be used once and will not work again after. Use it carefully. What's this? Lin Shen noticed a crease from folding and opened it further, finding more writing. Recite the words below and you shall be kept safe. Remember, only use once and never in minor situations. What trick is this? What words have such power that one can be kept safe just by reciting them? Lin Shen was curious, unfolding the last crease to suddenly see, Supreme Old Lord, do it swiftly as the law commands. Oh, come on, third brother, you really went there. Now is the time for divine intervention. If I could actually summon an immortal to help, then what's the point of cultivating it all? If I could summon this great immortal, I'd be invincible. Lin Shen felt he'd been played by his brother. Such ability was beyond him. Only moments before, he had been confident in third brother's reliability, but now he felt uncertain about his own judgment. Third brother, I'll trust you one more time. Don't let me down. Lin Shen found some paper and pen, then wrote a note to place in the jade box. The content Lin Shen wrote was simple, with just a few isolated words. Tianjuyu, Ice Nightmare Star, Snow Valley, Ice Lotus, Ch801, Tianshun. If, by some misfortune, it was bought by someone else, they wouldn't likely make the connection to him. If third brother got hold of it, with his intelligence, he would surely guess the meaning. Lin Shen folded both notes well and again went to Commerce Star, placing the jade box on the estimation platform. He'd already decided, no matter the appraisal price of the jade box, he would set a high price, at least 1,000 Commerce Star coins. Surely, very few would spend 1,000 Commerce Star coins on an unknown jade box. Items being exchanged for Commerce Star coins were presently priced up to a few hundred at most. Someone previously sold an immortal pet for 1,000 Commerce Star coins, and still, no one bought it. For a small jade box with only a note inside, the price may well be less than 1 Commerce Star coin, maybe just a few cents worth, so 1,000 would certainly deter buyers. Considering third brother's current status, collecting 1,000 Commerce Star coins shouldn't be difficult. While Lin Shen was thinking this, a glow burst forth from the platform, presenting the appraisal price for the jade box. Once Lin Shen saw the appraised price clearly, he was astounded. 9999, what's going on? Did the valuation of Commerce Star make a mistake? Lin Shen couldn't believe the price of the small jade box was set at 9,999 Commerce Star coins. The valuation of jade alone was 21 coins. It was already one of the most valuable items appraised in the cosmos, and now the jade box's price had almost reached 10,000. Lin Shen truly couldn't imagine what value the jade box could have to be appraised at this price. He realized something was off when the Spirit of Commerce star asked if he wanted to sell or trade. Lin Shen immediately chose to refuse all options and took the jade box back. Is the jade box really worth that much? Surely the box itself isn't the issue. Could it be that those words on the note actually work? Lin Shen couldn't help thinking of the Jade Emperor. Chapter 820, Unpredictable. Chapter 820, Chapter 820, Unpredictable. The Jade Emperor had once said that one only needed to call his esteemed name to summon him, but unfortunately, when Lin Shen had tried before, he had been unable to call forth the Jade Emperor. If the contents of this note could truly summon a great god like the Supreme Old Lord, then such an appraisal would seem somewhat reasonable. But could a mere sentence like this really summon the Supreme Old Lord? The Jade Emperor was Lin Shen's own chosen guardian spirit, and Lin Shen hadn't been able to summon him. Could a few words on this slip of paper really do it? Lin Shen was very skeptical in his heart. However, if the words on this note were useless, how could Commerce Star have appraised it at such a high price? Commerce Star certainly wouldn't act without basis. After all, the appraisal for an immortal pet was less than 20, unless it could summon that great god. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so valuable? While Lin Shen was pondering in confusion, the various races of the cosmos were already in an uproar. In a place where even immortal pets could only be appraised for a dozen or so coins, there was a small jade box with a completely blank description that was appraised at nearly 10,000, leaving the previously most expensive Asura ghost pet far behind, not even on the same level. Everyone was now speculating what kind of treasure the small jade box could be to have such a high appraisal. Some had even begun to speculate that the little jade box was a treasure left by the Ancient Realm King, a spatial device containing the treasure of the Ancient Realm King. Otherwise, how could it have such a high appraisal? Everyone wanted to know exactly what the small jade box was, but no one knew where it was, nor did anyone know the origin of that small jade box. The Lion King clan, the current Lion King Rhine, had come to a cottage. "Sage, there's something I'd like you to help predict," Lion King Rhine spoke to the cottage. "Rain, I owe you a favor. Are you sure you want me to repay that favor right now?" An old voice came from inside the cottage. "Yes," Lion King Rhine answered affirmatively. "Very well, tell me what you want to know, and from then on we will be even," the old voice inside said. "I want to know who currently has this jade box in their possession." Lion King Rain played a video on his communicator, which showed the small jade box ranked on the leaderboard. "Wait here," the voice inside the cottage said. Lion King Rain quietly waited, believing that the sage would certainly be able to give him an answer. The sage possessed the power of foresight, which was truly an immortal law. As long as he desired to know something, he would surely get the answer. The rundown cottage suddenly emitted a strange radiance, which seemed to twist the cottage and everything else around it. A moment later, the strange radiance suddenly dissipated, and Lion King Rain heard a miserable scream of, "Ah!" Lion King Rain was startled and quickly rushed into the cottage, only to see an old man collapsed on the ground, with blood continuously seeping from his 7 orifices. "No, unmeasurable, unmeasurable." The old man kept repeating this phrase, with blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Lion King Rain hurriedly took out a potion and poured it into the old man's mouth, which slightly alleviated his condition. "No need to exert yourself. I'm not dying yet. I've suffered backlash from the power of the law. These potions can only treat the physical injuries on my body. They can't heal the damage to the foundation of my law." With Lion King Rain's support, the old man sat up on the bed. "That object is too inconceivable. It's an ominous thing. I advise you, it's best not to have anything to do with it, otherwise great disaster will surely come. I suspect it's the spatial device left behind by the Ancient Realm King. Inside there is the Ancient Realm King. Inside there is the Ancient Realm King's treasure," Lion King Rain said unwillingly. "No matter what it is, don't touch it," the old man said, shaking his head. Lion King Rain fell silent. If it really was the Ancient Realm King's treasure, he had no choice but to contend for it. If he didn't contend for it and it was seized by others, the Lion King clan might never be able to ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos again, and they might even be enslaved by other tribes. Almost at the very same moment, a figure, entirely enveloped in a cloak, stood before a device massive as a hill. On that device, lights crazily spun around, and on the screen was the image of that small jade box. Suddenly, white smoke started billowing from various parts of the device, and the next second, it caught fire. Before the staff could attempt to put out the flames, the device exploded. Many workers died on the spot. Those who were lucky enough to survive were also severely injured, with limbs severed and scattered all around. Some were still ablaze, obviously about to be turned to char. For a moment, screams of agony and continuous explosions were incessant. The area was lit with fires and dense smoke billowing everywhere. The cloaked one stood amidst the thick smoke, watching the burning remains of the device with a strange red light flickering in their eyes. Clan leader, the god creation number 7 mainframe is ruined. We cannot calculate the origins of that thing, said a person with 6 black wings, who looked like a member of the celestial race, yet was somehow different from them, emotionlessly reporting to the cloaked one. Those things have appeared again. We must find it. The red light in the cloaked one's eyes dimmed, his face unseen, his voice sounded hoarse and aged, like that of an old man on the verge of death. I'll notify the members of each group to search for the whereabouts of the small jade box, the 6-winged celestial said. Awaken the divine echo team, the cloaked one said slowly. Now? The expressionless 6-winged celestial finally showed surprise, looking at the cloaked one. We've prepared for so many years, it's about time. The cloaked one walked towards the still blazing and exploding device, crushing the mountainous wreckage with a palm strike, stepping through the debris to pick up a transparent polyhedral crystal. Pinching the crystal in his fingers, it suddenly started twinkling with light, and countless glimmers flowed from within, running down his fingers into the cloaked one's body. After a moment, the light from the crystal faded, turning into fine sand that scattered from his hand. Yet the red light in the cloaked one's eyes turned to white. The beams of light shooting from his eyes crossed in front of him, finally coalescing into 2 floating characters. Celestial, the 6-winged celestial, upon seeing the 2 characters, suddenly became fierce. Is the small jade box related to the celestial race? This is the closest possibility calculated by God. Creation numbered 7. The cloaked one's eye glimmer dimmed down, and the light in front of him immediately vanished. Let's start with the celestial race. Very well. I have waited for this day for a long time. The 6-winged celestial's eyes filled with murderous intent. His mouth curled into a bizarre smile. The celestial race, it's time for them to meet their true heavenly emperor. Chapter 821, Lin Shen's estimate. Chapter 821, Lin Shen's estimate. Lin Shen was still analyzing the little jade box, unaware that its placement on the Commerce Star ranking list had already sent shockwaves through the cosmos. Lin Shen took out the note to examine it, considering whether it was worth trying to see if the words on it would really work. Third brother said, this thing can only be used once. It shares the same mysterious efficacy as those guardian spirits. It can't be used casually, Lin Shen thought, but suddenly he heard Tianjuyu's voice from outside. Startled, Lin Shen hastily stowed away the note and the small jade box and stepped out of the wooden cabin, and indeed saw Tianjuyu standing in front of the Darkbird Temple. A Darkbird Temple even shows up here, Tianjuyu commented while sizing up the temple. Ch801 approached with a look of joy, saying, Master Yu, you finally returned. I thought you had left me here all alone, Tianjuyu replied. I have to send you back now. So soon? Ch801 blinked in surprise. I wanted to let you enjoy yourself a few more days, but there's been a change of plans, so you need to go back, sighed Tianjuyu. Lin Shen watched the 2 converse in a daze. He realized his earlier suspicions might have been wrong. Ch801 didn't seem to be tricked by Tianjuyu at all. She seemed well aware of Tianjuyu's identity, and they appeared to be close. The fact that Tianjuyu was talking about taking her back ruled out his previous speculation even more. What happened? Ch801 asked with a hint of surprise. Let's just say it's bad news. Once you get back, stay at home and don't go out arbitrarily, cautioned Tianjuyu. Master Yu, I understand. Ch801 obediently nodded, then turned to Lin Shen and said, Mr. Enemy, I'm leaving now. Regardless, we have met. Can you tell me your name? What's your relationship with him? Lin Shen asked, frowning. He's Master Yu, a relative of mine, answered Ch801. Lin Shen finally affirmed that his previous thoughts were indeed mistaken. How could he have imagined that the Qi family's young princess from Tianyan Lake was related to Tianjuyu, a renegade of the celestial race? Tianjuyu looked at them both with surprise, puzzled that Ch801 didn't know Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen was quite well known among the younger generation. Ch801 should have recognized him. However, seeing Lin Shen's shabby attire, Tianjuyu understood why Ch801 couldn't identify him. Forget the name. I hope we won't meet again in the future, Lin Shen thought, suspecting that the Qi family of Tianyan Lake had betrayed them. Otherwise, how could Ch801 get so close to Tianjuyu, a renegade, and even claim kinship? After all, he was aligned with Emperor Tianshu, and if the Qi family from Tianyan Lake truly had turned traitor, then he and Ch801 would be on opposing sides. Honestly, Lin Shen didn't want to become enemies with such a girl, but reality wasn't a game of house, and anything could happen. Lin Shen needed to be cautious. Ch801 seemed somewhat disappointed, but still said with a smile, I hope that we can meet again next time. By then, I'll definitely know your name. As she spoke, Ch801 thrust something into Lin Shen's hand and, without waiting for a reaction, walked back to Tianjuyu. Kid, how dare you reject my little eye? I'll settle the score with you later, Tianjuyu said, grabbing Ch801's arm and disappearing instantly. Lin Shen looked down and noticed it was the Origin Mix Force diary that Ch801 had wanted to give him before. This is my last chance. Lin Shen immediately rushed towards the Darkbird Temple. If he couldn't escape before Tianjuyu returned, he feared he would never have another chance. After entering the Darkbird Temple, Lin Shen didn't hesitate and went straight to the platform to set his own price. If little Yudo can be estimated at 21 coins, my price is definitely much higher. I'll set a low starting price as 1 bottle of base mutation fluid for the exchange. Others seeing such a bargain will definitely rush to buy, and the rest I'll leave to luck. Lin Shen had already calculated in his heart, a strategy born out of necessity. As long as he wasn't bought by a sworn enemy, he could simply breach the contract and pay the other party 10 bottles of base mutation fluid to walk away. With this thought in mind, the platform's estimated price appeared. Lin Shen saw the number and his eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as disgusted as if he'd swallowed a fly. How is this possible? How can I only be worth 1 commerce star coin? You must be mistaken. Lin Shen's face turned green. Even if he didn't have something as valuable as the little jade box, he should be worth more than little Yudo, right? In a one-on-one duel, he was much stronger than Yudo, not to mention all the valuable items he possessed. Initially, Lin Shen thought his estimated price might even be higher than the little jade box. After all, it was also on him. Because the value cannot be estimated, we can only offer a minimum starting bid of 1 coin. The Spirit of Commerce Star responded to Lin Shen's query. Lin Shen felt a little better, but he couldn't worry about that now. He had previously thought his estimate would be high and that people would rush to buy him, but now that he was only valued at 1 Commerce Star coin, it was unlikely people would notice him, and whether someone would buy him immediately was uncertain. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and then put himself up in the trading area, priced at 1 heavenly currency coin. Heavenly currency is the currency of the celestial race. Other races don't use it for trade, so it's less likely that they have it on hand, making it more probable for a member of the celestial race to buy him. As long as he didn't fall into the hands of the Demon tribe or his enemies, being bought by the celestial race posed the least danger. Lin Shen didn't know if he could sell himself in time. 1 heavenly currency coin was very cheap, so someone should be interested. He had been somewhat anxious, afraid that he wouldn't be able to sell himself before Tianjuyu came back. But as soon as he entered the trading area, someone offered to buy him, and the trade request appeared in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen could only see that the other party's offer was 1 heavenly currency coin. He didn't know who the trader was. At this moment, he couldn't care less and immediately agreed to the trade. After agreeing to the trade, Lin Shen only felt the light and shadows change as he was teleported away from the platform. Tianjuyu sent Ch801 back to her home and opened his mouth as if to say something, but Ch801 stopped him. Master Yu, I want him to tell me his name himself. Tianjuyu was slightly taken aback and then laughed. You young people really know how to have fun. Ch801 smiled with pursed lips. I just haven't fallen so low that I need to go around asking for other people's names. I'm waiting for him to tell me himself. Master Yu, don't force him. That would just take the fun out of it. All right, Tianjuyu turned around to leave, but then paused, his back turned to Ch801. He said, Little Ai, the cosmos might not be peaceful in the future. Take good care of yourself, and if anything happens, call for Master Yu. Master Yu, Ch801 wanted to say something, but Tianjuyu had already disappeared. Chapter 822, Star-Lord's Rebellion. Chapter 822, Chapter 822, Star-Lord's Rebellion. Tianbuku tirelessly switched through various methods of searching in the trade area of Commerce Star. He had no fixed needs, he was just looking to see if he could find goods whose actual value was lower than the marked price. Ever since Commerce Star emerged, Tianbuku and Tianbunan, the 2 brothers, had keenly sniffed out the business opportunities. They took turns entering Commerce Star to search for goods. Although there were many others who also discovered the opportunity, their early entry combined with exceptional judgment and prior knowledge resulted in them successfully finding several undervalued goods. Buying low and selling high, in just a few days' time, the fortune of the 2 brothers had increased by several dozen times. But as more and more people like them entered, finding bargains became increasingly difficult. The 2 brothers had no choice but to be fully alert, rotating day and night, relentlessly canvassing the trading area to not miss any goods that could potentially yield profits, aiming to send a trade request to the seller before anyone else. Tianbuku had already been enduring for more than 10 hours, his eyes barely blinking, mechanically repeating the search for various goods in the trading zone. Now Tianbuku's eyes were bloodshot from strain. If Tianbunan didn't come to relieve him soon, he felt he was about to collapse from exhaustion. While searching, Tianbuku suddenly saw a Nirvana-level product priced at only 1 heavenly currency. Almost without thinking, Tianbuku immediately chose to apply for the trade and placed 1 heavenly currency on offer. His hands moved so fast they almost left an afterimage. He didn't even need to see what the product was. As long as it was at Nirvana level, even if it was just a nail clipping from a Nirvana creature, it would surely be worth more than 1 heavenly currency. After Tianbuku submitted the trade request, he then took a closer look at what the product was and was immediately stunned. A Nirvana being, race, human, exchanged for 1 heavenly currency. Tianbuku had only looked at the product description. He hadn't even seen the person when he suddenly leaped up. Damn, are human Nirvana beings so cheap now? Sold for just 1 heavenly currency? Tianbuku had not yet had the chance to look at the product's image when the other party already agreed to the trade. Then he saw a human appear on the stone platform in front of him with a flash of brilliance. Tianbuku and the person on the platform stared at each other for a while, his eyes gradually widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Junior brother. Senior brother Tian? Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted, not expecting that the person who had bought him would be Tian Buku, his senior brother who had trained together under instructor Mu. Junior brother, what trouble have you encountered that you sold yourself for 1 heavenly currency? If you have difficulties, you should contact your senior brother. I don't have much, but getting you a few thousand heavenly currency shouldn't be a problem, Tian Buku said. Senior brother Tian, my situation is a bit special. I can't explain it in a word or two. I'll tell you in detail later. Where is this place? Lin Shen asked. This is Commerce Star, junior brother. You must be in big trouble. Has someone damaged your brain? Do you remember how you were sold? Tian Buku asked worriedly. Lin Shen couldn't help but smile wryly. I know this is Commerce Star. What I meant was, from which place on Commerce Star were you teleported? After we go out, which planet will we be on? We're under the celestial race on Beiji Star. Our Tian family has always been developing on Beiji Star, Tian Buku said. Then something dawned on him, and he immediately grinned, grabbing Lin Shen's hand. Junior brother, you're making waves in the celestial race, deeply favored by the Heavenly Emperor. You have to help your senior brother in the future. That's no problem, let's first cancel the contract. Lin Shen immediately took out 10 heavenly currency to give to Tian Buku, and after paying the breach of contract fee, the trade contract between them was dissolved. We're brothers. Why are you doing this? Who do you think you're looking down on? Tian Buku didn't take the heavenly currency and directly cancelled the trade contract with Lin Shen. Senior brother, your noble spirit is noted. I will remember this favor, Lin Shen said, surveying his surroundings and discovering that it was a huge trading market on Hanging Island, just like the place he had been before. The difference was that there, only Lin Shen was present, but here it was like a supermarket, with transaction platforms and people of various races everywhere. Lin Shen did not have much impression of Beiji Star. It was only after asking senior brother Tian that he learned Beiji Star was a rather old planet under the celestial race. Due to overdevelopment, the base mutation creature resources on Beiji Star were now quite scarce, and it had long since fallen out of contention within the celestial race. Most of the celestials who had previously developed Beiji Star had already left. Now only Star Lord An Qingshan, a supporter of the Celestials, still remained to guard Beiji Star. The rest were families from smaller races, struggling to survive on Beiji Star. The Tian family was one of them. Beiji Star's resources were not very abundant to begin with. Because An Qingshan's exploitation was so severe, life for the Tian family was not easy. Otherwise, Tian Buku and Tian Bunan would not be hustling so hard. Let's teleport back, Lin Shen said, relieved to know he was in celestial territory. As long as he wasn't bought back by An Yi, his status as Dean of the Celestial Master Institute was still worth something. The Star Lords of the lower planets should at least give him some face. Tian Buku checked the time and frowned. It's long past the time for the shift change, and Bunan hasn't come to take over. I wonder if he's overslept. It's just as well to go back and call him. As the two had just teleported from the Darkbird Temple, they saw Tian Bunan running over, panting, nearly bumping into them. Bunan, what's going on? Did you oversleep? Tian Buku asked with a smile. Noasen, it's not good, Tian Bunan began to say. Then seeing Lin Shen beside Tian Buku, he paused. Junior brother, what are you doing here? After recovering, Tian Bunan immediately turned his surprise into delight, grabbing Lin Shen's hand. Junior brother, it's great you're here. This time our family may be saved. What happened? Tian Buku, sensing something was amiss and potentially concerning his family, quickly asked. The Star Lord of the Star Lord has rebelled. He's now recruiting people in preparation to attack Derekfu Star, Tian Bunan hastily explained. Lin Shen and Tian Buku both turned pale with shock. An Qingshan had actually rebelled and was planning to attack their superior planet, Derekfu Star. To Lin Shen, it sounded almost ridiculous. Just a mere Beiji Star and Qingshan who didn't even have a ranked number in the Yin family, how could he dare? And Qingshan himself was only a Nirvana being. His subordinates, at best, were also Nirvana beings. A group of Nirvana beings planning a revolt against the celestial race. It was simply like a dream. Chapter 823, Is there anyone who can speak? Chapter 823, Is there anyone who can speak? Tian Buku was extremely anxious, and Qingshan was now recruiting cannon fodder to attack Derekfu Star. Derekfu Star is a superior planet to Beiji Star, with dozens of teleporters that can reach other planets. Beiji Star has only one teleporter, and the only destination they can go to is Derekfu Star, so if An Qingshan rebels, the first target he must attack would be Derekfu Star. But Derekfu Star is guarded by immortals, not just one immortal. For these people to attack Derekfu Star would be like smashing an egg against a rock. Whoever goes is doomed to be cannon fodder. However, if they don't go, An Qingshan's people will wipe them out now. Many families have already been forced to send people to join An Qingshan's cannon fodder corps. The Tian family was originally just a small family and dared not defy An Qingshan's orders, but the Tian family was not populous to begin with, and there were only 7 or 8 young people in this generation. If all were made cannon fodder, the Tian family would probably be finished. Junior brother, we can only count on your help now. If you can help us, pull our family out of this, we'll owe you a life debt and be willing to do anything for you, Tian Buku and Tian Bunan said in unison. Their speech was almost indistinguishable from one person. Lin Shen had already grown accustomed to their behavior and didn't find anything odd about it. Don't worry, elder brothers. After all, I am now the dean of the Celestial Master Institute. If there is a rebellion beneath me, it is my responsibility to act. Let's hurry to your home first and ensure your family doesn't suffer any harm, Lin Shen said. Against a powerhouse like Tianjuyu, he was no match. But some Anqingshan, who dared to be so arrogant and wanted to be a traitor, Lin Shen was already looking for a place to vent his anger. If Anqingshan was seeking his own destruction, Lin Shen couldn't be blamed for taking his anger out on him. To clean up this traitor would also be considered meritorious. When he returned, maybe he could even fish out some benefits. Upon hearing this, the Tian brothers were overjoyed and, without any pleasantries, hurried Lin Shen to the Tian family home. Before long, the three of them arrived at the Tian home, seeing many soldiers from the Star Defense Team guarding the outside. Who are you? The soldiers of the defense team challenged them as they saw Lin Shen and the others approaching. People of the Tian family, Tian Bunan said. He had sneaked out earlier to find Tian Buku, which was why he hadn't been trapped at home. The soldier laughed when he heard it. Now there are still idiots running back here. That's rare. Go on in. The Tian brothers didn't argue with them and continued inside with Lin Shen. In the Tian family courtyard, the young and old of the Tian family had been gathered together. Tian Zhihao, the current family head, was angrily speaking with a celestial, seemingly infuriated to the point of trembling. Family head Tian, you are part of Beiji Star and should make the appropriate contributions to it. Those with money should give money, those with strength should give strength, either offer resources or let the Tian family's ascenders fight for Beiji Star. Once the Star Lord achieves his great purpose, honor for your family is assured, and glory to your ancestors is just around the corner. Qinghe, the celestial nirvana, being seated in a chair, said to Tian Zhihao with a smile, Commander An, the resources you're asking for are simply too much. Even if we were to pawn everything, our family couldn't gather that many resources, Tian Zhihao said. Those with money can give money, and those without can give strength. Many of your family's children have been outstanding, ascending and accompanying the Star Lord to conquer far and wide. Maybe someday they'll have the chance to become rulers of their own domain, Qinghe rattled off. Commander An, our children are not that exceptional, nor do we have such fortune. Please show mercy, and we will try to gather as much as we can, even if it means selling all we have, but we can only manage to collect half. Please be kind, Tian Zhihao said, shaking with anger yet not daring to explode on or someone else's roof. One must bow one's head. Not a single part less, either hand over people or money, choose one. If you give half, then leave one child behind to take care of you in your old age. Considering your past cooperation, I'll let you pick which child to keep. Isn't that fair enough? And Qinghe said with a smile. As these words were spoken, the An family members were filled with righteous indignation. Wasn't this essentially asking Tian Zhihao to choose which child to throw into the fire pit, and to only be able to keep one, yet having to surrender all of the Tian family's resources? This was simply inhumane. Father, Tian Buku and Tian Bunan rushed back, running to Tian Zhihao's side. Seeing Tian Buku and Tian Bunan return, Tian Zhihao and his wife's faces changed dramatically. You're being foolish. If they hadn't come back, there might still have been a glimmer of hope. But now that they had returned, their fate as cannon fodder seemed inevitable. Dad, don't be afraid. Someone will stand up for us, Tian Buku and Tian Bunan said hastily. Tian Zhihao was slightly taken aback. At this time, who else could help the Tian family? The other families close to the Tian family probably had their own problems by now. Who could possibly come to their aid? As Tian Zhihao pondered this, he couldn't help but look up and saw Lin Shen standing there. At first, he was stunned, then overjoyed. And Qinghe also noticed Lin Shen, but he did not recognize him. To a celestial, human faces all looked somewhat similar, without much difference. If they looked at someone individually, they might be able to spot some differences. But with so many humans together, they were not really able to tell who was who. Moreover, Lin Shen's tattered battlesuit and helmet made him even harder to recognize. I want to see who on Beiji Star can be more in charge than me, and Qinghe said coldly, looking at everyone with a scoff. As he said this, the little squad leaders and middle squad leaders of the Star Defense Team following An Qinghe all laughed. An Qinghe was the younger brother of Star-Lord An Qingshan. The command to plunder the families had been personally issued by Star-Lord An Qingshan. Indeed, no one on Beiji Star held more authority than them. Lin Shen looked at An Qinghe, walked up to him and asked, What relation is An Qingshan to you? How dare you utter the Star-Lord's name? And Qinghe immediately flew into a rage, a human daring to be so insolent. I just did. What of it? Lin Shen asked indifferently. You're seeking death. Before Qinghe could finish his sentence, a head, spewing blood, flew up into the sky, the eyes wide with shock. Everyone was stunned. For a moment, the courtyard fell deathly silent. No one had expected Lin Shen to suddenly lash out, decapitating Qinghe. The Tian family knew who Lin Shen was and were both shocked and delighted. The members of the Star Defense Team, however, were taken aback. Although Qinghe was not as strong as Qingshan, he was, after all, a nirvana being. How could this human in front of them have beheaded him with a single slash? Lin Shen, holding the blood-drenched scrap sword, looked at the little squad leaders and middle squad leaders of the defense team and said calmly, Is there anyone here who can talk? Chapter 824, Fanlight Crosswise. Chapter 824, Fanlight Crosswise. Are you the chief of the Celestial Master Institute? A squadron leader carefully asked. Upon hearing this, others were immediately surprised. Lin Shen's reputation in the celestial race was somewhat prestigious. It seems there are still some who can speak properly, Lin Shen said, looking toward that squadron leader. The squadron leader hurriedly stepped forward to salute and said, Chief, I am Ch801, the squadron leader of the 7th Squadron of the Beiji Star Defense Team. We truly did not intend to attack Derekfu Star, nor did we intend to rebel. It's just that the orders from the Star-Lord are compulsory, please understand, Chief. Hearing this, other squadron leaders and team leaders also hurriedly chimed in, all claiming they were coerced by their superiors. Tian brothers, take them separately and ask them some questions, Lin Shen instructed Tian Buku and Tian Bunan. The two understood immediately and took Ch801 and the others to different rooms to interrogate them, primarily asking about the current number of people in Anqingshan's core and how many Nirvana beings there were. Lin Shen sat in the courtyard waiting for them to finish their interrogations. Uncle Tian, you guys go rest first. Lin Shen asked Tian Jihao to take the Tian family members back first. As soon as they made a move, a support team leader suddenly burst forth, grabbed a boy from the Tian family, and placed a life-based blade against the boy's neck, barking loudly, Everyone, fall back. The support team leader holding the boy then tried to ascend and flee from the Tian family. Are you deluding yourself and intending to follow the traitor to the end? Lin Shen asked the support team leader calmly. Lin Shen, I advise you to mind your own business. This is an internal matter of the Celestial Racer. It has nothing to do with you. Even our Star-Lord is not someone you can shake. Take the chance and leave before the Star-Lord arrives, or you might lose your life, the support team leader said coldly. My life? That's a matter for later. If you don't put down that child now, you will lose your life immediately, Lin Shen said, noticing that other team leaders were also somewhat conflicted as if some were ready to act. If you want to kill me, he will have to be buried with me. The support team leader tightened the blade against the boy's neck. The support team leader's head suddenly had a bloody hole. With no chance to use the life base, he was shot dead instantly and his body fell from the air. Lin Shen reached out, fetching the boy into his arms and placed him on the ground. The other team leaders felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Shen's response was too swift-tame. They hadn't even seen how the support team leader was killed. They only saw Lin Shen slowly lowering his finger shaped like a gun. Now, no one dared to make a rash move. Lin Shen could kill them before they even had a chance to react. Hostages were utterly useless. Tian Jihao quickly had his family hide, then took the Tian family members to interrogate these team leaders. In a short time, they understood the general situation. Currently, Beiji Star had 3 core, one primarily composed of individuals from small other races, called the hot-blooded core, primarily consisting of mutators and ascenders from those races, with a minority of celestial people managing it. The other 2 core were Anqingshan's direct line, one mainly of other races ascenders and the other of celestial ascenders, totaling over 20,000 people. There were over 100 Nirvana beings at Anqingshan, a very formidable force indeed. Junior brother, with so many subordinates of that villain, should we avoid him for now? Tian Buku and Tian Bunan asked. You guys go and hide for a while. I'll make a trip to the Star-Lord's mansion, Lin Shen assured, as there were no immortals on Beiji Star, so there was nothing to worry about. If you must go, we will support you, the Tian sibling said. You take care of the family, leave the rest to me. Lin Shen smiled and said, It's just a Star-Lord of Beiji Star, no big deal. There's no need for the brothers to step in. Having arranged for the Tian family to take refuge, Lin Shen himself led the Star Defense team toward the Star-Lord's mansion. The Beiji Star was full of military checkpoints, but they dared not meddle with the people of the Star Defense team. Everyone arrived at the Star-Lord's mansion uninterrupted. Why hasn't Commander Anne returned with you? A Celestial at the Star-Lord's mansion, seeing their return and especially noticing a human among them, frowned and asked. This is the chief of the Celestial Master Institute who wishes to see Lord Star, a team leader replied. Upon hearing this, the staff at the Star-Lord's mansion immediately changed their expressions and pressed the communicator in their hand. Lin Shen did not make a move, allowing the reporting to proceed. Within a moment, he saw dozens of Nirvana beings rushing out from inside the Star-Lord's mansion. Lin Shen glanced briefly, not concerned about it. The power of Beiji Star was much weaker than that of Giant Ring Star, the leading celestial Nirvana. Being regarded Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, why don't you stay on Sky Pinnacle Star and perform your duties as chief instead of coming to my Beiji Star? I heard you wanted to rebel, so I came to take a look, Lin Shen responded, though naturally he couldn't admit that he had sold himself there out of desperation. Just you alone? And Qingshan scrutinized Lin Shen. Am I not enough by myself? Lin Shen retorted. Ha, you are quite confident. And Qingshan laughed, but his face darkened as he abruptly continued. You've come just in time. The old thief Tianshu is lascivious and greedy, making our celestial race's common people suffer, unable to bear their days. If not against him, then who? Your coming as a lackey of that old thief Tianshu is just in time to sacrifice you for my banner. Take him down. On Qingshan's command, the City Lord's mansion guards all unleashed their life bases. Thousands of Ascender life bases and several dozen Nirvana life bases poured down like meteors from the sky toward Lin Shen. And Qingshan was not afraid of Lin Shen. In his view, Lin Shen was still an Ascender, a strong one granted, but still just an Ascender. How threatening could he be? Let alone him just being an Ascender, even a Nirvana being wouldn't survive under such an attack from the core. Having secretly arranged for the safety of the Tian family members, the Tian brothers who sneaked over and saw the myriad life bases bombarding Lin Shen were shocked and summoned their life bases prepared to fight desperately, hoping to help even just a little. Should Lin Shen die, their Tian family would certainly not survive. Anqinghe was killed by Lin Shen at their Tian family, and although it was not their family who had acted, given Anqingshen's brutality, he definitely would not spare them. With a flick of his hand, Lin Shen unleashed the inheritance fan, which soared out of his grip. The fan bones suddenly spread out, transforming into streaks of light, quickly moving around him, appearing like thousands of flashes streaming around his body. The myriad life bases were all blocked by the inheritance fan. Most of the life bases were shattered by the streaming lights, and in a moment, explosions were deafening to the ears. Numerous Ascenders and Nirvana beings were spewing blood and horror, gazing in amazement at Lin Shen, standing like a sword immortal. Chapter 825, The Strength of the God, Making Race. Chapter 825, The Strength of the God-Making Race. I can't believe it, little junior brother is too fierce. The Tian brothers were both shocked and delighted. They had long known that Lin Shen was powerful, but they had not expected him to be this powerful. He alone had defeated the attacks of so many Ascenders and Nirvana beings. The vast life bases and the brightness of the power of Nirvana around him shattered like glass under the flowing lights beside him. For a moment, everyone was horrified and hastily withdrew their own life bases, not daring to attack Lin Shen again. They stopped their attacks, but Lin Shen had no intention of letting them go. The fan bones, like a light sword, flashed past like numerous flying swords, and the screams were incessant. The Nirvana beings and Ascenders couldn't react in time. Their bodies were penetrated by the fan light. Those Nirvana beings who tried to block the fan light with the power of Nirvana or their life bases were pierced through, fan light and life base alike. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Ascenders and Nirvana beings who had been scattered in flight fell from the sky like dumplings. The Tian brothers, who had initially wanted to see if they could help, stopped in their tracks and stood there staring blankly at the fallen Ascenders and Nirvana beings in the sky. We humans have also produced an incredibly terrifying existence. Watching his core being strangled, and Qingshan stood motionless, not even lifting his eyes, just quietly watching Lin Shen across from him. Those who could escape had already fled, those who couldn't had become corpses on the ground. The dog picked by the old thief Tianshu indeed has some abilities and can bite, and Qingshan said lightly as he watched the fan light fly back to Lin Shen's hand. It was as if the dead were not his subordinates but mere chickens and dogs. And Qingshan, do you plan to confess your sins back at Sky Pinnacle Star yourself, or should I take your corpse back? Lin Shen asked. And Qingshan's lips curled into a strange smile. It seems I overestimated you. You know nothing and still want to go back to Sky Pinnacle Star. I'm afraid you won't be able to return. What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned. And Qingshan grinned. The celestial race is no longer under the control of that old thief Tianshu. Maybe even he is dead by now. Since you're such a loyal lapdog, go serve your master below. As he spoke, Qingshan's body was covered with a gray carapace, and at the same time, a bow-shaped life base appeared in his hand. And Qingshan's carapace was thick and heavy, making him look like a mech warrior. The bow was shaped like a snake, and the bowstring emitted an eerie white light. And Qingshan drew a spirit base arrow with one hand, placed it on the bow, and slowly pulled back the snake bow. The light on the spirit base arrow grew stronger, resembling a green spectral arrow. Buzz! The bowstring thwanged, and the arrow transformed into green lightning that instantly reached Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved the inheritance fan in his hand, and the fan light, like a sword, struck the green lightning, directly cutting it into two. The spirit base arrow, split in two, suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of green light that enveloped dozens of meters around. My poisonous snake power can add snake venom power. Anyone it touches will surely die. You're still too young, and Qingshan said coldly, looking at the green light. Suddenly, beams of fan light burst out from the green light, transforming into streams of light that shot towards Qingshan. And Qingshan's pupils constricted as he immediately swung the snake bow in his hand to smack those fan lights. After knocking a few fan lights away, the rest pierced his own flesh. He kept stepping backward as the fan lights hit his body one after another, quickly turning him into a hedgehog. Lin Shen walked out of the green light, unaffected by the poisonous snake power as the green quickly faded from him. Being able to withstand my poisonous snake power, you truly are worthy of being personally chosen by the old thief Tianshu. And Qingshan, now resembling a hedgehog, supported himself with his bow and said to Lin Shen, It's already too late for regrets, Lin Shen said. Regrets? The one who will regret is likely to be you, and Qingshan laughed loudly. You're strong, but you have no idea what true strength is. Of course, how could an ordinary man possibly comprehend true strength? And Qingshan's eyes squinted like those of a venomous snake as he pulled out a syringe and suddenly stabbed it into his own neck. Human, open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is the power only gods can possess, Qingshan said, his body shaking violently. Suddenly, Qingshan spread his limbs wide, and the fan-bone light swords stuck in his body were all propelled out. Rising into the air, Qingshan's carapace strangely wriggled, his body undergoing a bizarre transformation. Lin Shen watched as Qingshan's body rapidly expanded and changed, the carapace turning into snake scales and his body into the form of a giant python. In just a moment, Qingshan had transformed into a 100-meter-long gray-scaled python, thicker than a barrel. The celestial wings on his back also became immensely huge, resembling a heaven-swallowing giant python with wings. What was even more terrifying was that the space around him twisted with his shape, clearly possessing the power of laws. Ascended to immortality? No, this isn't normal immortality. Lin Shen frowned as he looked at Qingshan, transformed into the heaven-swallowing giant python, with the fan bones returning to his hand, reverting to a folding fan. Lin Shen, do you see? This is the power that rivals that of the gods. The giant python raised its head to the sky, looking down at Lin Shen with an eerie voice. Are you a member of the god-making race? Lin Shen asked coldly, suspecting that only the god-making race could produce such bizarre creations. You even know of the god-making race. You do have some insight, Qingshan said with a sinister smirk. Too bad. It's too late for you to know. I'm taking your life. As he spoke, the giant python opened its massive mouth, a green light suddenly rising from his body and staining the surrounding area green. Under the green light, Lin Shen's body also turned green. Buildings and full corpses around them, under the green light exposure, started to melt and bubble as if they were being corroded by strong sulfuric acid. The Tian brothers stepped back in horror, only to see the area within the green light turn into a green swamp in an instant. Even the bodies of nirvana beings were corroded into liquid. The power of laws, and Qingshan is actually an immortal? The Tian brothers were shocked in their hearts. Lin Shen might be strong, but the disparity in levels was insurmountable. Even if nirvana beings were strong, how could they fight against an immortal? Lin Shen's tattered battlesuit, under the influence of the power of laws, got corroded into a green liquid and dripped from his body. Chapter 826, Stronger Yet Weaker? Chapter 826, Stronger Yet Weaker? You're still not dead? And Qingshan, who had transformed into a giant snake, saw that although Lin Shen's body was dripping with green liquid, he was still not dead. As the snake's gaping mouth focused its energy, a green light condensed within, erupting like a volcano, gushing towards Lin Shen. A torrent of green light enveloped Lin Shen's body, corroding the ground into a massive ravine filled with the green liquidate as if a great green rift had split the earth. You're wasting my time. I must hurry, and Qingshan turned, preparing to leave. But as he turned his head, he heard a gurgling sound from within the ravine filled with the green liquid. Glancing back, he saw water waves exploding within the green fluid. A body burst out from it and hung suspended in the sky. As the figure surged forth, the green liquid scattered from his body, revealing his true form. Dressed in armor with a white base and black patterns, it resembled a traditional ink-wash landscape, painting him mysterious and sinister. Lin Shen? And Qingshan stared at the man, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. On Qingshan, if you have any tricks left, use them, Lin Shen said calmly, looking at the giant snake. The Tian brothers were overjoyed from a distance, as they had thought that Lin Shen had died under that terrifying attack. To their surprise, it appeared he was completely unharmed. Very well, you truly deserve to die. And Qingshan roared as law power continuously converged in his mouth. The green light inside the snake's mouth grew more intense, as though it had condensed into a green sun, its blinding brilliance making it impossible to look directly at. Lin Shen glanced at the giant snake and the green light in its mouth. His figure suddenly moved, charging directly at the giant snake. The giant snake's eyes flickered with terrifying intent to kill, as the green light from its mouth erupted in an instant into a green star river, staining half the planet's sky green. The mere gust of wind formed by the green star river pushed the Tian brothers to the ground, making it difficult for them to stand. The escaping ascenders and nirvana beings were also pressed down from the sky by the terrifying gust, crashing onto the land and then tossed around by waves of the same force. The green light erupted continuously, turning the whole sky green, lighting up Beiji Star as if it were a ghostly netherworld. Within the river of green light, a figure broke through and leaped atop the snake's head, a foot stepping between the giant snake's eyes. The giant snake's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It looked at the figure, wanting to do something, but it was already too late. It could only watch helplessly as the figure stepped on its face and delivered a punch towards its head. Boom! With a single punch, the giant snake's massive body was turned to ash by Lin Shen, scattering in the turbulent airstream. The nirvana beings and ascenders who had just stabilized themselves in the airstream witnessed this incredible scene, their pupils dilating to the extreme, filled with disbelief. That Qingshan, who had taken the form of an immortal giant snake, was pulverized into ash by a single punch from Lin Shen, an amount of strength that was unimaginable. Could it be? Lin Shen is an immortal? The Tian brothers were so shocked they were at a loss for words. The scene was just too staggering. This trash, weaker than an immortal from the ultra-burn tribe, Lin Shen looked at Shan, who had been reduced to ash and left nothing behind. He felt slightly annoyed, having hoped that such a fellow would leave behind something useful after death. Unexpectedly, he was directly turned to ash. With a mere thought, Lin Shen knew what had happened. An immortal from the ultra-burn tribe was, after all, a true immortal. This guy had used some sort of technological product to transform himself into an immortal creature. Lin Shen's body was only moderately lethal to those of flesh and blood, but was extraordinarily destructive to immortal materials. The technology had rendered Shan a pure immortal creature, devoid of flesh and blood, which made him even weaker against Lin Shen. Lin Shen went straight to the teleporter station, seized control of the only teleporter, shut it down, and prevented anyone from teleporting in or out, first securing control of Beiji Star for himself. The tremendous shock of Lin Shen killing the immortal giant python made most of the core members and Nirvana beings who had been loyal to Shan surrender without much resistance. In truth, there were many people in the core who were reluctant to join Shan's rebellion. They had been forced to act against their will. Now that Shan had been killed and those Nirvana beings closely associated with him had been almost completely eradicated by Lin Shen, there were few who dared to risk their lives against him. Lin Shen sought help from the Qian family and quickly gained control over the entire Beiji Star, with the core also firmly in his grasp. From Shan, Lin Shen had learned that the situation was not so simple. The rebellion wasn't confined to Beiji Star alone, so he immediately contacted Tian Shun and others. Many did not reply. Tian Shun did not respond, but Ouyang Yudu did. It's chaos. The whole celestial race is in chaos. Rebellions have broken out on many planets. The celestial court is now barely holding on. Ouyang Yudu's voice was a bit frantic, indicating that the situation there was far from optimistic. This cast a shadow over Lin Shen's heart. Under normal circumstances, Tian Shun would never ignore his messages. Giant Ringstar must also be in trouble. How's the situation there? Are you all right? Lin Shen asked. But then the communication was cut off, and Lin Shen's message could not be sent, which made Lin Shen realize the gravity of the situation. Even Sky Pinnacle Star was in trouble. It seemed that Shan had not lied. The celestial race really was in major turmoil, and whether Emperor Tianshu and An Yi could hold the line was uncertain. A thought suddenly sprang to Lin Shen's mind. Could it be that An Yi has turned traitor? Otherwise, who has the power to incite simultaneous rebellions across so many planets of the celestial race? Anxious to return to Giant Ringstar, Lin Shen feared trouble might be brewing at Tian Shun's end. Lin Shen accessed the Sky Network and thankfully, Beiji Star's signal was still relatively stable. As expected, news of the internal rebellion of the celestial race had flooded the Sky Network today. The entire cosmos was discussing the rebellion within the celestial race. An event of such magnitude could not be kept hidden. Lin Shen saw a very unsettling piece of news. Communication from Derek Fu Star had been cut off. A few hours earlier, there had been messages from Derek Fu Star about rebellions erupting on the planet, but then, all news ceased. Unquestionably, an immortal must have appeared there, disrupting Derek Fu Star's communications with their law power. If I want to go to Giant Ringstar, I can only pass through Derek Fu Star, and with rebellions everywhere in the celestial race, it will be difficult to travel through other planets to transfer to Giant Ringstar. Realizing he could wait no longer, Lin Shen arranged for Beiji Star's matters to be firmly managed by the Tian family, especially the teleporter, and then used the teleporter to head to Derek Fu Star. Chapter 827, The Fall of Derek Fu Star. Chapter 827, The Fall of Derek Fu Star. Lin Shen had just teleported in when he witnessed a horrifying scene. Above the sky vault, terrifying immortal creatures hovered, their numbers too vast to imagine. Various demons and ghosts like immortal creatures nearly obscured the entire sky of Derek Fu Star. In the few gaps of sky that remained open, several members of the celestial race's immortals were engaged in battle, but their situation looked very grim. Surrounded by so many immortal creatures, they unleashed dazzling divine light and continuously erupted with law power in the sky. However, they couldn't break free from the immortal creatures' encirclement and were trapped in the void, forced to constantly fight these creatures. Who are you? Where are you from? The guard on duty at the teleportation station was clearly not one of the original soldiers from Derek Fu Star, evidenced by the presence of an immortal creature closely watching them, guarding against those who had teleported from different planets. I am a messenger from Shan, Lord of Beiji Star, here to report that Beiji Star has encountered resistance fighters and is actively purging them. We will need more time before we can join the reinforcements. Lin Shen saw the black swath of immortal creatures in the sky and dared not reveal his true identity. He was strong, but after all, he wasn't immortal. With tens of thousands of immortal creatures in the sky, Lin Shen was not delusional enough to believe he could take on tens of thousands of them. Those immortal creatures are 8 or 9 times out of 10 transformed by Nirvana beings. What kind of technology did the god-making race use to so easily transform Nirvana beings into immortal creatures? He had to hurry to Giant Ring Star and couldn't waste any time here. That idiot. And King Shan can't even get a small Beiji star under control. He's utterly useless. By the time he gets here, the battle will have already ended. The gatekeeping immortal creature spoke with a tone that showed he must also be transformed from a nirvana being. Lin Shen was about to say something when suddenly, a loud boom came from the sky. A light explosion rose in the void, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the sky, where the immortal creatures had surrounded several celestials who had gathered together, back to back, facing the demon and ghost-like immortal creatures. Lin Shen saw they weren't paying attention to him and was about to sneak away to find the teleportation array to Giant Ring Star when suddenly a voice came from the void. And 24, give it up. If you surrender, you will still be nobles of the celestial race, your status unchanged. You might even receive more benefits, a higher status. Why would you die for that dim-witted tyrant? Lin Shen looked towards the void and saw the immortal creatures surrounding the celestial race's immortals were not launching another attack. A figure with dragon horns on their head and wearing iron battle armor of an unknown race stood in front of the immortal creatures and called out to the celestial immortals. The celestial immortals turned to the leader among them, the 24th ranked powerhouse of the An family. With trash like you, you have the audacity to dream of making our noble celestial warriors submit? In your next life, you won't even have that dream. If you want Derek Fu Star, you are not worthy. And 24 suddenly erupted in brilliance, flying towards the direction of the planet, trying to break through the encirclement of immortal creatures to reach inside the planet and destroy the teleportation station to prevent these invaders from using Derek Fu Star to launch attacks on other worlds. The other celestial immortals seemed to understand An 24's intentions and also desperately unleashed their law power, aiding An 24 in his attempt to break into the planet's interior. The immortal creatures blocking their path were killed off several at a time, and for a moment no one could stop them as they almost breached the atmosphere. Because they hadn't anticipated that they would burst back into the planet's interior, there weren't a large number of immortal creatures surrounding the area, which seemed to give An 24 and his group a loophole to exploit. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, the space around twisted. After An 24 and the others rushed downward, their bodies mysteriously vanished, and when they reappeared, they were back within the encirclement of the immortal creatures. Tianjuyu. An 24 and the others' faces drastically changed at the sight of the person who had just blocked their path. Lin Shen also saw Tianjuyu and hastily drew back, standing inside the teleportation station, fearing that Tianjuyu would notice him. Tianjuyu is also from the god-making race. Lin Shen was surprised internally. Since you recognize me, then follow me from now on. Derek Fu Star will still be under your command, Tianjuyu said to An 24 indifferently. The iron-armored man with dragon horns came to Tianjuyu's side. Looking at An 24 and his group, he said, "This is the most noble of your celestial race. Following him won't be beneath you, right? Just a traitor, Tianjuyu. If you want to block me, then come on. I want to see if your space law is as powerful as the legends claim." And 24 raised his life-based staff, high, infinite holy light blossoming upon it. But that light did not travel in a straight line. It refracted from various strange angles, forming mirrors of light, reflecting the immortal creatures in the void, as well as the figures of Tianjuyu and the iron-armored man with dragon horns. For an instant, the entire sky vault seemed to turn into a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless Tianjuyus and immortal creatures, while the figures of An 24 and the others disappeared. Is this your mirrored kaleidoscope law? Truly worthy of being the future law among the space series? If others had met you, you might have really escaped. But it's unfortunate that the person you've encountered is me. Tianjuyu swept his sleeves. The kaleidoscope-like sky shattered in a moment as if it were glass, and the figures of An 24 and his group reappeared. Puffed. And 24 spat out blood, his eyes glaring fixedly at Tianjuyu. The space immortal law is indeed formidable. Give me another 20 years, and I would definitely kill you to take the spatial Dharma King's position. That's why you should survive? Follow me, and I'll give you 20 years, Tianjuyu said lightly. Sadly, we of the An family are not adept at walking with dogs, and 24 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of scorn. Ha, do you all feel the same as him? Tianjuyu laughed heartily, unperturbed, looking towards the other celestial immortals. We are willing to follow Lord Juyu. The other celestials exchanged glances, not daring to meet An 24's eyes. They flew toward Tianjuyu and saluted. Very good, from now on, you are my own brothers. Tianjuyu's gaze turned towards An 24. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Since you are so eager to be loyal to the old thief Tianshu, then go to hell with him. With that, Tianjuyu's figure flashed away, reappearing with a palm strike on An 24's chest, sending his body flying backwards into the rifts of void, where the turbulent void current strangled him. Is there anyone else who wishes to join him in experiencing what the void domain feels like? Tianjuyu's gaze swept across, yet no one dared to meet his eyes. Chapter 828, All Iron, Chapter 828, All Iron. Lin Shen was terrified at heart. If Tianjuyu had used this move during their fight earlier, he might have died 800 times already. True immortals are not to be trifled with. Lin Shen shrank back even further, stealthily heading towards another teleporter. Why are you running around? Why don't you teleport back quickly and call Lin Shen over? An immortal creature guarding the teleportation station entrance shouted at Lin Shen. I'm on my way. Lin Shen said and headed towards the teleporter. Are you confused? This teleporter here goes to Beiji Star. Where are you running off to? The immortal creature asked. I know. Lin Shen replied verbally, but he continued walking towards that teleporter. Who are you, really? The immortal creature sensed something amiss, released a terrifying power, and spewed a beam of cold light towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen swung his sword and split the cold light into two, retreating with the force of his strike and crashing into the teleporter. The teleporter activated, and Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, gambling that the immortal creature wouldn't dare to destroy the teleporter. The reason Derek Fu Star was so critical was that it served as a major interstellar transport hub for many planets. Damaging these teleporters would significantly reduce the value of Derek Fu Star. As Lin Shen had bet, the immortal creature didn't dare to destroy the teleporter, allowing him to successfully teleport away from Derek Fu Star. A rebellion also took place on Giant Ring Star, but the battle was not as brutal as on Derek Fu Star, and there were no large-scale battles involving low-level creatures. An N117, what do you mean by this? Tian Xun asked coldly, looking at N117 and the dozens of Nirvana beings behind him. I truly admire you, N1117 said, his eyes full of appreciation. If you have something to say it directly, Tian Xun replied indifferently. Emperor Tianshu is unethical. We intend to rectify the chaos and hope you will join us, N1117 said with a smile. Who are we? And ye? Tian Xun frowned. Although Lord Ani has devoted himself exhaustively to our race, he's too old now, lacking the vigor to fight for our race's future. So who are you talking about that we? I am a member of the God-making race, N1117 said calmly. If you join, I can sponsor you, and your status within the God-making race will be no less than mine. Why would you want to be someone else's dog instead of staying with the celestial race? Tian Xun muttered from behind Tian Xun. And N117 ignored Tian Xun, pretending he hadn't heard. Tian Xun, what do you think? Why should I believe that you can succeed? Tian Xun asked emotionlessly. It seems you're just trying to buy time, but it's too late. The celestial race is about to be finished. The Tianju family is too busy to send help, N117 said coldly, seeing through Tian Xun's intentions. You want to know why we can succeed? Let's show you. An N117 waved to the Nirvana beings behind him, and one Nirvana being took out a syringe and injected herself in the neck. Tian Xun watched as the Nirvana being transformed into a giant beast emitting the power of law, his gaze growing serious. Tian Xun, I'll give you one last chance. You only need to answer yes or no, N117 said, staring into Tian Xun's eyes. Are you willing to join the God-making race? I'm not willing, Tian Xun replied calmly. Then perish, N117 commanded, and the formidable immortal beast burst into flames like law power, threatening to turn Paradise Island into a sea of fire. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared behind the head of the immortal beast. Half of the figure's face was flesh, the other half steel, wearing a hooded sweatshirt. He placed one hand on the beast's head. In the next second, the beast's head exploded like a huge watermelon, startling everyone. Indiscriminate arson, punishable by death, Tai remarked calmly, watching the immortal beast's body fall to the ground. Very well, so you had backup. No wonder you dared to refuse my offer. Unfortunately, you misjudged. One immortal can't save your life, N17 said, gesturing for all the Nirvana beings, including himself, to inject themselves in the neck. In moments, N17 and the Nirvana beings transformed into formidable immortal beasts, their eyes gleaming with deadly intent as they ferociously stared down Tian Xun. Tian Xun, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Kill them all. And N17 commanded, launching his power of fiery laws, flames erupting around. Boom. Before N1117 could finish his sentence, he noticed Tai was already standing before him, grabbing his transformed beast head. Then, N1117 felt a pain in his head and knew nothing more. Watching N1117's head being crushed, the other transformed Nirvana beings were shocked, but Tai gave them no time to hesitate. He dashed forward like a specter, and soon every immortal beast's head exploded, drenching Tai in gore. The dozens of immortal-level beasts were killed in the blink of an eye, their bodies sprawled on the ground. Isn't Tai a Nirvana being? How can he be so strong? Tian Xun thought, watching him. Big brother, you're so cool, Tian Xun laughed, his eyes full of admiration. Regardless of whether Lin Shen recognized him, Tian Xun had decided this was his big brother. But Tai had no reaction, standing motionlessly staring at his right hand, covered in red and white matter. Tian Xun, don't go over there, something's off with him. Tian Xun pulled back Tian Xun, watching Tai. What could be wrong? What could be wrong with big brother? Tian Xun looked questioningly at Tai. Tai looked at the red and white on his hand, his eyes indeed showing something unsettling, especially that steel eye, flickering uncertainly like a red light. Roar. Suddenly, Tai bellowed fiercely to the sky, his half-flesh body bizarrely transforming into steel. In moments, his entire being turned into a steel body, looking like a steel robot, his eyes flashing red as he stared at Tian Xun and the others. Chapter 829, Word Spirit Law, Chapter 829, Chapter 829, Word Spirit Law, Second Brother, are you okay? Tian Shen called out to Tai with alarm and uncertainty. Tai, who had stopped growling, slowly turned his head to look at Tian Shen, a flickering red light in his eyes making the onlooker's heart skip a beat uncomfortably. Suddenly, the red light in Tia's eyes missed a beat and, at the same time, he appeared in front of Tian Shen like a ghost, his iron hand reaching for Tian Shen's head. Second Brother. Tian Shen wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't keep up with her brain's reaction, and she could only watch in horror as the steel hand clutched her head. It seemed that Tia heard Tian Shen's shout and his palm hesitated for a moment. In that brief pause, a sword stretched over and blocked in front of Tia's hand. Tai's hand caught the blade of the sword, and Tian Shen took the opportunity, her body finally catching up with her brain's response, to spring back, retreating several tens of meters. Tai, holding the sword blade, applied a slight force, and the Nirvana-level spirit-based sword turned to powder in his palm. Tian Sun, holding the broken hilt, retreated rapidly while the devout Seraph life base appeared and merged with Tian Sun, transforming him into an angelic figure wrapped in a holy carapace with 8 snow-white wings on his back. Second Brother, wake up, Tian Sun uttered in a voice like a chant as he saw Tia's gaze fixed on himself. Tai heard Tian Shen's sound and his form noticeably paused. However, the next second he vanished again and appeared in front of Tian Shen, his hand reaching for her head. Tai, wake up, she's my little aunt, Tian Shen yelled as he rushed toward Tai, knowing that if he couldn't stop Tai, Tian Shen would lose her life. He was so anxious he even forgot to call him Second Brother. Even immortal creatures couldn't resist the strength of Tai's grasp, completely powerless to resist. No matter how strong Tian Sun was, it seemed unlikely she could compete with Tai. She was only destined to have her head crushed. Tian Sun's shouting clearly made Tai hesitate. Tian Sun's 8 wings moved together, and she floated back, dodging Tai's attack. Thump! Tian Sun threw himself onto Tai, desperately wrapping his arms around his body and repeatedly shouting, Tai, Second Brother, come to your senses. Tai stood there, the red light in his eyes flickering chaotically, the rhythm clearly fluctuating as he stood immobile. Tian Sun watched Tai and gestured for everyone to retreat. If Tai truly lost control, they had to get out of his line of sight, otherwise they all might die. Suddenly, Tai, who had been motionless as Tian Shen embraced him, grabbed Tian Shen's neck and lifted him up, his eyes flashing red as he looked at him. Tian Shen, with Tai's large hand gripping his neck, felt as if clamped by iron tongs, his neck nearly snapping, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Tai, let go of Tian Shen. Tian Shen's body erupted with holy light, her voice rippling with strange undulations. Tian Sun's word spirit power seemed to have no effect on Tai, who stood amid the rippling sound, showing no reaction and still staring intently at Tian Shen. We have no other choice. Tian Sun fixed her gaze on Tai, the holy light on her body burning more and more intensely. Her word spirit power couldn't affect Tai, but Tai had not yet killed Tian Shen, which meant he must have been somehow moved, otherwise 1,000 Tian Shens would have died long ago. But Tian Sun didn't know when Tia would even lose that slight touch of humanity, and when that time came, Tian Shen would immediately die and they would all perish. Thus, there was only one path left for her to take, which was to ascend to immortality. Only by ascending to immortality could she possibly stop Tai or awaken him. The path she needed to walk was the law of words, but there already existed an immortal Dharma king who presided over this law. Tian Shen had always been waiting for the opportunity, but now she could wait no longer. She could only ascend to immortality with her own understanding. Although she could not achieve the true immortal laws, she could only complete a branch law, but there was no time for such concerns now. As holy light erupted from her body, Tian Sun stared at Tia, her red lips slightly parting, emitting a divine sound as if an angel was admonishing mankind. I say, when the heavens rain, falling upon the mortal dust. With Tian Sun's voice, droplets of rain indeed fell from the sky, immersing Paradise Island in a vast downpour. I say, all things revive. 100 flowers bloomed together. The plants on Paradise Island grew wildly. Countless fresh flowers bloomed, and even those not in their flowering season blossomed alongside the rest. Tai's gaze turned towards Tian Shen as he casually threw Tian Shen away like trash. Bang! Tian Shen's body slammed into a building, collapsing it, and she was buried underneath. I say, there is snow in the world of men. The wind howls in the cold winter. The droplets falling from the sky turned into a blanket of snowflakes at the sound of Tian Shen's voice. The puddles on the ground transformed into snow, and bone-chilling winds howled past, whirling up the snowflakes. I say, there are emotions among men, gods in the heavens. Tian Shen's voice became more and more resolute, and in her voice, everyone's eyes seemed to soften at once, and silhouettes of angels began to emerge in the sky as if deities were about to descend. I say, all law of the world follows my speech. Tian Shen's holy light erupted completely, twisting the space with its radiance, as if the entire world was rendered bizarre under that law. The carapace on Tian Sun's body also became more sacred amidst that twisted space. Order light chains sprang from the void, wrapping around her, causing miraculous changes within her body shrouded by the light chains. Her carapace became crystal clear, her entire being seemed to be a flawless crystal, and even the 8 angels' wings on her back appeared as transparent as glass. Countless light chains converged on her red lips, making them gradually emit a faint light, slowly forming enigmatic light patterns on her lips. Elder brother, awaken. The moment those light patterns formed on her lips, Ch801 looked at Tai and spoke again. As Ch801 spoke, Tai's face showed signs of pain, his hands clutching his head, bowing low, as his steel body began to contort. What was originally a body of flesh and blood, now turned into steel body, kept twisting bizarrely and changing. Roar. Tai roared towards the heavens, half of his steel body struggling and changing, momentarily revealing the appearance of a body of flesh and blood. But that flesh and blood presence was fleeting, quickly turning back into steel body, and then once more into flesh and blood, alternating continuously. Elder brother, awaken quickly, Ch801 spoke again, causing Tai's bodily transformations to become even more violent. Bang, clutching his head, as if tortured by extreme pain, Tai suddenly knelt down and punched the earth, a terrifying strength instantly opening a crack on Paradise Island, splitting the island in half, drifting apart to either side. Chapter 830, 890, you are very important. Chapter 830, Chapter 890, you are very important. Ch801 crawled out from the ruins of the building, her face ugly to the extreme as she looked at the separated Paradise Island. Her wings fluttered behind her, and she flew up into the air, looking towards the other half of Paradise Island. Go. Seeing Ch801 flying over, Ch801 just uttered one word indifferently, and Ch801's body uncontrollably fled at full speed into the distance, completely beyond his control. Elder sister, Ch801 screamed desperately, but he couldn't control his own body, and in an instant he had already fled into the void. After Ch801 commanded everyone to go, all the people on Paradise Island couldn't help dispersing in all directions. Only Tai knelt on one knee, motionless, while one side of his body continued to change. Second brother, Ch801 tried to use her word spirit law on Tai, but was interrupted by a strange laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Tai pressed one hand on the ground and the other on his face, laughing eerily, louder and louder, until he slowly stood up. The changing half of his body gradually ceased its transformation as the steel body took over, and the flesh and blood appeared almost no more. Second brother, wake up, Ch801 called out again, but her voice seemed a bit pale and powerless against Tai's nearly insane laughter. Ha 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 ha, Tai laughed even more frantically, releasing his face and laughing out loud. Ch801's face turned white at once. The light patterns on her lips suddenly dimmed significantly, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Tai, who laughed like a madman, became silent, arms wide open, head back, yet his face still held that insane smile, as if he were laughing without a sound. His body no longer underwent any changes and had completely turned into cold steel. After a long while, Tai gradually lowered his hands and slowly looked down at Ch801, his eyes flickering with red light fixed on her. Boom. Merely being stared at by that gaze, Ch801 felt as if she'd been struck by a heavy blow. Her holy light shattered, and she shot far back into the air before gradually stabilizing her figure, staring in shock at Tai, who floated in the air. You all deserve to die. Tai's voice seemed utterly devoid of human emotion, as mechanical as synthesized electronic sound. With that, Tai's figure moved, stepping through the void towards Ch801 as if there were an invisible bridge beneath his feet. As a god is my shield, nothing can break through. As soon as Ch801 spoke, celestial angels' images emerged, layer upon layer of angelic figures descended in front of her, forging into a holy angelic light shield, positioned before her. Boom. Tai pressed one hand against the angelically forged light shield, and in an instant the shield shattered, turning into a sky full of scattering light rising upward. Ch801's gaze was resolute. Her 8 wings moved in unison, creating traces of light patterns in the void as she retreated swiftly, her speed unimaginably fast. However, no matter how fast she moved, Tai's steel palm, like a devil's hand, remained in front of Ch801 on its own rhythm, drawing closer to her, about to clasp her head. A look of determination flashed in Ch801's eyes as holy light erupted from her body and the light patterns on her lips vibrated. I say, this world will eventually belong to me. Dong. A sword came flying out of nowhere, striking Tai's palm, the explosion interrupting what Ch801 was about to say, and shaking her body to fly backwards. A figure appeared behind Ch801, catching her. You're back? Ch801 turned his head to see the familiar face and said with a complex expression, I'm back. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the scrap sword, which had been shot away like a meteor and changed its direction, flying back into his hand. Coming back at this time, you might end up dead, Ch801 sighed. It would be quite interesting for 2 people to have a funeral together, Lin Shen said with a smile, looking at Tai and asking, what happened to him? An Un-117 is from the god-making race. He and his men used some sort of injection fluid, transitioning directly from nirvana level to immortal level beasts. Tai killed them, and then he turned into this. It's likely because he was contaminated with their blood, affected by that injection fluid in the blood. Tian Shen briefly explained the situation. The elder sister and the others are all right? Lin Shen let go of Tian Shen and asked. I sent the elder sister away earlier. She's already back on your home planet by now, Tian Shen said. That's good then. You go first. Leave this place to me, Lin Shen said, looking at Tai. I also think it's more interesting to have a funeral together, Tian Shen replied with a smile. Then let's do it together, Lin Shen said, gripping the scrap sword tightly and flying towards Tai. Tai, what happened to you? The red light flickered in Tai's eyes as he stared at Lin Shen before he suddenly spoke. Are you Lin Shen? You still recognize me? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Of course, you are important, Tai nodded. Lin Shen felt a sigh of relief. Tai had turned out like this, even willing to kill Tian Shen, and yet he still recognized him. It was truly remarkable. This touched Lin Shen a little. He hadn't expected to be so important in Tai's heart. Refusing even to call you second brother, am I going too far? Lin Shen reflected on himself. But then, Tai continued, so, you must die, damn it. Lin Shen was taken aback, and after realizing it, he wanted to curse. I take back my previous thoughts. He can't possibly be my second brother. If I'm so important, why must I die? Lin Shen asked patiently. Clearly, Tai must have regained some memories. He should know by now that he is not Lin Shen's second brother. Lin Shen wanted to find out who this Tai really was. Only if you die, will it finally quiet down. Tai stretched out a finger towards his own head and said, I'm not a tumor in your brain. Why would your brain quiet down if I die? Lin Shen continued to ask. I don't know, only that it will quiet down if you die, Tai went on. You're important. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Thanks for that, Lin Shen said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. No need to thank me. You're important. You should be different from those people, Tai said, reaching out for Lin Shen. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt as if the whole world slowed down. He could clearly see Tai's hand reaching for his throat, but he had the sensation that his body couldn't move, unable to keep up with his brain's reaction. Lin Shen was all too familiar with this feeling. Chapter 831, Battle Tai Again. Chapter 831, Chapter 891, Battle Tai Again. Back when Lin Shen was insignificant, battling with Tai always brought such feelings because his body couldn't keep up with his brain's response, causing an illusion. Now that he had become a nirvana being, the feelings persisted during his fight with Tai. Tai's speed was still much faster than his. I told you, you would be faster than me, a voice rose from behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen only felt a strange strength fill his body, allowing it to catch up with his brain's response, and he drew his sword to meet Tai's hand. The blade chi that spun like a chainsaw struck Tai's hand. It far surpassed the nirvana power, but when it hit Tai's iron hand, it shattered instantly. Scrap sword also heavily chopped down on Tai's hand. However, the saw-like strength could not cut through Tai's iron hand. Instead, it was caught effortlessly with a twist. Lin Shen immediately felt an irresistible strength transmitted from the sword handle, forcing him to release his grip. Scrap sword fell into Tai's hand, which seemed a bit surprised. His grip, which was meant to crush the sword, did not succeed. With one hand gripping the sword's tip and the other the hilt, Tai exerted force, surprisingly bending the nearly indeformable scrap sword easily into a near-circle shape. Lin Shen watched, his heart pounding. No battle he had ever fought had caused the scrap sword to deform like this. Yet looking at it now, the scrap sword seemed like it would snap at any moment. Ultimately, the scrap sword did not break. When bent into a circle, it still did not snap, and when Tai loosened his grip on the tip, it snapped back to its original straight shape. Good sword, Tai said, holding the scrap sword and cleaving it toward Lin Shen. Under the augmentation of Tian Shen's word spirit law, Lin Shen barely kept up with Tai's speed, raising the sword sheath with both hands to block his chop. The strength in both hands still couldn't stop that terrifying power, directly sending Lin Shen plummeting from the sky, crashing onto a hanging island and shattering it into pieces. Tai reached out to grab the trembling scabbard, slipping the scrap sword back into it. Your body has returned to its original form, Tian Shen's voice came. Lin Shen's injured body immediately recovered, and the splits in his palms also instantaneously healed. Lin Shen soared upwards, summoning the contrarian to merge with him. The ink carapace enveloped him, emitting a strange glow. Only bolster my speed, Lin Shen told Tian Shen. Without asking why, Tian Shen ceased other enhancements, focusing only on speeding up Lin Shen. Tai didn't watch the returning Lin Shen, but instead examined the sword in his hand. Indeed a good sword, thank you. I never said I'd give it to you, Lin Shen said coldly, staring at Tai. In fact, it's already mine, Tai said, his eyes flashing red as he looked at Lin Shen. I said I'd leave your entire body intact, so you might as well go die on your own. Who are you really? Lin Shen asked, staring at Tai. Can't remember, but I suppose I must have been a very powerful person. A hint of emotion seemed to creep into Tai's voice. Yet Tai continued, perhaps if I kill you, I might remember who I am. Saying so, Tai walked towards Lin Shen. Since you lack the courage to end your own life, it's better I help you. You're not him, are you? The Tai I knew abided by the rules and principles. He didn't kill people randomly, Lin Shen continued, staring at the approaching Tai. So it makes sense. He is him. I am me. You can consider us two different people, Tai said. Dual personality? Lin Shen slightly furrowed his brow. You ask too many questions and talk too much. Dead people don't need to know so much, Tai said, then slapped toward Lin Shen without drawing the scrap sword. Lin Shen still chose to meet the attack head-on, slapping out his palm towards Tai's. When their palms met, Tian Xun was surprised to find that it was not Lin Shen but Tai who was knocked back a distance. The art of reversal is a very formidable attribute. Tai saw through the light of fate reversal's ability at a glance. Pitya the user is not up to par. As he spoke, Tai walked toward Lin Shen again, slapping out another palm. Lin Shen met it with another palm strike, but this time, Lin Shen was sent flying backward. Fortunately, Tian Xun caught him from behind, dissipating the strength on Lin Shen's body. Even so, the ink carapace on Lin Shen's palms had already shattered. The two slid through the air, crashing into a hanging island. Using the island to transmit out the force, the island exploded into pieces immediately. I told you, the ability is good, but the user is lacking. Did you think I would moderate my strength? Pity, you guessed wrong. Tai approached Lin Shen again, still aiming a palm at him. Lin Shen glanced at Tian Xun behind him, then met the attack with another palm. Yua Chen guessed wrong again. The palms clashed, and Tai spoke impassively, his palm devoid of any strength, while Lin Shen's light of fate reversal burst forth with full force. With such a reversal of strength, Tai's strength would increase, and Lin Shen's would decrease. The law will reverse, and the end will become the beginning. Tian Xun's voice sounded again. Boom. Their palms clashed, and Tai was hurled back again, sliding through the air with flickering red light in his eyes. You can discern my intentions, but you can't judge the intentions of both of us. You alone can't win against the two of us. Lin Shen rushed forward, throwing a punch towards Tai's face. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of their clash were incessant. Lin Shen and Tai fought, the light of fate reversal constantly transforming with the assistance of Tian Xun's word spirit. Tai, unable to determine whether Lin Shen would use the light of fate reversal, was repelled by Lin Shen over and over. Impressive indeed. X killing you is somewhat interesting. X Tai. Tai stared straight at Lin Shen, completely disregarding Tian Xun behind him. It was only together that Tian Xun and Lin Shen could fight him. If he killed Tian Xun first, he would immediately disrupt the balance, yet Tai had no such intention. Do you know that in this universe there is a power called Lawless Heaven? Tai said emotionlessly, looking at Lin Shen. I don't know. Lin Shen's fist swung again. No matter, you'll find out very soon. Tai extended a hand. His seemingly casually extended hand appeared to shatter the void itself, everything crumbling between his fingers. That hand, as if it belonged to the divine hand, descended from the heavens. Chapter 832-892, Lawless Heaven, Chapter 832, Chapter 892, Lawless Heaven. Iron Hand's fingers touched the light of fate reversal, but the light didn't take effect. Instead, it scattered like sand under the might of the steel hand, which continued its unrelenting advance to clash with Lin Shen's palm. The carapace of Lin Shen's palm, just reconstructed by Superbase Recast, shattered under the steel hand, and his flesh met steel with no gaps in between. Boom. Lin Shen's body was sent retreating again, and Tai watched the retreating Lin Shen, his eyes shimmering rapidly with red light. No, wrong. Tai didn't pursue and muttered to himself while watching Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned Xiao Yu and the mutated Jade Exquisite and shouted at Tian Xun, "Empower me with all your strength." Skills like Superbase Change activated simultaneously, and the shell transformed by the Contrarian gradually became transparent, with light seeming to flow within. Lin Shen reached out and grasped the inheritance fan in his hand, bellowing aloud, "The sky so vast, the field so broad, I am wild and unruly all my life. The sky so vast, the field so broad, I am wild and unruly all my life." Tian Xun joined in the chant. But her singing was entirely different from Lin Shen's like a divine chant, as the power of laws surged into Lin Shen's body with it. Lin Shen felt endless strength flood into him, and the war song provided an immeasurable boost. The war song, imbued with the power of word spirit, was equivalent to an army of thousands. A ghost face pattern appeared on Xiao Yu, emitting a strange light, as he hid behind Tian Xun. The mutated Jade Exquisite's suppressing mountains and rivers skill activated, marking Tai with a mountain and river imprint. Lin Shen, reckless and wild, frantically waved the inheritance fan, layering various negative skills upon Tai, causing his body to fall from the sky, his steel feet landing on the ground. All sorts of imprints and brilliant lights flickered on Tai's body, but he seemed to be oblivious, his eyes chaotically flashing red as he continued to mutter, "Wrong, wrong." Seeing the inheritance fan taking effect, Lin Shen directly tossed the fan in his hand. The spinning inheritance fan, like a wheel of light, continuously shot out spinning blades, assaulting Tai with a barrage like a myriad of flying wheels. Still, Tai stood immobile, blades of spinning chi cutting at him, the blade chi crackling and breaking as if saw teeth too brittle were sawing through something far too hard, the teeth shattering in the process. So many spinning blades had failed to leave any marks on Tai's steel body. Tai's body's sturdiness was beyond imagination. Even with so many buffs and debuffs, Lin Shen's full-powered strike couldn't injure him. "You are a mistake," Tai began to move again, and as his body shot forth explosively, the mountain and river imprints and the fan skill's mysterious light pattern shattered instantly, scattering like droplets in all directions. Tai appeared like a war machine, charging wildly into Lin Shen's face, his fists raining down like a tempest. Lin Shen, with his host of skills augmenting him, chanted the war song aloud as his fists met the onslaught. The ceaseless clash of their punches rang in everyone's ears. Lin Shen's fists' carapace shattered on first contact, and his flesh and blood fists collided with Tai's steel body fists. Their impact was so powerful that it caused mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Rings of blade chi violently shook the surrounding hanging islands, causing them to topple and twist in every direction. Lin Shen's physical strength could shatter the immortal, yet Tai's steel body was in no way inferior. His fists sped up, and his strength grew more explosive. Neither of them took a single step back. Tian Xun, using the power of the word spirit, continually bestowed Lin Shen with support. Without her word spirit support, Lin Shen's own strength would have been inadequate to face Tai head-on. Wrong, all wrong, Tai murmured non-stop to himself as he furiously exchanged blows with Lin Shen. His voice crescendoed until it was nearly a roar. The red glow in his eyes flickered faster and grew brighter, as if perpetually bathed in a red hue. That's lawless heaven, Godslayer power. Jade Exquisite gasped in horror and hid further behind Tian Xun. Do you recognize him? Tian Xun's voice resonated inside Jade Exquisite's mind, while her own mouth continued to sing the war song without pause. Not recognize, just know that kind of power. But that power is supposed to exist only in theory. It shouldn't be possible. Jade Exquisite spoke with a complicated expression. Hesitating, Jade Exquisite heard Tian Xun say, "If you keep anything back, we'll all die here today." Biting her lip, Jade Exquisite admitted, "I have the memory of inheritance. In fact, there originally was no such base mutation creature like the Asura ghost in this universe." "You were artificially created?" Tian Xun, sharp as ever, instantly grasped Jade Exquisite's implication. "I was created by the god-making race, but not entirely so. To be precise, my previous generation, the Asura Ghost King and Asura Ghost Queen, were created by the god-making race, and I am the natural result of their union, inheriting their powers and memories." Jade Exquisite paused and continued. "In the process of their creation, their creator was also researching a power that could break the rules of the universe. The creator called it Lawless Heaven, a power that could destroy all existing cosmic order, rules, and matter. Anything material in this universe could not withstand the force of Lawless Heaven. But that kind of power existed only as a theoretical possibility. In the memories of the Asura Ghost King and Queen, the creator's experiments had not succeeded, or rather, couldn't possibly succeeded, because cosmic rules are mutually generative and destructive. There's no such thing as absolute invincibility, so achieving Lawless Heaven is naturally impossible." As Jade Exquisite spoke, her expression grew more bizarre. "But that person's power, it's very similar to the experimental results calculated by that creator's instruments in the memories I inherited. I might have seen it wrong, or perhaps my memories are not complete. It can't be Lawless Heaven's power. Otherwise, how could Lin Shen withstand it?" "No, your memory should be correct. That should indeed be the power of Lawless Heaven. He himself has spoken its name." Tian Xun said, "Is there anything in your memories about a method to counteract the power of Lawless Heaven?" "No, that's the ultimate power of the universe. In theory, it's a force capable of breaking and destroying everything. How could there be a way to counter it?" Jade Exquisite shook her head. "Maybe Lawless Heaven isn't perfect. Just like you said, it's only theoretically possible. If it really had succeeded, how could Lin Shen withstand it?" Hearing this, Jade Exquisite's eyes lit up. "That's right. If successful, nothing should withstand Lawless Heaven. His Lawless Heaven must be incomplete. There must be flaws. But what are the flaws?" Chapter 833-893, You Are a Mistake. Chapter 833, You Are a Mistake. You're just a mistake. Tai roared, his fist breaking through the limits of strength, cracking Lin Shen's knuckles and blasting him away. Lin Shen's arm twisted unnaturally as his body flew backward like a bullet. The ground as cotton, the stones as clouds, all things become soft. The power of Tian Xun's word spirit rippled out. Lin Shen crashed onto Hanging Island, yet his body seemed to hit a sponge, with his strength continuously being drained. After smashing through over a dozen hanging islands, Lin Shen finally steadied himself and rushed back up, facing Tai, who walked towards him like a monster. But his strength was far too inferior to that of Tai, who, like an indomitable war machine, kept attacking Lin Shen, twisting his body and shattering his armor, furiously beating him as he was sent flying backward. Flesh and bones made popping and cracking sounds, already broken beyond count. Tian Xun had exhausted his efforts to assist Lin Shen with the power of the word spirit, but Tai's strength was simply too immense. No matter what reinforcements were made, Lin Shen couldn't be brought to a level where he could contend with him. Lin Shen and Tian Xun had used up all their might, whereas Tai seemed to have only just begun to exert his force. Error, it's all wrong. Tai grabbed Lin Shen, whose face had swollen like a pig head from the gushing blood, and lifted him by the neck. Errors must be corrected. Tai's eyes glared red as he raised his fist, pulling his arm back to its limit, ready to burst Lin Shen's head with a punch. You said you wanted to leave my whole corpse, didn't you? Lin Shen coughed blood as he spoke. Tai's body stiffened for a moment, his fist hesitating to smash down. Then, leave a whole corpse, transforming his fist into a finger, Tai pointed it towards Lin Shen's heart. All the gods and spirits protect me, divine descent. Holy light surged from Tian Shun, 8 wings spread wide, hair stiff with fluttering, and every orifice and pore bleeding profusely. A series of light chains condensed in front of Lin Shen into the silhouette of a 6-winged angel that stretched out a hand to block Tai's finger. Boom. The silhouette of the 6-winged angel was penetrated by Tai's finger, turning into countless specks of light as Tian Shun spewed blood from his mouth and staggered. Tai once again lifted his finger, still aiming his point at Lin Shen's heart. It's over. Little Jade's face paled, and she didn't know whether to step in or to flee. In front of such a terrifying monster, going forward would mean death for little Jade, but not going meant she couldn't escape anyway, as her pet key was still on Lin Shen. Suddenly, a star river appeared between heaven and earth, and countless brilliantly shining petals like a petal torrent submerged Lin Shen and Tai within. After the petal torrent had passed, Tai remained unscathed in midair, but Lin Shen was nowhere to be seen. The petal torrent took a turn in the void, coming before Tian Shun, and as the torrent faded, at its end there appeared a handsome man wearing white and with a mischievous smile on his face, supporting Lin Shen with one hand and looking at Tian Shun with a grin. I'll have to trouble you a bit more to take care of this young man. You are Lin Shangdong. Tian Shun recognized the man in white. With you calling me Lin Shangdong, my 4 days and nights of non-stop travel here haven't been in vain, though it seems I've arrived a bit late. Lin Shangdong handed the injured Lin Shen to Tian Shun, his gaze shifting toward Tian Shun. His gaze, Shangdong, you've arrived just in time. Be careful, his strength can destroy all matter and order. Supporting Lin Shen, Tian Shun felt a surge of surprise. She had seen Lin Shangdong's performance on the clan rankings before. He was formidable, but she hadn't thought him strong enough to snatch Lin Shen back from the clutches of Tai. Don't worry, if I have one virtue, it's my ability to take a beating, Lin Shangdong declared towards Tai. Which member of the god-making race are you, and why are you troubling my brothers and sisters? Errors must be corrected. Tai did not heed Lin Shangdong, his eyes flashing red as he kept his unwavering gaze on Lin Shen, stepping towards him. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you, Lin Shangdong said, pointing a finger as petals appeared out of thin air, swirling toward Tai from every direction. Endless petals suddenly transformed into an ancient city, suppressing Tai within it. But the next second, Lin Shangdong's expression changed. The ancient city formed by the endless petals failed to stop Tai's advance. With every step Tai took, the buildings of the petal ancient city crumbled into dust before him, and without him even lifting a hand, the city lay in ruins. Lin Shen, you've stirred up a fearsome fellow, truly a worry to us all, Lin Shangdong murmured with a grave look in his eyes. Lin Shangdong, be careful, his power is too strong, Lin Shen managed to say, swallowing the blood that had risen to his mouth and nose. Cut the chatter, with me here, there's no need for you. Tian Shun, take the kid and go. I got this, Lin Shangdong said, his gaze fixed on the advancing Tai. We'll assist you, Tian Shun offered. Fighting is a man's business. You just need to take care of looking pretty and dealing with that little one's romantic issues, Lin Shangdong said, taking steps toward Tai as well. In the starry sky, a shower of petals fell, congregating in front of Lin Shangdong, coalescing into a flower sword, growing larger and more radiant, like a polar light piercing the sky and earth. Cut! Lin Shangdong swung down, and the polar light-like petal sword slashed down at Tai's head. Beneath the giant sword, Tai's body seemed as insignificant as an ant. Boom! With a punch, Tai blasted the tremendous sword into a shower of petals, his terrifying fist reaching Lin Shangdong and piercing through his body. Lin Shangdong! Lin Shen cried out in horror. Yet, Lin Shangdong's body, riddled by the blow, scattered into petals, which reconvened in the void to reform his body. This guy is unbelievably strong. Lin Shangdong's white robe was now tattered, with flesh missing from the torn spots, blood pouring out and quickly turning his white garment crimson. It looks like I'll need to get serious, Lin Shangdong said, his eyes blazing as he stared at Tai. Little flowers sprouted from his wounds, healing his body, while a strange power pulsed around him, distorting the space. The flowers have fallen, all things must end, buried bones. Lin Shangdong's hands drew lines between heaven and earth, and suddenly, all color drained from the world, leaving only one, white. Chapter 834-894 Battle, in the painting. Chapter 894 Battle in the painting. No, it wasn't just Tai and the Hanging Islands, even fourth brother Lin Shangdong had become a character within the ink painting. Unlike a real ink painting, the things inside this one were still alive and capable of movement. However, as they moved within the ink painting, unlike the outside world, they seemed to only move in a two-dimensional manner across the paper. Tai swung a punch at Lin Shangdong, his figure charging straight at fourth brother Lin Shangdong on the ink scroll, while Lin Shangdong merely lightly leapt over Tai's head. Their fight looked like two shadows moving on a fabric, confined to just left, right, forward, and backward movements. There were no other spatial options, and their attacks had also become two-dimensional. Lin Shen watched, dumbfounded, having never seen anything like this. It was as if watching an old cartridge video game being played on a monochrome TV, limited to just up, down, forward, and backward movements. Black petals fell onto the ink painting, and Tai, who could only move up, down, forward, and backward, had no space to dodge and could only let the petals fall on him, staining his body. But in the next second, the petals on Tai dispersed like black smoke and ultimately vanished. Tai passed through the petals and bombed fourth brother Lin Shandong with a punch. Lin Shandong didn't dare to catch his punch and quickly jumped up, attempting to leap over Tai's head. However, Tai was faster, acting later but arriving first, still smashing a punch toward fourth brother Lin Shandong. Lin Shen's heart almost leapt out of his chest. Fourth brother was unavoidable, and if he clashed head-on with Tai, he would likely suffer a great deal. Just when everyone thought there was no solution but to engage head-on, fourth brother casually drew a few lines on the ink-like scroll, somehow crafting a path that stretched into the distance, giving depth to the scene. His body didn't seem to move, but it shifted away from Tai's space, dodging his fist. Those lines were subsequently erased, leaving Tai still restricted to moving only forward, backward, left, and right. Meanwhile, fourth brother attacked him from another angle. Not only was Lin Shen stunned, but even Tian Xun, with his extensive knowledge, and Xiao Yu, with her inherited memories, were amazed by such a battle. Fourth brother's strength could use lines to create various spaces and contrasts on the scroll, altering his position relative to Tai, and casually drawing mountains and seas to block Tai's attacks. Just a moment ago, he and Tai were close at hand. The next, they were separated by mountains and seas, yet Tai could only move on a flat surface. What kind of law is this? It feels like 3D versus 2D, Xiao Yu watched, astonished. The law of fourth brother seems somewhat similar to that of an ancient realm king known as the Immortal Law, who had a nickname, the person in the painting, capable of turning the world into a picture and sealing enemies within it. However, entering the painting to fight himself is something unheard of, Tian Xun pondered. Lin Shen's condition had greatly improved. The superbase recast had nearly fully restored his body, and the armor transformed by his contrarian had also largely repaired itself, becoming much harder. Yet in such a battle, Lin Shen couldn't provide any help and could only watch on as fourth brother and Tai fought within the scroll. This kind of battle was unimaginable. Within the painting, Lin Shandong possessed a godlike existence, controlling clouds and rain, and the stars and seas were merely lines under his command. The bizarre and strange shifts in perspective made Lin Shandong's fight look uncanny and effortlessly composed. Even Tai, with his power to shatter everything, appeared somewhat passive within the scroll. Lin Shen felt some anxiety, as Lin Shandong was very strong, so much so that Lin Shen felt he was almost omnipotent. Yet both he and Lin Shen encountered the same predicament, and Lin Shandong's strength had not yet harmed Tai. Tai's lawless heaven strength shattered everything. Even the scenery in the painting would break upon touch, and ink could not stain his body. If I were to become immortal, what kind of law would I need to stand upon? Among the laws he had seen, those of Tianjuyu, Tian Xun, and his fourth brother were the most profound. Tian Xun, darling, can you tell which law my fourth brother follows? Lin Shen asked as he turned to Tian Xun. Tian Xun shook his head. I forcibly became immortal, merely achieving immortality through the future law. I am still far from true immortality, and I've never seen such a law from our fourth brother. I can't see its essence. However, his law should be above mine. Even if it's not the immortal law, it should be close to the true immortal law of the future. While they were talking, they suddenly saw Tai, who could only move in 2 dimensions, abruptly clench his hands and forcefully pull apart, as if he was opening a pair of invisible sliding doors. But in the next second, Lin Shen and the others were horrified to find that the black and white scroll ripped apart like paper in Tai's hands. Tai, like a character bursting out of a comic book, transformed from 2-dimensional to his original form. The torn scroll also turned into countless white petals that fluttered about, and Lin Shandong's body returned from the painting to reality. Lin Shandong's face was slightly pale as he looked at Tai and said, Such a powerful technique, you are the strongest opponent I've encountered in my life. Your world law is strong too, but unfortunately, you've just started and haven't quite mastered it. In the realms of the immortal law, human law, earth law, heaven law, you've barely touched the threshold of human law. Tai also said, looking at Lin Shandong, you may leave. I won't kill you. When you enter the realm of heaven law, I will come for your life. I leave, and they leave too, said Lin Shandong lightly. They can all go, but Lin Shen must die, said Tai expressionlessly. It seems then, between you and me, we must settle our score today, Lin Shandong stated without hesitation, smiling. It appears I won't get to see the world law of the heavenly law realm. The red light glinting in Tai's eyes suggested he was determined to kill Lin Shen. That may not be the case. Lin Shandong still smiled, lifting his right hand as a petal floated gently in his palm. There's no, may not be, lawless heaven. Suddenly, Tai moved, stepping towards Lin Shengdong. His speed didn't seem fast, yet he was instantly in front of Lin Shengdong. The petals in Lin Shengdong's hands fluttered out, one turning into a scroll that once again trapped Tai within. But this time, Tai directly broke through the scroll. Petals surged towards Tai like individual drawings. He walked right through them, his body constantly shifting between the drawing and reality, yet nothing could stop his steps. Lin Shen, what are you watching for? Hurry up and take out something to save us. Do you really want to stand there and watch me get killed? Lin Shengdong said as he retreated swiftly. Chapter 835, 895, Lawless Heaven. Chapter 835, Chapter 895, Lawless Heaven. What kind of life-saving thing? Lin Shen was first taken aback, then he realized what was being referred to, and immediately took out the small jade box, extracting the slip of paper from it. Lin Shen knew that the note given by Third Brother should really be useful, but because he hadn't been able to summon the Jade Emperor last time, he didn't dare to rely too much on such things. But now he couldn't afford to worry about that. Even Fourth Brother couldn't stop Tai. He had to rely on this item. Clutching the note, Lin Shen shouted towards the sky, "Supreme Old Lord, urgently as per my command." After Lin Shen finished shouting, he looked up at the sky, but there was no response whatsoever. I knew it. These bizarre and weird things are totally unreliable. As Lin Shen was feeling frustrated, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his fingertips. Instinctively retracting his hand, the piece of paper he was holding dropped. Lin Shen saw the paper ignite, and the flames instantly turned into a bonfire. The bonfire was extinguished in the blink of an eye, and where the ashes scattered, a cluster of light and shadow emerged. Within that light and shadow, there seemed to be a figure seated, but because the light was so intense, it was indistinct. The brightness was like a black hole. Even a gaze cast that way found it hard to escape. It was dreamlike, surreal, as if it wasn't something that actually existed in this world. The moment the light and shadow appeared, Lin Shengdong had already drawn back behind the light and shadow, while Tai also arrived in front of it, his eyes flickering with red light as he scrutinized the light and shadow, seemingly a bit puzzled. "You summoned me here? What is it you wish?" There was no sound audible, yet a voice echoed in everyone's minds. "Please, great lord, help me to subdue this person." Lin Shen, seeing that the life-saving thing given by Third Brother actually worked, and was countless times stronger than his unreliable guardian spirit, was suddenly overjoyed and pointed towards Tai as he spoke. The figure within the sphere of light looked towards Tai, and the voice without sound rang out again, only this once. As the words fell, a ring of light flew out from within the light sphere, resembling the angel halo as it encompassed towards the top of Tai's head. In this moment, the entire world seemed to come to a halt, as if space itself had been locked down. Lin Shen could clearly see everything that was happening, but he couldn't move, nor could he speak. Tai must have been the same, standing there, unable to stir, as the light halo descended onto his head. The halo shaped itself to his figure, slipping down from the top of his head to his waist, binding both of Tai's arms within. Thus, the voice within the light was about to say something when it suddenly stopped. Tai, who should have been immobilized, now had red light wildly flickering in his eyes, and his body began to move. His whole body was exerting force, his hands clenched tightly, and a terribly powerful wave of strength burst forth, seemingly trying with all his might to break free from the constraints of the halo. "The heavenly Tao laws. How could you possibly break free? Come with me." The voice within the light sounded once more, and the halo suddenly shrank, as if it intended to snap Tai's body in two. As the light halo tightened ever further, even the steel body's arm began to crack, looking as though it would snap Tai's body in half. Lin Shen and the others breathed a sigh of relief, privately thinking, "The Supreme Old Lord is indeed reliable, so powerful, one wonders just what kind of being he truly is." But in the next second, the halo suddenly stopped shrinking, and a horrifying wave of strength surged from Tai's body, and the space around him began to collapse with him at the center. Law collapsed, space shattered, forming an area of absolute darkness. Nothing could be seen within that darkness, save for the halo of the Supreme Old Lord that emitted a faint white glow amidst the dark. Fuck, don't tell me even the Supreme Old Lord can't handle him. Lin Shen felt a surge of fear as he looked towards the others. The rest were just as terrified as Lin Shen, their eyes filled with horror. Xiao Yu was already quietly retreating. Lin Shen and Lin Shengdong exchanged glances and almost simultaneously said, "When great gods battle, it's best for us to stay further away." Just as they were about to leave the battlefield, it was already too late. The darkness suddenly expanded, as if it was swallowing heaven and earth. Lin Shen and the others were enveloped by the darkness, feeling as though all laws such as space and time had lost their effectiveness. No matter how they flew, they seemed to remain in the same place. Fortunately, the glowing sphere of the Supreme Old Lord was in front of them, its radiance ensuring they weren't truly consumed by the darkness. Fuck, who the hell is that guy? He's too damn fierce. Lin Shengdong cursed out loud in shock. Lin Shen looked towards Tai in the darkness. The obscurity actually made it possible to see Tai's situation clearly. Tai was arching his head back, his body leaning backwards, his arms raised above him and bound while the halo dug into his steel arms. Nonetheless, Tai disregarded it all, continuing to burst forth with insane strength. His steel body seemed to be ablaze, red light shooting out from his eyes, and his entire body emitted white vapors. Give up, you cannot contend with the heavenly Tao laws. The voice of the Supreme Old Lord rang out again, calm and steady. Hearing his serene voice, Lin Shen and the others felt slightly reassured. The halo seemed about to sever Tai's arms completely, its strength unimaginably solid. Heavenly Tao laws, so what? I am without law, without heaven. Tai's voice was deep and fierce, and at the instant his words fell, the white vapors burst from his body like steam erupting from a cracked engine. The terrifying strength forcibly expanded the halo, not even giving Lin Shen and the others a chance to react before the halo exploded into fragments. Tai's arms were raised high, the white vapors violently erupted around him. The glowing orb shielding Lin Shen and his companions was being cleansed of its mystery under the impact of the vapors, as if colors were washed away by water, rapidly vanishing. In an instant, the mysterious radiance was almost completely dispersed by the impact, revealing the true form of the Supreme Old Lord within. It was a clay sculpture, though in the likeness of a deity, it was after all just a sculpture. Under the onslaught of the vapors, it too began to crack, and finally, with a loud crash, shattered into a sky full of clay fragments. Everyone struggled to withstand the blast. Lin Shen turned petals into painting scrolls in the sky. Tian Xun recited incantations loudly, conjuring up shadowy figures of angels to form the Wall of Angels, and Xiao Yu gripped a trident in one hand and a knife in another, his ghost face pattern flickering with light. Yet under the white vapors, all these defenses were directly scattered, and Lin Shen and the others were blown away by the white vapors. Thankfully, the clay model of the Supreme Old Lord had blocked the majority of the impact, and although the group was tossed through the air and crashed out from the darkness with varying degrees of injury, their lives were spared. The darkness was shattered. Lin Shen braced himself and stood up from a deep crater on the hanging island, gazing at Tai in the sky, suspended like a deity, still emitting wisps of white smoke. Chapter 896, The Reluctant Game of Life. Chapter 896, The Reluctant Game of Life. Tian Xun and Lin Shen had also sustained varying degrees of injury, and after steadying themselves, they both looked up at Tai with his steel body in the sky, a look of horror in their eyes. The Supreme Old Lord might only be a clay sculpture, but the terrifying law power was very real, something even creatures at the level of Immortal King might not exceed, and could even be inferior to. Yet such power had been forcibly broken by Tai, whose lawless heaven power had grown so strong that it was beyond imagination. Lin Shen even began to wonder, in the current universe, if there was anyone who could defeat Tai. Tai, his body emitting white smoke, stood in the void and slowly lowered his head. White smoke rose above him while the red glow in his eyes flashed intermittently. The flashes were slow and their rhythm highly irregular. Seeing Tai staring at him, Lin Shen felt a bitterness in his mouth. He didn't know how he had offended Tai to the point where Tai was determined to kill him. I have no choice but to use that move. I hope it works. Lin Shen looked at Tai and shouted through gritted teeth. Hao Xian, Golden Imperial Supreme, exalted naturally wonderful, profound genuine Jade Emperor, come quickly to aid me. If Third Brother's note could summon the clay sculpture of the Supreme Old Lord, he should be able to summon the Jade Emperor as well. That was his guardian spirit after all. It should be more effective than just a scrap of paper. Lin Shen called out the revered name of the Jade Emperor, but looking at the sky and around him, there was no response at all. The world was eerily silent. Haoshan, Golden Imperial Supreme, exalted naturally wonderful, profound genuine Jade Emperor, come out for me. Lin Shen called out a few more times, but there was no response whatsoever. It was utterly useless. Damn it all, the name on that piece of paper wasn't even the full title, just a nickname, and it could summon the Supreme Old Lord. And here I went to all the trouble to memorize the full title, which turns out to be worth nothing. It's like being cursed. Lin Shen cursed bitterly. But Tai on the other side was already walking towards him, stepping through the void with his eyes fixed on Lin Shen. Lin Shen and Tian Xun flew over to stand next to Lin Shen, but their injuries were so severe that their combat effectiveness was probably even less than Lin Shen's now. Even if they weren't injured, the three together would likely be no match for Tai. Watching as Tai walked over the surface of Hanging Island, this time he was extremely slow, and his body was slightly trembling. He ignored Tian Xun and Lin Shen at his sides. His eyes, flickering with chaotic red light, were fixed on Lin Shen. As he walked, he drew the scrap sword and slowly lifted it. The trio of Lin Shen braced themselves for a fight to the death, but deep down, they had no confidence at all. Tai had become an almost invincible presence. Xiao Yu hid within the star belt, his eyes showing complex and indecipherable emotions. He truly didn't want to die, but the key was on Lin Shen. If Lin Shen died, Xiao Yu would also be in trouble. Strike him while he's sick, take his life when he's weak. He must be seriously injured as well. We still have a chance. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and charged out, thrusting his Ashura fork into the void. Tai's body paused for a moment, but that was it. Then he continued walking towards Lin Shen. Tian Xun and Lin Shen also used their strength, attacking Tai, and the light from Xiao Yu's blade slashed towards him. Tai simply lifted the sheath of his sword, and with a casual swing, he shattered their strength. Lin Shen threw a punch at Tai, but Tai's scrap sword fell rapidly, its speed still unbelievably fast. Suddenly, a white snowball flew out, landing squarely on the top of Tai's head, which seemed to be weighted down by a mountain, causing his legs to sink into the rocks and his sword hand slowed down by a beat. "Fatty!" Lin Shen cried out in surprise and joy. He moved sideways, dodging the slash, and at the same time, he threw a punch at Tai's chest. Bang! Lin Shen's punch landed on Tai's steel chest only to be repelled several steps back, his hand bones shattered. Lin Shen was suppressed by Fei Zai, actually raised his hand, threw away the scabbard, and reached for the Fei Zai above his head. Tian Xun had already seen the signs and desperately flew forward, his strength erupting wildly as he grabbed Lin Shen's arm. It was unclear whether it was the effect of Fei Zai's suppression or if Lin Shen had been too severely injured during his previous fight with Supreme Old Lord, but he couldn't break free from Tian Xun. Lin Xiangdong reacted quickly as well, teleporting to Lin Shen's other side and restraining his other sword-holding arm. Xiao Yu went straight through his legs and held them with both hands, making Lin Shen temporarily unable to escape. Lin Shen leapt up from the ground, releasing his full force in a rush toward Lin Shen, pointing a finger at his brow. Before, Lin Shen had not seen any red dots that indicated acupoints on Lin Shen, until just now when he finally saw a red dot on Lin Shen's body, and there was only one, right at the position of the brow. Lin Shen struck with all his might, his finger harshly hitting the red point held down by several people, including Fei Zai. His finger bones broke inch by inch upon impact. The body of Lin Shen, still exerting force, immediately came to a halt. Success. Lin Shen was ecstatic, but the smile on his face froze in an instant. Lin Shen's body suddenly moved again, his arms violently lifted, directly tossing Tian Xun and Lin Xiangdong to the ground, creating two large pits on the surface. Tian Xun and Lin Xiangdong immediately bled from every orifice, their mouths spouting fresh blood. Lin Shen lifted a leg and broke free from Xiao Yu's grip, kicking him away. Lin Shen wanted to press his brow point again, but it was already too late as he was kicked away by Lin Shen's other leg. Bang! Lin Shen heavily collided with the ring mountain in the center of the hanging island, rebounding and crashing down, feeling as if all his internal organs were shattered and all his bones about to break. Lin Shen took a step forward, arriving in front of Lin Shen, and raised his scrap sword, his eyes flashing red as he muttered to himself, "Error, erase, error, erase." Lin Shen struggled a few times, but the injuries were too severe, and even super reconstitution couldn't repair his body. Tian Xun and Lin Xiangdong couldn't stand either. All they could do was watch helplessly as Lin Shen raised the executioner's blade towards Lin Shen. Is this how it ends? Is this how the game of life comes to an end? Lin Shen's heart was surprisingly fearless. He just felt that he had not played this game of life enough and was somewhat reluctant to leave. Stop! Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Hearing the familiar sound, Lin Shen's body stiffened. He tried to look up and saw a woman with golden wings flying toward them. "Elder sister, don't come over." Lin Shen's heart was bleeding. He wanted to shout loudly, but the blood flowing from his mouth made his words unclear. "Elder sister, go." Lin Xiangdong was also roaring, but it was of no use. Lin Miao flew over, standing in front of Lin Shen, her shaking body, and walked toward Lin Shen holding the scrap sword. "Elder sister, please, no." Lin Shen tried to get up with his shoulders on the ground, but he couldn't stand. Lin Xiangdong also desperately tried to rush over, but he only took a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground again. Slap! The trembling Lin Miao slapped Lin Shen across the face. "Lin Yin, have you gone mad? Do you know what you were doing? Kneel down for me." Plop! Lin Shen was stunned. Lin Xiangdong was stunned. Tian Xun was stunned. Lin Shen, slapped by Lin Miao, actually knelt down on the spot, staring blankly at Lin Miao. The half of his body that had turned into the steel body, the steel began to recede, gradually revealing flesh and blood. Chapter 837-897. The facts are just like this. Chapter 837, Chapter 897. The facts are just like this. Lin Shen and a few others stared blankly at Tai, whose half-body had mostly reverted to flesh and blood. The red glow in his eyes also gradually faded away, the eyes of a human body staring blankly at Lin Miao, who was still scolding him. "Elder sister," after a long while, Tai finally spoke up. "Lin Yin, what the hell are you doing? Why are you treating your own brothers like this? Do you still remember how hard we had it when we siblings first came here? We survived those tough times. How could it turn into this? If fourth and fifth did something wrong, tell me, and I would have dealt with it accordingly. I would never show partiality to anyone. If you've been wronged, you need to tell me. I'll stand up for you, but at least give them a chance to explain." Lin Miao was anxious. She had never expected to witness her brothers killing each other. Tian Xun had found a reason to send her back to the human mother planet, and she had felt that something was off then, but she was fooled by Tian Xun at the time. After thinking more about it upon her return, she finally teleported back. After teleporting to Giant Ring Star, she immediately noticed something was wrong and hurriedly followed the sounds of battle, only to witness a scene that broke her heart. Lin Miao was terrified to her limits. She truly feared irreconcilable hatred had arisen among her brothers. "Elder sister, I was wrong." Tai, looking at Lin Miao, didn't offer any explanations or defenses but just lowered his head and said. Lin Miao burst into tears, walked up to Tai, and while sobbing but smiling said, Lin Yin, you scared me to death. Elder sister, it's over now. It's all right. The voice of Tai was unusually gentle, hardly resembling his earlier self. No, what exactly happened? Why did it turn out like this? Lin Miao broke free from them, her gaze sweeping over several people. Elder sister, you got it wrong. There was a rebellion in the celestial race. The rebels attacked here, and we defeated the rebels together with second brother. Just now, second brother was returning the knife to Lin Shen, Lin Shengdong said with a joking smile. Yes, elder sister, you saw it wrong, Lin Shen added. Lin Shengdong's intentions were instantly understood by Lin Shen. Neither they nor Tai were of any match. For some unknown reason, they had reverted to their prior states with a slap from their elder sister. But if they agitated him now, who knew if he would revert to that horrifying state? They no longer possessed the power to fight Tai again. The life-saving talisman from third brother was also gone. Who could make Tai suffer again? Lin Shen guessed that Tai's recovery wasn't entirely due to elder sister alone. His breaking free from Supreme Old Lord's constraints likely caused him severe damage or excessive consumption. Moreover, Lin Shen then hit the right pressure points, causing that fearsome personality of Tai to be heavily damaged, which would have allowed half-human Tai a chance to regain control of his body. Elder sister's arrival might have been the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, Lin Shen couldn't be sure if half-human Tai could stabilize in this state. If he reverted to full metal status, it would be disastrous. Is that so? Lin Miao turned to Tai, asking somewhat incredulously. Yes, elder sister, that's what it is. You can check if you don't believe us. There are still many corpses of the rebels over there, Tian Xun said as well. I want to hear it from him. He wouldn't lie. Lin Miao looked at Tai. Elder sister, that's how it is. Tai, who was normally honest, surprisingly lied. Everyone sighed in relief. They were all reluctant to involve Lin Miao in such matters, and Tai's behavior also proved that he cared a lot about their elder sister. At least there should be no problem for the time being. What the hell is going on? You guys scared me to death. Lin Miao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Lin Shengdong asking, Fourth, what on earth is going on? Why are you here too? The celestial race has descended into chaos, and it might not just be the celestial race, it might get even messier. Lin Shengdong briefly explained the situation of the celestial race. Lin Shengdong had received news from Lin Zongjung, informing him of the major chaos in the celestial race, prompting him to rush to Giant Ring Star non-stop. Lin Shengdong had indeed found it odd since he had received news earlier that Lin Shen had gone missing. He wondered why Lin Zongjung would ask him to rush to Giant Ring Star. But even if Lin Shen weren't here, he thought if elder sister Lin Miao was here, he would still have come. Currently, the celestial race was in a dire situation. Most of the planets under the celestial race were experiencing rebellions, and intense fighting was occurring everywhere. The rebels included many nirvana beings transformed from immortal creatures. Even the powerful celestial race couldn't hold on any longer, and many planets had already fallen with the addition of traitors within the race. During Lin Shengdong's journey here, he had made many stopovers on several planets, not without significant effort, or he would have arrived even later. A few people managed to distract Lin Miao and went to an undestroyed star island to rest. Taking advantage of Lin Miao and Chen Xun packing their things, Lin Shengdong made a sign with his eyes to Lin Shen, and they stepped aside to talk. Fifth, what exactly happened? How could elder sister say that guy is second brother? Lin Shengdong asked in a low voice. I'm not clear about the details either, Lin Shen explained Tai's situation to Lin Shengdong. So it's possible that he really might be second brother, Lin Shengdong pondered after listening. I don't remember much about second brother. You should remember second brother better. This Tai doesn't look like second brother at all, does he? Lin Shen said. Indeed, he doesn't look like him, but appearance isn't the problem. Perhaps his body underwent some mutation that made him what he is now. Lin Shengdong glanced at Tai sitting on the sofa and whispered, if he wasn't second brother, we would all be dead by now. Everything else can lie, but facts can't. I think he really could be second brother. At least he has second brother's memories in his brain. I'm just afraid that we don't know when he might snap again, Lin Shen said with a bitter smile. You just said that it's the God-making race technology and the blood of immortal creatures that triggers his mutation. There is a trigger. Usually he shouldn't have such problems, Lin Shengdong pondered. But we still need to be cautious. We should think of a way to handle this. Fourth, do you have any ideas? Tai unexpectedly approached them, startling them as they hadn't noticed him coming. Seeing their shocked expressions, Tai said gravely, don't be afraid. After this incident, I've remembered some things. I'm even more certain that I am Lin Yin, but there is still another person inside me. Under normal circumstances, I can suppress him, but if something like before happens again, I don't know if I can keep him under control. If you have any idea, I will cooperate with you. Chapter 838-898 Foster Son Takes Action. Chapter 838 Foster Son Takes Action. What exactly is inside your body? Lin Shen asked, staring at Tai. Tai shook his head and said, I don't know what he exactly is, but there are some images in my mind that I have never experienced. I think those memory images are not mine, but his. From those images, he seems strange. Until today, I could only see those fragmented images and never truly felt his presence. What are those images? Lin Shengdong asked. So many, and fragmented, not very coherent. Some involve killing, others involve researching. I originally thought all those were my past experiences, but now I can discern that those are not my memories. They belong to him, Tai explained. Research? Research what? Lin Shen asked. Researching himself, Tai replied. Researching himself? How so? Lin Shen and Lin Xiangdong looked at each other puzzled. Lots of things, like injecting various chemicals, modifying the body, but it's incoherent, not sure exactly what is being done. I initially thought this body was modified like that, but it seems something is not quite right. Tai was confused himself as he turned to Lin Xiangdong and asked, You mentioned earlier some method to control, that it could be used on me. I'm willing to cooperate. Lin Xiangdong replied with a wry smile. Don't worry, I just mentioned needing to think of a method. I haven't come up with anything yet. I'm not skilled in this area. Wait for me to get back and ask third brother. Maybe he has a way. Tai looked disappointed and turned to Lin Shen. There's something wrong with your body. I saw something in his memory fragments. Perhaps, to some extent, your body has transcended the order law of this world. Is that good or bad? Lin Shen asked. Tai shook his head. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. I've only seen part of the memory images, not all. However, maybe you could try practicing Lawless Heaven. If you can master the power of Lawless Heaven, maybe next time something unexpected happens to me, you could stop it. Tai made some kind of resolution. So, starting now, you must practice Lawless Heaven with me, hoping you can grasp the basics soon. Be careful, there shouldn't be any more accidents, Lin Shen said. Tai shook his head. If it could be predicted, it wouldn't be called an accident. Now, the best method is to find someone who can control me, because I really don't know if I can be awakened again next time. At least you need to reach the level that can awaken me. How would you define the level that can awaken you? Lin Shen asked. Practice Lawless Heaven until you break through the heavenly law realm, Tai explained. Lin Shen somewhat knew that whether it was the past law, reality law, future law, or immortal laws, all were divided into human law, earth law, and heaven law realms. Immortal laws only mean a higher limit, but it doesn't equate to being absolutely invincible. If the laws of the past, reality, and future were practiced to the extreme, reaching the heavenly law realm, there was also a possibility of defying the heavens and defeating the immortal laws. The advantage of immortal laws lies in their comprehensiveness. As long as it is a law of this category, one can have a chance to comprehend and use it. However, the other types of laws only focus on certain subdivisions, but if the subdivision is strongly practiced, it might not necessarily be weak. There have been historical instances where future law defeated immortal laws and took the immortal crown, becoming a ruler of one series of laws. Of course, such cases are very rare. Most bearers of immortal laws have been those who slayed beings of immortal kings and seized the immortal crown, which is the simplest path. In the history of the cosmos, there was a person who, through his own understanding, directly achieved the immortal laws, becoming the king of a faction, and was straightway in the heavenly law realm. However, such a person seemed only to exist in legends. Lin Shen knew of this persona. He was the legendary ancient realm king. Even within this legend, reaching the heavenly law realm was already the limit, yet Tai said that cultivating lawless heaven needed to break through the heavenly law realm, which was extremely difficult. Lin Shen hadn't even touched the threshold of the laws, let alone reach the heavenly law realm, not to mention breaking through it. Tai obviously didn't see this as a problem. He was now about to start teaching Lin Shen lawless heaven, as if by his teaching, Lin Shen could quickly learn it. Lin Shen couldn't think of another way to restrict Tai. This seemed to be a rather good idea. Furthermore, Lin Shen himself was indeed envious of lawless heaven, and he truly wanted to learn it. The two men seemed to hit it off, and Lin Shen began to learn lawless heaven from Tai. Confirming that there were no issues with Tai for the time being, Lin Xiangdong left Giant Ring Star. He had to explain the situation and discuss it with Lin Zongjung. Lin Zongjung's scholarship was incomparable to the ignoramuses that were Lin Xiangdong and Lin Shen. If Tai truly was his second brother, Lin Yin, perhaps Lin Zongjung might have a way to fully recover him. As an important transportation hub and transfer station for the celestial race, Meidu Star had already fallen. At the top floor of the iconic Meidu building, a black six-winged celestial stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking down at the city below. Lord, the plan is proceeding very smoothly, with over half of the planets already under our control, said a horned armored figure, who came up behind the six-winged celestial and bowed in salute. What about Tianjuyo? Why hasn't he returned with you? Asked the black six-winged celestial, without turning his head. He went to Thunder Shadow Star. There he encountered fierce resistance from the Chi family, and he couldn't wait any longer, wanting to personally handle the Celestials of the Chi family. His hatred for the celestial race has almost become unbearable, the horned creature replied. The black six-winged celestial looked into the distance and spoke. Tianjuyo was once proclaimed the #1 genius of the celestial race, his talent and brilliance surpassing both Tianshu and An Yi. He even comprehended the extremely rare space law, achieving the body of an immortal Dharma king. Yet he was suppressed by both Tianshu and An Yi, losing not only the imperial position of the celestial race, but also being forced into exile, pursued across the cosmos by the celestial race for so many years. If not for the protection of my god-making race, he likely wouldn't have had a place to stand. His hatred for the celestial race is second only to mine, and now the time has finally come for vengeance. Pausing, the black six-winged celestial then asked, "Have you found any trace of the small jade box?" "Currently, no trace has been found, and no one in the planets we control knows about the small jade box," the horned creature replied. "It seems most likely that the small jade box is still on Sky Pinnacle Star." The black six-winged celestial paused, then suddenly asked, "What's the situation on Giant Ring Star?" The horned creature hesitated slightly. "Giant Ring Star? No news has come back yet. There might have been some mishap." "Is it necessary to pay attention to such a planet where not even an immortal exists?" The black six-winged celestial non-committally said, "Has Tianjuyu's foster son returned?" "Two have already come back," the horned creature replied. "Since they are idle anyway, let them take a trip to Giant Ring Star," the black six-winged celestial said casually. Chapter 839-899, Lin Shen seriously comprehends the law. Chapter 839, Lin Shen seriously comprehends the law. Lin Shen followed Tai to learn lawless heaven. According to Tai, one must first be able to feel the existence of the order law before breaking it. To have laws and to break them, that's lawless heaven. To not even perceive laws and to act recklessly, that's not lawless heaven but rather the fearlessness of the ignorant. Thus, the first task in Lin Shen's studies was to perceive the order law. A nirvana being could sense the law power. As long as they didn't attempt to control and merge with the law power, they wouldn't advance to immortal. At the nirvana level, the more laws one discerned clearly, or if one sensed some laws that others couldn't, the stronger one might become when reaching immortality. Sensing the laws of others would generally only culminate in past law, but this was a process everyone had to experience. If you couldn't even sense the laws of others, it would be even more difficult to sense those laws yet to be discovered by anyone. Tai's requirement for Lin Shen was that the more laws sensed, the better. However, Tai himself didn't possess law power and could only ask Tianxun to help, allowing Lin Shen to first sense Tianxun's law of words. One must first sense the existence of one type of law power before further advancement. Thus, Lin Shen sat in the practice room, Tianxun repeatedly using the law of words at his side, submersing Lin Shen in learning. "I say, the wind moves. I say, water solidifies. I say, turn right." Tianxun kept using the power of the law of words. Lin Shen felt a breeze arise within the sealed practice room, whirling his body around in the air. Droplets condensed out of the air, falling on him like rain. It was as though some inexplicable strength had emerged out of nowhere, pulling Lin Shen's body to move to the right. The law of words was wonderfully peculiar. From its surface level, it seemed to overlap with many other categories of law power, but in reality, it was different, possessing a fundamental distinction. But Lin Shen couldn't sense this essence at all, let alone distinguish. Lin Shen had felt nothing of the so-called order-law chain, despite a long period of sensing here. The essence of the law is pattern, like water flowing downward, the light floating, the heavy sinking, and so on. You can try to feel these common natural phenomena and try to understand and sense the changes in power within they Meima. Seeing no progress, Tianxun tried to help Lin Shen understand from other perspectives. "I've also studied some physics, but these underlying changes in power, I can't sense them at all," Lin Shen said, suspended in midair by the wind, hand propping his cheek, his face full of helplessness. "Little ant, he's too dense, you might as well teach me." "Just by watching, I've already sensed a bit of your law of words," Tianxun said, and then looked towards Tai with a chuckle. "Brother Tai, why not teach me lawless heaven? I'm certain I'll learn it faster than he does." Tai pondered a moment before saying, "Understanding the law is only the first step. However, without the second step, no matter how well you perform the first, it's pointless. You can take the first step, but cannot make the second. Lin Shen has taken the second step, yet cannot manage the first." "I haven't even started. How do you know I can't take the second step?" Tianxun said, unconvinced. This analogy doesn't quite fit. It's better said with a common saying, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Your innate talent has already determined what you can or can't do. It's not something that can be forced, Tai explained. "I don't see him having anything over me. In fact, I have an extra pair of wings than he does." "What can he do that I can't?" Tianxun persisted stubbornly. "It's simple. Just try and you'll know. If you can do the same, then you'd be able to practice lawless heaven." Cough, cough. "I think there's no need to be so strict on learning that lawless heaven. Things are pretty good as they are," Tianxun said, coughing lightly. Tianxun tried his best to teach, but Lin Shen just couldn't sense it. He felt like he was working hard, but he just couldn't catch the sense of it. Lin Shen had already noticed this situation when he was in Snow Valley. In theory, the ice lotus itself represented the true immortal law, stronger than Tianxun's future law, yet back then, Lin Shen had also been unable to sense the presence of law power. "We've practiced for a whole day, let's all rest. Later, I'll have Tianxun join me for extra practice," Lin Shen suggested. Tai knew that haste wouldn't help matters with Lin Shen not sensing the law power. No amount of pressure from others could force it. Tai nodded. Letting Lin Shen practice on his own was best. One must first sense the existence of the law power before moving on to the next step. After dinner, as night approached, Lin Shen pulled Tian Shun towards the bedroom. Not practicing anymore? Tian Shun asked. Of course we're practicing, Lin Shen said earnestly. Then why aren't you going to the practice room? It seems to me you just want to be lazy. Tian Shun, knowing Lin Shen quite well, was aware of his aversion to dull training. Who says I'm being lazy? Who says you must go to the practice room to practice? Can't you train in the bedroom? Lin Shen asked in a barrage of questions, sounding very self-righteous. Okay, whatever you say, Tian Shun laughed. Then why aren't you coming along and diligently practicing with me? Lin Shen said, picking up Tian Shun in his arms and kicking open the bedroom door to enter. Aren't you supposed to be practicing? What exactly are you doing? Tian Shun chided. Of course, I'm practicing and sensing the power of the law of words, Lin Shen said, grinning. Come on, Tianshun darling, unleash your law of words to your heart's content. I think we can start with softening and hardening exercises. For a time, odd words and even stranger sounds emanated from the bedroom. Lin Shen, after a night of pondering the law of words, didn't sense the order law but felt the power of the law very intensely. Truly powerful. Lin Shen felt that if he could ascend to immortal by the law of words in the future, it would be a fine path. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense the existence of the law of words at all. What was originally a dry practice seemed to have become an interesting affair. Lin Shen had been practicing very hard recently, it's just there was no progress to show for it. Lin Shen lay on the beach soaking up the sun since his recent rigorous training had left him with dark circles under his eyes. Through his shades, Lin Shen suddenly saw many shadows appear in the sky. The shadows drew closer, and before long he could see they were 100 individuals of different races flying towards the island. Because of the mixed races, Lin Shen couldn't immediately tell which tribe they belonged to, but judging from their speed of flight, the majority should be Nirvana beings. Chapter 840, 900, Turmoil at the Dragon King Temple. Chapter 840, Chapter 900, Turmoil at the Dragon King Temple. Tian Shun led Ye Xing and 4 other women, along with a group of people, out. They looked at the 100+ Nirvana beings outside. They landed on the island and then realized that there were 2 people leading the group, standing at the very front. Tian Shun, this is your last chance. Join the God-making race, and Giant Ring Star will still honor you. Then, you will truly become the Star Lord of Giant Ring Star. Tian Jingyun looked at Tian Shun, who was in the lead, and said, Tian Jingyun was the 3rd adopted son of Tian Zhuyu, an immortal-level powerhouse. Although he was not a possessor of the immortal laws, he was a holder of the future law. Lin Shen sized up Tian Jingyun and the others, looked around, and seemed to recognize no one. If you leave now, I can pretend that you never came here, Tian Shun said indifferently. It seems you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Then don't blame us for being merciless. Tian Jingyun waved his hand, and those Nirvana beings behind him all took out syringes, ready to inject themselves in the neck. Light is like an arrow, piercing the heart. Light surged around Tian Shun, and as he slightly parted his red lips, a shimmering ripple spread out. Bright light in the sky turned into sharp arrows, and before the Nirvana beings could inject themselves, their bodies were pierced, making them resemble hedgehogs. Almost 100 Nirvana beings were annihilated instantly, and their syringes fell to the ground. Only Tian Jingyun and another, Tian Shangqing, because they were immortals, withstood Tian Shun's law of words attack with the power of law's shield around them. But they were shocked for a moment too, not expecting such a scenario. The Nirvana beings they brought had not yet transformed into immortal creatures and were already wiped out. Tian Sun, you've actually become an immortal. No wonder there was no information from An 117. He must have died at your hands, right? Tian Shangqing looked at Tian Sun coldly and said, So what if he did? Tian Sun said with a slight smile. Don't think that just because you stop them from becoming immortal creatures, you can survive. They were just cannon fodder. Their existence makes no difference. Remember, the one who kills you is Tian Shangqing, the 7th adopted son of Tian Zhuyu. Wait, you're the adopted son of Tian Zhuyu? Lin Shen heard the name of Tian Zhuyu and was startled, standing up from his chair. It's too late to be afraid now, Tian Shangqing said with satisfaction at Lin Shen's reaction, not immediately making a move but coldly huffing. Lin Shen indeed did not want to offend Tian Zhuyu, for that person was truly troublesome. He was the Dharma king of the space law, constantly appearing and disappearing at will. Perhaps Tian Zhuyu was not the strongest, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Offending him meant even sleeping could become restless, never knowing when he might suddenly appear beside your bed. So, if possible, Lin Shen truly did not want to become enemies with Tian Zhuyu. It's not too late, fortunate that you mentioned it, otherwise it's like a huge misunderstanding where family fights against its own. That wouldn't be good, Lin Shen said. Who's your family? Who are you? Tian Shangqing frowned. Although Lin Shen had a bit of fame in the cosmic realm, for an immortal-level powerhouse like Tian Shangqing, who didn't pay much attention to those below him, even though he had occasionally heard Lin Shen's name, he really hadn't paid much attention to what Lin Shen looked like. You're the adopted son of Tian Zhuyu, right? Lin Shen asked Tian Shangqing. Indeed. Tian Shangqing nodded, as if being an adopted son of Tian Zhuyu was something to be very proud of. That's right then, you're Tian Zhuyu's adopted son, and I also have a relationship of an adopted father and son with Tian Zhuyu. By that account, we're practically family, Lin Shen said. How come I haven't heard that adoptive father has taken in a new son? Who are you? Tian Shangqing looked at Tian Jingyun, and seeing him shake his head, obviously unaware of this matter, he spoke coldly. My name is Lin Shen. Maybe you should ask Tian Juyu to avoid any unfortunate fratricide among our own, Lin Shen said. Although Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun hadn't paid much attention to Lin Shen, they had heard his name before and knew he wasn't a nobody. Seeing the confidence in Lin Shen's declaration, they felt a bit puzzled. Fourth brother, maybe we should contact adoptive father and ask? Tian Shangqing turned to Tian Jingyun. That sounds good. Tian Jingyun took out the communicator, with Tian Shangqing concealing his power of laws, and dialed Tian Juyu's number. It took a while for the communicator to connect, and then Tian Juyu's voice came through. My dear son, why are you contacting me at this time? Is something the matter? Adoptive father, have you taken in a new son recently? Tian Jingyun asked directly. No, why? Tian Juyu sounded a bit hurried, though it was unclear what he was doing. That's good. We're on a mission, and there's a lad here claiming to be your son. We just wanted to confirm, Tian Jingyun said. There's no such thing. Let's leave it at that. Tian Juyu ended the communication abruptly. Lin Shen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it was already too late. Tian Jingyun put away the communicator and looked coldly at Lin Shen. I didn't expect you to be such a deceitful person. Now whatever you say is pointless. What can I say now? Lin Shen sighed helplessly. If Lin Shen claimed to be Tian Juyu's adoptive father, would Tian Jingyun and the others believe him? They'd probably think Lin Shen was just insulting them. Since there's nothing more to say, prepare to die. Tian Jingyun's body erupted with terrifying law power, and Tian Shangqing also burst forth with his law power without hesitation. On Giant Ring Star, there was only one immortal, Tian Shun, and likely he had only recently achieved immortality, so his realm wouldn't be too high. 2 against 1, they were confident of their victory. I say, let my strength be bestowed upon you, let my speed be bestowed upon you, let my thoughts be bestowed upon you. With the activation of Tian Sun's word spirit law, streams of order law surged into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen instantly felt full of vigor, his mind became exceptionally clear, and his eyesight improved, as if the whole world had become much clearer to him. These days, without grasping law power, the cooperation between the two had become much more tacit. With Tian Sun's enhancement, Lin Shen's combat power skyrocketed, reaching the level of an immortal without even needing the enhancement of War Song. You want to fight us? Seeing Lin Shen alone unsheathed his sword and advanced, Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun both flashed a hint of anger in their eyes. Even with the power of an immortal aiding him, Lin Shen was ultimately not an immortal. His grasp of strength, eyesight, and other aspects were still inferior to an immortal's, not to mention he was facing 2 opponents at once. Don't worry, out of respect for Tian Juyu, I won't kill you, Lin Shen said. Both of them erupted in terrifying power and charged towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen drew his sword and moved forward, and soon after, Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing lay bruised and swollen on the ground, their armor shattered. Lin Shen sat on Tian Shangqing's back, 1 foot stepping on Tian Jingyun, took Tian Jingyun's communicator, and dialed Tian Juyu's number. Chapter 841, 901, Lord Lin, Chapter 841, Chapter 901, Lord Lin. Tian Shangqing was both furious and indignant. Lin Shen, what kind of skill is it to defeat us by relying on a woman? If you have the guts, let's go one-on-one in a duel. Lin Shen couldn't be bothered with him and had already dialed Tian Juyu's communication. My good son, what's wrong now? The communicator's image appeared, and it was clear that the other side could also see his image. The sentence was cut off abruptly. Stepfather, your son has disgraced you. You don't have to worry about us. Just kill this little thief, Tian Jingyun shouted loudly. Stepfather, don't worry about us. Kill this dog thief, Tian Shangqing also chimed in, grinding his teeth in anger as if he wished he could personally devour Lin Shen's flesh and blood. Everyone shut up, Tian Juyu suddenly bellowed, silencing Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun, who thought Tian Juyu was angry with them. They all thought to themselves, stepfather is so furious, he will definitely come and deal with Lin Shen himself. Lin Shen is a dead man. Tian Juyu was indeed angry, but unfortunately they misunderstood the reason for Tian Juyu's anger. The communicator got cut off, and almost at the same time, Tian Juyu's people appeared before them. Stepfather, Tian Jingyun, and Tian Shangqing called out in unison, but regrettably, they were pinned down by Lin Shen and couldn't stand up to salute Tian Juyu. Shut up, Tian Juyu curtly silenced them and walked over to Lin Shen. Lin Shen watched Tian Juyu approach but made no move. As Tian Shun and Tie were both here, it wouldn't be easy for Tian Juyu to abduct him again. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing thought Tian Juyu was about to make a move, but when he reached Lin Shen, a single gesture left them all stunned. Tian Juyu pays respect to stepfather. Tian Juyu bowed to Lin Shen with clasped hands. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing were dumbfounded. Their minds seemed to have crashed, unable to process the situation for quite some time. Not just them, even Tian Shun and the others were utterly astonished. The Night Star 4 ladies were so shocked their jaws almost hit the floor. Tian Juyu was such an important figure, how could he refer to Lin Shen as stepfather? Had something been mixed up? Tian Shen's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, as if she had seen a ghost. You 2 little rascals, how did you end up here? Get up and apologize to Lord Lin, Tianjuyu ordered the still dazed Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing. Lin Shen stood up, allowing Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing to get up. The two glanced at Tianjuyu and then at Lin Shen, still unable to accept the situation and unsure whether to speak out or not. What are you waiting for? Call him, demanded Tianjuyu with a stern face. Lord Lin, we're sorry, said Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing to Lin Shen with a complicated expression, their salute begrudging. Stepfather, please forgive them. These children are ignorant. Don't lower yourself to their level, said Tianjuyu, his demeanor cheerful. The word stepfather rolled off his tongue smoothly, without any trace of reluctance, even carrying a hint of affection. You're being too modest, stepfather. When a man stands between heaven and earth, his every word and action are as ironclad as the laws of nature and should not be taken lightly. Since I lost, you are now my stepfather, Tianjuyu, no matter where we are. This debt I acknowledge, said Tianjuyu before turning to Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing. Didn't you go to Grom Star? How did you end up at Lord Lin's place, Mr. Stet? Zhao conveyed orders from He Yi instructing us to attack Giant Ring Star, explained Tian Jingyun. Nonsense. You are my children, Tianjuyu's children. Who are they to order you around? Tianjuyu snorted coldly. Are you so worthless as to be ordered about by others just like that? We acknowledge our mistake. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing hurriedly admitted their fault. It's good you realize your error. But if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't remember it. You two don't need to return. From now on, stay here and serve Lord Lin. Remember, whatever Lord Lin tells you to do, you do without questioning. East means east, west means west. You must show even more respect to him than to me, understood? Your children accept the command. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing, though feeling awkward in their hearts, did not dare to disobey Tianjuyu's orders. However reluctantly, they could only respond in agreement. Master Yu, I'm young and don't need anyone to serve me, said Lin Shen. Young people who make mistakes should be taught a lesson. If stepfather has any tasks, just put them to work. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave, Tianjuyu said, and then turned and vanished, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled looks. Don't dwell on this matter. Go wherever you need to go, said Lin Shen, who didn't really want to keep Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing either, who knew if Tianjuyu had left them here to act as spies. If the command of the father is as heavy as a mountain, and Lord Lin does not wish for us to stay, then please take our heads, the two said through gritted teeth. Lin Shen looked at Tian Xun, who gave a slight nod. In that case, stay for now, but follow my commands in all things, said Lin Shen, still unclear on Tianjuyu's intentions. He arranged for the two to stay on Giant Ring Star. Of course, they couldn't stay for free. Fortuitously, both were immortals possessing law power, so Lin Shen decided to use them to practice sensing the law. Tian Jingyun's law was the no-phase heavenly secret, the future law of the human realm. Tian Shengqing's law was the ruthless tribulation, the reality law of the human realm. The future law had never been comprehended by anyone before, whereas the reality law had been, but Lin Shen did not know this, having comprehended it himself rather than learning from someone else. Both the future law and the reality law required the individual to possess extremely high talent and comprehension. Lin Shen used the two as practice tools. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing naturally understood what Lin Shen was doing, but they couldn't grasp why Nirvana being Tianjuyu would lose to him, or what the two had wagered. In their minds, Lin Shen must have cheated, tricking Tianjuyu, and they were deeply unsatisfied with this, yet utterly helpless to do anything about it. They actually held Tian Xun in higher regard, believing that Lin Shen could disrupt their law power so easily only because Tian Xun's law of words was too strong. They speculated that Tian Xun's law must have reached at least the Earth Law realm, enabling him to simply confer enough power on a Nirvana being that they would have such terrifying abilities. Lin Shen didn't care what they thought, using them merely as tools for his own use, but unfortunately, even after 2 more days of practice, he still could not sense the presence of law power. Chapter 842-902, The Heavenly Emperor's Discarded Child. Chapter 842, Chapter 902, The Heavenly Emperor's Discarded Child, Lord, Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing have lost contact, Mr. Zhao reported to He Yi. It seems that, just as you had predicted, the situation on Giant Ring Star is indeed complicated. The black six-winged celestial did not seem surprised, merely responding indifferently. Tian Xun is of mixed heritage between the celestial race and the spirit clan, able to hold a position within the celestial court. Aside from the support of the Tianju family, her own talents are truly extraordinary. She had deliberately avoided becoming immortal, scheming for the law power of the immortals. It's a pity that the word spirit ability she excelled in already had an immortal Dharma King, which is why her own immortality was so delayed. It seems that this time she must have forced her way into immortality. The law power of the word spirits, that is a very bizarre and rare form of power. If I remember correctly, the current immortal Dharma King in this field is that sage from the Lion King clan, right? Mr. Zhao mused. I've heard that the sage was gravely injured in the last death calamity and hasn't fully recovered to this day, likely unable to survive the next one. Fortunately you, Lord, were wise to force Tian Xun's hand into immortality. Otherwise, the celestial race would have another Dharma king, and one with the rare word spirit ability at that ichi, a huge disadvantage for us. Lord, shall I personally take a trip and deal with Tian Xun to prevent any further mishaps? Mr. Zhao offered. It's better if I go myself. Some matters must come to an end, He said blandly. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao showed a look of surprise. Do you, Lord, have a grudge against Tian Xun? Though Tian Xun had exceptional talent, she never attained the position of a Dharma king, and compared with the one before him, she was far inferior. Mr. Zhao had not expected He Yi to personally deal with Tian Xun. With a profound look in his eyes, He Yi slowly said, Once, I almost entered into a union with Tian Xun to take charge of the Tianzhu family. Ah, to be married to Tian Xun, to take charge of the Tianzhu family, you are? Mr. Zhao seemed to realize something, staring at He Yi in shock. Many core members of the god-making race kept their identities secret, even from each other within the core of the organization. Mr. Zhao always sensed He Yi was formidable and possibly had celestial race lineage, but he had no idea He Yi was that person. Indeed, I am Tian Ruodu, the cast-off of Emperor Tian Shu, said He Yi calmly. Even with Tian Ruodu openly admitting his identity, Mr. Zhao still found it surprising. The name Tian Ruodu to those well acquainted with the celestial race would somewhat be recognized. Emperor Tianshu's first son, once deemed the prime successor to the throne, served hundreds of years as the crown prince, only to be dethroned and imprisoned in the demon abyss following a failed rebellion. The rumor was that Tian Ruodu had died in the demon abyss decades ago, yet he not only survived but also became the leader of the Divine Echo Team amongst the God Creation 13 group. The so-called Divine Echo Team was an undercover organization orchestrated by the god-making race across various clans, now led by Tian Ruodu. Mr. Zhao's shock was not because Tian Ruodu was the son of Emperor Tianshu, but because there had never been news of anyone surviving the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss was a place of chaotic laws where beings below the immortal level couldn't survive. Even for an immortal, survival in the Abyss was extremely perilous. It was the celestial race's prison for the highest level convicts. It imprisoned either deadly enemies of the celestial race or extremely fierce wanted criminals from the cosmos. No one had ever been heard of leaving it alive. Tian Ruodu's survival from that place was as improbable as a dead man crawling out of hell alive. Lord, the greater good must prevail. A mere giant ring star doesn't warrant your personal intervention. I can go to Giant Ring Star and bring Tiansun before you to deal with as you please, Mr. Zhao volunteered again. It's not time to attack Sky Pinnacle Star yet, so a trip to Giant Ring Star is manageable for me. It's better that I settle this matter myself, said Tian Ruodu, getting up and walking out. I'll immediately pass down the orders, preparing them to accompany you to Giant Ring Star. Mr. Zhao hurried after him. Lin Shen had been keeping an eye on the situation at Sky Pinnacle Star, but for some reason, communication with the star had not been restored, and he had been unable to contact anyone there. Information from the Celestial Network suggested that someone had blocked Sky Pinnacle Star's external communication, preventing it from commanding the Celestial Race's other stellar core in warfare. This had left the Celestial Race in a passive state, with over half of their planets surrendered. Only a few well-established great clans and core are still fighting the immortal creatures core of the god-making race, holding on to the dying breath of the celestial race. Giant Ring Star was neither a transportation hub nor a vital resource planet for the celestial race, nor did it have any core station there. In this interstellar war, it was essentially an inconspicuous and insignificant location. Tiansun had researched for a long time and concluded that the god-making race likely wouldn't focus on a place like Giant Ring Star. Even if they captured it, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Instead, if they conquered the celestial race, Giant Ring Star would naturally fall into their hands inescapable and not worth the manpower and resources. Lin Shen found this very reasonable, but in life, some things simply transcended reason. Lin Shen practiced hard every day, but he had yet to comprehend even a single type of law power. He had thought he lacked the talent for the law of words, but even with Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing as sparring partners, it made no difference, meaning he lacked the talent for those laws as well. Fortunately, Lin Shen was not one to dig his heels in stubbornly. If he couldn't grasp something, he would take his time. As in Traun, there was no need to rush. With Tian Xun by his side, his combat strength was now on par with that of an immortal. Tian Xin practiced alongside Lin Shen and was faring much better, showing comprehension of the laws of Tian Xun, Tian Jingyun, and Tian Shengqing. But Tian Xin's path was already paved by the Tianzhu family, and he would not ascend to immortality with these laws. As Tian Xin carefully looked after the divine beast, feeding it while chatting with Tai, he said, "Big brother, when do you think my divine beast will awaken? I've been feeding it for so long, yet there's been no change, not even an upgrade. It's still at steel level, with no progress at all. To be superior among men, one must first endure the bitterest of hardships," said Tai. "You're right. A divine object like this must be extraordinary. It certainly won't wake up so easily," Tian Xin agreed with Tai, happily continuing the feeding. Shen had more to say when suddenly he saw Tai stand up, gazing intently in a certain direction. Shen followed Tai's gaze and his face turned pale. In the distance, upon the ring of stars, a dense swarm of bizarre creatures approached like a storm cloud, even dimming the radiant light of the star rings. Chapter 843, 903, The Old Man of Yunmeng Mountain. Chapter 843, Chapter 903, The Old Man of Yunmeng Mountain. Tian Xun also felt something unusual, walked onto the balcony, and saw the densely packed, terrifying creatures, like clouds that cover the sky, soon casting a shadow over the entire island. The people on the island all witnessed this horrifying scene to the extreme. Merely the dreadful pressure made it difficult for them to bear. Many were so oppressed by the aura that they could hardly breathe. Damn it, why would the god-making race send so many immortal creatures core to attack a place like Giant Ring Stara? Tian Shen's face looked extremely unpleasant. The sky-covering immortal creatures core, all of immortal level beings, though the vast majority are probably nirvana beings transformed by injected serums, their number was already too great to count, perhaps numbering in the tens of thousands. Such a quantity of immortal creatures core, probably only needing one round of attack, could possibly destroy the entire Giant Ring Star. This is also because Giant Ring Star is a gigantic planet. If it were one of those smaller asteroids, any few immortal creatures could destroy them. Everyone gathered together, looking up at the orderly arranged terrifying creatures in the sky. They were like a formation, hovering above the star belt. When did Giant Ring Star become so important? Lin Shen also had a look of astonishment. No one could have imagined the god-making race would deploy such an immortal creature's core to attack Giant Ring Star. Suddenly, the terrifying creatures in the sky moved aside, leaving a path that reached to the heavens, as if welcoming a deity. Those immortal creatures even kneeled in the void. Lin Shen and the others saw a cluster of holy light coming from the end of this heavenly path. A dozen or so pristine unicorns pulling a lavish carriage carved from jade, rushing along the star belt from the void. The leading unicorn seemed almost transparent, without a single speck of impurity on its body, and under the light of the star belt, it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of dreamy colors. Is that, the immortal Saint Beast, Nightmare, actually drawing a carriage? Could it be that those dozen or so are all Nightmare Saint Beasts? Tian Shen saw clearly those carriage-pulling pristine unicorns. Her face grew even more grave. Not all, the one leading, should be the King of Nightmares, an immortal king-level existence, Tian Shen said, furrowing her brows. This situation was beyond her imagination. She couldn't understand why such a figure would attack Giant Ring Star. Tian Shen wondered if such a personage could have been alerted because someone had discovered Tai's true identity. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, focusing on the carriage, the driver. He had actually seen him before, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tian Zhuyo on Derek Fu Star. At that time, Lin Shen thought the stature of the dragon-horned armored man wouldn't be lower than Tian Zhuyo's, probably an important figure in the divine race. But now he was driving a carriage, so what kind of status did the person seated inside the carriage hold? The terrifying immortal creatures core had already encircled the island completely. Even if there was no encirclement, with their strength, escaping from here would likely not be an easy task. Where is Star-Lord Tian Xun? My lord wishes to speak with you. Mr. Zhao, driving the nightmare holy carriage, came and hovered in the sky, not entering the range of the island. I am Tian Xun. You and this many immortal creatures core have come. You really do think highly of me, Tian Xun said, walking out from beside Lin Shen, standing on the plaza at the edge of the hanging island, appraising the nightmare holy carriage. Lord Tian Xun, please don't misunderstand. My master is an old acquaintance of yours, and he has come here solely to reminisce, Mr. Zhao said with a smile. I, Tian Xun, am merely a common member of the celestial race. I don't have such distinguished old acquaintances from the god-making race, Tian Xun responded indifferently. Mr. Zhao seemed about to say something, but then appeared to be hinted at by someone and closed his mouth, no longer speaking. A voice full of magnetism emanated from the nightmare holy carriage. Tian Xun, do you still remember the old friend from Yunmeng Mountain? Upon hearing this voice, and then the words, old friend from Yunmeng Mountain, Tian Xun's expression changed slightly. Impossible, he's actually not dead. Tian Xin, standing beside Lin Shen, also looked extremely troubled. What old friend from Yunmeng Mountain? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Tian Xin. He too could see that this old friend, with such an extravagant entrance, seemed to have an unusual relationship with Tian Xun. He once sought to marry my younger aunt, but was refused by her, Tian Xin said in a lowered voice. That man is extremely dangerous. I thought he had died long ago, but to my surprise, he's still alive, and it appears he has even become a big shot in the god-making race. Who is Tian Ruodu? Lin Shen thought for a moment but couldn't recall such a significant figure in the celestial race. This person is a taboo within the celestial race. Seldom does anyone dare to mention his name. He is the eldest son of Emperor Tianshu. He was the crown prince for hundreds of years, yet he was deposed and even imprisoned within the demon abyss. It's too damn strange that he's still alive, Tian Shen said. Although Lin Shen didn't know what kind of person this Crown Prince Tian Ruodu really was, hearing that he had been imprisoned in the demon abyss and yet had not died, he could tell this person must be extremely terrifying. During his time at the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Shen had also read some records. Most of the individuals captured by the Institute, especially those requiring the Dean himself to take action, ended up imprisoned in the Demon Abyss. That was a planet where laws were chaotic, and any creature that entered the Demon Abyss star would have their internal energy affected by the planet's chaotic laws, causing a constant overflow of energy. No matter how much they replenished, it couldn't keep up with the consumption. Eventually, the severe depletion of energy would result in a continual fall in level. Even if you were an immortal level powerhouse, spending a few years in the Demon Abyss could cause you to fall to the level of an ordinary mutator. The terror of the Demon Abyss star didn't end there. The gravity on the planet was very peculiar. The further one was from the planet's surface, the stronger the gravity would become, exceedingly so much so that even immortals couldn't fly over 1,000 meters high and struggle to escape from the Demon Abyss star. What was even more terrifying was that meteors and even small asteroids often struck the Demon Abyss star, causing horrifying explosions. Add to that the fact that the Demon Abyss star harbored some of the most vicious and evil individuals. There, killing someone was no different than slaughtering a chicken. Surviving on the Demon Abyss star for even a short while was difficult, let alone living there indefinitely. Escaping was nearly impossible. To enter the Demon Abyss star was almost equivalent to entering a death cell, with the only difference being whether one died sooner or later. Tien Ruodu? Tianxun gazed at the nightmare holy carriage and slowly uttered the 3 words. After so many years, I didn't expect you to remember me, the voice inside the carriage said with self-mockery. I always thought it was only those who got refused that couldn't forget. Before Tianxun could say anything, Tien Ruodu's voice came forth again. At this very moment, do you regret rejecting me back then? Chapter 844, 904 Soul Book. Chapter 8444, Chapter 904 Soul Book. Tianxun looked at the nightmare holy carriage and said, Life is filled with countless choices. I've chosen the path I wish to walk. Why should there be any regret? Some choices come at the cost of one's life, Tien Ruodu said. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen knew that even if it were to happen 10,000 times over, Tianxun would never choose Tien Ruodu. He knew Tianxun too well. It's pointless to go head-to-head with her. She'll stubbornly fight you to the death. Sure enough, Tianxun serenely responded, I follow my own path, and even if it leads to death, I have no regrets. That's a fine sentiment, remarked Tien Ruodu, who, unexpectedly, wasn't angered but rather continued. Before you die, could you tell me why you rejected me in the first place? You should understand that with my talent and abilities, added to the support of your family, it was almost certain I could ascend to the imperial throne. Over all these years, I still couldn't fathom what reason you had to refuse me. In terms of talent, you're a natural 10th turn ascender, the first from our celestial race to be born as such, with top-tier base mutation talent and a life base as the bright seraph that's rarely seen throughout history. In terms of intelligence, you are naturally clever, 10 times more so than me, capable of understanding the essence of all magic upon mere exposure, and the laws of the world are at your fingertips. In terms of knowledge, you never forget anything you see, able to perceive the most intricate subtleties. Not even a smart brain could match that. Given all this, in what way am I unable to meet your expectations? You're perfect in all respects. It's just unfortunate that you were born too early, Tianxun stated. Born too early? Are you saying I'm too old? Tien Ruodu asked. Age doesn't hinder you, Tianxun stated indifferently. With your status and power, although born a few centuries earlier, it's not a difficult task for you to live a few hundred more. So you're saying I am too old, no longer in the prime of youth, and unworthy of Tianxun's notice? Tien Ruodu asked. I indeed have a preference for appearances, but in your time you were known as the bright prince of the celestial race, with a visage so handsome that even the sun in the sky couldn't overshadow your brilliance. Tianxun once again shook her head. Then what is it? Tien Ruodu asked with interest. You were born too early. The reigning emperor has lived for far too long. Even if my family had chosen you, you would have had no chance at all, only dragging my family down into the abyss with you, to be exiled to the demon abyss. If you were me, how would you have chosen? Tianxun spoke calmly. In the end, you still underestimated me, said Tien Ruodu with a light laugh. Back then, I was evenly matched with that old thief, only a tiny bit short of victory. Had your family been willing to support me, I would have surely won and would already be the new emperor of the celestial race. A miss is as good as a mile. What you consider a tiny bit will forever remain unachievable, Tianxun said. Very well, just for that statement of yours, I will not kill you today. I want you to watch with your own eyes how I take back the throne that should have been mine from the old thief Tianshu, Tien Ruodu said. Then the door of the nightmare holy carriage automatically opened, revealing a handsome and cold visage inside. Do you prompt me to act, or will you get in the carriage yourself? Seeing this, Lin Shen, unable to restrain himself any further, walked to Tianxun's side, stretched out his hand to take Tianxun's arm, and pulled her behind him. Tianxun was slightly startled but did not insist and allowed Lin Shen to pull her behind him. Sorry, but you're too late. This flower already has an owner, Lin Shen said to Tien Ruodu sitting inside the vehicle. Tien Ruodu looked at Lin Shen with a hint of scorn and said, Is this the person you've carefully chosen? How can he possibly compare to even a fraction of me? His words were clearly not meant for Lin Shen, or it might be said that Lin Shen didn't exist at all to him. You excel in every aspect, but still, you don't come close to even a fraction of him, Tian Xun said calmly. Tianruodu's gaze sharpened, and he stared coldly at Lin Shen. Very well. Originally, such a lowly person was not even worthy of my attention, let alone my personal intervention. However, since you put it that way, I will personally send him on his way and see if he's as you say, that he surpasses me by tens of thousands of times in every aspect. Saying this, Tianruodu stepped out of the nightmare holy carriage. There was a charismatic and unrivaled grace to Tianruodu, not at all inferior to Ouyang Yudo, and he emanated a bewitching charm as if a single glance would involuntarily draw one to him. It was as if he was the born protagonist, just by standing there. All gazes would uncontrollably focus on him. However, his eyes were not on Lin Shen, but instead turned toward the people behind Lin Shen, Tian Jingyun, Tian Shangqing. Do you really intend to betray? Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing exchanged a glance. Tian Jingyun, looking at the vast immortal creature's core in the sky, said, "What betrayal? We're neither subordinate to you, nor are we from the god-making race. Where does the question of betrayal come into play?" Lin Shen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing to say such things at a time like this. All for the sake of Tian Zhuyu's face, I wanted to give you a way out. Since you are insisting on seeking death, then so be it. Tianruodu finished speaking and didn't look at them any further. With a casual wave of his hand, a black leather book appeared out of nowhere in his hand. The crowd didn't know what he intended to do, but then they saw Tianruodu open the book and write something on its pages. Thump, thump. Without warning, Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing suddenly fell to the ground, lifeless, as if they had died. Lin Shen and the others were all shocked. Although Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing may not be top-tier immortals, they were immortals nonetheless. Yet they died so unpredictably. The soul book, isn't your life base that of the bright seraph? How can you? Tian Xun's pupils contracted, looking incredulously at Tianruodu. A slight curve formed at the corner of Tianruodu's mouth as he said indifferently, "I told you before, you underestimate me. I do not only possess the life base of the bright seraph, but also a double life base. The soul book is my second life base. The soul book can snatch one's soul. If he calls your names, do not respond at all costs, and it's best not to speak with him," Tian Xun said as the law of words activated, her body merging with the devout seraph, her lips outlined with light patterns. "Where I stand, no spirit shall transgress." A sacred halo radiated from Tian Xun, enveloping the entire island within it. Tianruodu quietly watched Tian Xun's actions until she stopped. Then, he stretched out his finger and wrote a few characters on the soul book. Beyond the halo emitted by Tian Xun, as if an invisible demon swooped down, wherever the demon passed, the halo instantly vanished. That unseen demon was too fast. It descended upon Tian Xin in an instant. Tian Xun wanted to stop it, but was too late. Thump! The demon passed through Tian Xin, who then immediately lost consciousness and breath, falling to the ground. "Be careful." A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Tian Xun's mouth. Clearly, her word spirit law had also suffered a heavy blow. Suppressing the grief in her heart, Tian Xun reached out to pull Lin Shen. "You all go first. I'll handle things here. Don't worry, I won't use the soul book to kill him. I have yet to see how outstanding he is, how he surpasses me by tens of thousands of times." Tianruodu closed the soul book, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 845, 905, Dark Law King, Chapter 845, Chapter 905, Dark Law King. But the moment he closed the book, it suddenly felt light in his hands as the soul book was snatched away by another hand. Tianruodu's pupils constricted, his gaze sharp as a knife toward the owner of that hand. A strange half-man, half-iron creature clad in a hoodie stood before him, with iron-like palms grasping the soul book. Despite the book's flickering struggle, it could not escape the grasp of that iron hand. "Who are you?" Tianruodu asked, staring at Ti. Tai, however, ignored him, reached out and tore off the dark cover of the soul book. Then, right in front of Tianruodu's eyes, he began to tear the glowing pages one by one. As the pages of the soul book were destroyed, the bodies of Tian Xin, Tian Jingyun, and Tian Shangqing, who had fallen to the ground as if dead, suddenly sat up as though their souls had returned to them. "What's happening?" Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing looked around, bewildered, not understanding what had occurred. Tianruodu stared at Tian, his eyes filled with an unusual expression. To be able to steal the soul book from his hands, and to tear an immortal-level soul book, one needed considerable power. Although not unheard of in the universe, such capacity was rare. The strange creature before him was someone he had neither seen nor heard of before, yet he possessed such ability, which was truly surprising. Suddenly, Tai threw the partially torn soulbook back to Tianruodu, and without a word he slapped Tianruodu across the face. Tianruodu revealed a cold smirk. His 6 wings unfolded, and his body emitted a black glow, forming a halo of black light that blocked Tai's palm. Snap! The black halo shattered instantly under Tai's palm as he directly slapped Tianruodu's cheek, distorting his face to the side as Tianruodu's pupils dilated with disbelief. Mr. Zhao and the immortal creature's core stared in shock at the half-man, half-iron creature, unable to believe that Lord Hai was struck by someone. Tianru suddenly turned his head, attempting to say something, but that hand struck his other cheek, twisting his face to the other side. Boom! Black light erupted from Tianru-Udu's body like a volcanic eruption, but the very next moment it was shattered by a direct slap. Snap, 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 snap. With continuous slaps, front and back, Tai beat Tianru-Udu, making his head sway from side to side, even directly cracking his summoned protective carapace. Everyone stared blankly at the scene as Mr. Zhao felt extreme shock in his heart. Tianru-Udu is the leader of the Divine Echo Team, already in the Heavenly Law realm, almost certainly upheld by the immortal laws. There shouldn't be many in the universe stronger than him. How could this strange creature humiliate him like this, and who is he to possess such terrifying strength? After a barrage of slaps, Tai sent Tianru-Udu flying with one last strike, crashing him against the nightmare holy carriage and nearly toppling it. Enough? Tai asked, looking at Tian Shen. Tian Shen, his face flushed with excitement, understood that Tai was avenging him and couldn't help shouting, "Big brother is awesome." Lin Shen, however, was somewhat worried. He knew Tai was strong, unbelievably strong. However, Tai had a major problem in himself. Now the sky was filled with immortal creatures. If a real fight broke out and Tai got contaminated by the blood of those immortal creatures, would he return to that terrifying full metal state like before? In his full metal state, his personality was consumed with the desire to swiftly kill Lin Shen, and the situation could only get worse from there. But under these circumstances, aside from Tai, there was no one else who could control the situation. Tianru-Udu stood up, his eyes fixed on Tie, but surprisingly, he wasn't angry. Instead, he even had a smile on his face. "Very well, really very well. It's been many years since I've been wounded. You remind me of the days in the Demon Abyss." Tianru-Udu straightened up, his body and wings slowly enshrouded by a black, crystal-like carapace. At that moment, Tianru-Udu resembled a six-winged seraph sculpted from black crystal, emitting a strange black halo around him. "State your name. You are worthy of dying by my hand," Tianru-Udu said to Tai, looking like a demon god. "What a pity then, a strong one like you, unable to even leave a name in this world," Tianru-Udu said while the black light around him grew stronger and more concentrated, his body and spread wings transforming into a black sun. Boom. A black beam of light surged towards Tai, as if it could devour everything in this world. Tai swung a punch at the black light pillar, but it failed to shatter it. Instead, he was engulfed by the black light pillar. The black beam converged together, forming something akin to a black hole, suspended in the sky, drawing everything around it into its core. Immortal creatures nearby were also sucked in, struggling futilely before being consumed alive into the black hole. Mr. Zhao, shocked, sped away with the Nightmare Holy carriage, while a dozen Nightmare Holy beasts, under the lead of the Nightmare King, frantically fled outwards, barely escaping being pulled into the black hole, but still unable to escape its gravitational pull. The immortal creature's core reeled back in horror, yet those close to it were still drawn in, until the black hole rapidly contracted, diminishing into a point and finally vanished, with the terrifying suction force disappearing with it. "Second brother," Tian Shen cried out in shock, her face void of color. Lin Shen was equally worried about Tai, pondering if he might really be his second brother. "Dark immortal law, how could you?" Tian Sun's face also showed shock, but more so, it was filled with suspicion. Tianru-Udu possessed the life base of a bright seraph, and the laws he understood were the law of light, yet he was not the Dharma King, as the existing light Dharma King was still in the worldly realm. The law that Tianru-Udu had just used was clearly the dark law, the exact opposite of the law of light, and it seemed very much like the true immortal law. Having dealt with Tai, Tianru-Udu looked down upon them like a demon god and said, "As long as old thief Tianshu lives, even if I comprehend the law of light to perfection, I cannot become the light Dharma King. So I was just a little short, unable to defeat old thief Tianshu. Fortunately or luckily, I was imprisoned in the demon abyssin, the unending pain their abyss, but physical pain only made me stronger, made me desire to live more, to kill old thief Tianshu, that became my driving force, making the impossible possible, turning from light to embrace darkness, and finally, I became the king of the dark law." Tianru-Udu's voice carried a chilling hatred. It was hard to imagine what kind of hatred could drive someone to advance rather than retreat in such an environment, ultimately becoming the dark law king. Chapter 846, 906, Taking Your 10,000 Punches. Chapter 846, Chapter 906, Taking Your 10,000 Punches. Lin Shen thought to himself, "What has been happening lately? There hasn't been a single good day, with troubles constantly knocking on my door." In fact, he was very clear in his heart that troubles were common with the coming of chaotic times. It was just that he was particularly unlucky, facing even more difficulties. Lin Shen's brain worked feverishly, but try as he might, he couldn't think of any way to escape the situation. Surrounded by tens of thousands of immortal creatures core and with a top-tier immortal like Tianru-Udu refusing to let go, Lin Shen truly felt like he was at the end of his rope. But even so, Lin Shen couldn't back down now. Even if there were impregnable walls ahead, he still had to try and break through. As long as one wasn't dead, As a man, he couldn't be the first to fall. This was something Lin Shen often heard from third brother and fourth brother since he was young. Tianshun treasure, you step back. Let a man handle the business of men. Lin Shen took a step forward, leaping into the sky, as the armor formed by the Tianshu wrapped around his body. He spoke lightly, but he was well aware that once the fray began, the people on his side would likely suffer a terrible fate. With tens of thousands of immortal creatures, exterminating them would be all too easy. Since death seemed certain, it would be better for him to face Tianruodu alone, as there might still be a slim chance of survival. The slim chance Lin Shen thought of course, wasn't that he could defeat Tianruodu by himself, but that Tai might still be able to come back. Previously, Tai had been trapped in the law by fourth brother, but managed to break free. Although Tianruodu was likely stronger than fourth brother, Lin Shen couldn't quite believe that Tai had been killed so easily. The clay sculpture of the Supreme Old Lord had been destroyed by Tai. With such strength, how could he be killed that easily? Therefore, Lin Shen speculated that Tai might be trapped and just needed some time to break free. Once he did, he would still be able to thoroughly defeat Tianruodu. Right now, Lin Shen just wanted to stall for time until Tai could escape his predicament. Seeing Lin Shen fly toward him, Tianruodu actually nodded slightly and said, "You do have a sense of responsibility. Tianruodu, however you want to fight, just lay it out. I'll accompany you to the very end," Lin Shen said outright without the slightest hint of humility. His words conveyed the impression that he was the one with the upper hand, as if he were giving Tianruodu a chance. Mr. Zhao listened and looked bewildered. "Why does it feel like these tens of thousands of immortal creatures' core belong to him?" Tianruodu said indifferently. "Killing you doesn't even require lifting a finger, let alone a specific method. You just go ahead and do your best. I've never liked taking advantage of others, and Tianxin says I'm 10,000 times stronger than you. Naturally, I can't disappoint her, and I must beat you in a manner that proves I'm 10,000 times stronger." Lin Shen bluffed confidently, leaving even the Night Star Four ladies and Tianxin with their eyes widened. Tianxin thought to herself, has he lost his mind? With things as they are, he's still spouting nonsense? Tianruodu looked amused and furious. "Then I would like to hear just how you intend to defeat me in a way that is 10,000 times stronger. If I were to crush you with just one hand, it would show my strength but wouldn't necessarily prove that I'm 10,000 times stronger," Lin Shen blathered on, leaving Tianxin and the others stunned. Does he even know what he's saying? Tianxin and the rest were flabbergasted. Mr. Zhao, however, harbored some astonishment and skepticism, scrutinizing Lin Shen with a strange expression, thinking to himself, despite the circumstances, to utter such words, could it be that Lin Shen truly has such capabilities? That previous odd person was not well known yet possessed such terrifying strength. Could Lin Shen be hiding his true power, even stronger than that half-man, half-Tai freak? Many shared Mr. Zhao's line of thinking. It seemed unlikely that anyone else could maintain such a bold attitude at such a time, continuing to boast so shamelessly. Tianruodu furrowed his brow slightly and scrutinized Lin Shen, speaking indifferently. "To crush me with one hand, even old thief Tianshu here wouldn't dare to utter such words. He is him, and I am I. We cannot be mentioned in the same breath." Lin Shen feigned distress. Killing a man, but only by a margin, doesn't showcase one's methods, and to simply kill you outright would hardly demonstrate that I'm 10,000 times stronger than you. How about the scissor? I'll stand right here and let you hit me 10,000 times. If you can't hurt me, wouldn't that prove I'm 10,000 times stronger? Upon hearing this, Tianxin and the others felt sure that Lin Shen must be insane. He was just a nirvana being, and even Tai had been sent away with a single punch by Tianruodu, yet he dared to stand there and take 10,000 punches from Tianruodu. Wasn't this sheer madness? Tianruodu probably only needed one punch to scatter Lin Shen's body into pieces. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing listened, and their complexions grew complicated. They had witnessed Lin Shen's strength, which indeed seemed a little formidable. They thought it was due to Tianxin's empowerment. But now, facing a powerful adversary like Tianruodu and the siege of tens of thousands of immortal creatures' core, Lin Shen dared to brag so boldly he must have something to rely on. Could it be that Lin Shen is an outrageously strong being? Could it be that my foster father actually lost to him? Otherwise, with my foster father's temperament, how could he possibly acknowledge someone as his foster father? The more Tian Jingyun and Tian Shangqing thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. If Lin Shen had proposed to take just one punch, or 2 or 3 punches, there might be a chance of trickery. But Lin Shen directly stated he would take 10,000 punches from Tianruodu, leaving no room for trickery. It would require absolute strength. Even those on Lin Shen's side thought this way. Those among the immortal creatures' core also felt that Lin Shen couldn't be simple. Tianruodu couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Shen carefully, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see Lin Shen as such a powerful being. Up to this moment, Tianruodu had not seen a trace of law power in Lin Shen, and from his perspective, Lin Shen was merely a nirvana being. Yet, how could a nirvana being dare to talk big in front of him? No matter how well someone disguised themselves, a single punch from him would reveal the truth, making such big talk completely meaningless. If you have any techniques, use them. If you can injure a single hair on my head, consider it my loss. Lin Shen floated opposite Tianru Odu, his armor emitting a faint luminescence, appearing to speak nonchalantly. Do you think that by having a 3-inch indestructible tongue you can scare me away? Your cunning tricks, unfortunately, are misplaced here. Tianru Odu's expression turned cold, black light radiating intensely from his body, 6 wings spread out, terrible strength gathering in his fists, like a black sun, striking directly at Lin Shen's body. Chapter 847-907, The Godlike Man. Chapter 847, Chapter 907, The Godlike Man. Everyone watched as such terrifying strength hurled towards Lin Shen, but Lin Shen simply stood there without moving a muscle, not even raising his hand to block, as if he intended to use his body to stop Tianru Odu's fearsome punch. In fact, Lin Shen had no intention of blocking. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have had time to react. Without Tian Shen's enhancement, his body's reflexes couldn't catch up with the speed of a mortal level, let alone match Tianru Odu's speed. The black sun smashed directly into Lin Shen's body. But in the next second, something unthinkable happened. The black sun that struck Lin Shen didn't even manage to break the fluorescence glowing off his body, and it disintegrated silently, without causing the slightest ripple. Even an egg striking a rock would make more impact than Tianru Odu's punch. At least one would hear a sound, but here there was none. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Lord Lin is too strong. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing yelled excitedly, their calls of Lord Lin coming effortlessly, without the slightest strain. He really is that strong. Mr. Zhao seemed to have expected as much. Now he had no doubts left. Lin Shen was a terrifyingly powerful individual who had been hiding his true strength, stronger even than that half-human, half-metal oddity they had seen before. A punch of such intensity from Tianru Odu could not even fracture his nirvana body. Protecting Force H or such an occurrence was only possible if the power disparity was too vast. The color drained from Tianru Odu's face. Although he hadn't used the Dark Law in that punch, it wasn't something any immortal could easily withstand. Only Tian Sun, fully aware of Lin Shen's secrets, knew that he had used the Light of Fate reversal to invert the power between them. He had not exerted any effort. The stronger Tianru Odu's force, the more relaxed it was for Lin Shen. Naturally, Tianru Odu could not accept this outcome and directly used the power of Dark Law for another punch at Lin Shen. Lin Shen felt somewhat uneasy in his heart, not knowing if the Light of Fate reversal could reverse the power of Tianru Odu's immortal laws. The profoundly dark light, turning the very space black, erased everything within its blackness. Such a strike, aimed at Lin Shen, found him neither hiding nor fleeing, allowing the black strength to hit him. However, as soon as that black strength touched the fluorescence on Lin Shen's body, it shattered to nothingness like ash. Tianru Odu's expression shifted slightly, his own darkness becoming even more terrifying as a series of startling dark laws struck out at Lin Shen. Everyone stood aghast, watching powers capable of tearing the void asunder repeatedly bombard Lin Shen. But Lin Shen just stood there nonchalantly. No matter how fearsome Tianru Odu's dark force was, it turned to ash upon nearing him. By this time, Lin Shen appeared to the immortal creature's core like a deity above, holy and inviolable, with no power in the world able to scratch him, and no filth able to taint his sacred body. To Lin Shen, Tianru Odu's world-shaking dark force was as feeble as a baby's. Strong, too strong, no wonder my foster father lost to Lord Lin. This is truly invincibility. Tian Shangqing watched, his blood boiling. Tianru Odu was a formidable entity, rarely matched in the cosmos, yet before Lin Shen he seemed like nothing more than a jumping clown. Tianru Odu's heart swirled with bewildering suspicion. He had doubted before, suspecting that Lin Shen might have been bluffing him or that he possessed some method to break his punch or two. But now he realized that it was not the case at all. Lin Shen simply stood there taking his attacks one after another, not even moving a finger, completely blocking all his strikes. A host of immortals watched in sheer horror. What kind of monster is this? Even those who had turned into monstrous forms were momentarily unable to discern who among them and Lin Shen was the true monster. Lin Shen felt a wild joy in his heart. The effects of the Light of Fate reversal were stronger than he had imagined, able to reverse even the law power of the immortal Dharma King. This was simply defying the heavens. Tianru Odu knew he couldn't keep this up. 1,000 more punches would be just as futile. Good, worthy to be the one Tian Sun and the Tian family have set their sights on, you truly are different. Tianru Odu ceased using Dark Law and coldly said to Lin Shen, "Is that the extent of your power?" Lin Shen looked at Tianru Odu and spoke indifferently, "Just this extent? Then try my next punch." Tianru Odu once again summoned a black light, which gradually turned into something resembling a black hole. Seeing Tianru Odu resorting to this technique, the immortal creature's core and Mr. Zhao all quickly distanced themselves from the area. This was the move Tianru Odu had used to dispatch Tai, and now using it again, it alarmed both friend and foe. Tian Xin and her party retreated, as did the immortal creature's core. Nobody wanted to be reduced to ashes under such a formidable move from Tianru Odu. Boom! The terrifying black hole moved towards Lin Shen, while everyone watched from afar, eager to know if Lin Shen would be devoured like Tai. The black hole, on the brink of engulfing him, dissipated in front of Lin Shen like a puff of black mist, vanishing in an instant as if it was a mere fart. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Tianruodu's all-out attack still couldn't damage even a single piece of Lin Shen's clothing, let alone injuring Lin Shen. It couldn't even force him to lift a finger. Even Tianruodu's eyes betrayed his shock. He had acknowledged Lin Shen's strength, but he couldn't believe that even the most powerful strike of dark law couldn't even compel Lin Shen to retaliate. Is this really your strongest power? Why so weak? Lin Shen looked at Tianruodu and said lightly. Before, when Lin Shen said such things, everyone thought he was insane. But now, their eyes on Lin Shen were as if they were beholding an omnipotent deity. Mighty as Tianruodu was, he appeared so vulnerable before Lin Shen. Is your law power immune to the attack of dark law or certain law powers? Tianruodu suddenly laughed. A powerful law power it is. You do have the right to make women proud of you. You are indeed strong. If your opponent were someone else today, you would have already won. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. From Tianruodu, a subtle power began to rise, invisible, yet the ever-increasing aura could be felt. Another kind of law power emerged upon Tianruodu, one that seemed to have the strength to shake one's soul, causing the immortal creatures to feel an urge to bow down in reverence. Chapter 848, 908, What is your name? Chapter 848, Chapter 908, What is your name? I am not just a double life base, but also possess twin laws power. Aside from the dark law, I also have the power of soul law. Even if your laws can be immune to physical law attacks, they cannot withstand attacks from the soul. Tianruodu's aura became increasingly powerful. Though his figure did not change at all, it made one feel as though his body was becoming more and more majestic. In his presence, everything else seemed to diminish. Can a person possess dual series laws? Lin Shen looked at Tianruodu with some surprise. This was the first time he had heard that a person could possess two types of law power. Even for a race like the Supreme Clan, there had been no mention of anyone possessing two different laws. Even the ancient realm king of legend was said to have only one type of law. Others cannot. Does not mean I cannot. Tianruodu's eyes revealed a hint of strangeness as he spoke slowly. I was born with a double life base, had double nirvana attributes during my nirvana, and when I chose the path of immortality, although I was deceived by old thief Tianshu and chose the law of light, he thought that as long as he did not die, I would never be able to become the Dharma king. Unfortunately, he could never have imagined that my body could accommodate two laws coexisting, and I also have a second law, which is the soul law. It was by relying on the soul law that I was able to survive in the demon abyss and become even stronger. As he spoke, Tianruodu turned to Tianxun and said, Now do you realize how foolish you and your family's decision was? At that time, my soul law had not yet comprehended the immortal laws, so I did not achieve immortality a second time. Even so, with just the future law of the light series, I only lost to old thief Tianshu by half a move. Unfortunately, your vision was too short-sighted, preferring to believe in that muddle-headed Tianshu rather than me, allowing me to be trapped in the demon abyss, forced to turn from light to darkness with the path of cultivation fraught with difficulties. Although I became the king of the dark law, the soul law was a step behind, and someone else became the king of soul law before me. If your family had been willing to help me defeat old thief Tianshu, the emperor of the celestial race by now would be a dual law king, and becoming the cosmic's foremost race would not be difficult. Tianxun remained silent. Tianruodu was actually able to harmonize twin laws within him, and one of the laws was the immortal law, while the other was the extremely rare future law. Such talent and ability were indeed the first in the celestial race's history. However, Tianxun did not regret her choice. She and Tianju both believed that Tianruodu was no match for Emperor Tianshu, and Tianruodu had some flaws in his character. If he became the emperor of the celestial race, the situation for the celestial race might be even more difficult than when Emperor Tianshu was in power. Refusing Tianruodu was her, Tianxun's choice, and also the choice of the Tian family. What nonsense are you spouting? What of it if you have twin laws? Tianxun's man is still 100 times better than you, Lin Shen interrupted Tianruodu. Indeed, Tianruodu was strong, and his talent was not something ordinary people could match. But what of it? At least in Lin Shen's view, he was not as good as Tai. Tai could see through the tricks of the Light of Fate reversal at a glance, but Tianruodu was not able to see through it. Just this one move was enough to tell who was superior. Since you're so eager to die, then go ahead and die. Tianruodu had no more patience for Lin Shen. He came here personally to let Tianxun and the people of the Tian family know how wrong their initial choice was. He did not care whom Tianxun liked or whom she married. Even back then, he only wanted the help of the Tian family to help him ascend to the throne. He had done so much not to watch Lin Shen perform here. He was the protagonist of this performance, the man who was about to defeat Emperor Tianshu and become the new emperor of the celestial race. Tianruodu reached out his hand, and the soul book appeared again. The luminous energy surged from his palm toward the soul book, mending the soul book that had been torn by Tai swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, returning to the appearance of a black leather book. Lin Shen, this is your name, isn't it? Tianruodu, like a death god who held sway over life and death, looked down on Lin Shen with disdain. He stretched out his finger, aiming to inscribe Lin Shen's name in the soul book. Do not answer, Tian Xun immediately interjected with a warning. Tian Xun was uncertain whether Lin Shen's Light of Fate reversal could withstand the power of the soul book. After all, the power of the law of soul was quite different from that of ordinary law power. Even if one could reverse the power of the immortal laws, it might not necessarily reverse the soul power of the future law. Yet Lin Shen seemed unperturbed, smiling at Tianruodu and said, Indeed, my name is Lin Shen, given to me at birth by my parents, and I will never change it in this lifetime. Very well, a real character indeed. After I harvest your soul, I will preserve your body and hang it in my study, where I can gaze upon your remains day and night to finally take pleasure in your downfall, Tianruodu decreed, his fingers moving swiftly as the power of the soul followed his fingertips, and he inscribed the Dragon Dance Phoenix Flight name of Lin Shen, glowing with the light of the soul on the open page of the soul book. Everyone seemed to feel a chilling wind sweep by, shivering involuntarily. Tian Xun was anxious, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Shen, fearful that he would fall at any moment. Not only him, almost everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Shen, waiting for the moment when his soul would be reaped and he would collapse. What on earth is that guy thinking? He was told not to answer. Even Tian Xin was anxious, her eyes intently fixated on Lin Shen. But there stood Lin Shen, motionless, without the slightest sign of falling. Tianruodu's gaze gradually shifted from determination to less so, from confidence to less confident, and finally, a hint of panic emerged in his eyes. His law of soul, in combination with the soul book, still could not affect Lin Shen, puzzling Tianruodu beyond comprehension as to what kind of law could be immune to both the powers of the dark law and the law of soul. Was there truly such an invincible law power in the cosmos? You asked for my name, now I ask you, do you dare to answer me? What is your name? Lin Shen suddenly asked Tianruodu, simultaneously summoning something with his hand. It was an ancient, dilapidated black steel that looked as though it had been unearthed from a chaotic graveyard's old tombstone. Why should I fear? If there are limits in the heavens, I am destined to be king. My name is Tianruodu said coldly, staring at Lin Shen. Perhaps only the Dharma King of the Law of Soul could best him slightly in this aspect. For Lin Shen to try to use this power against him was, in Tianruodu's eyes, like an amateur wielding an axe in the doorway of an expert lumberjack. Moreover, Tianruodu did not feel any strong fluctuations of the Law of Soul's power coming from the black steel. Lin Shen acknowledged with a single word, good, and then inscribed the 3 characters, Tianruodu on the Deathly Destiny steel. Chapter 849, Destiny Kills. Chapter 849, Destiny Kills. Tianruodu sneered inwardly upon seeing Lin Shen truly write his name on the stone tablet. If you can use such a law to kill me, then my years of cultivating the Law of Soul have been a waste. By now, Lin Shen had finished inscribing Tianruodu's 3 characters on the tablet, and then, below them, wrote a line of small text. Before Tianruodu could make out what the small text said, blood unexpectedly started to ooze from the freshly written characters. As the blood continued to seep forth, it twisted ominously atop Tianruodu's name, threatening to overflow from the letters. Tianruodu's originally mocking face suddenly became extremely unsightly. The color drained instantaneously from his cheeks, leaving them as pale as snow. His flesh shriveled at an alarming rate, and his previously robust form became skeletal in an instant, his cracked skin shedding powder, which fell off in increasing quantities. Tianruodu was shocked to his core. He pushed the Dark Law and the Law of Soul to their limits, creating a black hole to envelop his body, seeking to resist the power of the Deathly Destiny stale. But in just a moment, the black hole shattered with a roar, revealing Tianruodu inside, now resembling a dried corpse. A gust of vigor force blew, and Tianruodu's body scattered like incense ashes. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Tianruodu had been killed just like that. Tianruodu, adept with the Law of Soul, capable of killing with a mere inscription of a name, had been killed by someone inscribing his own. Meanwhile, Lin Shen, whose name Tianruodu had written down long before, still stood perfectly fine, not even a hair out of place. This person is unfathomable, an adversary beyond force. Mr. Zhao, controlling his carriage, backed away as if he feared Lin Shen writing his name on the tablet, and cried out simultaneously, "We shall spare your lives for today. All troops, retreat." Mr. Zhao had just finished speaking when suddenly a stern voice commanded, "I did not order a retreat. Who dares to flee?" A black hole opened in the void, with black and white light shadows passing through and appearing in the spot where Tianruodu had just been. But now, Tianruodu looked somewhat different, his body no longer flesh and bone but an ethereal being, a 6-winged angel creature, with a dark-skinned soul book cradled in his arms. Lin Shen immediately recognized that the current Tianruodu was no longer the true Tianruodu. The 6-winged angel being must be Tianruodu's life base, the bright Serapho. Though it was unknown by what means, after the destruction of his physical body, his soul had somehow attached itself to the life base of the bright Seraph. Mr. Zhao and the Immortal Creatures Corps, who were about to retreat, after stirring briefly, stopped in their tracks. Since Tianru Udu was not dead, without his order, they did not dare to retreat, yet they also dared not move forward. Tianru Udu could resurrect after death, a feat they did not possess. They refused to risk their own bodies. The strength Lin Shen had displayed was too overwhelming. Lin Shen, you dared to destroy my physical body. I will surely kill you today, said Tianru Udu, his body emanating a glow that ascended. Light of law unfolded around him. Not the slightest trace of dark law could be seen. The quickness of the light radiating from his body was inconceivable, allowing no time for one to even think of dodging as it beamed upon Lin Shen. In fact, no matter how fast he was, it did not relate to Lin Shen. When his speed was slow before, Lin Shen still couldn't dodge. The radiance shone upon Lin Shen but failed to penetrate the light of fate reversal around him, shattering and vanishing directly. Lin Shen had not used the Deathly Destiny Stele again. He had obtained it for quite some time, but he seldom made use of it. The reason lied in the fact that the Stele itself had too many restrictions and could easily backlash against the user. The artifact could only kill those whose strength was weaker than one's own. If one dared to punch above their weight to kill those of a higher level by force, the Deathly Destiny Stele might even backlash against the user. Unable to kill the target, one could end up being killed by the stele instead. However, Lin Shen possessed both the large and small Deathly Destiny steles, and the smaller stele naturally had the power to restrain the larger stele, so under normal circumstances, Lin Shen wouldn't be backlashed. But the smaller stele itself did not possess the ability to kill. At most, it could be used to check someone's name or their birth date and time. Lin Shen had experimented before. If one were to write a name on the larger stele and add the birth date and time, the effect of the Deathly Destiny stele would be stronger, able to triumph over the strong despite being the weaker party to a certain extent. But if the power gap was too vast, it would still not work. With Lin Shen's current solid strength, combined with the large and small Deathly Destiny steles, killing a substantially weaker immortal might still have a slight possibility. But killing an immortal of Tianru Udu's level was absolutely impossible. Without the smaller stele, backlash from the Deathly Destiny stele was guaranteed. And yet, Tianru Udu courted death by attempting to use the power of the Soul Book to kill Lin Shen. Protected by the smaller Destiny stele, Lin Shen was not an easy target. Abilities of that kind rarely posed a threat to him, let alone with the power of the Light of Fate reversal at his disposal. It even allowed Lin Shen to transform the power Tianru Udu wielded from the Soul Book into his own immense strength. Lin Shen borrowed this force, in addition to his inherent power, and wrote Tianru Udu's name upon the Deathly Destiny stele, directly killing Tianru Udu's physical body. The power of the Deathly Destiny stele and the Soul Book was somewhat different. The Soul Book harvested souls, while the Deathly Destiny stele ended physical lives. Under normal circumstances, an immortal should have also perished, but Tianru Udu, adept in the law of soul, was able to transfer his soul into the life base and continued living, using the life base as a vessel. But now he no longer had a human form, so the Deathly Destiny stele's effectiveness was greatly reduced. Moreover, without Tianru Udu's strength to borrow, using the Deathly Destiny stele to overcome superiors could easily result in backlash, and Lin Shen did not dare to use it recklessly. Lin Shen watched Tianru Udu, whose body was dead, burst into an insane radiance, showing signs of losing control. Wherever his radiance cast, it made no distinction between friend or foe. Any immortal creature who was too close was instantly slain by his light. That light was indeed too fast, so fast that even unfortunate beings couldn't react in time. However, Lin Shen suddenly had an epiphany. Tianru Udu had always said he inverted the light into darkness, becoming the Dark Law King. It turned out he was nothing more than a pseudo-Dharma king. Now it was clear his law was still the law of light after all. The Dark Law was merely a subsidiary of the law of light. Although he had trained the Dark Law to its utmost, a subsidiary was ultimately just a subsidiary, no matter how powerful it might be. It was still just a part of the law of light, still a step away from being the real king of laws. Tianru Udu, whose body was destroyed, was almost insane by now, his law of light and law of soul proving useless against Lin Shen. He immediately issued a command to the Immortal Creatures Corps, kill them all for me. Chapter 850, Corps escaping. Chapter 850, Corps escaping. However, the Immortal Creatures Corps only caused a commotion, but nobody dared to attack Lin Shen. At this time, Lin Shen, in their eyes, had become an invincible existence. People could stand there and let Tianru Udu hit them at will, yet Tianru Udu couldn't even hurt a single hair on their head. Even if someone were to write their name using the law of soul, they would remain unharmed, whereas if they wrote down Tianru Udu's name, Tianru Udu's physical body would be Killidation, an entity so fearsome that it terrified them all, none daring to approach as if sent to their demise. Tianru Udu, furious, directly shouted coldly, "Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." Once Tianru Udu uttered these words, the Immortal Creatures Corps found themselves in a dilemma, the methods of the god-making race being unparalleled by any ordinary race. If they refused Tianru Udu's command, even if Tianru Udu didn't kill them, they would have no hope of returning to their human forms. Moreover, Tianruodu had ways to control them. Taking his life would be as easy as flipping one's hand. The immortal creatures all cursed Tianruodu as shameless in their hearts. He was afraid to fight Lin Shen himself and instead wanted them to sacrifice their lives. Although the immortal creatures corps dared not defy the command of Tianruodu, they moved extremely slowly, though at the immortal level, they only inched forward as if they were old grandmothers. Lin Shen thought to himself in horror. Tianruodu is too shameless, not caring about our agreement and wanting a mass attack. Lin Shen was only sustaining the facade with the light of fate reversal, and if it came to close combat, he could not possibly withstand the onslaught of the immortal creatures corps. Seeing the hypocritical behavior of the immortal creatures, Tianruodu's body burst forth with radiance, his entire being exploding with light like the sun, immediately killing many of the dawdling immortal creatures. Thus, the immortal creatures no longer dared to delay and could only brace themselves and charge towards Lin Shen while roaring. Tianruodu let out another scream, with the Nightmare King and several nightmare holy beasts drawing the carriage also charging towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen cursed internally, preparing to fight desperately with Tianruodu. If they could kill Tianruodu directly and scare off the immortal creatures corps, they might still have a slim chance of survival. Just as he prepared to risk it all, he suddenly saw a crack split open in the void and a hand extended out, tearing the void apart, and a robust figure stepped out. The immortal creatures corps, originally willing to fight to the death, suddenly stopped upon clearly seeing that figure, each of them utterly horrified. Tai, who was thrown into the black hole by Tianruodu, had torn through the void and returned, seemingly unharmed. Tianruodu, seeing Tai, was also utterly shocked. He had never heard of anyone escaping from a black hole, a place that not even light could escape from. What is going on with these guys? Tianruodu was both shocked and enraged in his heart. The immortal creatures corps halted, but the nightmare holy beasts and the nightmare king, without orders from Tianruodu, did not stop, still carrying the terrifying law power, rushing over like a starry war chariot. Tai, expressionless, reached out his hand towards the charging nightmare holy carriage. The terrifying power directly sent the nightmare holy beasts and nightmare holy carriage tumbling away, and even the nightmare king couldn't control its own body, rolling far along with the carriage before stopping. Everyone was dumbstruck. Even the immortal king-level nightmare was slapped away. What a horrifyingly powerful force. Everyone retreated, including Tianruodu, and Mr. Zhao had already run out of sight long ago. He had run the moment Tianruodu commanded the nightmare holy carriage to charge at Lin Shen. Tai's gaze turned towards Tianruodu, who instantly disappeared in a flash, his speed so fast it was truly like light and electricity. With Tianruodu running away, the immortal creatures corps immediately fell into chaos and fled. There were two monstrous-level powerful beings here. Only a fool would go and offer themselves to die, especially when even Tianruodu himself had fled. Damn it, what on earth are those two bastards? How could they be so strong? Tianruodu was furiously raging inside, but he no longer had the courage to turn back and fight Lin Shen and Tai. His physical body was destroyed, and he could only continue living in the body of a bright seraph, which no longer qualified him as alive. Lin Shen and the others watched the immortal creatures corps flee, not bothering to chase after them. He wanted to keep Tianruodu behind, but Tianruodu was too fast, impossible to catch, and they couldn't even see his shadow anymore. Now there probably won't be anyone daring to trouble us here anymore, Lin Shen thought to himself, feeling fortunate. Thankfully, though Tianruodu was strong, his perception failed. He couldn't see through the reality of the light of fate reversal, otherwise Lin Shen stood no chance in a fight against him. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shengqing looked at Lin Shen at that moment, their eyes almost entirely filled with adoration. Tianruodu was one of the leaders of the God Creation 13 group, and each leader was a terrifying entity in the cosmos. But in front of Lin Shen, Tianruodu appeared as helpless as a child, which spoke volumes of Lin Shen's formidable presence. Our foster father told us to follow Lord Lin for our own good. Being with such a powerful being, if we could get a few tips from him, maybe we could comprehend the Earth Law realm very soon. Both shared the same thought, their gazes towards Lin Shen becoming even more fervent. The immortal creatures corps fled, but those immortal creatures killed by Tianruodu themselves left behind quite a few valuable items. The bodies of immortal creatures were already extremely precious materials, and some of the immortal creatures even had reincarnation ashes appear on them. Also, their life bases were immortal-level treasures, albeit the weakest among those at the immortal level, but they were still stronger than the typical nirvana spiritual base. Strangely, no immortal law core was found on the corpses of these immortal creatures. Theoretically, after the death of an immortal creature, their law power had a certain chance to condense into an immortal law core. The stronger their inherent law power and the higher their realm, the higher the chance of condensing an immortal law core. These immortal creatures were naturally not high in rank, but with so many dead, the total absence of any immortal law core seemed oddly coincidental. It seems that these nirvana beings turned immortal creatures cannot really compare to the true immortal creatures, Lin Shen thought to himself. All in all, the gains were enormous. Just those immortal creatures killed by Tianruodu himself had brought a huge fortune to Lin Shen and his group. Tian Shen planned to use these materials of the immortal creatures to build a castle, to avoid having their home destroyed every time there was an enemy attack. Chapter 851, Pet Price War, Chapter 851, Pet Price War. Tian Shen had given Lin Shen a task, and that was to spend money. She also knew that Lin Shen couldn't earn money, so she only entrusted him with the task of spending it. The responsibility of selling resources to earn money was handled by elder sister Lin Miao. The Dark Bird Temple had also been discovered on the giant ring star. Both resource selling and purchasing could be completed via Commerce Star, which was now extremely popular throughout the cosmic. Lin Shen's task was to keep an eye on the trade zone on Commerce Star. As long as the materials they needed were available at a price lower than they had previously anticipated, he was to buy them. Lin Shen pulled up a chair and sat in front of a stone platform, with Xiao Yu beside him massaging his legs, while he continuously browsed the trade zone. There were just too many items in the trade zone, but fortunately, Tian Shen and elder sister had put together a list for him. All he needed to do was to search for the items on the list and compare prices. Lin Shen had strongly requested this job himself. If he didn't come here, Tai would be pestering him to comprehend the cosmic law. It wasn't that Lin Shen wasn't trying, he just genuinely couldn't grasp the existence of the law. First, let's get the base mutation rate up to 100%, Lin Shen remarked, sipping on the base mutation fluid while he continued to look through the trade zone. Xiao Yu watched him with gritted teeth. Lin Shen was drinking immortal-level base mutation fluid, and although Xiao Yu wanted some, he was asked to provide service in exchange, and he could barely restrain himself from leaping up and smacking Lin Shen across the face. However, after weighing his options and realizing he couldn't defeat Lin Shen, Xiao Yu could only keep the thought to himself and resignedly continue massaging Lin Shen's legs with his head bowed. The price elder sister has set is too low, we can't buy anything at all. Lin Shen had been looking for several hours, and the price of none of the materials had reached the price point set by elder sister and Tian Shen. Due to the celestial race's rebellion, the prices of various materials had soared, which was readily apparent in the Commerce Star trade zone. Pet price battles, what's this? Lin Shen browsed absent-mindedly, suddenly coming across a pet trade zone that was a bit special. Lin Shen looked with interest for a while and realized this trade zone was different from the usual ones. Within this area, various pets engaged in battles, showcasing their strengths to potentially increase their value. The pet price battles were divided into several different levels. Pets of base mutation level, ascension level, nirvana level, and immortal level could select their battles in different areas to increase their own estimated value. Naturally, the higher the valuation, the higher the ranking would be. However, valuation was one thing. What truly determined the value of a pet was market demand. Lin Shen studied this for a while and found another benefit to the pet price battles. Each victory would yield a varying amount of Commerce Star coin rewards. The Commerce Star coins were not issued by the Commerce Star platform, but those who wanted to participate in the pet price battles had to pay some Commerce Star coins to allow their pets to compete. If their pets won, they could receive a portion of the Commerce Star coins paid by the opponent. The higher the level of the pet, the more Commerce Star coins had to be paid. Lin Shen looked over the costs briefly and discovered that base mutation level pet price battles were actually free. Ascension level battles cost 1 cent in Commerce Star coin, Nirvana level cost 1 dime, and Immortal level cost 1 Commerce Star coin. The Commerce Star platform was clearly making a profit, as the winning pet could only take half of the money, but at least the money paid was returned. What Lin Shen cared about wasn't this small amount of money, but the fact that you could place bets in these price battles. Lin Shen saw some pets participating in price battles marked with a 10 Commerce Star coin bet. If you could beat that pet, you would receive an additional 10 Commerce Star coins paid by the opponent. Of course, if you wanted to challenge that pet, you also had to first front 10 Commerce Star coins. If you won, you got your money back. If you lost, the money became the other person's. Fortunately, the Commerce Star platform didn't take a cut from these bets, which was somewhat decent of them. This discovery left Lin Shen overjoyed, as the money seemed easy to earn. Lin Shen turned his attention toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's face changed instantly, as he already saw shamelessness and greed in Lin Shen's eyes. Ahem, Xiao Yu, you should know how difficult it is to run a household these days. Especially for a man like me, with elders above and children below, who has to think about how to feed and clothe a family as soon as I open my eyes every day. Lin Shen continued with a sigh. You see, every one of our family members is good at spending money and has an incredibly good appetite. Fei Zai is just a lazy bum who does nothing but eat and drink. Death Powder is another glutton. All she does is eat and sleep. Can you believe that? Sai, I have it so hard, and you're the only one in our family that gives me some peace of mind. In Xiao Yu's mind, this is none of my damn business. I don't eat or drink your stuff. I have to massage your legs just to get a drink of immortal liquid, and you're telling me all this? Xiao Yu dared not say it out loud, so he simply held his tongue. You know what, Xiao Yu? How about this Yao? You go fight in the price battles and we earn some money to improve our living. Afterwards, I'll find something nice for you to strengthen yourself, Lin Shen said. Seeing that Xiao Yu was unmoved, his eyes darted around before he continued, I remember that Chen Shen collected quite a few reincarnation ashes. No matter what I said, she wouldn't give them to me. Luckily, I was persistent and managed to prevent her from selling them, planning to buy them back for you once we earned money. At this point, Lin Shen's face was full of embarrassment. You know I'm naturally dumb and not good at making money, Sai. What am I going to do? Why the hell are you saying so much? You just want me to go fight in the price battles and earn money for you, right? Xiao Yu said, pouting. That's one way to put it. We need money to exchange for the reincarnation ashes for you, Lin Shen replied. Just tell me straight, how much money do you have to earn before you're willing to give me the reincarnation ashes? Xiao Yu asked, completely unmoved, his tone frosty. Tian Xun said that 1,000 commerce star coins could exchange for one reincarnation ash, Lin Shen replied. 100 coins per piece, Xiao Yu countered, extending one finger. 800, I really can't go any lower. I still have to beg Tian Xun about this, Lin Shen bargained. 100, Xiao Yu insisted. 700 it is then. I'll put my old face on the line to ensure I get it for you, Lin Shen negotiated. 100, just do it, or don't. I couldn't care less. Go by yourself, Xiao Yu said coldly. All right then, I'll go the extra mile for you. First you earn the money, and then I'll have what I need to negotiate with Tian Xun, Lin Shen agreed, seeing how adamant Xiao Yu was. After obtaining Xiao Yu's consent, Lin Shen sent him into the price battle, paying the fee and choosing to challenge a Nirvana-level pet, Great Power Heavenly Dragon, with a 100 commerce star coin bet. Chapter 852 Dragon Vein. Chapter 852 Dragon Vein. As Commerce Star platform became increasingly understood, the valuation of various items continued to rise. The 21 valuation of Xiao Yu had been surpassed by many items during this period, and now, the most expensive item on the top-ranked list had reached 56. Most items had originally low valuations, largely boosted by rules like the pet price wars. Only a few items on the list had higher initial prices than Xiao Yu. Now, the valuations on the ranking list were becoming more and more inaccurate. Moreover, people were exploiting the rules to manipulate the system for profit. Catherine was one of the beneficiaries, and her mood had been quite good lately. By leveraging the undervaluation of the Great Power Heavenly Dragon, Catherine had already won tens of thousands of commerce star coins in pet price wars recently. When Catherine had the Great Power Heavenly Dragon appraised, it was still in its juvenile stage, and it had already reached a high price of 10 commerce star coins. After the appraisal, Catherine began to cultivate the Great Power Heavenly Dragon, resulting in a surge in its overall strength. Then, she would fish on the pet price wars with a low asking price. Those who saw the low valuation and thought they were getting a bargain were ultimately reaped by the Great Power Heavenly Dragon's wagers. In order to keep the Great Power Heavenly Dragon's valuation low, after winning a few times, Catherine would initiate lower stakes pet price wars. She let her own pets win these battles, allowing the Great Power Heavenly Dragon to lose. She would only lose a small handling fee for participating in the price wars, which decreased the valuation of the Great Power Heavenly Dragon. The universe was vast, and there were too many easy targets. Such a simple trick had made Catherine a good amount of commerce star coins. Upon seeing someone challenging the Great Power Heavenly Dragon again, Catherine glanced at the pet name and valuation of the challenger's request. Asura Ghost, valued at 21, isn't this the pet that was ranked first before? Catherine naturally recognized Asura Ghost and directly rejected the challenge request. She couldn't guarantee that the Great Power Heavenly Dragon would definitely win against Asura Ghost. After all, Asura Ghost was once the top-valued Nirvana-level pet, and she didn't want to take that risk. Lin Shen had originally thought that initiating a challenge was a way to make money, only to find out that he could be refused. With no choice, Lin Shen went on to challenge other pets with wagers, and without exception, was refused by all. Though Xiao Yu's ranking wasn't high now, its fame was too great, and everyone knew that Asura Ghost initially had a high valuation. They would not bother entertaining him. How can it be so hard to make money? Lin Shen was frustrated. He had thought it would be easy picking, but collecting money was not so simple. Lin Shen had a thought and knew he definitely couldn't make money this way. So, he took out Dragon Hunter GYs and had it appraised on the platform. Dragon Hunter was appraised at 11, which didn't mean that it had less value than Asura Ghost. In fact, the general valuation for base mutation pets was below $5, with none starting above $10. With Dragon Hunter being appraised at 11 at base mutation level, it was evident that its inherent value was extremely high. After appraisal, Lin Shen gave Dragon Hunter an Ascension Egg, allowing it to achieve evolution from base mutation to Ascension. Lin Shen had been pondering what kind of evolutionary path would be best suited for Jiwis. The reason he had not allowed Jiwis to evolve was simply because he had not decided which Ascension Egg to use for Jiwis' evolution. Although both Jiwis and Death Powder were super base pets, their attributes and characteristics were different. Death Powder had the ability to evolve by devouring anything at will. Jiwi's, however, was different. Its innate attributes and skills were very specific, and if the choice was poor, its evolution could easily go awry. That was why Lin Shen was so cautious. He wanted to find the best evolutionary path for Jiwi's. But Jiwi's was so unique that he had not found an Ascension Egg suitable for it. For a while, Lin Shen had considered using a god-making egg to evolve Jiwis, but eventually gave up on the idea. This time, the ascension egg that Lin Shen chose was one he had previously bought in the trade zone on Commerce Star, the one with a mosaic. He chose this particular ascension egg because pets hatched from ascension eggs with mosaics were at least mutant pets. That was not the main reason. What truly made Lin Shen decide was the name of the fire seed he got from this ascension egg, Dragon Vein. Failed superbase evolutionary fire seed Dragon Vein, seek dragons and explore veins, intercept the chi fortune of dragon veins to enhance one's own fortune. Although Lin Shen still did not understand how to use the Dragon Vein fire seed, based on the patterns of previous fire seed eggs, he deduced that this ascension egg was likely related to the dragon lineage. Lin Shen was not sure how deep the relationship was. He had hesitated before, but now, thinking it over, it seemed there was no better choice. He would let Jiwis evolve using this ascension egg. Jiwis already had enough energy accumulated, and with the ascension egg, it immediately entered an ascension state. Lin Shen witnessed a strange scene. Countless fresh blood surged out from within Jiwis's body, turning into strands of blood that wrapped around its body, forming a huge blood cocoon. The shape of this blood cocoon was a bit odd, not a regular oval but asymmetrical, resembling the shape of a heart. Lin Shen waited for Jiwis to evolve, planning to make a fortune from its price in the pet market battle. He originally thought it would take a few days to hatch, but Jiwis's evolution was much faster than he expected. After just 3 to 4 hours, Jiwis had completed its evolution. The blood cocoon was gradually absorbed, revealing Jiwis's true form. Now, Jiwis had undergone significant changes compared to before. It donned a blood-red battlesuit with a black border, and its hair was snow white. On its face, it wore a blood-colored crystal mask with the design of a dragon spreading its wings, revealing only the black eyes beneath the mask. This is too cool. Lin Shen looked at Jiwis and thought it resembled a noble warrior from a sci-fi movie. He hurriedly checked Jiwis's attributes, all top-tier 81s, only one rebirth cycle, and the same innate skills, which had only grown stronger. The most crucial aspect was the life base. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. To his astonishment, Jiwis had 2 life bases. It was a double life base. What's going on? How did Jiwis evolve into a double life base? Lin Shen was both shocked and overjoyed, but could not figure out how Jiwis had evolved into a double life base when he had clearly only provided one ascension egg. Chapter 853, Jiwis's First Battle. Chapter 853, Jiwis's First Battle Dragon. Slaying Spear, Super Base Life Base, First Turn, Life Base Talent, Dragon Hunter, Dance of the Gun. Dragon Cutting Blade, Super Base Life Base, First Turn. First Turn, DWC, Super Base Life Base. Life Base Talent, Dragon Slayer, Dance of the Blade. Jiwis's life base consisted of an extravagantly designed blood-red dragon-patterned handgun and a blood-red dragon-patterned straight blade. Both the double life base had dual talents, and both Dragon Hunter and Dragon Slayer had restraining effects on dragon-type creatures. Coupled with Jiwis's own Dragon Slayer talent, Jiwis's ability to restrain dragon-type creatures was simply unmatched. Both Dance of the Gun and Dance of the Blade enhanced their respective weapon categories, doubling the destructive power of the dragon-slaying spear and dragon-cutting blade. Jiwis's combat strength was already top tier within the Ascension level. If up against dragon-type creatures, Lin Shen wondered if Jiwis could challenge higher tiers. Lin Shen had an idea and summoned the Holy Shield Dragon, an Ascension pet with a tri-life base, wanting to test how strong Jiwis's restraining power against dragon-type creatures was and to see if it could break the triple shield guard of the Holy Shield Dragon. To Lin Shen's surprise, despite being at the same level as Jiwis and having undergone more rebirths, possessing far stronger attributes than Jiwis, the Holy Shield Dragon was trembling tremendously in front of Jiwis, lying prostrate on the ground, not even daring to lift its head for combat. No matter how Lin Shen urged it, the Holy Shield Dragon just lay there trembling and did not dare to fight Jiwis, nor dared to summon its life base. It seemed even if Jiwis killed it, the dragon would not dare to move. This restraining power is too strong. Lin Shen knew Jiwis was strong against dragon types, but he had not expected it to be to such an extent. The tri-life base Holy Shield Dragon didn't even have the courage to fight. Lin Shen had no choice but to summon several regular Ascension pets to test Jiwis's combat capabilities, and Jiwis, with a gun in one hand and a blade in the other, delivered a barrage of insane firepower. The pets either got their heads blown off by bullets or decapitated by the blade. Jiwis moved elegantly among those Ascension pets, not seeming to be fighting but rather dancing a splendid dance. Strong. Lin Shen absolutely adored Jiwis. This pet was truly the epitome of cool and strong. Is that what you call strong? Xiao Yu scoffed disdainfully. Lin Shen ignored him and hurriedly took Jiwis to participate in a pet pricing battle. Being only at Ascension level, Lin Shen naturally had to choose opponents within the Ascension level, not daring to challenge the Nirvana level Great Power Heavenly Dragon. After observing for a while, Lin Shen noticed a pet in the Ascension zone priced at 13. But surprisingly, there was a gambling stake of 1,000 Commerce Star Coins. Lin Shen quickly chose to send a challenge request to the opponent, and under Lin Shen's nervous gaze, the opponent agreed, and Jiwi's figure disappeared into a flash of light on the platform. Finally, I can make some money. Lin Shen breathed a deep sigh of relief, his mouth almost unable to close from happiness. 1,000 commerce star coins, which was not a small sum, he was about to make a killing. As Lin Shen rejoiced here, the person challenged by Lin Shen was also grinning from ear to ear. Can you believe there's actually an idiot daring to challenge my explosive demon king? There's really no shortage of fools. Charles barely managed to suppress his smirk. Ever since Lin Shen had outsmarted him at the last dialectic meeting, Charles had resolved to first level up before devising a plan to deal with Lin Shen. Immortality wasn't easy to achieve, so Charles decided to first focus on making money. Recently, he had earned a substantial amount through pet pricing wars. His tactics were similar to Catherine's, but since he won too much, the explosive demon king became too famous in the ascension level. No matter the estimated value or the stakes, no one challenged the explosive demon king anymore, nor accepted its challenge. Charles realized the explosive demon king was now useless for making money, so he casually put up a bet of 1,000 commerce star coins, just to see if any fool would bite. To his surprise, someone actually challenged the explosive demon king, which twisted his smile with delight. The explosive demon king had fought dozens of matches before, never facing a single defeat, crushing all opponents with overwhelming victories. If it weren't for Charles's overreach, the explosive demon king wouldn't have been exposed so quickly, but that couldn't be blamed on Charles. The explosive demon king was a 10th turn mutated ascension with 4 rare talents, all of them top quality, including the life-based talent, which was the best of the best. With just the double attribute talent, the explosive demon king had 2. Hardly any pets could last more than 10 seconds against it in battle. Through the platform's projection, Lin Shen saw Jiwi's appear in an arena, accompanied by a pet who was over 3 meters tall, clad in black crystal-heavy armor with 2 bull horns on its helmet, resembling a mech warrior. Humanoid pets are rare. No wonder it scored 13. Lin Shen hadn't yet issued an attack command to Jiwi's when the explosive demon king had already launched an attack. The explosive demon king raised its arm, which surprisingly transformed into a cannon, firing a shot at Jiwi's. Lin Shen saw a small cannonball shoot out of the cannon at high speed toward Jiwi's. As soon as Lin Shen thought it, Jiwi's received his command, summoning the dragon-cutting blade and slashing at the incoming cannonball. Charles burst into laughter upon seeing the opponent using a blade to slice through the explosive demon king's explosive shell. The explosive shell was designed to explode, destroying everything within a radius of several meters. Almost no Ascension-level pet could withstand such explosive power, and many pets that fought the explosive demon king were blasted to death without a chance to surrender. Others might have tried to dodge, but this pet used a blade to slice, and not even through remote control of life base. Jiwi's was holding the blade. In Charles's view, Jiwi's was already a goner. But the next second, Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw Jiwi's blade split the explosive shell in 2. It didn't explode. What kind of skill is this? Why didn't the explosive shell explode? Charles was slightly taken aback, but he quickly shrugged it off and immediately commanded the explosive demon king to activate its skill. Demonic patterns surfaced on its body, drastically boosting its attributes. He wanted to use the explosive demon king's enhanced skills to crush the opponent outright. Without any need for Lin Shen's guidance, Jiwi's, holding the blade, charged forward. The blood dragon pattern on the blade gleamed with a sinister glow. "Bring it on," Charles said as the explosive demon king, enhanced with double attribute boosting skills, similarly charged at Jiwi's, throwing a punch. Jiwi's and the explosive demon king crossed paths. A cracking sound was heard, and the explosive demon king's body split in 2 from the middle. It had been sliced in half. "Damn it," Charles cried out in shock and anger, smashing everything in hand, and he had lost 1,000 commerce star coins too. Charles felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 854, Holy Heart Night, Chapter 854, Holy Heart Night. Charles felt a murderous rage brew within him. Just win already. Do you have to go and kill the explosive demon king too? That's just damn disgusting. But Charles was oblivious to the fact that he had done similar things himself before. If only he knew who the master of the dragon hunter was, Charles really wanted to go and snuff out the dragon hunter's master personally. Unfortunately, the Commerce Star platform did not reveal the identity of the item's owner, so Charles had no way to find out, growing more and more angry as he thought about it. "No, I won't let it go like this, killing my explosive demon king. I must make sure your pet dies as well." Charles was not willing to concede, but he couldn't come up with any stronger Ascension-level pets. He could look for a Nirvana-level pet to fight against his opponent, but even though the Commerce Star platform supported challenges across levels, the other party wasn't a fool and would definitely not agree. "I need to find an Ascension pet that can take down the Dragon Hunter, but where could I find such a pet?" Charles's eyes flickered with an idea, and he turned and left Commerce Star, heading back to Lion King Star. Charles briskly made his way into the back garden of the Lion King Palace, where among the exotic flora, a large iron cage was strangely placed. The large iron cage resembled those used in zoos to contain wild beasts, but the occupant inside was not some ferocious animal, but a man from the Lion King clan. He was a typical Lion King clan male with golden curly hair and a golden beard fringing his face. Overall, he appeared very robust, as though he was a majestic lion lying there. Golia, Charles stood in front of the cage and called out cautiously. He called out just once, and seeing no response from the man in the cage, he dared not call again, simply standing there watching. After a while, the man sleeping inside the cage stretched lazily and finally woke up from his deep slumber, opening his eyes. His piercing blue eyes, akin to the sky, looked at Charles and asked, "Charles, what are you doing here?" "Golia, I've found a really powerful Ascension-level creature. I'm sure it will interest you," Charles said hastily. Not interested, Golia sat up and looked at Charles indifferently. Charles quickly took out the photo he had taken of the dragon hunter to show Golia, who stared at the dragon hunter intently, unable to take his eyes off the picture. "Is this a person or an ascended creature?" Golia grabbed the photo and studied the dragon hunter within it intently. An Ascension pet, right on the platform of Commerce Star. "All you need is a formidable Ascension pet to challenge and kill him," Charles explained. "You want to borrow my Holy Heart Knight?" Golia saw right through Charles's intentions. Charles quickly nodded. "My explosive Demon King died at his hand. His blade was too fast, cutting the explosive Demon King in two with a single stroke. Only your Holy Heart Knight can restrain him." Golia spoke nonchalantly. "The Holy Heart Knight can restrain him, but why should I lend him to you?" "You don't want to kill this guy?" Charles said. "He looks cooler and more stylish than you." "What did you say?" Golia suddenly stood up, his hands gripping the bars of the cage, his eyes fixated on Charles, veins popping on his hands. The next second, Golia pulled hard with both hands. The cage, made of decaying materials and forged by a secret technique, was directly bent by Golia, creating a gap big enough for him to walk out of. Golia leaped out of the cage and approached Charles, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. Charles was quite tall, but next to Golia, he seemed as short as a dwarf. "Brother, don't be hasty. I just want to help you kill him," Charles gasped, as if he was about to suffocate. Golia stared at Charles for a while, then suddenly released his neck, letting Charles drop to the ground, then reached out and threw two things in front of Charles. "In this world, whether it's a person or any other creature, no one is allowed to be cooler than me. Kill him." "Got it, brother. Leave it to me." Charles picked up the pet capsule and pet key from the ground and said as he left the garden. After leaving the garden, Charles let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Golia was his own brother, Charles really didn't want to meet that weirdo. If he hadn't been unable to swallow his pride, he wouldn't have sought out Golia. "With the Holy Heart Knight, I'm certain we can take out that dragon hunter." Charles was full of confidence, eager to fly to Commerce Star immediately to seek revenge. Among the Ascension level, the Holy Heart Knight was considered top of the top, particularly effective against fast and strong pets. Although the Holy Heart Knight was named a knight, he had no mount. His entire body was clad in heavy armor, and with the Holy Armor talent reinforcing him, no attack could break his defense at the Ascension level. Furthermore, with the Life Base's talent skill Holy Impact, the Holy Heart Knight could move at a speed unreachable at the Ascension level, perfectly countering the fast and powerfully destructive Dragon Hunter. Of course, the Holy Impact talent required the use of the Life Base Heavy Cavalry Paladin. Once Charles acquired the Holy Heart Knight, he rushed eagerly towards Commerce Star, but upon arrival he found that the Dragon Hunter was engaged in battle and couldn't be challenged. After the Dragon Hunter defeated the explosive Demon King, Lin Shen immediately earned 1,000 Commerce Star coins, which was no small sum of money. After all, many immortal pets were priced at just a few hundred Commerce Star coins. If he scraped together enough, 1,000 Commerce Star coins could buy 2 low-priced immortal pets. Indeed, this is the way to make money. Lin Shen felt pleased and immediately sent the Dragon Hunter to challenge other Ascension pets with bets on the line. The bets on typical Ascension pets were too low, not to mention thousands of Commerce Star coins, even hundreds were rare, and those betting a few dozen Commerce Star coins were already considered wealthy. Lin Shen targeted the big spenders, sending the Dragon Hunter to challenge the highest bidders. Because the Dragon Hunter was a new face, estimated neither too low nor too high, leaving others unsure of his capabilities. After hesitating for a moment, they still accepted the Dragon Hunter's challenge. Super base pets were extremely rare in the universe and had an overwhelming advantage within their level. With only the dragon-cutting blade, the Dragon Hunter easily ended the battle and won a bet of 78 coins. Chapter 855, King of the Secret Realm. Chapter 855, King of the Secret Realm. Lin Shen, who had already won over 1,000 Commerce Star coins, didn't care much for such a small amount of money. However, in the realm of Ascension-level pets, the stakes couldn't get much higher. Lin Shen wanted to opt for more lucrative bets, but there was no chance for that. The likes of the explosive Demon King, who directly went for 1,000 coins, were unique within the Ascension level. As he continued to challenge other players, some agreed while others declined. Lin Shen was still not cunning enough. After winning several matches, his dragon hunter had caught the attention of many. Although other than the challenged pet owners, no one could see the battles of the dragon hunter, nor know which ascension pet it was challenging. But as the estimated value of the dragon hunter kept increasing, and as the stakes for some earlier high-stake pets started lowering somewhat, and this wasn't just a 1 or 2 time coincidence, many had begun guessing what was happening. These people, thriving on pet price wars, were no fools, and soon no one was accepting challenges from the dragon hunter anymore. Lin Shen realized the problem, but by then it was too late to remedy it. Had he realized this sooner, he would win a few matches and then deliberately lose a few to those betting lower, enabling sustainable growth. Now, it was already too late. The dragon hunter had been singled out, and reducing its evaluated price was futile. Lin Shen had no choice but to hang up his own 1,000-coin bet in the pet pricing war zone, hoping some naive fish would swim to his net. At this moment, Charles was still trying to borrow the Holy Heart Knight from Golia, otherwise that 1,000 coins would likely have been on Charles's head. Lin Shen thought that his Jiwis would not be challenged while he continued to monitor material prices, but suddenly he received a challenge request. King of Ascension Pet Mysterious Realm challenges Dragon Hunter, do you accept? Lin Shen glanced at it, confirmed that the challenger was an Ascension-level pet, and accepted the challenge without even looking at the challenger's estimated value. The Dragon Hunter entered the arena where Lin Shen saw the pet named King of Mysterious Realm, which was wrapped in gray bandages, resembling a mummy. Lin Shen immediately ordered the Dragon Hunter to attack. It summoned the dragon-cutting blade and rushed forward, swinging the blade. Lin Shen had thought that the mummy-like pet would not be very agile and would move slowly. To his surprise, its movement speed was unexpectedly fast. With the Dragon Hunter's speed and blade technique, it missed the King of Mysterious Realm with several consecutive strikes. The King of Mysterious Realm's movement technique was extremely unpredictable and seemed profound. Even Lin Shen couldn't predict the pet's next move or direction. Despite its speed and the odd nature of its movements, they looked anything but smooth. Every action of the King of Mysterious Realm was very stiff, very direct, like that of a robot. Yet such a technique allowed it to constantly evade the dragon-cutting blade, which couldn't touch the King of Mysterious Realm's body. However, he figured that anyone daring to wager such a high bet of 1,000 coins must be somewhat capable. Having such combat strength wasn't surprising. Lin Shen was surprised, and so was the owner of the King of the Secret Realm. Long Yue looked at the King of the Secret Realm and the Dragon Hunter engaged in battle, a trace of astonishment on her face. She generally didn't care much about ordinary Ascension pets, so bringing out the King of the Secret Realm meant she wanted to nurture this pet. A pet that could catch the eye of a mortal-level Long Yue must be extremely strong. The King of the Secret Realm had an extraordinary origin. It was not only an exquisite pet, but also possessed a powerful evolution ability. It was able to learn and grow during combat, enhancing its experience and fighting capabilities. Long Yue let the King of the Secret Realm participate in the prize battle. Winning money was secondary. The main purpose was to increase the fighting experience of the King of the Secret Realm. She hadn't expected the first match to be against such a formidable pet. No wonder they dared to place 1,000 as a bet. This Dragon Hunter is quite fierce and even looks handsome. Long Yue observed for a while and found that the King of the Secret Realm could only dodge, with no chance of counterattacking under the Dragon Hunter's blade. Rather than being alarmed, Long Yue was pleased. The King of the Secret Realm had a great learning ability. The stronger the opponent, the faster its growth. A strong opponent was beneficial for the King of the Secret Realm. Just as she was thinking about how this fight could significantly improve the King of the Secret Realm's combat experience, she suddenly heard a loud gunshot. The initially dodging King of the Secret Realm suddenly had a hole the size of a fingertip appear in its head, and then it fell rigid to the ground. Double life-based pet, too treacherous, Long Yue saw the gun in the other hand of the Dragon Hunter and was slightly surprised. In a flash, she felt the owner of this Dragon Hunter was too cunning, hiding behind a double life-based pet capable of frontal combat, but opting for a sneak attack and aiming to take the life of the King of the Secret Realm in one shot, which seemed overly cruel. Had the King of the Secret Realm not been quite unique, any other pet might have been killed outright. This person is bad. Long Yue chose to concede. If she didn't concede now, and the opponent realized that the King of the Secret Realm wasn't dead and continued the attack, then the King of the Secret Realm would truly be in danger. Conceding meant losing 1,000 commerce star coins, and although it wasn't a significant amount of money for Long Yue, it was a loss that left her rather reluctant and unwilling. Once I've trained the King of the Secret Realm, I'll challenge the Dragon Hunter again and make sure he pays back double. Long Yue thought of a good idea as she looked at the King of the Secret Realm lying straight on the ground. The next second, the body of the King of the Secret Realm sprang upright, and the hole on its forehead slowly swelled back to its original form. Let's go, time for training. I'll add some more meal, and after you reach 10th turn with strong fighting experience, we'll win that money back. Long Yue decided to personally train the King of the Secret Realm to boost its combat experience. She then planned to gather more resources to help the King of the Secret Realm achieve 10th turn quickly. When the king of the secret realm, having been a loser, went to challenge the dragon hunter again, the opponent would surely think the king of the secret realm was just delivering money. Long Yue really wanted to see the look on the face of the dragon hunter's owner when the king of the secret realm, greatly improved, beat the dragon hunter and took his money. Unfortunately, since the Commerce Star platform didn't show the owners of goods, Long Yue could only imagine it. Lin Shen had won another 1,000, and his mood was excellent. He rewarded a bag of immortal liquid to Xiaoyu, who was always at his beck and call, and gave some mutated ascension liquid to the dragon hunter, hoping to boost his reincarnation count. The dragon hunter was still at first turn, with a lot of potentials to rise. Chapter 856, Give Yourself a Little Reward. Chapter 856, Give Yourself a Little Reward. Charles scratched his head in frustration, waiting to brutally defeat the dragon hunters and take them down. At last, when the dragon hunters' battle had ended, he found it was still impossible to challenge them. The other party had even stopped accepting challenges and had been removed from the betting list on the arena board. This almost drove Charles mad, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't force his opponent to accept a challenge. Lin Shen withdrew the challenge conditions for the dragon hunters not because he didn't want to accept challenges anymore, but because he was thinking, if someone dared at 1,000, would there be someone daring enough if the stakes were higher? Winning once was one thing, but who knew how many more times they could win? Given the dragon hunters' performance, there likely weren't many people who would dare challenge them anymore, so it was important to cherish the opportunity. Therefore, after withdrawing the dragon hunters, Lin Shen set the new bet at 3,000 Commerce Star coins. Lin Shen planned to make a significant earning in one go and retired directly after this. With 5,000 to 6,000 Commerce Star coins, he could directly buy all the materials needed to build a new home on Tiansun without having to worry about the price. The only thing making Lin Shen feel uneasy was whether there would be anyone willing to spend 3,000 coins to challenge the dragon hunters. Although opportunities and risks coexist, among the Ascenders, not many dared to take this risk. For most Ascenders, 3,000 Commerce Star coins might be a lifetime's worth of earnings they could never achieve without eating or spending. When Charles saw that the dragon hunters were back on the list and accepting challenges again, he was overjoyed and immediately issued a challenge. Insufficient Commerce Star coin balance, cannot challenge the dragon hunters. Charles excitedly waited for the battle to begin, wanting to watch the Holy Heart Knight viciously defeat the dragon hunters. But then, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen, causing him to pause. That's not right, I still have over 1,000 in my Commerce Star balance, how can it be insufficient? Charles quickly checked the bet required to challenge the dragon hunters. Upon seeing it, his frustration vanished instantly, and he almost laughed out loud in joy. They've set a 3,000 bet, that's just perfect. Charles felt like he was about to win back his losses with interest. 3,000 Commerce Star coins, 1,000 to cover his previous losses, and the additional 2,000 would be more than enough to buy an explosive Demon King pet. However, Charles himself did not have that much money. He was usually very extravagant and had no savings. He had just won some money thanks to the explosive Demon King, but had lost almost half of it to the dragon hunters, leaving him with just over 1,000 Commerce Star coins. Charles gritted his teeth and contacted his friends to borrow money. Fortunately, his status as a prince of the Lion King clan was still useful. After scraping together from here and there, he finally gathered enough 3,000 Commerce Star coins and chose to challenge the dragon hunters. Lin Shen looked at the information of the Holy Heart Knight and then agreed to accept the challenge. He hadn't expected someone would really take on a fight with a 3,000 coin stake. It wasn't until the Holy Heart Knight appeared in the arena that Charles felt secure, believing the 3,000 Commerce Star coins were already in his pocket. The Holy Heart Knight was clad in heavy armor radiating a bright aura, one hand holding the Holy Shield and the other wielding the Holy Cross sword. The entire person emitted a holy aura, with the shield adorned with a Holy Cross pattern. When the Holy Heart Knight struck his shield with his cross sword, the cross pattern on the shield suddenly lit up, casting a layer of holy radiance over the entire knight. Lin Shen ordered the dragon hunter to attack. The dragon-cutting blade swept through the air with a fierce sound, striking towards the Holy Heart Knight. Although the Holy Heart Knight had both a sword and shield in his hands, he did not intend to block. He allowed the dragon-cutting blade to strike him. It seemed as if he had a layer of holy halo armor outside his body, which blocked the blow from the dragon-cutting blade. The power of the dragon-cutting blade couldn't penetrate that holy light armor. The Holy Heart Knight thrust his sword at the dragon hunter with speed and ferocity, forcing the dragon hunter to retreat. The dragon hunter had just retreated some distance when he suddenly realized that the Holy Heart Knight's speed had increased, and beneath him appeared a mount clad in heavy armor. The heavy armored mount carried the Holy Heart Knight forward, gaining speed. The dragon hunter could only dodge left and right, continually avoiding the attacks of the Holy Heart Knight. Charles, seeing the dragon hunter overwhelmed by the Holy Heart Knight's assault, was so excited he nearly jumped up. 3,000 coins, about to be in my hand. Charles was already fantasizing how he would wildly spend the 3,000 coins once he got them. Bang! A gunshot shattered Charles's fantasy. Charles had been distracted and hadn't noticed what happened. When he looked up, he only saw the Holy Heart Knight with a bloody hole in his torso falling off his mount. The dragon hunter rushed forward, his blade stabbing repeatedly into the fallen Holy Heart Knight. Each thrust hit the same spot, causing ascension liquid to spurt wildly. Charles was still in a daze, not understanding how, in a moment of distraction, the Holy Heart Knight had been taken down, especially when he had just been dominating the fight. When Charles regained his senses and saw that the Holy Heart Knight was powerless to resist, no matter how reluctant or unwilling he was, he had to admit defeat and try to rescue the Holy Heart Knight. This was the knight he had borrowed from the oddball Golia. If he had killed him, Charles couldn't imagine the consequences, but his hesitation proved costly. Reluctant to lose the 3,000 commerce star coin bet, hoping the Holy Heart Knight could turn defeat into victory, by the time he realized it wasn't going to work, it was too late to concede. The returning Holy Heart Knight had already become a corpse. Charles stared blankly at the body of the Holy Heart Knight. A chill rose from the soles of his feet to his brain, making him feel utterly cold. He had just lost 3,000 commerce star coins and had killed Golia's Holy Heart Knight, making Charles feel doomed. The defense of the Holy Heart Knight isn't something that should be broken by ascension level. How did he get killed? Charles couldn't understand. But he now had no heart to blame anyone, his mind filled with fear. Little did he know, Lin Shen could see the weak points. The Holy Heart Knight was indeed strong, and the attacks of the Dragon Hunter couldn't break his defense. But Lin Shen had seen the only two weak points on his body, which were also the vulnerabilities of the Holy Heart Knight. The Dragon Hunter, using the dragon-slaying spear, struck a sneaky blow that directly broke the defense of the Holy Heart Knight, leading to such a reversal. Receiving 3,000 coins, Lin Shen was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Spending, I must spend, earning so much money and not spending some to reward myself would truly be atrocious. Lin Shen stopped the Dragon Hunter from accepting further challenges, excitedly opened the trading zone, and planned to buy himself a little gift to reward his hard-earned money. Chapter 857, Moon Rabbit Statue. Chapter 857, Moon Rabbit Statue. Lin Shen browsed through the marketplace, buying quite a few odd trinkets whose uses could not exactly be explained. He just found them fun. Fortunately for Lin Shen, the prices were not considered expensive. They were small things costing only a few dimes, so they didn't amount to much money. It was just that Lin Shen himself was particularly playful, and he bought a lot of these novel items that he had not seen before and unwittingly spent $200 or $300. There were so many things in the cosmos that Lin Shen had not seen before, which gave him a feeling of longing for more. These unvalued items had no set price, as the selling price wholly depended on the seller's mood, and buyers did not have any reference prices to compare. Lin Shen showed the toys he bought to Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu just sneered, "You are childish. Don't think everyone else is like you. If you want to play, play by yourself. I'm not interested." Lin Shen didn't mind and started to study the toys on his own. Some of these were primitively handmade from basic planets. Others were industrial products of small races, and some were high-tech products, seemingly printed directly from base mutation materials using a certain device. Printing wasn't copying, it directly used holographic images as data, enabling the printing of items identical to those in the holograms from base mutation materials. One of the items Lin Shen bought was a purple crystal mini-statue, printed from Nirvana materials. The blueprint for the print seemed to be a Moon Rabbit clan member, but the printed statue was scaled down proportionally to only the size of a palm and looked very beautiful. The statue depicted a Moon Rabbit clan woman in armor holding a strangely shaped broadsword, creating a cute contrast between her delicate appearance and the eerie weapon. Lin Shen was attracted to this printed statue because it reminded him of Yun. Yun had also weathered several storms on Giant Ring Star, but fortunately she was unscathed, mainly because Lin Shen had given her a box of skills which she diligently practiced, mastering many to the extent where her combat strength became exceptionally strong among her peers, allowing her to preserve her life. Lin Shen bought this Moon Rabbit clan statue, intending to give it as a gift to her when he went to teach her the skills. After all, passing on so many skills would be arduous for Yun, and each activation of Valkyrie protection would consume a significant amount of energy. Furthermore, Lin Shen had another plan, to help Yun advance to Nirvana level, allowing her to comprehend the law power, then use Valkyrie protection to pass on her comprehended laws to him. Wouldn't that mean he could comprehend various laws and study Tai's lawless heaven? Lin Shen was uncertain whether this would work and planned to ask Yun. If it was achievable, he would find a Nirvana land to help her achieve Nirvana. As Lin Shen played with the Moon Rabbit clan statue, he suddenly felt that something was off. This item was printed and should not have any gaps or blind spots. However, Lin Shen noticed a barely visible gap at the juncture where the tail met the body of the Moon Rabbit clan statue. The round tail obscured the gap, and without looking from a specific angle, it would be impossible to notice the seam or almost invisible gap. How come the Moon Rabbit clan statue is printed, yet the tail isn't integrated with the body? Did the seller lie? Or is it not actually fully holographically printed? Or is there another reason? Lin Shen was curious, held it in his hand, and studied it for a while yet found nothing amiss. Had it been anyone else, they might have let it slide since it wasn't anything significant, and the statue was quite beautiful. The material was indeed Nirvana material, which usually wouldn't give rise to further curiosity. However, Lin Shen had a strong spirit of exploration. He was no stranger to tampering with things since he was young. At this point, unable to decipher it, he was unwilling to let it end there, and suddenly summoned the inheritance fan, transforming it into a light sword, and slashed directly at the middle of the moon rabbit statue. He intended to split the statue in half to see what its internal structure looked like. When the light sword struck the buttock of the moon rabbit statue, a loud clang was heard and the light sword was blocked. Is there something inside? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Although the light sword transformed from the inheritance fan wasn't considered a divine weapon, ordinary Nirvana materials were no different from wood under its blade. The moon rabbit statue was easily cleaved open, which proved the sharpness of the light sword. But something was blocking it, evidently. There was something inside made of a different material than the moon rabbit statue. Driven by increasing curiosity, Lin Shen continued to carve open the moon rabbit statue with his light sword. The parts that could be shaved off were all removed by Lin Shen, quickly revealing something embedded inside the buttock of the statue. What is this? Lin Shen picked out an embedded bead and scrutinized it closely. When he first saw this object, he thought it was reincarnation ashes and thought he was about to make some money. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was not reincarnation ashes. Lin Shen had seen enough reincarnation ashes, which were blackish like coal nuclei and lacked the flux characteristic of nirvana power and reincarnation ashes. What exactly is this thing? Is it just used as a counterweight? Lin Shen squeezed it, discovering that this coal-like object was extraordinarily hard. He kept increasing force and it remained undamaged, even though he was capable of crushing immortal materials. Disbelieving, Lin Shen exerted force once more, and to his surprise, he actually crushed the coal-like object. A tiny object smaller than a fingernail fell out of the shattered black residue. Fuck, what kind of chip is this? It's not used for secret surveillance or espionage, is it? Hidden inside the moon rabbit statue, that would be too sneaky. Lin Shen pushed aside the black residue and discovered a delicate chip of unknown function, which reminded him of sneakily filmed AVI devices. This made Lin Shen suddenly alert. He quickly checked all the items he had bought to ensure they weren't implanted with monitoring devices. After a thorough check revealed nothing, Lin Shen was still uneasy. Upon returning to Giant Ringstar, he had someone use devices to scan and detect. If there were any monitoring devices, they wouldn't be difficult to detect. Mr. C. Lin Shen, looking at this chip, it doesn't seem like a monitoring device, but more like a storage chip, only it's a bit different from normal chips. It's an unseen technology with a different interface, said the technician responsible for the inspection, examining the chip in Lin Shen's hand. Chapter 858, Chapter The Monitored Room, Chapter 858 Chapter The Monitored Room Storage Chip. Are you sure? Lin Shen was slightly startled as he asked the staff member. I'm just guessing because the interface is different, so we can only try it with more primitive methods. I'm just afraid of damaging the chip, the staff member replied. That's alright, just give it a try. It would be best if we can confirm it's a storage chip, but it's okay if it gets destroyed. Lin Shen felt indifferent. Hearing Lin Shen say this, the staff member took the chip and started fiddling with various instruments. Lin Shen saw that these instruments printed out some structures on the chip, and soon, a holographic image was projected from one of the devices. Mr. Lin Shen, I was right. It is a storage chip, and there's even a holographic image in it, the staff member said excitedly. Well done. Lin Shen pulled out a pet capsule and tossed it to him. Thanks for your hard work. Mr. Lin Shen, how could I accept this, considering your relationship with our Star-Lord? I really shouldn't accept your gift, the staff member, holding the pet capsule, hesitated indecisively. Take what's given to you, try it, and see if you like it, and if there's anything you don't understand about how to control it, come and find me, Lin Shen said. All right, Mr. Lin Shen, this instrument can directly be controlled by the smart brain. Just command it to show whatever you want to see. The staff member, who was rather clever, quickly took the pet capsule and left. Lin Shen instructed the smart brain to open the chip's storage space, and sure enough, he saw several video files, though the format was quite ancient and a bit different from the currently popular formats. Fortunately, the smart brain's player was quite advanced and was able to play these older formats easily. Immediately, a video was projected holographically. Lin Shen initially thought that the video's content might be related to the Moon Rabbit clan. Otherwise, why construct a statue of the Moon Rabbit clan? He had previously seen videos of the Moon Rabbit clan and knew that the entire race, along with their planet, had vanished. Only a few Moon Rabbit clan members who were scattered were struggling to survive in the cosmos. Perhaps the content on the chip was related to the Moon Rabbit clan, or possibly linked to the mystery of their disappearance. However, the video projected wasn't of the Moon Rabbit clan, but an empty room. The room wasn't large and looked somewhat messy with various items laid out, the most conspicuous being the television set in the middle of the wall. It was an old-fashioned big-head television, rarely seen even on the human home planet. At the height of human technology, although it hadn't reached the level of holographic projection, standard projection and LCD TVs were quite advanced. Inside the room were a sofa and a coffee table, with numerous items such as books and clothing set atop it. The video continually displayed this single scene, making Lin Shen think the video wasn't playing at all. He checked and realized the video was indeed playing because the scene was static with no changes, thus making it seem still. Just as Lin Shen was growing impatient and was about to ask the smart brain to speed up the video, he suddenly saw a figure enter the frame. Mosaic? Lin Shen stared at the figure appearing on the screen, which was just a blur of pixels. He couldn't tell at that moment if the mosaic was inherent to the video or a fireseed mosaic. Lin Shen couldn't discern it immediately and had to patiently continue watching. He only saw that mosaic-shaped figure walking around the room eating something, then lying on the sofa. At one moment, the figure was wearing head-mounted ears, listening to something, and at another, turned on the TV to watch a program. After waiting a while, that person actually took out an old game console from the TV cabinet, connected it to the big head color TV, and started playing an ancient game. Lin Shen watched him play the game, which seemed quite archaic as he killed monsters, and after each death, a text message popped up claiming certain items. After observing for a while, he just kept gaming, sometimes sitting, sometimes lying down, and even placing the controller on the floor to play with his feet. Watching this, Lin Shen felt something was off. It had been quite a while, and still, the video hadn't ended. Video damaged, cannot fast forward, the smart brain responded to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was slightly startled. Whether the video is damaged or not shouldn't affect its ability to fast forward. Even if the video is damaged, it should still be able to fast forward. The smart brain answered, the video has underlying logical controls, cannot accelerate. How long is this video? Lin Shen pondered and asked again. 3 hours, the smart brain answered. Lin Shen slightly frowned. 3 hours without the ability to fast forward, just watching a person play games in there was quite boring. Thinking it over, Lin Shen had the smart brain turn off the video, planning to watch another one instead. Opening a new video revealed another room, which was significantly more luxurious. The various lavish furnishings and decorations made it resemble a 5-star hotel lobby. If not for the grand bed placed inside, it would be hard to tell it was merely a room because it was so large. Lin Shen watched for a while as the scene showed no changes, thinking it might be like the previous video, with someone appearing after a while, but no one did. After over 10 minutes, the scene remained as static as ever. Lin Shen again asked the smart brain to fast forward, receiving the same response that it couldn't accelerate due to a fundamental logic error. Lin Shen had no choice but to switch to different footage, surprised to find that these videos all showed different rooms. This gave Lin Shen a feeling of watching surveillance footage, as if someone was monitoring these rooms and recording these images. But except for the first video's room, the other rooms didn't even have a person in sight. What was the one filming these monitoring for if there were no people in the rooms? Could it be that the videos were taken during the day when most people were out, not at home, except for the first room's occupant who was home? Lin Shen pondered and made a communication call, summoning Tianxin over. Why are you in such a hurry to bring me here? I was really busy. Tianxin walked over reluctantly, muttering, I need you to help me look at something. Lin Shen opened the first video, wanting Tianxin to help him check if the person in the video had a mosaic. However, as soon as Lin Shen opened the video, he froze right there. Chapter 859, Strange Video, Chapter 859, Chapter 859, Strange Video. Generally, when a video is opened, it should start playing from the beginning or from where it was last closed. But the content being played in this video now is something that Lin Shen had not seen before. That is, the content being played now is after Lin Shen had closed the video. The person in the video is still playing a game, but the game he is playing now is not the one Lin Shen had watched before. It was clearly a different game. Smart Brain, has this video been playing in the background continuously? Lin Shen asked Smart Brain. The video was not playing in the background. It had been closed, Smart Brain clearly answered. Then it's strange. If it wasn't playing in the background, how could it open at later content? Lin Shen tried turning it on and off several times, but each time he opened it, the content was something he hadn't seen before and completely different from earlier. It seemed as though after Lin Shen had closed the video, the content still kept playing continuously. This feeling was not like watching a video, but more like watching a live broadcast or a TV program. But the chip was clearly just a storage device containing some pre-recorded videos. How could it possibly be a live broadcast, much less a TV program? What exactly did you ask me to come here for? Just to show me this? Tianxin asked skeptically while looking at the holographic image. Can you see the person in the image? Lin Shen, setting aside his own confusion for the moment, pointed at the person in the image and asked Tianxin. Nonsense, my eyes aren't blind, of course. I can see there's someone in the image, Tianxin retorted with a snort. Hearing this, Lin Shen brightened up. Since Tianxin could see the person in the image, did that not mean he had found another person who possibly possessed the heaven-defying bonefire seed? Is this person a man or a woman? What do they look like? Since the video had no sound, Lin Shen hadn't even determined the gender of the person in the image. How should I know their gender or what they look like? My eyes can't remove the mosaic. Tianxin's comment left Lin Shen stunned. You can see the mosaic? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tianxin. Nonsense. The mosaic is covering the person who wouldn't see such a huge mosaic. What's wrong with you? Why are you saying such strange things today? What's the deal with this video? Who is the person being mosaic censored? Tian Shen inquired. I just want to know who they are, Lin Shen replied. With all due respect, Bunkin, you really have no idea. It's just a mosaic. Just have it removed. You can command SmartBrain to do it, Tian Shen disdainfully said. It can do that? Lin Shen genuinely hadn't thought that SmartBrain could handle such a task. It seemed he had missed something in the past. Idiot. Tian Shen directly instructed SmartBrain, remove the mosaic in the video. Initiating mosaic removal analysis, SmartBrain accepted the command and started using software tools to optimize the image. However, after a while, the mosaic in the image was not removed. Instead, SmartBrain reported, unable to resolve mosaic removal, video error. What a lousy SmartBrain, it can't even handle a mosaic. Bring the video to my place. I'll use my SmartBrain to help you remove the mosaic. I have experience with this. Tian Shen felt an urge to smash the SmartBrain. Lin Shen closed the video and called the staff back, asking them to make copies of the videos. But despite the staff's efforts, the videos could not be copied and kept giving errors. This R&D department you're using has such a lousy SmartBrain, you should replace it with a better one, Tian Shen remarked while waiting. Because the lab was previously destroyed, we just recently replaced the SmartBrain. This model is already the latest one. The inability to copy has nothing to do with the SmartBrain. It must be an issue with the video itself or the storage device, the staff member speculated. There are two options now. I can help you transcribe a copy, but we need to open the video and directly record the content, which will take as long as the video is. Another method is to print an adapter on this storage device, Mr. Lin Shen, then you can take it and play it on other SmartBrains. Let's print the adapter then. Tian Shen promptly made the choice for Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't mind. Knowing the person in the video initially had a mosaic and did not carry the fire seed, he felt somewhat disappointed. If not for the strangeness of the video, wanting to figure out what was going on, he might have lost interest in watching it. The staff member used equipment to print an adapter on the chip, and Lin Shen and Tian Shen went to Tian Shen's residence together. Tian Shen opened the door to his study and woke up his newly purchased, top-of-the-line SmartBrain, connecting the chip to it. Tian Shen's SmartBrain surprisingly performed even better than the one in the lab, no telling how much he had spent on it. Lu, open the first video. Tian Shen directly commanded the SmartBrain. Alright master, the video is open, mosaic detected, should I immediately correct and remove it in ultra-high definition quality? Lu, the advanced SmartBrain, impressively even offered proactive services. You really do have experience with this, Lin Shen said to Tian Shen with a half smile. Researching technology is quite normal, Tian Shen replied and commanded Lu, remove the mosaic. All right, immediately removing the mosaic, just as Lu was about to remove the mosaic, the person in the image disappeared. He just walked out the door, Lin Shen informed Tian Shen, who hadn't noticed. The two waited for a while, but the person did not return, and Tian Shen grew impatient, directly ordering Lu to speed up the video playback. However, Lu also reported an error with the video, unable to increase the playback speed. Tian Shen tried fast-forwarding and rewinding, but still could not manipulate the footage. They could only watch it as if it were a still image. It must be a problem with the storage device, or maybe the adapter the staff member made, Tian Shen speculated after fiddling with it for a while, as the video continued to play like a frozen image, unable to be fast-forwarded or rewound. Let's look at the other videos. Tian Shen closed the video and went on to open another one. There's nothing to see in the other videos. They're all just room scenes with no one in them, Lin Shen commented as Tian Shen opened another video. However, Lin Shen was stunned when he saw the content of the video. In the luxurious room shown in the video, the figure with the mosaic appeared. But when Lin Shen had watched it before, there had clearly been no one in this video. Could it be that this video was also continuously playing after being opened, and it has finally reached a scene with someone, Lin Shen wondered? Chapter 860 Mosaic Person. Chapter 860 Mosaic Person. Isn't there someone there? Tian Shen glared at Lin Shen and continued to command the SmartBrain. Unfortunately, this video, like the ones before, could not be operated on. It could only play on its own. Tian Shen remained relentless, opening other videos which also couldn't be operated on, and their screens seemed as still as the first, with no figures appearing. Lin Shen frowned as he watched. There was something peculiar about these videos, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Seeing that it couldn't be operated on, Tian Shen had no choice but to give up and asked Lu to start removing the mosaic. Error, unable to parse and clear. Quickly, Lu returned with a frustrating answer for Tian Shen. Tian Shen felt embarrassed in front of Lin Shen, but Lin Shen was not in the mood to mock him. In the video, the mosaic person was bathing in a luxurious room that contained an indoor small swimming pool. The mosaic person was soaking in it, alongside a bottle of wine and a glass he had taken from the liquor cabinet, enjoying his drink contentedly. Tian, do you think the person in these two videos is the same one? Lin Shen suddenly asked Tian Shen after watching for a while. His entire body is covered in a mosaic. I can't even tell his gender. How would I know if it's the same person? Tian Shen paused, then added, but judging by his height and the way he moves, it could possibly be the same person. Where did you get these videos from? What are they for? Tian Shen didn't understand the purpose of these videos. Lin Shen didn't answer him and tried to command Lu to open the first video, but Lu ignored him. Haha, my smart brain can't be commanded by just anyone. Tian Shen instructed Lu with a laugh to open the first video. The first video remained unchanged, playing as if it were a still image. No person appeared. Tian Shen simply had Lu open all the videos at once, projecting them out like a monitor screen, showing all the room scenes. Isn't this just surveillance? Tian Shen suspiciously looked at Lin Shen. You don't have some hobby of spying on people's privacy, do you? What are you thinking? I bought this chip in the trading area. Lin Shen had no choice but to tell Tian Shen about the origin of the chip. If Tian Shen misunderstood him as having such a penchant and told Tian Shen, it would be too troublesome to explain. After hearing this, Tian Shen smirked. Maybe it's just someone's prank. Why do you care about such an unknown thing? Lin Shen did not answer Tian Shen. His eyes stayed fixed on the videos, suddenly widening. Tian Shen, puzzled, turned his head towards the video and noticed in the second video, the luxurious room video, there was no longer the trace of the mosaic person, but in the first room, that mosaic person appeared again. What's going on? Tian Shen eyed Lin Shen in confusion, unaware why Lin Shen looked that way, wondering if it was just a normal video. So what's strange about that? Maybe the two rooms are just beside each other. As Tian Shen spoke, he also began to feel there was something off. There were two different videos, and even if the rooms in the videos were adjacent, the times they opened the videos were different, the playtimes were different. How could the videos and the person be so synchronized? Could this really be live surveillance? Tian Shen realized something and blurted out. But as soon as he finished speaking, he knew it wasn't possible. Surveillance would require proximity to the cameras. These were pre-recorded videos, not surveillance. If it was live surveillance, it would explain why we can't fast forward, Lin Shen said. That's not right either. Even if we don't consider how this chip is connected to the cameras, if it was surveillance, we should be able to rewind, right? We can't do that now, Tian Shen added. Is it possible that it's just surveillance with no recording capability? Lin Shen pondered. That can't be right. Although the chip's technology is a bit outdated, it's already capable of holographic projection. How could it not have recording capabilities? Tian Shen still disagreed with Lin Shen. Maybe it has the capability, but it just wasn't activated or was deliberately left off, Lin Shen speculated. That still doesn't make sense. Tian Shen shook his head as he looked at the video. The two watched the videos for who knows how long, the mosaic person becoming somewhat impatient with the game, and walked out the door. Strangely, this time he exited through the same door but did not appear inside the luxurious room. Instead, he appeared from another room filled with lots of fitness equipment. Lin Shen and Tian Shen exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. These videos were indeed synchronized, but if the videos were real-time surveillance, how did the person move from the same door to different rooms? There was no interval at all. He pushed the door from this room, half of his body was still in this room, and yet the other half of his body had already appeared in another room, the entire process devoid of any gaps. This is definitely a video, no doubt. It must be using some kind of editing technique or technology to make these videos sync. Didn't you say that once a video is opened, it keeps playing non-stop? That's the issue here. These videos appear separate, but they're actually just one video. When you open any video, all the videos start playing together, and that's why it looks like this. We've cracked the case, Tian Shen said, praising himself silently. I'm really smart. No, that's not it, Lin Shen shook his head, disagreeing with Tian Shen's explanation. What's not right about it? It's definitely like that, no doubt. Tian Shen insisted on his view. Lin Shen pointed towards the first room and said, Did you notice anything different about this video? Is there something different? Tian Shen didn't notice any issues. Maybe you can't tell because you didn't see the content before, but I remember when I first started watching the videos, the game console in this room was stored in this cabinet. After it was taken out, it never went back in. But now, the game console isn't out. The cabinet door is also closed. Also here, this bowl of instant noodles was already eaten, and the bowl was placed on that stool over there. Now it's back here, perfectly intact along with this book. Lin Shen pointed out each discrepancy in the scene. So, you're saying the video is looping? That doesn't conflict with my theory, Tian Shen commented. Chapter 861, The Woman Imprisoned in the Video. Chapter 861, The Woman Imprisoned in the Video. Indeed, there is no conflict, but keep watching. Lin Shen pointed to the luxurious room and said, Look, the red wine that was drunk earlier has returned to its original place and the bottle is still full. Earlier, the smart brain calculated that the video is 3 hours long. I checked the time just now, and from when I started watching, the video must have repeated around the 3-hour mark. All the rooms repeat at this time. That just proves my conjecture is correct then. All these videos are linked, and they've been playing synchronously all along, Tian Shen said joyfully. Lin Shen had been reasoning for a long time, only to prove that he was right. Correct, all the videos are synchronized, but if they are truly synchronized, why is the mosaic person in the fitness room? He should be in this room with the TV and game console right now, Lin Shen pointed at the first room. Tian Shen was momentarily stunned. You mean to say all the video content replayed, but this person didn't return to before? Could you have seen it wrong? Maybe it wasn't the beginning of the content when you started watching? I just said I checked the time. The video repeats around 3 hours. Even if I didn't start from the beginning, more than 4 hours have passed now, and I still haven't seen any repetitive scenes that are the same as before, Lin Shen said, checking his watch again. Tian Xin suddenly felt a chill, his eyes complex as he looked at the mosaic person exercising in the fitness room with trembling voice. Are you suggesting that this mosaic person is a ghost? A ghost that can travel through the video? Whether he's a ghost, I don't know, but so far, I haven't seen any repeated scenes, Lin Shen said. Tian Xin barely squeezed out an ugly smile. Perhaps the smart brain made a mistake. The video is not just 3 hours, but has been maliciously edited. Yes, that must be it. Someone is deliberately playing this trick to scare people. Then let's watch a bit longer. Lin Shen sat on the sofa, staring at the video without blinking. Though Tian Xin felt uneasy, he still believed his judgment was correct and sat there with Lin Shen, intently watching the video. It was certain now, the videos were synchronized, and the mosaic person could freely move between the rooms. As for how that was accomplished, if it wasn't editing, then there must indeed be a ghost. The two watched for a long time and discovered that the video indeed repeated every 3 hours. After 3 hours, everything in the room returned to its original state, except for the mosaic person, who remained unaffected. Holy crap, what in the world is this thing? Tian Xin felt like pulling out the storage device and smashing it. Regardless of what was inside, if they destroyed the storage device, it should kill him, right? Do you get the feeling that he's like a prisoner? Lin Shen suddenly said. Tian Xin was slightly startled. A prisoner? Tian Xin turned his gaze to the mosaic person in the video, thought carefully for a moment, then slapped his thigh. That's exactly it. This person keeps moving around in these rooms, and all the doors connect to each other, but there's no exit. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Does this mean someone used these video rooms to trap this mosaic person inside? Lin Shen nodded. That was what he was suggesting. As the two were discussing, they saw the mosaic person suddenly go berserk, grabbing a nearby exercise bike and lifting it with one hand to smash it against the wall. Though there was no sound, the explosive sensation of the wall being smashed open in a big hole clearly conveyed the mosaic person's agitation. Lin Shen and Tian Xin then witnessed a shocking scene. Instead of other rooms or corridors, the broken wall revealed nothing but shifting colorful squares. The entire hole was mosaic. The mosaic person, like a madman, grabbed everything he could and started destroying the room, quickly turning it into a complete mess. The smashed walls all had holes filled with mosaic. After wrecking one room, the mosaic person, still not satisfied, went through the door to another room and almost destroyed it as well. But once these room walls were broken, the outside was all mosaic. There was nothing but mosaic. One side of the luxurious room had floor-to-ceiling windows that offered views of the cityscape outside, presumably from a high floor of a building. But when the mosaic person smashed those windows, the cityscape disappeared. Behind the broken glass was more mosaic. Lin Shen and Tian Xin watched, their eyes widening and feeling increasingly uneasy. The mosaic person destroyed everything in one go. His hysterical demeanor was definitely not an act. After smashing all the rooms, the mosaic person slumped to the floor, then took a deep breath. Suddenly, where the video had been silent as if watching a mime, a woman's voice emerged. Others may get angry, but I won't. Who would have their way if I got angry? Others may get angry, but I won't. Only by angering my enemies will I feel relieved. The woman's voice transitioned from angry and fierce to calm, the process somewhat slow. Once she had completely calmed down, the woman's murmuring voice rang out again. It must be some form of world law. The ancient realm king is the ruler of world law, and he should already be dead. Without being at the level of the realm king, how could they trap me? It shouldn't be possible. Lin Shen and Tian Xin looked at each other in alarm. What exactly the ancient realm king's law was is still debated to this day. Some say it's of space, others say time, and the theories vary widely. This woman claimed that the ancient realm king's law is the world law, a theory unheard of before, and it was unknown whether she spoke truth or falsehood. World law might be even rarer than time law and space law. Lin Shen had so far only seen Shangdong, an immortal of world law. Looking at this woman's situation, it seemed quite likely she was trapped in some kind of world law. No, it said that the ancient realm king had long since died. Even if he hadn't died, his world law could only trap me temporarily. It couldn't possibly trap me here forever. The woman began to write and draw on the ground with her fingers. Chapter 862, God or Immortal? Chapter 862, God or Immortal? The law of gravity should be able to break the world law, the woman murmured to herself as she scribbled on the ground. Tian Xin couldn't help but curl her lip and said, playing tricks. She finally slipped up. What do you mean? Lin Shen asked Tian Xin, puzzled. I was almost fooled by her before, but her last sentence revealed her mistake, Tian Xin explained. If this really is a Realm King level world law, how could it possibly be broken by the mere law of gravity? The law of gravity is just one of the most basic laws from the past. It has been mastered by people for ages, and countless modes and branches of gravitational law application have been developed. Even if you seek to understand the law of gravity now, No matter how strong you get, at most, it's just the reality law. Even if you reach the heavenly law realm, the reality law can't possibly be stronger than the immortal laws, let alone stronger than the realm king's laws. Tianxin glanced at the woman in the video and said coldly, "If I'm not wrong, this video is a complete prank. The person who made it is probably a technical powerhouse. He must have compressed a much longer video into this chip. The repetitions we see are just parts of the video after editing. The actual video is far from over. It's a pity. His technical skills are strong, but his cultivation and realm must be lacking. He couldn't understand how big the gap is between the law of gravity and the realm king's laws, resulting in such logical errors. There's no need to watch any further." Even if DEC himself came, he couldn't train the law of gravity to the extent that it could break the immortal laws. Lin Shen pondered and then asked, "Could it be possible that this woman comes from an earlier era when the law of gravity wasn't widespread? Perhaps her law of gravity is the future law, or even the immortal law. That's why I said the person who made this video isn't highly cultivated." True immortals, or those with a deep understanding of the immortals, should know that the law of gravity was exhaustively developed even before the ancient realm king, and there have been no gravitational future laws for hundreds of millions of years. As for the immortal law of the gravitational system, that's even more impossible, because the immortal king of gravity has been alive since unknown times, living to this day. It's just that ordinary people are unaware of its existence. Hence, there is no Dharma king for the gravitational law. So the immortal king of the gravity system has lived up to now. Doesn't that imply that the law of gravity is very powerful? Lin Shen still didn't understand. No. Living long doesn't mean it's very strong, Tianxin said with a smile. I understand what you mean. If it's not strong, why hasn't anyone killed it over such a long period and taken the position of gravity Dharma king, right? I'll tell you. The reason is that the place where that immortal king lives is too odd. Even the immortal Dharma king would find it difficult to live there. That's why no one can meddle with it. Which kind of place is so inhospitable that even an immortal Dharma king has a hard time surviving, yet it can live well? Lin Shen asked. Because that place has especially strong gravity, perfectly suited for it, and it's the only one that can live freely there. Furthermore, its law of gravity is greatly enhanced there. Tianxin paused before saying, that place is called the devouring star system, where there's an extremely terrifying black hole. Around the black hole there are many neutron stars. Just the gravity of those neutron stars alone can easily shake a planet. Any nirvana being there, if not crushed, would be trapped to death. Even an immortal must be extremely cautious to avoid being ensnared by the neutron stars. The black hole is even more terrifying. It's a place where not even light can escape, much less people. Lin Shen listened in astonishment, realizing that the immortal king of gravity actually lived in such a place. Indeed, no one could kill it. The devouring star system can't really be considered a true star system, but rather a black hole and some neutron stars that have not been devoured and are still under the black hole's gravitational pull, Tianxin continued. That black hole is relentlessly devouring everything nearby, potentially even the entire Tianying star system someday. Then, no one will be able to approach it. Tianxin went on, if the woman in the video were talking about another law, I would think there's a slight possibility. After all, she could be the Dharma king of that system. But the gravitational system? She's definitely not the Dharma king. Even if she holds the gravitational future law, she couldn't possibly contend with a realm king. Tianxin concluded that the video was undoubtedly a prank and had no desire to watch any further. However, Lin Shen was interested in watching more. The woman was studying her law of gravity, and since Lin Shen was also mastering laws recently, watching it wouldn't harm him. After watching for a while, Lin Shen realized that the content the woman was writing on the ground was related to the law of gravity. It seemed to make some sense, but many of the formulas she wrote were beyond his comprehension. However, some of her content was too outrageous, like the phrase she wrote, within world laws, gravity is the foundation. With gravity, all laws emerge. Without gravity, the world ceases. Her meaning seemed to be that her law of gravity should be able to restrain the world law, but despite her calculations, she could not break through the world that was holding her. This is getting more and more ridiculous. According to her, we might as well crown the law of gravity as the king of myriad laws. Tianxin couldn't stand to watch anymore, got up, and left the studio, leaving Lin Shen there to continue on his own. Lin Shen was somewhat intrigued. Though the woman's claims were brash and her content seemed crazy, it sounded like there could be some truth to it. As he continued to watch, the woman's writings became increasingly frenzied and incomprehensible. If the content she wrote at first was somewhat reasonable, then the later content was almost pure delusion. And many of the later writings were so incomprehensible that Lin Shen could only record them with his communicator to see if they would be of use after consulting someone else in the future. God or immortal? At the end, the woman wrote these 4 large characters on the wall. Staring at them, her expression seemed to be one of making a choice, deciding whether to become a god or an immortal, as if her decision made it certain. 3 hours passed, and the words and formulas she scrawled across the room vanished with the repeating video. The woman, however, remained unresponsive, staring at the now blank wall and murmuring to herself, to become a god or an immortal. It seemed to be a difficult decision for her, and she stood there, motionless, pondering. But her voice became inaudible as the video repeated. Lin Shen opened the content he recorded on his communicator, wanting to review what she had written, but he was shocked to find that the recorded content was just this very audio-visual room, completely devoid of the projected images. Chapter 863, Comprehending the Law of Gravity. Chapter 863, Comprehending the Law of Gravity. How strange. Why didn't it record? Lin Shen tried to record the projected video again. He recorded a short segment and looked again, but still, nothing was recorded. This video really has some problems. It can't be recorded, Lin Shen thought with astonishment. Recalling what the woman had just written, Lin Shen remembered only part of it, all related to shallow content concerning the law of gravity. Lin Shen recollected several times. He could remember only a very limited amount, and as he thought, he suddenly felt that the world in his eyes seemed a bit different. The world hadn't changed, only he had changed, but in his eyes, the world seemed to have gained something extra. Law of gravity? Lin Shen was overjoyed in his heart. He grasped this profound and mystifying sensation, realizing what it was. Although everything still looked the same, everything seemed to have an inexplicable feeling to him. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but whenever he looked at anything, he could subconsciously judge how heavy it was. Moved by an impulse, Lin Shen took an object to weigh it, and to his amazement, he discovered that the weight shown on the scale was almost identical to the weight he had envisaged. He weighed a few more items, the result was the same, the actual weight and his envisaged weight were very close. Lin Shen changed scales a few times and found that although there were some discrepancies, the values were incredibly close, making him realize that perhaps his thoughts and perceptions were correct, and these scales all had varying degrees of error. Actually perceiving the law of gravity, but being able to perceive only weight seems not very useful, Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. Although he had only grasped a very small branch law within the law of gravity, it was the first time he could sense the presence of law power. Now that he had one, he should be able to sense other laws in the future. Lin Shen wanted to read more of what the woman had written, but unfortunately the characters in the room had already vanished and he couldn't remember so much. He could only hope that the woman would write them again. These high-tech gadgets are really not reliable. I should have used a notebook. Lin Shen somewhat regretted not jotting down the content with a pen. Since his memory had improved, he had rarely used a notebook for noting things, but now he realized that a notebook is indeed more useful. Good habits should be retained. Lin Shen took out paper and a pen, and this time he was determined, no matter what the woman wrote, he would definitely record it. Unfortunately, after several more hours, the woman just stared blankly at the wall and showed no intention of writing anything. At last, when the woman came to her senses, she did not continue writing. Instead, she ran back to the room with the TV and video game console and started playing with the console. Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. After pondering for a moment, he contacted Tai and asked him to come over from the mother planet to sit on the sofa and watch the video, in case the woman wrote something and he could help Lin Shen note it down. Now, Lin Shen began to suspect that the words the woman said, the content she wrote, might indeed be true. If it's really as she muttered to herself, her law of gravity can contend with the ancient realm king, then who exactly is she? And who has trapped her inside this video? The entity that has trapped her, how terrifying must they be? Lin Shen had 1,000 questions in his heart, unfortunately, impossible to find answers. He could only wait for the woman to lose control again. Maybe then he could get some answers. With these doubts in his heart, Lin Shen left the audio-visual room to find Tai. After sharing his understanding of the law of gravity with Tai, Tai silently pondered Lin Shen's realizations about the law of gravity and then calmly said, "The aspect of the law of gravity you have grasped should be the most common gravity scale within the gravity series. Although the gravity scale is common, it is very practical and will help you estimate the strength of both friends and foes. You can continue to delve deeper into the gravity scale law, and if you can sense the law that changes gravity, then you would be considered a beginner in the gravity series." "I am not even a beginner yet," Lin Shen said, somewhat disappointed. "You could say you've seen the door," responded Tai. Lin Shen thought for a moment, then asked, "Tai, have you ever heard about becoming a god or achieving ascension?" Tai shook his head. "I don't know. I've never heard of it." Even Tai didn't know, so Lin Shen also didn't know whether that woman was truly crazy or just pretending. "Is there anything beyond the immortal level?" Lin Shen changed his question. Thinking deeply, Tai said, "The immortal level is already the top level in the cosmos. If one wishes to advance further, it seems the only way is to reach the heavens and become a realm king." Lin Shen, feeling even more disappointed upon hearing this and about to leave, suddenly heard Tai say, "However, in my perception, there appears to be another way to surpass the immortal level, but it is not from my memory. It's just some fragmented memories, incomplete and uncertain whether true or false, vaguely knowing that this method is called shattered void." Shattered void? How is that done? Lin Shen immediately felt revitalized. "I don't know, I just occasionally have some vague memories flash through my mind, too unclear to truly grasp what consequences shattered void might entail." Tai shook his head. Lin Shen was helpless but didn't dwell on it. He wasn't even immortal yet, so thinking about the future felt a bit premature. After leaving Tai's place, Lin Shen checked the latest news. The rebellion of the celestial race was still ongoing, and the situation was relatively more stable than before. The rebels had recently captured some planets, but compared to their previous pace, they had significantly slowed down. He still couldn't contact the Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen wanted to go to the Sky Pinnacle Star, but the transfer stations to the star were controlled by the rebels, requiring him to go through several transfers which were too dangerous. Since Tian Ruodu had been driven away, no one else had come to attack the giant ring star. It seemed the god-making race was quite wary of them as well. Lin Shen also had his reservations. He could only be considered a paper tiger himself. Facing someone like Tian Ruodu who wasn't very smart, he might still bluff his way through, but against crafty individuals like Tian Juyu, he had no room to maneuver. Although Ta was truly strong, due to his nature he was prone to accidents, and Lin Shen did not want Ta to intervene unless absolutely necessary. For now, he could only bide his time on the giant ring star and observe the situation. It was when Lin Miao sent him a message that Lin Shen remembered he still needed to purchase materials to rebuild their home, so he headed to Commerce Star once again. Searching through the list of materials again, he noticed that although not much time had passed, the price of the materials had already dropped a bit, though still far higher than the price Elder Sister had provided. Lin Shen was surprised that someone dared to challenge the dragon hunter. The stakes he had set were a hefty sum of 3,000. Checking the challenger's information, he found out that it was a Nirvana-level pet trying to challenge his dragon hunter. What a joke, Nirvana challenging Ascension. I must be crazy to agree. Lin Shen directly chose to reject. Chapter 864, Mutated Crimson Soul Dragon. Chapter 864, Mutated Crimson Soul Dragon. Charles, with a try-and-see attitude, looked to see if the opponent would be careless enough to accept the challenge without paying attention to the level of the combat pet. The result proved he was overthinking it, as the opponent directly refused his challenge. It was only because he was driven to desperation that he thought of such a lousy trick. He could no longer find an Ascension-level pet that could beat the dragon hunter, so it was utterly impossible to win back the money he had lost. He was now burdened with a debt of nearly 2,000 Commerce Star coins and had killed Golia's Holy Heart Knight. If he went back empty-handed, he feared he might be killed by that freak from Golia. Maybe others wouldn't dare to kill him, but Golia was definitely someone who had the guts to do it. He was capable of anything. 2,000 Commerce Star coins he might slowly find a way to repay. The Holy Heart Knight was really no longer an option, but if he could take 3,000 Commerce Star coins back, maybe he could persuade Golia to spare him. What should I do? Charles felt as if he saw his own head being plucked off his neck by Golia. That bastard. If it weren't for that bastard, I wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Charles looked at his pet capsule, gritted his teeth, and picked out a red Nirvana-level pet capsule, his eyes filled with reluctance. I have no choice but to use this mutated Crimson Soul Dragon to compensate Golia. That should be enough to quell his anger. The thought of giving the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon to Golia made Charles feel as if his heart was bleeding. This was a mutated Crimson Soul Dragon, a top-grade Nirvana mount that might not even appear once in 100,000 red soul dragon eggs. Even as a prince of the Lion King clan, he had put in a tremendous effort to acquire such a mutated Crimson Soul Dragon as his pet. A common red soul dragon was already a top-grade Nirvana mount with very high attributes all around, possessing a very strong innate skill and life base, and very effective Crimson Soul Nirvana attributes. The most valuable aspect of the red soul dragon was the Crimson Soul Nirvana attribute. The Crimson Soul power not only had great destructive power by itself, but also enhanced the rider, resonating with the rider's power of Nirvana to strengthen the knight's own power of Nirvana. His mutated Crimson Soul Dragon was even stronger, with the mutated Crimson Soul power providing even more enhancement to the knight's power of Nirvana. The life base was also different from that of a common red soul dragon. A common red soul dragon's life base was the Crimson Soul Dragon Spear, while this mutated Crimson Soul Dragon's life base was the mutated Crimson Blood Dragon Soul Spear, which was not only a notch higher in killing power and basic skill than the common Crimson Soul Dragon Spear, but also had the vampiric ability to grow stronger as it fought. Charles really didn't want to part with it, but without such a top-quality pet as compensation, Golia would definitely not let him go. Charles went over all his pet capsules, and aside from this mutated Crimson Soul Dragon, he found none that could sway Golia. Charles sighed, already preparing to hand over the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon to Golia when he suddenly thought of something and turned his gaze to a few other red pet eggs. These eggs were the same red color as the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon, just a shade more vivid. These were the Ascension-level Red Ghost Dragons, which looked very similar to the Red Soul Dragons. In fact, the Red Ghost Dragon and the Red Soul Dragon were somewhat related. It's just that occasionally, a Red Soul Dragon would be born among a group of Red Ghost Dragons and would generally become the king of that group. Both creatures looked quite similar, although the Red Soul Dragon was slightly larger and had a darker hue, not as bright as the Red Ghost Dragon's color. However, the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon's color was naturally brighter than a typical Red Soul Dragon and closer to the Red Ghost Dragon's color, just larger in size. but at a quick glance the two still looked very similar. Charles, looking at the red soul dragon and the red ghost dragon placed together, had an idea. Take a gamble, maybe it'll work. Charles bit his lip, went to find his mother, unleashed his ultimate coquetry skills, and pestered her for 3,000 Commerce Star coins, which he immediately took back to Commerce Star. He accessed the pet price war zone, found a dragon hunter, and with an ascension-level red ghost dragon, challenged the dragon hunter. After hitting the challenge button, he gritted his teeth and waited for less than a few seconds before quickly selecting to cancel. After successfully canceling the challenge, he chose to challenge the dragon hunter with the red ghost dragon again, and within 2 seconds, he canceled again. On the third challenge attempt, Charles chose to challenge the dragon hunter with a mutated crimson soul dragon instead of the previous red ghost dragon. Charles nervously watched the screen, his heart nearly leaping out, with each second stretching like a century. Seeing the prompt that the opponent accepted the challenge, he nearly soared out of his body in joy. Kid, you've been fooled. You're definitely dead this time. Charles was as exhilarated as if he had taken a stimulant, his hair practically standing on end from excitement. A Nirvana-level mutated Crimson Soul Dragon defeating the opponent's Ascension-level pet would be a piece of cake. He could finally win back the 3,000 he lost, and he had made up his mind he would definitely destroy that dragon hunter and let him taste the pain of losing a premium pet. Lin Shen was originally reading materials when he noticed someone challenging him. After seeing the challenger's pet was an Ascension-level red ghost dragon, he was about to accept when the challenge unexpectedly disappeared. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, and just as he felt puzzled, the challenge notification popped up again, and before he could take a good look, it disappeared once more. What's going on? Lin Shen was confused. Then the challenge notification appeared again. Lin Shen didn't rush to click it, but glanced at it, and at first glance, it was still the red ghost dragon. However, Lin Shen felt that something unusual must be at play and took a closer look. This glance revealed that it wasn't some red ghost dragon but clearly a red soul dragon, and its level wasn't Ascension but Nirvana. Looking at the red soul dragon's image, it was very similar to the red ghost dragon but noticeably larger in size, clearly not the same thing. Well, trying to trick me? Let's see your wish fulfilled. Lin Shen smiled and chose to accept the challenge. Although the opponent had a Nirvana-level pet, one could tell from the image that it was a red giant dragon. Jiwi's, despite being only at Ascension level, had a strong restraining effect on dragon-type creatures. Facing a Nirvana-level dragon-type pet, he had not only a chance to win, but a rather good one at that. Of course, Lin Shen was prepared for the possibility of the dragon hunter losing. After all, he had won those 3,000, and if he lost, he would just consider it as never having won in the first place. Yet Lin Shen felt the chances of the dragon hunter losing weren't high. A super base pet itself had the capability to challenge those beyond its level, and with its innate advantage, there really was no reason to lose. Chapter 865, Fake, It's All Fake. Chapter 865, Fake, It's All Fake. It's all fake. As Lin Shen pondered, the dragon hunter and the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon had already appeared simultaneously in the arena. The mutated Crimson Soul Dragon was entirely crimson, its body emanating a red blaze that made it look extremely majestic and powerful. Its size was enormous, and in its presence the dragon hunter was like an infant, seemingly not even in the same league. Haha, bet you didn't expect this. Your opponent isn't an Ascension-level red ghost dragon, but a Nirvana-level mutated Crimson Soul Dragon, Charles excitedly yelled, and even though he knew the other party couldn't hear him, it felt very satisfying. He even imagined the other's face showing shock, fear, apprehension, regret, unwillingness, and resentment of various intense emotions. It's too late to regret now. The bet is mine, and your pet must die, Charles shouted to the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon. Mutated Crimson Soul Dragon, kill him, crush him to ash. Although Charles knew that he didn't need to shout and that a mere thought would suffice for the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon to receive his command, he still felt that shouting it out loud was more thrilling. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the dragon hunter's master's face, which might have already been filled with extreme regret. Charles awaited the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon's savage attack on the dragon hunter, demanding the dragon use its full strength, ideally striking down the dragon hunter in one blow, leaving no chance for surrender. Gnashing his teeth, Charles roared as if he were cheering the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon on. But as his roaring lasted a long time, almost leaving him breathless, the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon still hadn't launched the barbaric attack on the dragon hunter as he had imagined. The mutated Crimson Soul Dragon stood there motionless, as if it hadn't heard his command. Could it be that I was too excited, and the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon didn't sense my command? Charles could never have imagined that a Nirvana-level mutated Crimson Soul Dragon could fear an Ascension-level pet. He simply thought he had roared too loudly and failed to convey his mental command, so he urged the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon to attack again in his mind. This time, the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon finally moved, its body suddenly charging forward. Kill him, tear him into pieces, Charles bellowed, his face contorting. As he watched the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon charge at the dragon hunter, Charles thought his vengeance was at last at hand. But the next second, Charles felt as though someone had suddenly stabbed him in the back, his pupils constricting, his twisted face showing an expression like someone with constipation. The mutated Crimson Soul Dragon that pounced towards the Dragon Hunter didn't reach him but instead prostrated before the Dragon Hunter, pressing its dragon head to the ground, lying there motionless, its body trembling. Charles couldn't understand what was happening, wondering how the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon had suddenly fallen to the ground. What's going on? Why did the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon suddenly fall? Is this a skill from the Dragon Hunter, or is there something wrong with the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon? Many questions flashed through his mind, but the Dragon Hunter's dragon-cutting blade had already slashed towards the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon's neck. The mutated Crimson Soul Dragon lay there, offering no resistance, not even using the power of Nirvana, and just like that, its head was severed by a single stroke. As the dragon's head rolled off and its blood sprayed, Charles's eyes bulged wider and wider, surpassing the limits of their sockets as if they were about to pop out. His face was a mix of astonishment, confusion, puzzlement, and above all, disbelief. Charles felt as if he were experiencing a bizarre dream, unable to believe that this was happening in reality. Dreaming, yes, must be dreaming. Daytime thoughts lead to nighttime dreams. It must be because I've thought too much. That's why such an unscientific dream has occurred. Charles shook his head vigorously, trying to wake up from this terrible nightmare, convinced it couldn't possibly be real. An Ascension pet simply couldn't slay a mutated Crimson Soul Dragon of Nirvana level. Such an incredible performance by the dragon was inconceivable in reality. Dream. It's all a dream. Charles shook his head determinedly and then looked again with widened eyes. What he saw was still the dismembered corpse of the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon, from which strands of red light drifted up, converging in the air into a crimson crystal caught between the fingers of the Dragon Hunter. While Charles, still in his dream, watched as the arena's light and shadows vanished, a message appeared on the screen. Challenge failed. Red Soul Dragon deceased. The bet has been transferred to the other party's account. Fake. It's all fake. Just a dream. All a dream. Charles suddenly started laughing and crying, his hands frantically manipulating the screen, trying to reclaim the mutated Crimson Soul Dragon. Alas, reality had taught him a cruel lesson. Lin Shen looked at the Dragon Hunter on the stage, holding the Crimson Crystal, and couldn't help but feel surprised. Reincarnation ashes, that's possible too. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he had made a killing from this battle, not only gaining another 3,000 Commerce Star Coins, but also obtaining a Reincarnation Ash. Ordinarily, a Reincarnation Ash could go for a few hundred yuan on the platform without a problem. Even those with inferior attributes could fetch 100 or 2. Some with special attributes or top-quality Reincarnation Ashes could sell for 500 or even a higher price. The Red Soul Dragon didn't seem like an ordinary Nirvana pet. Its Reincarnation Ash should be worth a fair amount of money. Jiwis, you really are remarkable. Lin Shen took out some mutated Nirvana liquid to reward Jiwis, but Jiwis wouldn't drink it. Having bathed in dragon blood, Jiwis had already absorbed a lot of mutated Nirvana liquid and hadn't fully digested it yet. Little Jade was watching from the side, grinding her teeth with envy. She wanted to enter into price battles to earn money too, but no one dared challenge her, nor was anyone willing to accept her challenges. It's just good luck, stumbling upon an idiot who gave away money. If I did it, I'd manage just as well, Little Jade said sourly. Lin Shen, in high spirits, didn't bother arguing with Little Jade. Instead, he handed her the bottle of mutated Nirvana liquid that Jiwis wouldn't drink. Little Jade really wanted to turn her head and say, I don't want what others have rejected, but faced with the tempting mutated Nirvana liquid, she ultimately couldn't utter those words and took the bottle, bringing it to her lips, drinking it down with a gulp. Refreshing. Little Jade drank the whole bottle of Nirvana fluid, wiped her mouth, and patted her round belly, feeling very satisfied. Suddenly, Little Jade thought it wouldn't be so bad to let Jiwis win a few more battles. Chapter 866, The Dilemma of the Holy Shield Dragon. Chapter 866, The Dilemma of the Holy Shield Dragon. Lin Shen hung Jiwis up again, this time for 10,000 Commerce Star Coins straight. He figured, if someone dared to rush for 3,000 Commerce Star Coins, why not try for 10,000? There might be suckers to fall for it. Why settle for 3,000 when you could earn 10,000? Unfortunately, after he put Jiwis up again, no more pets challenged him. The only sucker, Charles, was practically going mad now. Where would you find another sucker to challenge Jiwis? With no challengers, Lin Shen focused on buying materials. He had money in hand now, with total assets reaching over 7,000. Thanks to Elder Brother's generous gift, making money is truly delightful. Lin Shen counted the money in his account. Besides the 10,000 deposit he couldn't touch, he had another 7,000 plus at his disposal. That 10,000 deposit was from Tian Shun for buying materials, and the over 7,000 was his own, a substantial sum. Converted to heavenly currency, Lin Shen couldn't even begin to calculate how much it was. Lin Shen saw that the prices of materials had dropped again, almost reaching the price set by Elder Sister and Tian Shun. He sent a message to Elder Sister asking whether to raise the price and buy the materials. However, elder sister sent a straightforward reply. Don't rush, it's going to drop still. Seriously? With the fighting so intense, shouldn't the prices of materials be rising? Why would they drop? Lin Shen, not cut out for business, was somewhat baffled. The elder sister replied, the celestial race's rebellion this time has led the god-making race to create so many immortal creatures, no one knows how many have died. The drop in the price of immortal materials is just beginning. It's sure to drop further. The immortal materials we got earlier, I've already sold them all off at a high price. Wait for the price to drop a bit more, then we'll buy them back. No need to rush. Just watch, and when the price seems about right, I'll tell you to make the purchase. Okay, Lin Shen didn't realize such maneuvers existed, selling even their own materials. Now there was no point in him buying those materials, all he could do was keep waiting. With nothing better to do, Lin Shen continued browsing the trading district to see if there was anything worth spending money on. Having a bit of cash and not spending any was indeed uncomfortable. Sigh, I wonder how Ouyang Yudu is doing. Sky Pinnacle Star has only had its communications blocked, not faced any battles, so he should be safe, right? Lin Shen was somewhat worried about Ouyang Yudu, but visiting Sky Pinnacle Star was currently too difficult, and he couldn't contact him either. While Lin Shen enjoyed spending money, he wasn't a complete spendthrift. Some things he took interest in were becoming increasingly expensive, and so he refrained from making moves. In the trading area, he saw a pet with a 1 million price tag, with only the words, White Tiger, in the description. Its level was only crystal base level, with an estimated value the same as GY's 11. He had no idea whose pet it was. If that was the initial estimated value, then the White Tiger, like GY's, was very likely a super base pet. If he had the money, he really would have wanted to buy it. Unfortunately, he didn't even have 10,000, let alone 1 million, something he dared not even dream of. Those who had 1 million Commerce Star coins were probably from wealthy families who came specifically to trade on Commerce Star, and the money wasn't even theirs. The White Tiger remained listed there, but no one bought it. It seems the money I've made is still not enough. After watching for quite a while, not buying anything, and with no pets challenging Jiwi's again, Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. Lin Shen's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He placed the Holy Shield Dragon up on the platform for assessment, hoping to replicate Jiwi's glory and make another score. The Spirit of Commerce Star evaluated the Holy Shield Dragon at 10 currency units, one less than the Crystal Base level Dragon Hunter. Lin Shen roughly understood why the Tri-Life base Holy Shield Dragon's evaluation was so low, primarily because it lacked the ability to evolve. For some reason, the Holy Shield Dragon lacked the power of evolution, meaning it couldn't undergo Nirvana and could only be an Ascension level pet. No matter how strong it was, being limited to Ascension level only, its value would naturally be much lower. It's a mutation pet after all, why can't it evolve? Could it have something to do with its Tri-Life base? Lin Shen had only ever seen one Tri-Life base pet, the Holy Shield Dragon. There were so many pets listed in the Commerce Star's trading district, yet he had not seen another Tri-Life base pet. He had only seen a few double life base ones. I wonder if there's a way to raise the Holy Shield Dragon's level. If it could undergo Nirvana, it would certainly not be inferior to a super base pet, Lin Shen pondered in his mind. Previously, Lin Shen had also fed the Holy Shield Dragon quite a lot of resources, but it remained at 10th turn Ascension without a hint of undergoing Nirvana. He didn't know what the problem was. Lin Shen glanced at the price war in the Ascension district. Apart from the Dragon Hunter with a 10,000 bet, no other pets had a bet over 100, and the highest was merely several tens of currency. Having tasted big money, Lin Shen felt that fighting for just a few tens of currency was simply not worth the fatigue. Forget it, earning that little money and having to expose the Holy Shield Dragon's strength is not worth it. Lin Shen thought it over and listed the Holy Shield Dragon anyway, with a bet of 1,000. He had originally thought that with only a 10 currency unit evaluation for the Holy Shield Dragon and a listing of only 1,000, someone would surely challenge it quickly. But he waited for half a day, and still, no one came to challenge the Holy Shield Dragon. Why are there so many cowards? Lin Shen sighed in resignation. At the Waishan mansion on Demon Star, Catherine sat in the living room waiting for Long Ye. She had heard Long Ye was about to leave Demon Star, so she wanted to see her before she departed. After a while, Long Ye came out, some sweat visible on her cheeks. Catherine was a bit surprised. Long Yu usually cared so much about her appearance, so it was strange for her to appear this way. Catherine thought with some mischievousness. Could Long Yui have found a man? Looking at those sweat stains and those flushed cheeks, ski. Catherine, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was training my pet and didn't have time to welcome you, said Long Yui apologetically. Training a pet? What kind of pet is worthy of your dedicated training? Catherine's mind conjured up some not-so-child-friendly content. It's an Ascension-level pet with good potential and room for growth. I initially wanted to take it to the pet price war on Commerce Star for some training, but it got badly defeated by someone. I wanted to train it and get revenge. Long Yue was a very sincere person who didn't seem to have anything she couldn't discuss openly. She wasn't one to lie, or, more accurately, she disdained lying. Who dares to bully your pet? I'll help you get revenge. Catherine became a bit curious. A pet Long Yue valued couldn't be ordinary. What kind of pet could leave hers so badly beaten? Chapter 867, Catherine's Curiosity. Chapter 867, Catherine's Curiosity, Revenge. How can I rely on the hands of others for that? Even if revenge is taken, it would be meaningless. Long Yue pursed her lips and smiled. Catherine, you didn't come to find me just to help me take revenge, did you? I heard you were leaving Demon Star, so I came to see you, Catherine said as she signaled her entourage to bring over many boxes, both large and small. These are all specialties of the Demon tribe. It's not easy to come by, so you should take some back with you, and you could also help promote the good name of the Demon tribe. Long Ye didn't refuse and accepted them with a smile. I was just thinking of buying some, but I didn't know where to find the genuine ones. You're more thoughtful than me. My nature is too impetuous. I'll definitely remember to bring some specialties from other places for you to try next time. Next time, visit Alstar. Catherine took the opportunity to extend an invitation. I will definitely visit if I get the chance, Long Ye sincerely replied. Your next stop, have you decided where to go? Do you have a destination in mind? Catherine asked with concern. I was thinking of visiting the celestial race. Long Yue did not hide her intentions and directly revealed her planned destination. Catherine was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The celestial race is currently in the midst of war. Why would you think of going there? Then you must be very careful. This war was instigated by the god-making race, and they are not the kind who are learned or polite. Catherine thought for a moment before offering, how about this? I'll have my guard escort you to the celestial race. Though he may not be of great help, at least you'll have someone to watch over you. Laughing, Long Yue declined, I am going to the celestial race because I want to experience war for myself. If I were escorted by your guard, it would be no different from a leisurely tour. That's true, then you must take care of yourself, safety first, Catherine reminded her a few times before saying no more. After all, she and Long Yue were not like-minded, and Catherine could not understand Long Yue's way of thinking, nor felt any connection, so there seemed to be nothing more to say. After discussing some other topics with Long Ye, and as Catherine was preparing to leave, Long Ye suddenly asked, if I happen to encounter Lin Shen in the celestial race, do you want me to pass on a message to him? He and I have no relationship. Seriously speaking, we might as well be enemies rather than friends. What message could I possibly have to pass on to him? Catherine said and then directly left. However, after leaving Weishan Mansion, Catherine didn't go back to her own residence but went to the Darkbird Temple and through it to Commerce Star. Catherine's curiosity had been piqued, which Long Yue's single sentence couldn't just dispel. Although she hadn't mentioned who defeated Long Yue's pet, the matter was still on her mind. Upon arriving at Commerce Star, there were many people on the Hanging Island trading or searching for goods on various stone platforms. On a planet like Diamond Star, there were many people who paid attention to Commerce Star. Some were sent by large families, some were official personnel, and many were ordinary cultivators looking to make money on Commerce Star. The vast expanse of Hanging Island was filled with people and stone platforms everywhere. Although Catherine was veiled in black, concealing her identity, the way she dressed and her demeanor caused many people to subconsciously clear a path for her. Catherine accessed the trading area, found the pet price wars, and looked for the ascension level section. Long Yue's pet must have been extraordinary, and the pet that defeated it must also be no ordinary pet. Catherine felt that it should not be difficult to identify which one it was. She had been mingling in the Nirvana level before and hadn't paid much attention to ascension level pets. But now, as she looked over them, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. An ascension-level price war that gets this intense? The bets are even in the tens of thousands? Catherine spotted the Dragon Hunter ranked first. The 10,000 bet was particularly eye-catching. The first thing that came to mind for Catherine was that it must have been the Dragon Hunter who defeated Long Yue's pet. She scrutinized the Dragon Hunter's information carefully. An ascension-level pet. Its appearance indeed very unique. A very handsome humanoid pet. Catherine didn't rush to take any action, and continued to look down, noticing that the second-ranked contestant also had a bet of 1,000 on a 3-headed dragon that also looked cool. Further down there were a few other nice pets, but they didn't seem as special as the Dragon Hunter or the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, and their bets were too low to catch Catherine's eye. I never expected there to be such outstanding pets among the Ascension level. I had underestimated the Ascension level area before, Catherine thought to herself, feeling that the Dragon Hunter was the more likely candidate. She thought for a moment, and took out an Ascension-level pet capsule, placing it on the stone platform for a price estimate, a valuation of 11 which was already quite high. However, her pet was a mutated 10th turn Ascension, and had been fed many attribute-enhancing treasures to reach such a valuation. Let's start with this one. Catherine decided not to challenge the Dragon Hunter recklessly, planning to first take down the bet of 1,000 on the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, and then challenge the Dragon Hunter. When Lin Shen received the challenge invitation from Catherine, he felt a burst of joy inside. He had been waiting for a very long time, and finally, someone was challenging the Holy Shield Dragon. It was much slower than he had anticipated. He looked over the opponent's information, a ghost archer at the Ascension level. Despite the lack of detailed information, it didn't matter. Among the Ascension level, apart from the Dragon Hunter's strong suppression of the Holy Shield Dragon, even a super base pet might not be able to defeat the Holy Shield Dragon. He immediately accepted, and the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon and Ghost Archer appeared simultaneously in the arena. Catherine didn't want to waste time and directly ordered the Ghost Archer to attack. Clad in a dark gray protective cloak, with a body radiating a ghostly light, the Ghost Archer raised the ghost bow from a distance, pulled the bowstring, and a green light arrow materialized, shooting straight towards the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon summoned the green crystal shield, blocking the green light arrow, which hit the shield and exploded into fireworks. This outcome was within Catherine's expectation. As the pet's name included shield, it was bound to excel in defense, and she was prepared. The Ghost Archer pulled the bowstring again, but this time, the light arrow that materialized was not only imbued with green light, but also wrapped in burning blue flames. Ghost-piercing arrow, one of the Ghost Archer's life-based skills, can ignore defenses to a certain degree. This arrow was shot, the Holy Shield Dragon again used its shield to block, but the ghost-piercing arrow vanished for an instant upon hitting the shield and reappeared behind it, striking towards the Holy Shield Dragon's heart like lightning. Just when Catherine thought she was about to succeed, she suddenly saw a silver drop-shaped shield shooting out from one of the dragon's mouths, blocking the ghost-piercing arrow. With a clang, the ghost-piercing arrow struck it, and this time it failed to penetrate, shattering upon impact. Double life base? Interesting, Catherine was a bit surprised. Chapter 868, Consecutive Battles and Victories. Chapter 868, Consecutive Battles and Victories. Catherine was not worried at all. When she saw the name and appearance of the Holy Shield Dragon, she guessed that it was a top-tier defensive pet. Although she hadn't expected it to be a double life base, it didn't matter whether it was double life base or not. The Ghost Archer she brought out was specifically designed to counter such high defense pets. Following Catherine's orders, a bright green light shone from the seams of the Ghost Archer's armor, and the ghost bow in its hands also emitted strands of green light patterns. The Ghost Archer raised the ghost bow high above its head, its light soaring into the sky, and a torrent of phantom arrows of ghost rained down on the Holy Shield Dragon like a storm. Phantom arrow of ghost, so many arrows, some real, most fake. A majority were illusions, while a few were real. Even if the Holy Shield Dragon had two life bases in the form of shields, it couldn't block the multitude of phantom arrows of ghost, and without the protection of the power of Nirvana at the Ascension level, this move was too lethal. Only if the Holy Shield Dragon could distinguish which arrow was the real phantom arrow of ghost might it possibly block it. If it chose wrongly, the real phantom arrow of ghost would strike it directly. Catherine felt that the Ghost Archer already had victory in its grasp, since the Holy Shield Dragon and its owner probably couldn't differentiate the real from the illusionary phantom arrows of ghost. As she suspected, the Holy Shield Dragon indeed couldn't distinguish, and Lin Shen didn't bother trying. Catherine saw that the Holy Shield Dragon's two shields were merely positioned in front without moving, and knew their end was near. Just as the real phantom arrow of ghost was about to strike the Holy Shield Dragon, suddenly a cyan light barrier intercepted it, and the real phantom arrow of ghost immediately shattered. Catherine slightly startled. Does the shield also have a protective barrier skill? She continued to command the Ghost Archer to attack the Holy Shield Dragon, but soon realized that they likely couldn't win this match. The Holy Shield Dragon's armor remained intact, regardless of whether the phantom arrows of ghost shot by the Ghost Archer were real or fake, and however they were shot, they couldn't penetrate the protective barrier. One phantom arrow of ghost finally triggered an armor-piercing effect and passed directly through the cyan light barrier, but another silver barrier inside blocked it. Under the protection of the double barriers, the attacks from the Ghost Archer became trivial, barely itching the defense of the Holy Shield Dragon. Catherine then thought of wearing down the Holy Shield Dragon with a war of attrition, but before the Holy Shield Dragon showed significant wear, the continuously shooting Ghost Archer flagged first. Catherine had no choice but to admit defeat. Continuing the fight was meaningless since the Ghost Archer couldn't possibly win. Watching her $1,000 pass into someone else's account, Catherine became even more intrigued. Ascension-level battles are quite interesting. $1,000 wasn't much to her. Seeing the Holy Shield Dragon place another $1,000 as a bet, Catherine brought out another Ascension-level pet and chose to challenge the Holy Shield Dragon again. This time, Catherine had absolute confidence that she could defeat the Holy Shield Dragon. She had seen through the Holy Shield Dragon's reality and illusions, and she had selected a Blue Lightning Devil Dragon, a mutated 10th turn Ascension pet with powerful lightning abilities. The Blue Lightning Devil Dragon, called a dragon, actually resembled a gigantic serpent with a single horn, its body faintly aglow with lightning. This lightning was not a transformation of power of Nirvana, but the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon's own innate blue lightning, which possessed immense destructive power. The blue lightning, in combination with the horn on its head, a sturdy weapon enhanced by its innate skill, the Lightning Solo Dragon drill technique, could penetrate the dual-layered defense of the Holy Shield Dragon. Lin Shen, who had just won 1,000, was feeling quite pleased with himself when another pet challenged the Holy Shield Dragon. Glancing at its Ascension level, he promptly agreed to the challenge. The Holy Shield Dragon and the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon simultaneously appeared in the arena. The body of the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon leapt into the air, its spiraled horn aimed at the Holy Shield Dragon as it straightened its body. The blue lightning coursed over it, causing the dragon to spin rapidly. In a moment, the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon turned into a giant blue lightning drill, charging towards the Holy Shield Dragon. The three heads of the Holy Shield Dragon roared, spitting out a cyan and silver shield to form a double protective barrier around itself. The Blue Lightning Devil Dragon struck directly, immediately followed by a loud explosion, its force overflowing. A ring of shockwaves burst forth. Its frenzied spin caused electric sparks to fly between its horn and armor. As Catherine had predicted, the destructive power of the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon was too strong, forcibly breaking through the first cyan protective barrier and striking the second silver barrier. Smoke rose from the worn horn of the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon as it breached the second silver shield. Catherine's lips curved into a victorious smile, but her smile froze the next second. Behind that silver shield emerged a golden shield, and a square golden shield flew out from one of the dragon's mouths. The now nearly depleted Blue Lightning Devil Dragon's horn struck it, the blue lightning around it growing weaker. A snap was heard, and the horn, embedded in the golden shield, broke off. Tri-Life base pet? Catherine looked at the Holy Shield Dragon, her face filled with disbelief. With her status and position, she had never heard of a Tri-Life base creature in the universe. It was almost unbelievable. Compared to 1,000 coins, the Blue Lightning Devil Dragon was far more important, especially since the 1,000 was a sure loss. Is it really a Tri-Life base pet? Who is that lucky? Catherine was now keen to contact the owner of the Holy Shield Dragon, willing to pay to acquire it. Unfortunately, Commerce Star did not offer such a functionality, and Catherine didn't believe the other party would sell such a precious Tri-Life base pet to her. How vast is the world? Truly anything imaginable exists. A Tri-Life base pet, how on earth was it nurtured? Catherine deeply wanted to acquire the other party's pet, but she didn't even know who the owner of the Holy Shield Dragon was, and had no way to proceed. Did the Holy Shield Dragon defeat Long Yue's pet? Catherine began to doubt her previous judgment. Maybe it wasn't the Dragon Hunter who defeated Long Yue's pet, but this rare Tri-Life base pet. But then she thought again, and felt something was wrong. If the Holy Shield Dragon was so formidable, why would the Dragon Hunter dare to bet 10,000, while the Holy Shield Dragon only wagered 1,000? Could it be that the Dragon Hunter is even more formidable than the Holy Shield Dragon? Catherine's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue, seemingly scheming something. Chapter 869, Heaven-Deceiving Liquid. Chapter 869, Heaven-Deceiving Liquid. Catherine appraised the Dragon Hunter once more, the gorgeous garment and boots with red bases and black edges, a head of white hair, and a bat-like mask. The image looked quite different from that of an ordinary pet. Indeed, a special pet, having one by my side, wouldn't be bad, Catherine contemplated, wanting to take this Dragon Hunter into her possession, but lamented the lack of means to do so. Initially, she had wanted to figure out who Long Yue's pet had lost to, but now, though still unclear, it no longer mattered. Catherine had no interest in Long Yue anymore, she was more intrigued by these two pets. However, the Ascension-level pets she had on hand were not capable of defeating either the Holy Shield Dragon or the Dragon Hunter, and Catherine could do nothing but leave Commerce Star in chagrin. Catherine was naturally not one to give up easily. After returning, she immediately summoned all her subordinates and staff. I want these two pets. Bother yourselves to think of a way for me. Catherine showed the images of the Holy Shield Dragon and Dragon Hunter to her staff. Lord, is it that the pet's owner refuses to sell? Leave it to me. I am adept at the substitute skill, which can help you snatch the pets. A Gallic person who was a subordinate immediately spoke out. Catherine said indifferently, but I do not know where these two pets currently are. That is not difficult. Just tell me who their owner is, and I will be able to deduce his location. Another staff member spoke. I also do not know who their owner is, Catherine replied coolly. Not knowing the owner does complicate things. It's challenging to deduce the location of the pets alone, the staff member mused. The Gallic person fell silent too. Without even knowing the pet's whereabouts, there was no chance for him to attempt theft. The group buzzed with discussion, yet no one could come up with a truly viable solution. Catherine furrowed her brows slightly. She had raised so many people hoping that when the time came, someone could scheme for her. Yet now, not a single person could offer a serious suggestion, as if she had nourished a bunch of non-entities. Catherine did not wish to support a pack of good-for-nothings. Just when she was about to lose her temper, someone suddenly spoke up. Lord, I might have a method that could prove successful. Jones, let's hear your method. Catherine looked towards the speaker, a Yi tribe subordinate. Jones stood up and said, Lord, I have lately been studying the rules of Commerce Star and discovered some interesting hidden rules, such as in the pet price battles, where we normally use Commerce Star coins as bets. There is also a hidden rule that allows for the use of items as bets, and even the pets themselves, where the loser of a duel must forfeit their pet to the victor. Such a rule exists? Catherine showed slight surprise. She had made quite a sum from the pet price battles, but had not known about this rule. Jones continued, as Lord oversees vast affairs, it's only natural not to have time to understand rules thoroughly. Ever since the emergence of Commerce Star, aside from times necessary for eating and sleeping, I have always been conversing with the spirit of Commerce Star, exploring its rules in various ways. Some remain elusive without dedicated research. After a pause, Jones added, Lord, if you wish to acquire these 2 pets, you simply need to invoke this hidden rule, wagering your own pets and defeating theirs. Naturally, you would then gain possession of them. That rule sounds fine, but it still won't work, Catherine shook her head. Is Lord worried that the other party will not agree? You need not worry about that. With my understanding of the rules, it's possible to make the opponent completely unaware that they are wagering their pet, Jones offered further. Catherine sighed. That's not the reason. The problem is that I do not have any Ascension-level pets capable of defeating them. Hence, that method is not viable. Upon this statement, the multitude of subordinates and staff had a moment of realization. No wonder Catherine was so keen on obtaining these 2 pets. Even with her wealth, she could not proffer any pets that could defeat them, which showed how precious and rare these pets were. For a moment, everyone was clueless again. Regardless of the methods and strategies, they were useless if they could not win. After a little while, it was still Jones who spoke up. Lord, there is actually another way. What is it? Catherine asked, somewhat surprised. She hadn't paid much attention to this Jones before and hadn't expected him to be so talented. Nearly everyone in the cosmos knew that Commerce Star was an opportunity to make money. Everyone wanted to profit from it, yet few people had delved into understanding its rules as meticulously as Jones. Jones said, pet price battles allow for inter-tier combat. Lord, you can use Nirvana-level pets to challenge their Ascension-level pets. With such an approach, victory is assured. I'm aware of that, but if I use Nirvana-level pets to challenge their Ascension-level pets, others might not agree, would they? The opponents are not fools, Catherine said. That's where this comes into play. Jones presented a potion to Catherine. This potion can temporarily reduce a pet's tier. As long as the dosage is controlled well, once the opponent has agreed to the duel, and the pet falls to Ascension level, it can return to Nirvana level on the battleground, ensuring a surefire victory. Interesting. What is the name of this potion? Are there any side effects? Catherine toyed with the potion bottle as she inquired. Returning to Lord, it is called Heaven-Deceiving Liquid, a little trick I've researched on my own. There indeed are side effects. A pet that has been administered Heaven-Deceiving Liquid might encounter some mental complications, becoming less adept at following orders, in other words, a bit dull-witted, Jones answered. That's hardly a minor trick. If used in hunting higher beings, wouldn't it be a divine artifact? Catherine remarked. Jones shook his head. Using Heaven-Deceiving Liquid requires stringent procedures to be effective. The pet itself must cooperate to complete the process, which is nearly impossible in combat. Moreover, Heaven-Deceiving Liquid is ineffective against beings of too high a tier. It can only affect Nirvana creatures at most. Hearing this, Catherine felt somewhat disappointed and placed the Heaven-Deceiving Liquid back on the table. Although the method isn't bad, the side effects are too severe. Let's dismiss it. Jones was slightly taken aback by Catherine's refusal to use the Heaven-Deceiving Liquid. Lord Jones, reluctant to give up, was about to speak further, but Catherine waved her hand to interrupt him, signaling there was no need to continue. In the end, neither the subordinates nor the staff could provide Catherine with any useful advice. After the meeting, Jones left by himself, taking a transporter to a planet where resources were nearly depleted. Chapter 870, Hidden Rules. In a small hut in the slums, Jones opened the door, stepped inside, then closed the door. He naturally walked over to the window next to him, glanced outside, and only after making sure there was nothing unusual did he pull the curtains down. Not until then did Jones turn on the light inside the hut, illuminating the space. The light bulb was dim, but it still allowed one to see the figure seated behind the table in the hut, a person with dragon horns wearing strange armor. Mr. Zhao, Jones said as he pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, "You're 7 minutes and 8 seconds late. What happened?" Mr. Zhao stared at Jones as he asked. Catherine called for an urgent meeting. All subordinates and staff had to attend. I couldn't get out of it, so I had to attend the meeting before coming here, Jones explained. Was the emergency meeting related to the demon tribe? Mr. Zhao asked directly. No, Catherine wants 2 pets from Commerce Star, but she doesn't know who their owner is. She asked us to come up with a way to acquire those 2 pets for her. Jones recounted the situation in detail. Mr. Zhao listened and seemed slightly disappointed, asking no further. He changed the topic. You've been with Catherine for 4 years now. How is the plan progressing? With a person as suspicious as Catherine, one can't easily earn her trust. I've been in her manor for 4 years, and to this day, I haven't been able to gain her trust. It's difficult to make any further progress, Jones replied with a sense of helplessness. The Divine Echo team will soon be fully activated. It's very important that we succeed with Catherine's side. You'll need to give it more thought and earn her trust as soon as possible, Mr. Zhao stated. I would like to, but she's too cautious. There's no opportunity, Jones said, then suddenly paused. Maybe this is an opportunity. She suspects there's something wrong with my Heaven-Deceiving Liquid and refuses to use it. If I could use this chance to acquire those 2 pets for her with the Heaven-Deceiving Liquid, I should be able to gain some trust. It's worth a try, Mr. Zhao nodded in agreement, but now there's a problem. I need to have a Nirvana pet to use the heaven-deceiving liquid. As you know, I can't use it on my own pets. If any issue is detected, it would ruin all our previous plans, Jones said thoughtfully. Before that happens, the heaven-deceiving liquid must be used on Catherine's pet, and absolutely no mistakes can occur. Mr. Zhao contemplated for a moment and continued. I can't do that, Jones said, spreading his hands. Mr. Zhao pondered for a moment, searched his person for a while, then took out a pet capsule and a pet key and handed them to Jones. Use this pet with the heaven-deceiving liquid to win the pets Catherine desires. What is this? Jones didn't take them, instead looking up at Mr. Zhao. If he used an undocumented pet, it might make Catherine even more suspicious of him and even harder to earn her trust. Don't worry, no one will be able to see through it. This is just a common Nirvana-level blue evil demon. Don't you have one as well? Mr. Zhao said with a smile. Blue evil demon? Jones was slightly taken aback. The blue evil demon's attributes are generally low, and despite being at the Nirvana level, it's rare for their attributes to surpass 300. Their talents, life base, and Nirvana attributes are more supportive in nature. They might not be able to defeat those top-tier Ascension pets. Jones was quite familiar with the blue evil demon, a pet native to his homeland, ranging from base mutation level to Nirvana level, and was one of the most common creatures from the Yui tribe's home planet. Not just any blue evil demon would suffice, but this one is different, Mr. Zhao said flatly. It is the only fairly successful specimen that survived from tens of thousands of experimental blue evil demons. Its attributes are not inferior to top Nirvana pets. It is almost perfect in every attribute, except for slightly less rigidity. Jones, a bit surprised, picked up the pet capsule and the key, checking the pet's information. It was just as Mr. Zhao had described. The only imperfect attribute this blue evil demon had was rigidity, slightly less than the maximum value. Such a Nirvana pet, even if its skills and Nirvana attributes were supportive in nature, wasn't something Ascension pets could contend with. When you enter the bidding war, use this blue evil demon. If Catherine wants to see it, just show her your blue evil demon. This trick should be easy for you, Mr. Zhao instructed. That would be best, both earning Catherine's trust and arousing her interest in the heaven-deceiving liquid. The suspicion towards me would be much reduced, Jones said, a vicious expression flickering across his face. Once we take down the Demon tribe, I'm going to make that woman Catherine beg for life without hope for death as retribution for the humiliation I've endured under her in these years. Jones, you've suffered these past few years. Bear with it a little longer. The big picture takes precedence. Soon our god-making race will become the masters of the cosmic. Then you can deal with Catherine however you wish, Mr. Zhao said as he got up, patted Jones on the shoulder, wrapped himself in his cloak, and left the hut. Jones tidied things up, sat for a while in the hut, then finally turned off the lights and left. After returning to Austar, Jones didn't act immediately, but quietly waited a few days. Catherine spent these days trying to acquire the Dragon Hunter and the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon. She also understood the pet bid wars where the pets themselves are the stakes, just as Jones had described. If the challenger wasn't very careful, it would be difficult to spot the subterfuge. To be precise, using pets as stakes isn't a bet, but a mode of bid war. The ordinary mode is using Commerce Star Coins as the stake, while the other mode still uses Commerce Star Coins as the stake, but changes to a pet life and death battle. If you lose your pet along with it and cannot concede. Not many people are aware of this mode, and even fewer can switch modes. Challenging in this way, those who don't know can hardly tell the difference between the two modes. The only difference is that the invitation column for a regular bid war reads Pet Bid War, while the other is labeled Pet Life and Death Battle, a detail easily overlooked. Mainly because Commerce Star had appeared too recently, most people hadn't been able to study many of its functions, and those who have figured out the hidden rules only use these insights to make money and wouldn't easily disclose them. The mode for a pet life and death battle could indeed take the opponent's pet, but Catherine couldn't find an Ascension-level pet confident enough to beat the 3-life-base Holy Shield Dragon straight away. If only the Dragon Hunter and Super Source Holy Shield Dragon were at Nirvana level, my Great Power Heavenly Dragon should be almost invincible among the Nirvana-level pets in single combat. Securing them shouldn't be a problem, Catherine thought to herself. Chapter 871, A Different Yoon. Chapter 871, a different Yoon Lin Shen had seen no progress these days, and thus he decided to focus on comprehending the law of gravity. He always felt that there was something off about the law of gravity he was perceiving. Apart from being able to see the weight of matter, it seemed to serve no other purpose. Naturally, he was not yet immortal, so it was quite normal that he couldn't control the law of gravity. But since he had already sensed the law of gravity, he should have been able to perceive the variations in gravity from different planets, which would be a normal ability to possess. However, Lin Shen was unable to see the strength of gravity. All he could see was the intrinsic weight of matter, and nothing beyond that. In these past few days, Lin Shen's attempts at understanding the law of gravity had made no progress at all. After careful consideration, Lin Shen still went to find Yoon. Yun's demeanor had clearly changed from before. She used to be too thin, her complexion sallow, giving her an unhealthy appearance. The current Yun was plump and fair, visibly having gained weight, but she definitely could not be considered fat, much less obese. Coupled with the cultivation of various skills, Yun had also developed a certain level of confidence that she did not possess before, making her look like a particularly adorable maiden of the Moon Rabbit clan. In front of Lin Shen, though, Yun still seemed somewhat restrained, her voice timid and faint as a mosquito's, almost too soft to make out without careful listening. Yun, how has your skill practice been coming along lately? Lin Shen made sure to modulate his tone gently, afraid of startling Yun. It was really because Yun's exceedingly cautious demeanor made it seem like raising one's voice could scare her soul out of her body. Mr. Lin Shen, I have mastered 27 skills. Which skill do you want first? I'll instruct you right now. I only need 3 days to invoke the Valkyrie's protection once, and it won't be long before I can teach you all the skills, Yun hurriedly said. Let's not rush that for now. How many turns of ascension have you reached? Lin Shen hadn't paid much attention to Yun previously because he had been too busy. Sister Tian Shun has given me a lot of resources, and I have been diligently cultivating. I have already reached the 9th turn of ascension, Yun said with her head down, her demeanor resembling that of a timid white rabbit trembling in fear of being devoured by a predator. I'm not going to eat you. What are you so afraid of? Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He may not be as handsome as Ouyang Yu do, but surely he didn't look that frightening. No, nothing. Yun's trembling grew worse, and her voice seemed to quiver. Having no other choice, Lin Shen softly spoke. Yun, can the Valkyrie's protection of your Moon Rabbit clan impart laws? Immortals of the Moon Rabbit clan are rare, and I haven't heard anyone mention such a thing, so I don't know if they have that ability, Yun replied, uneasily looking up at Lin Shen as if worried he might become angry. Lin Shen, with no solution for Yun's nervousness, said, Well, let's try it out. First, I'll assist you with Nirvana. What kind of Nirvana attributes do you need? Yun spoke in a low, gentle voice, with her head still bowed. If it's possible, a Nirvana egg with strength attribute will suffice. If it's too troublesome, any other Nirvana egg with different attributes would do too. Strength attribute for Nirvana? Lin Shen looked at Yun in amazement, wondering how someone with her build and personality could possibly desire the strength attribute. It's okay if it's inconvenient. I can manage with any of them, Yun quickly added. Don't be nervous. The Nirvana egg with strength attribute is easy. I just want to know, why did you choose the strength attribute? Lin Shen asked while soothing her. I've practiced strength-based skills since I was young, and the blade technique I've always used is also strength-based. Although I've learned a lot of techniques now, I still prefer strength-type skills, Yun explained in a low voice. So that's how it is. Then show me your blade technique, Lin Shen said, curious about what kind of blade technique Yun could perform. Yun hurriedly went to fetch her weapon, and after a while she was seen dragging a sword over. The reason it was said she was dragging it was that the sword was longer than her height and had a very exaggerated design, creating a stark contrast with her petite figure. This sword? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised to see the sword Yun was holding. The sword looked very similar to the one on the Moon Rabbit clan statue he had bought, roughly the same shape but with minor differences in detail. This was custom made for me by my sister Tian Shun. It's the Moonblade sword of the Moon Rabbit clan, Yun explained. The Moonblade sword? Does everyone in the Moon Rabbit clan use this type of sword? Lin Shen asked curiously. Not exactly, because the Moon Rabbit queen uses the Moonblade sword, and later many people emulated that. My family admires the queen very much, and I do too, so I've always been learning to use the Moonblade sword, Yun said. So the real Moonblade sword is the weapon of the Moon Rabbit queen. Could it be that the statue of the Moon Rabbit clan is actually a sculpture of the Moon Rabbit queen? Lin Shen regretted not having bought that statue to show Yun right then, as she would have been able to recognize it. Unfortunately, the statue was now destroyed and there were no photos. Lin Shen also lacked the ability to draw the statue, so he had to let it go. Mr. Mining. Lin Shen, can we start now? Yun asked. Let's begin, Lin Shen said, sitting there watching Yun. Yun raised the Moonblade sword with both hands and began her demonstration. With the rise of the blade's movement, Lin Shen was surprised to find that Yun's aura had completely changed. The previously soft-looking Yun, who seemed like she could be knocked over by a strong gust of wind, was gone. Now there was a valiant Moon Rabbit maiden, brandishing an astonishingly large sword. Each stroke she made was as if she were a fierce general charging through an army, every slash carrying the might to cleave the heavens and split the earth. Holy, this blade technique is fierce. Lin Shen watched Yun dumbfounded. The technique might not be the strongest, but the vigor behind the technique was truly fierce. Just looking at Yun at this moment, one would never guess she could usually appear so soft and pliable. Lin Shen only then realized how much Yun and that Moon Rabbit clan statue resembled each other. He had not thought they were similar before because Yun had looked too frail, but now, as she wielded the sword, she really did resemble it, especially so. Lin Shen now had the urge to compare the statue with her, to see if the statue was indeed carved based on her likeness. Mr. Lin Shen, my blade technique is just like this. If there are any flaws, please instruct me. Yun put away the sword and once again returned to her rabbit-like appearance. Very good, very good. You have trained your blade technique extremely well, Lin Shen complimented her. Mr. Lin Shen, you flatter me. It wasn't this good before. It was after learning the techniques you gave me that my blade technique improved a bit. I'll continue to work hard, Yun said, her cheeks tinted red. Lin Shen looked at Yun and suddenly had an idea. I wonder if Yun could learn the 10 Directions Ghost God Soul, Cleaving Blade Technique of Tianjixia. Chapter 872, You Are Originally Different from Others. Chapter 872, You Are Originally Different from Others. The 10 Directions, Ghost God Soul. Cleaving Blade Technique of Little Imperial Uncle Tianjixia from the Celestial Race was derived from the mysterious clan's legendary swordmasters, the Three Reverences Swordmasters, the Three Reverences Sword Skill, one of the most domineering blade techniques in the world. The ferocity of Yun's blade technique involuntarily reminded Lin Shen of Tianjixia's technique. However, even if Yun could learn it, it was hard to say whether Tianjixia would be willing to teach a foreign woman. If Tianjixia were willing, once Yun mastered the 10 Directions Ghost God Soul Cleaving Blade technique and then passed it on to Lin Shen under the protection of the Valkyrie, Lin Shen would easily learn that overbearing and unparalleled set of techniques. Although Lin Shen's own blade technique had already become unique, one could never have too many skills. Who wouldn't want to possess such a blade technique? Moreover, Lin Shen was one of only 2 people who could wield the 10 Directions Ghost God Soul Cleaving Blade technique besides Tianjixia himself. Yun, let's do this. You're currently at 9th turn. Spend this time striving for 10th turn and also think about which Nirvana path you want to take. I can give you 2 paths. One is the path of Great Nirvana. I have prepared a top base mutation land for you, but it is very dangerous because it's an immortal level base mutation land, so you may face great risks. The second path is that of minor Nirvana. I can provide you with a Nirvana egg related to strength to help you complete the Nirvana plate. This path is relatively less risky, but after undergoing Nirvana, you might not be as strong as the first path would make you, and it also carries certain risks, Lin Shen said, contemplating. But you needn't worry. The Nirvana egg one offer you is also top tier, and it might not necessarily be inferior to the first path. I choose the Nirvana egg, Yun said, appearing soft and delicate, but in reality, she was a decisive person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have almost starved to death waiting for Lin Shen years ago. Won't you consider it a bit more? Lin Shen asked. If Mr. Lin Shen needs me to choose the first path, I will take it, said Yun, her tone unwavering. There's no need for that. You must choose your own path, and either one is fine. Lin Shen shook his head. If it has no effect on Mr. Lin Shen, then I want to choose the Nirvana egg, said Yun. Can you tell me why? Lin Shen was curious as to why Yun was so determined. Most people would want to take the path of Great Nirvana when given the chance, but Yun had chosen the path of Minor Nirvana. Yun lifted her gaze to Lin Shen. Only by surviving can I follow Mr. Lin Shen even further. Lin Shen was somewhat taken aback, having not expected Yun to say something like that. Actually, you should live for yourself, Lin Shen awkwardly said. But Yun shook her head. Only if Mr. Lin Shen is doing well can I do well. I am living for myself. Lin Shen didn't expect Yun to have such clarity in life. He smiled and said, all right, then let's take the path of minor Nirvana. Lin Shen took out a Nirvana-level god-making egg and handed it to Yun. This is for you. This is for you. After you reach 10th turn and are ready, use it to complete Nirvana. Remember to let me know when it's time. I'll protect the law for you. Mr. Bright, the law for you. Lin Shen, I will definitely not let you down, Yun said as he took the god-making egg and looked up at Lin Shen with determination in his eyes. You've actually never let me down. You've already accomplished that, Lin Shen said earnestly. After leaving Yun, Lin Shen wasn't sure what he could do, apart from eating and drinking to enhance his base mutation rate. It seemed there was nothing else to do. Of course, the most important plan of passing on his legacy, Lin Shen hadn't neglected it either. Do you feel particularly lost? Tian Shun lay beside Lin Shen, smiling and looking at him. A little bit, just not sure what I should do next. Before Nirvana, I had a clear goal. I just needed to work towards it. Now, suddenly I don't know what I can do, Lin Shen sighed. Nirvana level is the most confusing and the one that most easily leads to one's downfall, Tian Shun said as she drew circles gently on Lin Shen's chest. Before Nirvana, it's like when you were a child. Someone taught you, someone planned for you, and you only had to be responsible for learning. But after Nirvana, no one can point you in the right direction. No one can customize a learning plan for you, and no one can tell you what you can or cannot do in the future. Everything requires your own exploration. Just like a student with no background and no connections, stepping into society for the first time, everything is unknown. Yes, exactly, that's how it feels, Lin Shen agreed wholeheartedly with Tian Shun's analogy. He simply didn't know which direction to develop himself in. Previously, he knew to look for primeval eggs, to find base mutation land. These all had clear objectives. But the path to immortal, it can be said to exist and also not to exist. There are countless cosmic laws, and Lin Shen didn't know which law suited him best nor which he could learn. Most nirvana beings cannot comprehend the law power in their lifetimes and remain trapped at the nirvana level. Some choose to undergo nirvana repeatedly. With each nirvana, the connection between their body and the cosmos becomes closer, and the possibility of understanding the laws increases. But nirvana is risky. With each nirvana, the likelihood of becoming less than human also increases. Many nirvana beings who are not content with mediocrity end up transforming into non-humans in one of their nirvanas. Yes, the risk is too great. Lin Shen was not willing to undergo nirvana again because his body was too unique and the risks of nirvana were too great. He feared that if he underwent nirvana again, he might become something non-human. Moreover, ordinary nirvana eggs or nirvana land would hardly enable his body to undergo nirvana again. So, those with sufficient talent are the strongest. They can easily sense the laws of the cosmos. Some can even effortlessly perceive many types of laws. They can choose any series they wish, like Daisy. If he wanted to become an immortal, he wouldn't need to trouble himself at all. He could easily have law power, perhaps even directly be immortal laws. Tianxun's finger touched Lin Shen's cheek, but beings like Daisy are rare in the world. The various races of the universe have developed for so many billions of years, and there's only been one such natural-born nirvana. People say some genius is comparable to DEC, but in the end, comparable is not the same, off by a hair, wrong by a mile. It's a pity that my comprehension is too poor to even be worthy of the word comparable, Lin Shen laughed. He didn't have any negative emotions about his lack of comprehension, it was very normal. Nobody is all-knowing and all-powerful. Being oneself is quite fine, and laying flat might also be a life choice. No, I think you are more outstanding than DEC. You're just not good at thinking with your brain, Tianxun said. Is that a compliment? Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Tianxun pursed her lips and smiled. I misspoke, not that you don't use your brain, but your way of thinking is unusual. Though Tai really wants you to comprehend the laws, really wants you to learn the lawless heaven, you really don't need to think like others, nor do you need to do things you don't enjoy. You can be yourself. Walk your own path, because you are different from everyone else. Chapter 873, Continue Nirvana. Chapter 873, Continue Nirvana. Tianxun's words made Lin Shen experience a sudden clarity, as if the truth was pouring into him like divine nectar. Because of his eagerness to learn the lawless heaven due to Tai, Lin Shen had lost his previous mental state. The words of Tianxun made him realize, so what if he couldn't learn lawless heaven? Was lawless heaven the only power in the universe that could counter Tai? After all, lawless heaven was Tai's ability, and no matter how well Lin Shen learned it, he could never surpass Tai. There was no guarantee it would truly restrain him. There were instances where the student outshines the master, but that depended on who it was. Faced with someone like Tai, Lin Shen didn't believe he could do better. Given my lack of innate comprehension, why must I force myself to train in lawless heaven? Instead of focusing on my weaknesses and trying to learn what I'm not adept at, why not fully utilize my strengths? Lin Shen thought more and more that this made sense. Tai's lawless heaven isn't truly invincible. At least it doesn't have much of an effect on my body. If I can continue to develop my body, my movement technique may well counter Tai's lawless heaven. It was only then that Lin Shen understood why Tianxun had brought up the topic of nirvana. If he wanted his body to grow stronger, then the only way was through continued nirvana. Strictly speaking, Lin Shen had also only undergone nirvana once. He could still pursue further nirvana if his body could grow stronger through the process. Then even without the power of laws, he could use his nirvana-forged body to break through all kinds of laws. Nirvana, huh? That's challenging. Lin Shen pondered how he could achieve nirvana again. But so what? Lin Shen found this path more exciting and interesting than comprehending laws. The next morning, Lin Shen got out of bed bright and early, planning to teleport to Temple Star to try using the fire basin in the ancient underwater temple for another nirvana session. It was a mystical, immortal land, and the energy of the fire basin was even more abundant than that of other immortal lands. Perhaps it would allow his body to undergo nirvana again. I have the evolution theory within me. I shouldn't transform into a non-human so easily. Lin Shen felt his spirit, chi, and mind fully revitalized, dispelling his despondence from the recent days. Taking the sun-shooting bow and teleporting to Temple Star, Lin Shen arrived at the Golden Buddha Temple and found Master Chao Du worshipping inside the Grand Hall. Seeing Lin Shen, Master Chao Du smiled and said, "Perhaps you are close to becoming immortal? I'm unable to comprehend the laws and lack the power of immortality, so I've come here to attempt nirvana once more." Lin Shen explained his intention. "Nirvana carries risks. You must be careful," Master Chao Du warned, and let Lin Shen head to the ancient temple on his own as he continued his devotions. Lin Shen reached the underwater ancient temple and entered the small shrine within, where he saw several fire basins nurturing mysterious embryos of light. Some embryos of light had even begun to take shape, resembling divine beings born from flames. Choosing a fire basin that hadn't yet nurtured a divine fetus, Lin Shen took a deep breath and stepped inside, immediately feeling a strange energy surge into his body. Lin Shen silently circulated the evolution theory, guiding that energy into his body. The energy here was indeed mysterious and overwhelming, but even after the flames in the fire basin were completely extinguished and Lin Shen's body had absorbed so much energy, there was still no sign of his body undergoing nirvana again. Lin Shen once again approached the other fire basins, but the result was the same. He drained several fire basins that had not nurtured a divine fetus, and there were no signs of entering the nirvana state again. The evolution theory did continue to operate incessantly, transforming most of the absorbed energy. His body had indeed become further strengthened, but the strengthening effect was not pronounced. No, this isn't right, Lin Shen suddenly realized the problem. He had previously absorbed energy from the most potent fire basin here. Now, absorbing energy from the other fire basins seemed to have very little effect on his body. Most of the energy had been transformed, and it hadn't managed to propel his body into a nirvana state. Could it be that because of the evolution theory, the nirvana energy I've used has been adapted by my body, so no matter how potent the energy is, it can no longer trigger the nirvana state in my body? If that's true, then I need to find another base mutation site. Lin Shen concluded that he couldn't achieve nirvana here and had to leave, pondering over where to find another base mutation site that could induce nirvana. An ordinary base mutation site certainly wouldn't suffice. It would have to be a site of the immortal level that might allow his body to enter nirvana again. Where can I find a usable immortal land? Lin Shen couldn't think of a suitable immortal land off the top of his head. That's it, I can purchase information at Commerce Star. Lin Shen remembered Commerce Star. On Commerce Star, you could sell anything, with information naturally being among the items, and it was a very hot commodity. Many people traded information on Commerce Star. To get information about immortal land there, as long as you were willing to pay a high enough price, should be no problem. Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star and couldn't wait to enter Commerce Star. Before he could even start searching for information, he saw requests related to the pet price war. These recent days had been quite frustrating for Jones. He had intended to wait a few days before challenging the Dragon Hunter and Holy Shield Dragon. But to his surprise, when he was ready to issue his challenge, he found that neither Dragon Hunter nor Holy Shield Dragon were listed in the pet price war. It was highly likely that the owners of these two pets were not on Commerce Star. He waited and waited, but neither pet appeared. Jones was so exasperated he almost spit blood, also worried that these two pets might never participate in price wars again. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. After waiting 2 days, he found that both pets were back on the leaderboard. Jones quickly chose to challenge the Dragon Hunter. In his view, with a stake of 10,000 Commerce Star coins, the Dragon Hunter must be stronger. By taking control of the strongest pet first, even if others realized the issue and refused his challenges, acquiring the Dragon Hunter should be enough to impress Catherine. Jones was thoroughly prepared, gathering 10,000 Commerce Star coins, then choosing the pet deathmatch mode to initiate the challenge. Before the challenge, Jones used heaven-deceiving liquid on Blue Evil Demon, lowering its level and making it appear to be just an Ascension-level pet. Lin Shen received the invitation and was somewhat surprised. The pet being challenged was the Dragon Hunter, and that was a bet of 10,000 coins. Anyone who could put up 10,000 coins as a stake, Lin Shen felt, must have come prepared, and he didn't dare to be careless. He carefully reviewed the challenger pet's data. Blue Evil Demon, Ascension level. Lin Shen looked over the data and footage of the Blue Evil Demon and saw no issues. However, he still felt that something was off. He used the communicator to search for information related to the Blue Evil Demon on the Cosmic Net and immediately discovered the problem. Chapter 874, Not Greedy. Chapter 874, Chapter 874, Not Greedy. The Blue Evil Demon as a pet was an assistive type with fairly decent abilities in all aspects, but all were for the purpose of supporting in battles. Its own combat power was not strong, and its attribute was notoriously low among creatures of the same level, pitifully so. That such a pet would dare to make a bet of 10,000 Commerce Star coins in a pet battle, Lin Shen thought this was just ridiculous. Unless the person was crazy or had so much money that they had nowhere to spend it, no one would use such a pet to challenge a Dragon Hunter. Lin Shen did not believe that there could be such foolish people in the world, and even if there were, he did not believe that such good fortune would fall into his lap. There must be a problem. He took a closer look at the challenge column again. The Ascension level was correct. It was not a trap like the previous Red Soul Dragon. There were no issues with the other information, but when Lin Shen saw the words, Pet Life and Death Battle, written on the challenge column, he immediately realized the problem. Before it was a pet price battle, how come this is a pet life and death battle? It's a bit different from before. Lin Shen did not know the exact difference between a life and death battle and a price battle, but he was sure that there was an issue. Lin Shen firmly believed that pie would not just fall from the sky, and he did not believe that everyone else was a fool, so he chose to reject the challenge. His caution and lack of greed saved him this time. If it were a greedy person who saw that the opponent used such a weak pet to challenge, they would probably agree immediately, fearing that the opponent might change their mind. Jones waited for quite a while but saw no agreement from the other party and started to have some doubts. Could it be that he noticed the difference between a price battle and a life and death battle? Even if he did notice, with a blue evil demon that weak at the ascension level, the other side should still be tempted. There's no reason to refuse. Suddenly, Jones saw that the other party had actually refused the challenge, and his face changed instantly. What the hell? Why would he refuse? Jones felt upset immediately. The heaven-deceiving liquid had already been used, and if the challenge failed, the side effects would still manifest. Jones wanted to challenge the Holy Shield Dragon, but it was already too late. The effect of the heaven-deceiving liquid was gradually wearing off, and the blue evil demon had returned to Nirvana level. With no other choice, Jones gritted his teeth and used the heaven-deceiving liquid on the blue evil demon again, reducing its level back to Ascension level, and then challenged the Holy Shield Dragon. Since he couldn't take down the Dragon Hunter, getting the Holy Shield Dragon would suffice. However, repeated use of the heaven-deceiving liquid would definitely affect the blue evil demon's intelligence, making it less responsive and not as easy to command in the future. This time, he must accept. Jones quickly challenged the Holy Shield Dragon, not realizing that both pets belonged to the same person. The cosmic realm was vast, with pets count billions taking part in pet battles. How could it happen that two pets belonged to the same person? The probability was a bit low. It hadn't been long since Lin Shen refused the challenge when he found that the Holy Shield Dragon was also challenged, and upon close inspection, it was again the Ascension-level blue evil demon. This guy definitely has issues. Seeing that the blue evil demon had challenged the Holy Shield Dragon again, Lin Shen was even more certain there was a problem. And again, the challenge column stated a pet life and death battle, which was different from the usual pet price battles. Lin Shen wanted to figure out what the catch was, so he did not rush to reject, but instead carefully reviewed the introduction of the blue evil demon. But the introduction was just a few words, the pet's name and level, which could be seen at a glance, and there was nothing problematic at all. Lin Shen took out his communicator to record the image of the blue evil demon, wanting to compare it with the blue evil demons on the Skynet to see if there were any differences. While he was leisurely making the comparison, Jones was becoming frantic on the other side. They haven't agreed yet. Could it be they are going to decline again? Jones felt depressed. If he were rejected again, not only would he have wasted 2 doses of heaven-deceiving liquid, but the blue evil demon would also have needlessly suffered damage, bearing the negative effects twice, which was also a great loss. But since the other party hadn't declined, this gave Jones a glimmer of hope, anxiously staring at the battle column, praying that they would agree. The other party had neither refused nor accepted for a long time, and seeing that the effect of the heaven-deceiving liquid was about to wear off, Jones had no choice but to cancel the challenge request himself. These people came to do pet battles. They must all have a gambling nature. Why wouldn't they agree? Jones just couldn't understand. Lin Shen was comparing his image with that of the blue evil demons on Skynet and hadn't found any issues when he noticed that the other party had withdrawn the challenge request. Why did they withdraw on their own? Lin Shen pondered for a moment, feeling that there must be some issue, just one that he was unaware of. Since there was no loss, Lin Shen didn't bother with it anymore and went to check out the intelligence area. Indeed, there were quite a few pieces of intelligence for sale about the Immortal Land. A search would turn up many, with prices varying greatly. The cheapest was only a penny, the most expensive a few $100s. Lin Shen first purchased a piece of intelligence for a penny to check it out, and discovered that the Immortal Land mentioned in the intelligence could all be found in the data on Skynet. In fact, some immortal lands were merely rumors, and whether they actually existed was still an unknown. Rather than calling it intelligence, it would be more accurate to call it a collection of publicly available information. You get what you pay for, Lin Shen muttered to himself and hesitated to buy any more intelligence for the time being. Cheap didn't mean good quality, but expensive didn't necessarily mean it was good either. Lin Shen thought for a moment, then posted his own intelligence purchasing information. He was willing to use $100 in exchange for intelligence about the Immortal Land. He required not only detailed information about the Immortal Land, but also demanded the provider to offer entrance qualifications to the Immortal Land. Lin Shen also knew of many immortal lands owned by the large clans, but they would not let him use them for free and often wouldn't let people from outside their clans use them at all. What use was knowing about them? After posting this purchase request and paying 100 commerce star coins, Lin Shen went to browse other trading zones. Before long, Lin Shen suddenly received a trade request and found that someone wanted to trade for his 100 commerce star coins. He opened the other party's trade item and found a piece of paper. The paper was unfolded and there was writing on it, but it wasn't intelligence information about the Immortal Land. Exclusive Immortal Land, mutated quality, undeveloped, can lead the way. 100 is not enough, fixed price 1,000, can add to communicate details, communication number. Lin Shen didn't expect such a tactic, but added the other party's communication could potentially expose his identity, so he was somewhat hesitant. On second thought, even if his identity was exposed, it didn't matter. Others knowing that he wanted to achieve nirvana wouldn't affect him much. Moreover, not many people knew his communication number. It would be hard to guess who he was through the number alone. So, Lin Shen memorized the other party's communication number and added them as a friend. The other party's communication nickname was Devil Muscle Man, which was certainly an easy name to remember. Chapter 875, Sinister Path. Chapter 875, Sinister Path, 1,000 yuan. First I take you there, and once we confirm it's a place you can freely enter and exit. Immortal land, then you pay. Devil Muscle Man sent a text message. Where is it? Lin Shen responded with a message. Friend, do you think I'm stupid? If I tell you where it is, would you still pay me? Let's set a meeting place. I'll take you there directly and you can pay after you see the goods. Devil Muscle Man's message quickly arrived. Sure, but I am currently on a celestial race planet and there's a war going on here. It's not very convenient to meet, right? Lin Shen replied. No problem, I can come pick you up, but you have to cover both of our transportation costs, Devil Muscle Man replied in a way that surprised Lin Shen. He had planned to wait until the war was over before checking out the mentioned immortal land. He hadn't expected the other party to boast so mightily, claiming to come over to the celestial race's side to fetch him, which seemed a bit too false. The planet I'm on requires more than 3 transits to leave the celestial race area, and the planets where these transit stations are located have all been taken by the rebels. Are you sure you can get me out? Lin Shen probed. Just pay extra. As long as you have the money, I can do it any time, Devil Muscle Man replied promptly. Are you with the rebels? Lin Shen slightly frowned. Now, the only ones who would dare to say such things would probably be from the God-making race, and this Devil Muscle Man must be one of them. You don't need to mind anything else. Just tell me if you want to make the deal, Devil Muscle Man replied impatiently. I need some assurance of safety. If you cannot assure that, we'll have to wait until the rebellion is over to make the deal, Lin Shen said. I don't have time to wait for you. Devil Muscle Man sent this message and then directly requested a video call. What's up? Lin Shen declined the video call. You want assurance? This is your assurance. Devil Muscle Man sent another video request. After thinking it over, Lin Shen covered his own video, not letting the other party see him, and then chose to answer the call. The communicator quickly projected the other party's image, and to Lin Shen's surprise, the person nicknamed Devil Muscle Man was actually a very beautiful and cute woman, which completely contrasted her nickname. This assurance works, right? Can we deal now? The woman asked. Lin Shen was confused by her question as he had only seen the woman's appearance and nothing else. How did that constitute assurance? What assurance? Lin Shen asked puzzledly. Don't you recognize me? The woman slightly frowned. Lin Shen suddenly realized this woman must be very famous. Her assurance must rest on her reputation and reliability. Sorry, I'm just a shallow, ordinary person. Could you please tell me who you are? Lin Shen asked. Sinister Path, Yu Yan. The woman did not introduce Lin Shen's covered video and spoke indifferently. Yu Yan, upon hearing the name, Lin Shen really got shocked. Sinister Path was an organization, similar to the God-making race, not a reference to a specific race. Unlike the God-making race, although Sinister Path sounds a bit sinister, it has a very good reputation in the cosmos. Sinister Path mainly engages in escorting goods or people, which, in ancient times, would probably resemble courier services. Yu Yan is currently the leader of Sinister Path, an immortal-level powerhouse whose reputation was indeed highly respected everywhere in the cosmos. Indeed, she was qualified to say that she herself was the assurance. Lin Shen had heard of the reputation of Sinister Path and Yu Yan, but had never dealt with them as he hadn't needed to and was not concerned about these matters. He searched on the cosmic web and indeed saw the image data of Yu Yan, who really was the person in the video. But considering how big Sinister Path's business was, he wondered why their leader would take an interest in such a small amount of money and personally come to fetch him for this deal. So, it's Boss Yu. You're really willing to personally take on this small deal? Lin Shen asked tentatively. Do you want to make the deal or not? Just give a straightforward answer. Yu Yan was clearly not a gentle person and was somewhat quick-tempered. Due to the emergence of Commerce Star, Sinister Path's business had been greatly impacted, and in just over a month, many members were unable to sustain and withdrew, and branches started closing one after another. Sinister Path had developed over many years and generations, only to be devastated by the emergence of Commerce Star. Who would have thought that such a large organization with branches in all major races and a power that rivaled some medium to large races would fall apart so quickly, almost faster than the speed of light? In the wake of the new era, those left behind by the times didn't even hear their curtain call. Seeing Lin Shen's appearance clearly, Yu Yan exclaimed with some surprise, Lin Shen? Yes, it's me. Any problem? Lin Shen nodded slightly. No problem, but the pickup fee is an additional 200 yuan, which needs to be paid up front. The 1,000 yuan can be paid after seeing Immortal Land, Yu Yan said. Okay, I'll add another 200 yuan. Wait for me at Immortal Land and then bring me back, Lin Shen agreed readily, unafraid of spending the money. 200 yuan is already included. You can trust Sinister Path's service, Yu Yan said. All right, come pick me up. Lin Shen used the Commerce Star system to post a 200 yuan purchase information. Yu Yan posted the same note and Lin Shen agreed to the deal. The note arrived in front of Lin Shen and 200 yuan was transferred to Yu Yan's account. The next second, Yu Yan suddenly appeared where the note was, causing Lin Shen to instinctively step back and draw his sword. Don't be scared, it's just spatial transmission ability, Yu Yan said calmly. Lin Shen looked at Yu Yan, slightly surprised, not by her spatial transmission ability. He had figured out that Yu Yan used the note as a medium and spatial coordinate to transport herself in front of him. Compared to that, Tianjuyu's spatial transmission ability was much stronger, hardly needing any medium or coordinates. What really surprised Lin Shen was that, in the video, Yu Yan appeared with a baby-faced visage, leading him to think she was a cute petite girl. But now that they were face-to-face, he realized that Yu Yan was probably taller than 1.9 meters, a bit taller than Lin Shen himself. Her appearance and stature were a stark contrast. Before meeting her, he imagined her as a cute LOLI. But upon meeting, he realized that shorter men in her presence tend to feel somewhat dependent and diminutive. Chapter 876, Immortal Volcano. Chapter 876, Chapter 876, Immortal Volcano. Let's go. Lin Shen waited for Yu Yan to teleport him to Immortal Land together. Don't rush, I need to prepare first, Yu Yan said as she took out a spirit base that looked like a brush. Using the brush-like spirit base, Yu Yan drew a special array on the ground, then said to Lin Shen, "Come on, the teleportation is about to start." Only then did Lin Shen realize that Yu Yan's teleportation ability originated from that brush-shaped spirit base. She herself did not possess the ability for spatial transmission. Lin Shen stepped onto the array, and with a final stroke of the spirit pen in Yu Yan's hand, the array immediately burst into light. After a moment of spatial distortion, Lin Shen found he had left Commerce Star and arrived next to a great river that surged downstream like a giant serpent. "Where is this?" Lin Shen asked Yu Yan. "If you want to know the exact location of Immortal Land, that's a separate price, you'll have to pay extra," Yu Yan said. Lin Shen shook his head. He only needed to use Immortal Land once, so knowing the exact location was pointless. He was wary of Yu Yan, knowing that with his current strength, it wouldn't be easy for an immortal to kill him, and he was also prepared with means of escape. He wasn't too afraid. "Let's go," Yu Yan said as she followed the riverbank upstream. "Why not teleport directly there?" Lin Shen asked as he walked alongside Yu Yan. "How can you lack such common sense? Immortal Land affects the laws of order. If we teleport directly there, it's very likely to go wrong. Who knows where you'd end up, perhaps directly in the mouth of an immortal creature, dying without knowing how," Yu Yan explained as they walked. Yu Yan's tone wasn't particularly pleasant, but Lin Shen didn't take it personally and just followed her upstream. It seems she also realized her temper wasn't the best. After walking for a while and seeing that Lin Shen remained silent, she spoke again. "This planet has a no-fly restriction. We can't fly. We should move as fast as possible to reach Immortal Land sooner." "All right," Lin Shen nodded and continued on with Yu Yan. This planet seemed to have never been developed, completely void of human traces, just like Yu Yan had claimed, her exclusive discovery. To accommodate him, Yu Yan slowed her pace slightly, though fortunately, Lin Shen wasn't that slow either, and it didn't take long for them to reach the Immortal Land Yu Yan mentioned. "Do you see that island in the center of the lake?" Yu Yan pointed towards a lake that resembled an ocean. "Is that Immortal Land?" Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. "Indeed, that is Immortal Land. There's an immortal creature in this lake, and there's not much I can do about it, so when we swim over, you must stick close to me. If it comes out, I will ensure your safety," Yu Yan said as she prepared to enter the lake. "Hold on," Lin Shen stopped her. "What is it?" Yu Yan asked, frowning. "I'm not very good at swimming," Lin Shen admitted. He had always meant to learn to swim, but he kept forgetting. Yu Yan frowned even more deeply. "We can't fly here, we can only swim across." "Don't you have any pets that can swim?" Lin Shen asked. "No, and it wouldn't matter if I did. Putting a pet in the water would be like feeding the immortal creature." Yu Yan thought for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll carry you as we swim." "No need, I'll manage on my own." Lin Shen shook his head. "This place is too dangerous for carelessness." "Since you can't swim, the only option is for me to carry you," Yu Yan insisted firmly. "Although I can't swim, I can tread water. I can run across the surface of the water, so don't worry about me. As long as you don't swim too fast, I can keep up." Lin Shen did not want to enter the water. He wasn't much of a swimmer himself, and with an immortal creature below, he wasn't keen on entrusting his life to someone else. Treading water? Yu Yan thought Lin Shen was a bit out of his mind. If it were possible to tread water and cross, why would she need to swim? However, Yu Yan felt it was pointless to argue with Lin Shen. He would find out for himself soon enough. Once he fell into the water, she would carry him to Lake Heart Island. "You go ahead, I'll follow," Lin Shen said to Yu Yan. Yu Yan said nothing more and dove into the lake. Though she was tall, her body was well proportioned and didn't seem clumsy. Ignoring her height, her figure and curves were top-notch. Yu Yan swam through the lake like a mermaid, her graceful form merging with the water, turning what Lin Shen considered uncomfortable currents into a boosting force for Yu Yan. Yu Yan didn't dare to swim too fast, just covering a short distance before turning her head to check if Lin Shen had fallen into the water so she could return and bring him to Lake Heart Island. But to her surprise, upon looking back, she saw Lin Shen indeed treading on the lake water as if he were an ethereal immortal. Puzzled, Yu Yan wondered what trick Lin Shen used to walk upon the water's surface. Lin Shen, who could be compared to Dai Isi, indeed has something extraordinary about him. Yu Yan stopped dwelling on the question and swam forward. Her speed was quick, but it was clearly restrained. Otherwise, with an immortal's power and speed, reaching Lake Heart Island would be a matter of blinking. Lin Shen, treading water, walked beside Yu Yan, and they both swiftly neared Lake Heart Island. The immortal creature Yu Yan spoke of didn't appear, and soon enough they arrived at the island. Lin Shen waited for Yu Yan to climb ashore before he set foot on the island himself, observing his surroundings. It was a volcanic island they were on, the entire landmass being a volcano, with other parts likely formed by the accumulation of volcanic rocks from eruptions. From a distance, Lin Shen saw intense power fluctuations emitting a strange purple light at the mouth of the volcano. If everything is fine, let's settle the account. Yu Yan extended her hand. We're not on Commerce Star. How can I transfer money to you? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Yu Yan thought about it and conceded. Then you can transfer it to me after you return to Commerce Star. Don't worry, you won't miss a single cent, Lin Shen said and headed towards the volcano's crater. I have advice for you. If you're considering undergoing nirvana here, you'd better give up that thought, Yu Yan suddenly interjected. Why? Lin Shen turned back and asked. The immortal power here is too strong. Undergoing nirvana here would most likely turn you into something non-human, Yu Yan warned. I like it strong, Lin Shen smiled and climbed towards the volcano. Chapter 877 Jade Refinement Mountain. Chapter 877 Jade Refinement Mountain. Jade Refinement Mountain. Jade laughed and chose not to speak. She had seen far too many youthful, spirited young men like this. Everyone has their youthful days, their days of reckless abandon. Jade didn't see anything wrong with Lin Shen's attitude. If not reckless in youth, should one wait until old age to disrespect elders? Watching Lin Shen's confident demeanor, Jade's mood actually improved a bit. Sinister path is over when it's over. I am still young, I still have capital, and I can start over again. If this path doesn't work out, then I'll switch to another. As long as I persist, Jade said, looking at Lin Shen's ascending figure, a smile appearing on her face, sinister path will always exist. But this Jade Refinement Mountain is not so easily harnessed for nirvana. It's not a bad thing for young people to suffer a bit. Jade slowly made her way up the mountain. No one knew the prowess of Jade Refinement Mountain better than her, for it was there that she had undergone her nirvana. It was her master who had brought her here back then. Without her master's help, she wouldn't have had the ability to achieve nirvana on Jade Refinement Mountain by herself. Lin Shen reached the summit and looked at the glowing purple lights inside the mouth of the mountain, resembling a massive energy reactor. His gaze couldn't penetrate the purple light, and he couldn't see exactly what was inside. This mountain is called Jade Refinement Mountain, nurturing within it a mutation called Jade Figurine, an immortal creature. Though it appears scorching, the attribute here is not of the fire series. Jade, who had walked up, looked at the glowing purple light inside the mountain mouth and spoke. Is there really a Jade series attribute in the cosmos? Lin Shen asked, somewhat surprised, not having heard of this attribute before. Of course, the Jade attribute is rare, but it is also a major classification. It's just that the formation of the Jade attribute is very complex, and it's exceptionally difficult to use it to achieve nirvana. Therefore, few people possess the power of nirvana with Jade attributes, Jade said with a smile. Lin Shen looked at Jade with some amazement. She had been quite irritable before, a stark contrast to her seemingly much improved temper now. Do you know how Jade is formed? Jade asked. I don't know. Lin Shen shook his head slightly. Most people only know steel is made through 100 refinements, but don't realize that jade is also formed in the same way, yet its process is even more complex than that of steel, and it also involves various random factors. Forged by the heavens and shaped by the earth, it further requires the sedimentation of time. No two jades in the world are exactly the same. This is due to different elements nurturing the jades, each affecting the jade differently. The energy inside this Jade Refinement Mountain is similar, mixed and impure, potentially harboring unexpected elemental attributes. It's difficult for one's body to merge with such chaotic elemental attributes, thus, undergoing nirvana here can easily lead to problems, Jade patiently explained. Lin Shen didn't seem to mind. Thinking back to his first nirvana, the chaotic mix of nirvana attributes within his body was unimaginable. Could the energy here be more chaotic than last time? Thank you for the warning. Lin Shen thanked Jade and stepped forward, letting himself fall into the crater of the volcano. Plop! Lin Shen felt his body plunge into magma. Intense heat rushed toward him, completely enveloping his body without leaving any gaps. The terrifying temperature that could instantaneously melt even steel, however, did nothing to Lin Shen's body, which was comparable to an immortal being. He just felt somewhat warm. What felt surreal to Lin Shen was that this terrifying heat wasn't the real energy of the immortal land. Amid this heat, a hint of coolness entered his body. This was the genuine base mutation power of Jade Refinement Mountain. Outside the body, the high temperature could melt steel, but inside, a chill gradually surged in. Under the mixture of hot and cold, Lin Shen couldn't help but shiver. If you can't hold on any longer, just call out to me, Jade Figurine called from outside. For just 100 more, I can pull you out. Okay, I'll call you if I need. Lin Shen's head emerged from the hot liquid as he responded to Jade Figurine. Hearing Lin Shen's voice, Jade Figurine felt there was no immediate trouble, so she said no more and just waited for Lin Shen to call for help when he couldn't bear it any longer. Lin Shen submerged himself back into the liquid. The chill inside him grew stronger, but it did not counteract the scorching heat on the outside. He was getting colder almost to the point of freezing into ice inside, while the outside was blazing hot as if it would scorch his skin red. Jade Figurine said that the energy here is mixed and impure, so why do I only feel this cool energy pouring inside me and not other energies? Lin Shen pondered in confusion. Given Jade Figurine's status and standing, she shouldn't have given promises that could be immediately disproven, as that would be pointless. Although confused, the absence of mixed energies was better, and today might just present an opportunity for a second nirvana. Evolution theory inside him operated at high speed, continuously strengthening Lin Shen's body to adapt to the extreme environment here. After a while, Lin Shen felt his body was filled with this icy energy, yet his body hadn't entered the state of nirvana. This is really life-threatening. Can it be that I cannot achieve nirvana after all? Lin Shen could only continue enduring, hoping it was just a matter of insufficient energy and that the state of nirvana had not yet begun. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt as if something had touched him, making all the hairs on his body stand on end. There's something in here. Could it be the Jade Figurine that Jade Figurine mentioned? Lin Shen dared not move his body. He couldn't see anything and could only rely on his sense of feeling. Jade Figurine said this was a mutated immortal land, so the Jade Figurines born here were mutated immortal creatures, and he wasn't sure if his body could withstand an attack from such creatures. However, after waiting a while, Lin Shen didn't feel the flow of liquid. It's strange. Could it be that Jade Figurines absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and aren't interested in flesh, so they have no interest in my mundane body of flesh and blood? Lin Shen wondered when suddenly he felt something touch his arm again. Instinctively, Lin Shen reached out and grabbed, and indeed he caught something. What Lin Shen grabbed felt slippery, like some kind of soft-bodied animal. It felt a bit like a snake or octopus, which gave Lin Shen a creepy feeling. He wasn't sure whether to grip it tightly or let it go. If he gripped it tightly and didn't manage to kill it and it bit back, Lin Shen wasn't sure he could defend against it. To let go meant he was blind and clueless, making him more scared and hurt, and he could no longer continue the nirvana. Yet, the creature he caught didn't try to struggle or escape after Lin Shen grabbed it, letting him manipulate it in his hand, which made him uncertain how to proceed. Chapter 878, Alien Species. Chapter 878, Chapter 878, Alien Species. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, having already caught the thing. Since it didn't flee, he decided to feel it and figure out what it really was. The section that Lin Shen's palm touched felt as thick as an arm, but when his fingers squeezed it, the object deformed, as if it had no bones at all. Suppressing the pounding in his heart, Lin Shen reached out with his other hand to touch it. The sensation was the same in both hands, a soft, springy feeling, along with being extremely smooth. With just a little force from his fingers, the object deformed along with the pressure, much like squeezing a jelly, except it was not as easily broken as jelly. After being squeezed and deformed, the object didn't spring back immediately when Lin Shen released it. In fact, it bounced back very slowly, leaving Lin Shen unable to make heads or tails of what this thing could be. As Lin Shen felt along the object, he came full circle back to his starting point, still able to feel the dents where he had deformed it with his fingers. Could this possibly be a life preserver? Lin Shen was full of doubt. Judging from what he had felt, it seemed to be a life preserver-shaped circular object. But what kind of life preserver could withstand such high temperatures without turning to ash? What in the world is this thing? Lin Shen was no longer as scared as he had been before. The object seemed like a non-living thing devoid of life, showing no reaction no matter how he pinched or manipulated it. Moreover, Lin Shen had never seen any creature that resembled a life preserver. After hesitating, Lin Shen floated up out of the liquid and lifted the object in his hands, wanting to see what it actually was. Upon hearing the sound of the liquid below, Yulanya immediately asked, "Do you need me to pull you out?" The fact that Lin Shen had managed to stay submerged for so long was somewhat surprising to Yulanya. "No need," Lin Shen replied, his eyes still fixated on the object in his hands. Outside the liquid, the purple light was dazzling. Normally, he shouldn't have been able to see anything. However, the object he held emitted an iridescent glow, and even amidst the intense purple light, its form was clearly visible. The thing Lin Shen held did indeed resemble a life preserver, just a bit thicker than his arm and transparent, yet it exhibited iridescent colors. Viewed from different angles, it showed different sparkling colors, looking exceedingly beautiful. Lin Shen squeezed it again, and the object deformed to his touch as if it offered no resistance at all. It deformed in any way he manipulated it. By now, Lin Shen was certain that this thing probably wasn't a living creature. He had no idea what material it was made of. Base mutation land should give birth to creatures even if they are not eggs but some kind of life form. Why is there such a strange thing? What exactly is it? Lin Shen kneaded and squeezed it into a mass, resembling a large chunk of jelly. But the object was extremely light, undulating in the liquid, unable to sink down but also not floating completely on the surface. The reason Lin Shen had managed to touch it might be because his entry stirred the movement of the liquid, causing it to drift and float towards him. Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to study what material this was. He tossed it aside and continued absorbing the energy of the immortal land, hoping to achieve a second nirvana. After a while, Lin Shen felt something touch his body again. Extending his hand, he caught it. It was that object again, having drifted over. He simply ignored it from then on. The thing was rising and falling beside Lin Shen, who paid it no mind. At that moment, Lin Shen suddenly felt the energy flowing into his body go from a cool sensation to something more complex. More and more strange energies entered Lin Shen's body, causing him to experience a myriad of sensations. His body reacted with sourness, itchiness, pain, numbness, coldness, heat, pleasure, and torment all at once. Yulenya didn't lie to me. The energy of Jade Refinement Mountain is indeed complex, but why didn't I absorb such energy just now, and now it suddenly appears? Lin Shen's heart stirred, and he reached out to touch the object. It was right beside him. He reached out and grabbed it in his hand, then pushed it away. Doing so, when Lin Shen absorbed energy once more, he felt only the clear, cool energy again. Could it be that those chaotic energies were all absorbed by that strange object? Lin Shen swam over, found the object he had thrown away, took it in his hands, and once again circulated evolution theory to absorb energy. All sorts of chaotic energies entered his body once more, even more than before. It's indeed this thing, the chaotic energy of Jade Refinement Mountain. It was all absorbed by it. No wonder I didn't absorb other exotic energies earlier. They were all in here. Lin Shen held the strange object in both hands, facing a difficult choice, whether or not to absorb the chaotic energy within it. In the end, Lin Shen decided to set it aside for the time being and first attempt to achieve nirvana with the pure, cool energy. If it didn't work, he would absorb its chaotic energy. As time ticked away, Yulenya had been waiting above for a long time. She hadn't seen Lin Shen emerge, and there was no response from below. She started to worry a bit, hesitating whether to go down and check. However, she was somewhat unsure whether Lin Shen had already started on the nirvana plate. If Lin Shen had already entered the state of nirvana, disturbing him now would be detrimental. He hasn't come out for such a long time. He must have entered the state of nirvana, Yulenya thought secretly to herself. A person who could be named alongside DEC indeed has some skills, being able to achieve nirvana in Jade Refinement Mountain on his own. As Yulenya was thinking, she suddenly frowned and directed her gaze towards the lake. There on the lake surface, a small boat was approaching Lakeheart Island, and on that boat stood several figures. Only my master and I knew the location of the teleporter on Langya Jade Cave Star. My master has long passed away. How could anyone come here? Yulenya stared at the boat, which soon approached, and she recognized the people standing on it. Yulenya? Yulenya got a clear look at the man at the bow of the boat. Seeing the people behind Yulenya, Yulenya's frown deepened. Yulenya, why are you here? The man at the bow also saw Yulenya on the mountain and spoke as if questioning her. That's what I should be asking you. How did you get here, and why bring outsiders? Yulenya retorted. Langya Jade Cave Star is the inheritance left to me by Master. What's so strange about me being here? Yulenya replied with a cold snort. The inheritance left to you by Master? Yulenya was dumbfounded by his remark. Chapter 879, Star Pact. Chapter 879, Chapter 879, Star Pact Langya Jade Cave. Star is indeed the inheritance of our master, but he designated me as the successor of the Sinister Path, and Langya Jade Cave Star is also part of the Sinister Path. Since when did it belong to you? Yu Yan coldly looked at Yulenya and said. Yulenya disdainfully replied, Master let you take over the Sinister Path because he wanted you to expand and glorify it. Otherwise, why would he hand it over to a mere woman like you? The Sinister Path is almost ruined by you now, and you still have the nerve to mention that you are the sect, Master. If Master were still alive, he'd probably be angered to death by now. Yulenya mockingly said, Now that the Sinister Path is basically gone, I naturally have to protect this inheritance for Master and prevent you from causing further disaster. From now on, I will manage the Langya Jade Cave Star, so don't come here anymore. You think you can manage just because you say so? Don't forget, I am still the sect master of the Sinister Path, and as long as I am around, it's not your turn to be in charge, Yu Yan said with a cold face. Yulenya was not angry but instead laughed. You be in charge? On what grounds? Do you have the Star Pact of Langya Jade Cave Star? The Star Pact had already been lost. Langya Jade Cave Star has always been registered under my Sinister Path, and since I am the sect master of course, I have the authority, Yu Yan said. Who says Langya Jade Cave Star is registered under Sinister Path? You don't have the Star Pact, but I do. Langya Jade Cave Star is registered under my name. It's my personal property. The person who should leave is you, my dear senior sister, Yulenya said, her face full of mockery as she pulled out a Star Pact. The Star Pact was a certificate similar to a deed issued by a Universal Star Rights Certification Association, formed jointly by the Supreme Clan and 17 other great cosmic clans. It signified that the ownership of this planet was recognized by the Supreme Clan among the 17 great cosmic clans, essentially accredited by the entire cosmos. Fake, Yu Yan could guess without looking that the Star Pact Yu Langya held was definitely forged, as the Star Pact of the Langya Jade Cave Star had always been under Sinister Path, and only Master had the authority to change its registration. Unfortunately, since Yu Yan's master had died in battle, even his body hadn't been preserved and the Star Pact had also been destroyed, so it was impossible for the Star Pact to be changed to Yu Langya's name. Senior sister, you better look clearly before you speak. Yu Langya unfolded the Star Pact, letting Yu Yan have a good look. Seeing Yu Langya's confidence, Yu Yan couldn't help but be somewhat puzzled. If it were a fake Star Pact, why would Yu Langya act this way? Although not believing that the Star Pact in Yu Langya's hand was real, Yu Yan still carefully examined it. As she looked, Yu Yan's expression gradually changed. The more she looked, the more real it seemed, with the secret technique imprints left by the 17 great clans, something that couldn't be faked. The contents also clearly displayed the cosmic coordinates and ownership rights of Langya Jade Cave Star, listing Yu Langya as the Star Lord. Impossible. What trick did you use to deceive the inspectors from the Star Rights Association and obtain Langya Jade Cave Star under your name? Yu Yan's face looked very unpleasant. The Langya Jade Cave Star could be considered the Sinister Path's last recourse, as well as the final bond between Master and Yu Yan. Yu Yan could not tolerate such an outcome. Deceive? Looking at Yu Yan, Yu Langya's eyes were filled with pity. Senior sister, you really are a pitiful creature. The inspectors of the Star Rights Association are not ones who can be bribed or fooled. If Master hadn't transferred the position of Star Lord of Langya Jade Cave Star to me, do you think I could have obtained this Star Pact? Will the Master really hand over Langya Jade Cave Star to you? Yu Langya said disdainfully. If Master really valued you, he wouldn't have entrusted the position of Sect Master of the Sinister Path to me instead of you. You really are a pitiful, ignorant fool, Yu Langya sneered. Let me ask you, do you know what my name is? What do you mean? Yu Langya frowned. What is this planet called? Yu Langya ignored her and continued talking. You mean to say your name is the same as Langya Jade Cave Star? That doesn't prove anything, she replied. No, it's enough to prove that Langya Jade Cave Star was always meant to be mine. Since I am the Master's bloodline, his own son, the very reason he named me Langya is to tell everyone that Langya Jade Cave Star was prepared for me. Yu Langya looked at Yu Langya with a face full of shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. That's impossible. If you were Master's bloodline, how could he not acknowledge you? Acknowledging me, how could he make you willingly toil for the Sinister Path, thinking that you had acquired the Sinister Path and devoted everything to it? Yu Langya looked at her as if she were a fool. I just didn't expect you to be so useless, unable even to protect the Sinister Path, ruining our family's generations of effort. Now, Langya Jade Cave Star is the last property of our family. How could I possibly let a foolish woman like you further ruin it? Yu Langya had lived for many years, but in that moment her worldview was mercilessly torn apart, as if someone had thrown it to the ground and trampled it vehemently. She found it extremely hard to believe everything Yu Langya said, nor could she believe that their master was the kind of person Yu Langya described. Yet, the Star Pact was in Yu Langya's hands. If the Master hadn't transferred the rights of the star to Yu Langya early, how else could he possess that Star Pact? Yu Langya Master is already dead. Don't think you can slander him in such a manner or try to provoke me like this. It's futile. As long as I'm here, Langya Jade Cave Star will only ever belong to the Sinister Path. With a thought, a three-legged jade furnace appeared before her. She couldn't believe that the Master would be such a person, and she was certain that the Master did not favor Yu Langya as a disciple, even disliked him intensely and often scolded him. His kindness towards him wasn't even a tenth of what he showed towards her, Yu Langya. Everything Yu Langya said must be false. Do you dare to fight me, not fearing the Star Rights Association? Yu Langya glanced at her and sneered. Once I kill you, this will be a leaderless star, and there will be nothing to fear, Yu Langya said coldly. Leave behind the Star Pact now, and out of the consideration of our being from the same sect, I will spare your life. You truly have no idea what's coming for you. Men, help me kill her. Afterwards, we'll re-establish the Sinister Path here on this star, Yu Langya told the people behind him. Yu Langya recognized each of those men. They were all the toxic members she had expelled from the Sinister Path, each corrupt and of questionable morals, which is why she had kicked them out. When she saw them earlier, Yu Langya was somewhat puzzled as to why Yu Langya would be with them. We've long found this woman distasteful. Today, we will help the young master to restore order from chaos, deal with this vile woman, and together with the young master, we will revive the reputation of our Sinister Path. The men's gazes were fixed on Yu Langya, filled with deep-seated hatred. Chapter 880, Heavenly Refining Jade Furnace. Chapter 880, Heavenly Refining Jade Furnace. If it were not for Yu Langya, they would not have been kicked out of the Sinister Path. When the Sinister Path was at its peak, they did not dare to trouble Yu Langya. Now the Sinister Path no longer exists. Only Yu Langya remains, a lone figure. Naturally, they wanted to settle old scores and grievances. It's not just that Yulangya asked them to take action. Even if Yulangya had said nothing, they could not have easily made peace with Yulangya. Their character might be lacking, but that does not mean their strength is any less. Each of these individuals is an immortal-level powerhouse. The crowd reached Lakeheart Island, and strikes imbued with the power of laws descended upon Yulangya. With a mere thought from Yulangya, the three-legged jade furnace suddenly enlarged, towering majestically as its lid also opened, releasing a powerful suction force, forcefully absorbing everyone's law power into the furnace. The lid of the jade furnace closed automatically, several types of law power incessantly intertwined and transformed inside, radiating light within the furnace. When Yulangya and others tried to attack Yulangya again, the furnace lid opened once more, and unexpectedly, sword pellets flew out, slashing towards the group. Yulangya, facing 7 immortals alone, still managed to have the upper hand. The jade furnace ingested and refined the power of Nirvana, absorbing all the power the 7 had unleashed into the furnace, and then transforming it into sword pellets to counterstrike them, causing the 7 immortals to be in a terribly sorry state momentarily. Yulangya, your jade furnace's heart-refining law has grown even more powerful. To think you could hold your ground against the 7 of us at the Earth Law Realm. Unfortunately, it's still just the Earth Law Realm, unable to reach the Heavenly Law Realm, Yulangya said, while contending with Yulangya using his law power. It's enough to deal with you, Yulangya replied expressionlessly. Do you know why you can't enter the Heavenly Law Realm? Yulangya suddenly asked. You're not going to say it's related to my master again, are you? Yulangya scoffed. Yulangya chuckled. You guessed it. When you were undergoing Nirvana at Jade Refinement Mountain, your master must have intervened. Sorry to disappoint you, but if my master hadn't helped me, I would have turned into a non-human during Nirvana. My life was given by my master, and no matter how you try to instigate, it's useless, Yulangya scoffed back. Haha, are you sure that's true? Yulangya laughed wildly. If it weren't for your master intervening, preventing you from passing through Nirvana with your true heart, you wouldn't have remained stuck in the Earth Law Realm. No matter what you say, you can't shake my mental state, so stop wasting your breath, Yulangya said, strengthening the power of the jade furnace again. Streams of sword pellets shot out from the furnace, transforming into powerful laws, forcing the 7 people back step by step. Yulangya and the others had no choice but to burst forth with all their strength, using their life bases to counter the sword pellets. Come on, Yulangya uttered softly as divine light burst forth from within the jade furnace, wrapping around the 7 people's life bases swirling in the air, and in a 1-against-7 situation, pulled all 7 life bases into the jade furnace. The lid of the jade furnace shut with a loud clatter, and the 7 life bases inside thrashed from side to side but failed to break free. Swaying uncertainly in the air, the jade furnace's light flickered dimly and brightly, burning and refining those 7 life bases. The group's faces turned extremely unsightly, and their hearts were filled with horror. Yulangya, with the power of 1, suppressed the life bases of 7 people, seemingly at ease, a strength that was quite frightening indeed. Several among them were at the Earth Law Realm, yet they seemed no match for Yu Yan, unable to overcome him even by ganging up. At this moment, they all regretted provoking Yu Yan. Yu Yan had subdued Sinister Path for many years. Although he wasn't at the Heavenly Law Realm, his combat power was no less than that of the Great Ones in the Heavenly Law Realm. At this time, their life bases were suppressed by Yu Yan. If they were forcibly refined, they would lose their life bases and suffer heavy personal damages, making their future situations even more difficult. As they were regretting, they saw Yu Yan suddenly spew a mouthful of fresh blood. The jade furnace, which had suppressed 7 immortal life bases, had cracked, and a single dark jade horn flew out. It was indeed Yulangya's life base. Once the jade furnace cracked, the firelight inside it poured out, and the other life bases trapped and being refined inside also burst forth. Yulangya looked at Yu Yan with a sinister smile. You didn't expect this, did you? My life base, the Peerless Jade, was specifically prepared for you. You have always thought my life base useless, not fast or strong, without any advantage in combat. But what you don't know is that its power needs to be slowly accumulated. Coupled with my jade breaking law, all this was prepared for you. I know the weaknesses of your heavenly refining jade furnace, and my law power restrains yours. One could say I'm your nemesis. It might be difficult for others to kill you, but for me, it's just a matter of flipping my hand. How did you know the heavenly refining jade furnace has this flaw? Yu Yan, ignoring his injury and the damaged heavenly refining jade furnace, stared intently at Yulangya. Only her and her master knew of her life base's defect. Her master had said that even if he died, he wouldn't let a third person know of this flaw in the heavenly refining jade furnace. But now Yulangya knew about this flaw, and his life base and law seemed specifically designed to counter the heavenly refining jade furnace. Even if Yu Yan's faith was strong and she trusted her master, these coincidences were hard to explain in the face of reality. If not for the master's betrayal, why would Yulangya have become the Star Lord of Langya Jade Cave Star, possessing the Star Pact? If not informed by the master, why would Yulangya know of the flaw in the heavenly refining jade furnace, and why were his life base and law specifically used to counter her and the heavenly refining jade furnace? If the master was not at fault, none of this could be explained. Many things could only be done by the master himself. Idiot, I've already made myself very clear. Don't you understand now? You're merely a chess piece to me and the master, and not even a competent one at that. You're useless now. Go die. With these words filled with gritted teeth, Yulangya's peerless jade life base attacked Yu Yan once again. The other immortals, seeing the cracks on Yu Yan's jade furnace inflicted by the peerless jade, were thrilled beyond measure and did not hesitate to release their own life bases, bombarding the heavenly refining jade furnace in concert. The heavenly refining jade furnace, already damaged, significantly reduced in power, struggled to contend with the peerless jade life base. Only today did Yu Yan realize the strong suppressive effect the peerless jade had against the heavenly refining jade furnace. Yu Yan burst forth with all her strength, joining the battle personally, but under the relentless bombardment of the 7 immortal life bases and having already sustained heavy injuries, she was powerless to turn the tide. Yu Yan's body, struck by various immortal laws, hit the heavenly refining jade furnace and smashed into it through the breach. Yulangya and his companions, with fierce expressions, relentlessly bombarded the heavenly refining jade furnace, aiming to shatter it along with Yu Yan inside. Chapter 881, Trust and Betrayal. Chapter 881, Trust and Betrayal. Everyone thought Jade's speech was doomed to die. The badly damaged heavenly refining jade furnace and the seriously injured Jade speech simply couldn't withstand their attacks anymore. The 7 life bases bombarded the heavenly refining jade furnace one after another, which was already full of cracks and holes. One by one, the life bases struck along the cracks of the jade furnace, smashing its walls and turning the heavenly refining jade furnace into a sieve riddled with 1,000 holes. The peerless jade even punctured a large hole in the furnace and flew right in. Yulangya's mouth curled into a sneer. This woman he found incredibly annoying was finally dead. Although it was a trap set by Yulangya and his son for Jade's speech, it is undeniable that it was because of Yulangya's own inadequacy and inability to shoulder great responsibilities that Jade's speech's master had to make such an arrangement in advance. So even though Jade's speech was continuously exploited by them, Yulangya still found her very annoying. In his heart he was jealous of her. Useless thing. You couldn't even hold the sinister path. What a waste of all the effort we've put into you. Yulangya's mouth was filled with scorn, yet his heart seemed to lighten up considerably. Suddenly, Yulangya felt something wasn't right. The peerless jade had flown in for a while, and he neither heard Jade's speech's screams nor saw the peerless jade fly out of the shattered heavenly refining jade furnace. Yulangya sensed something was amiss, commanding the peerless jade to come out, but he felt as if it was trapped by some force and couldn't break free. Yulangya was shocked and quickly called several people to attack the heavenly refining jade furnace together, but they were all horrified to discover that the life bases launched at the furnace simply could not be retracted. The heavenly refining jade furnace was like a powerful magnet, firmly gripping them all. Boom! A blaze shot up from within the furnace, and this time the fire didn't just burn within the furnace but enveloped the entire furnace itself, as if the flames intended to refine the furnace completely. She is gravely injured, and her life base will soon be destroyed. This is her final struggle, her last gasp of life. Let's bring her down together, Yulangya roared, unleashing terrifying law power to attack the burning heavenly refining jade furnace. The other immortals were also desperately attacking the heavenly refining jade furnace. Not because of Yulangya's few words, but because if they didn't free the life base, its destruction would be a severe blow to them and would significantly weaken their strength. Their terrifying power kept bombarding the fire-wrapped heavenly refining jade furnace, only to make the flames rise higher, as if their powers were adding fuel to the fire. Their attacks were not only futile but also adding fuel to the fire, making the heavenly refining jade furnace's flames grow even stronger and sending out strange ripples of the law. Some started to back away, attempting to escape. Yulangya too began to feel fear and thought about turning tail and fleeing. Boom! After a loud noise, 7 of them almost simultaneously felt their blood churning in their chests and could not help but spew out blood. They could feel that their life bases had been destroyed and would never return. Yulangya looked resentfully at the heavenly refining jade furnace which was blazing into the sky. He couldn't understand why his life base and strength, which were clearly capable of restraining Jade's speech, ended up like this. Instead, it was his life base that had been destroyed. The flames on the jade furnace dissipated, revealing a huge, crystal-clear furnace as translucent as mutton-fat jade within their field of vision. The lid of the jade furnace opened, and a body wrapped in jade armor, radiating waves of strange energy, slowly flew out from inside the furnace. You actually broke the flying restriction of the Langya Jade Cave Star. You've broken through to the Heavenly Law Realm. How is this possible? Yulangya couldn't believe it. Jade's speech had actually made a breakthrough to the Heavenly Law Realm under such circumstances. Only immortals at the Heavenly Law Realm could break the ban and fly freely on the Langya Jade Cave Star. He had been continuously striking at Jade's speech, almost grinding her self-esteem and faith to dust. Why had Jade's speech, under such circumstances, broken through to the Heavenly Law Realm? Could it be that after such treatment there wasn't a trace of resentment or hatred in her heart? Had her mindset not wavered at all? Jealousy drove Yu Lengya insane, but he dared not look at Jade's speech again. Desperately dragging his injured body towards the direction of the small boat, hoping to escape Lake Heart Island by it. The other immortals thought the same. Although they all knew they couldn't escape, they still struggled as if on the verge of death. Before they reached the small boat, they felt an unstoppable force pulling at their bodies, sucking them into the giant jade furnace. Sect Master, we were wrong. Please let us go. We are willing to be your beasts of burden, to follow your orders from this day forward. Two of the immortals in the jade furnace begged Jade's speech for mercy. Jade's speech was unmoved, but she didn't immediately use the heavenly refining jade furnace to refine them. Yu Lengya, can you now tell me the truth? Jade's speech, looking through the air vents of the jade furnace, said to the Yu Lengya inside. Yu Lengya knew that he probably couldn't escape death today, and stared at Jade's speech resentfully, saying, "What truth and lies? You are unmoved all the same. It seems we all misunderstood you, thinking you were a person of sentiment and righteousness. It turns out you were only outwardly benevolent, but inwardly malicious. You must have known our plans all along, longing for my death and that of the Master. Whether you believe it or not, I've always believed the Master is not like what you've described. My breakthrough to the heavenly law realm happened simply because I wanted to survive. Only by surviving can I prove that everything you've said is a lie, that the Master couldn't possibly be that kind of person," Jade's speech replied calmly. "So, I should thank you for letting me fix the flaw in the heavenly refining jade furnace, and for allowing me to see myself clearly and overcome the threshold in my heart. Stop with your false benevolence. If you truly appreciate me, then let me go," Yu Lengya shouted. "Tell me the truth, and I won't kill you," Jade's speech said. "What truth?" Yu Lengya paused briefly. "Why do you know the flaw in the heavenly refining jade furnace, and why is the star pact of Lengya Jade Cave Star in your possession?" Jade's speech's gaze was intense as she stared at Yu Lengya. Yu Lengya stared blankly at Jade's speech, not knowing whether she was truly naive or just pretending. Even at this point, she still wanted to prove the Master's innocence. "You want to know the truth?" Yu Lengya suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Indeed," Jade's speech nodded. "Fine, I'll tell you. The truth is right behind you," Yu Lengya suddenly spoke. Jade's speech thought Yu Lengya was deceiving her, but she suddenly felt a pain in her back. A weapon like a sword, but not a sword, like a mace, but not a mace, like a trident bayonet, pierced through her front from behind, and blood immediately flowed down the blade, blossoming like a red rose on her chest. Jade's speech struggled to turn her head, only to see a familiar yet strange face and, with a complicated expression, called out, "Master, Chapter 882, it's not your fault. Chapter 882, Chapter 882, it's not your fault." Yu Yan looked at that familiar face, yet she felt an unparalleled sense of strangeness. It was the face of the man who had saved her from a fiery pit, shielded her from the storms, raised her, and had been like a father and a teacher to her. To Yu Yan, he was someone she could entrust her life to, someone whose mere word, even if it meant sacrificing her own life, would be enough for her. Yu Yan had thought that this person could never deceive her, that he would always be her support, but now, seeing him, Yu Yan already knew that he was no longer the man she had imagined. The man who should have been dead was now standing here, and everything was clear. "Master, why?" Yu Yan, surprisingly, was not angry, but just calmly looked at him and asked, "The Yu family needs a successor, and the sinister path needs a leader. Lengya is not up to the task, so I chose you," the man said indifferently. "Why?" Yu Yan still repeated these three words. "Lengya, no matter how inadequate, is my only bloodline. You shouldn't have killed him. But this is not your fault, it's mine, for letting it come to this," the man continued. Yu Yan, with a miserable smile, said, "I thought you understood me, Master. It seems I was wrong. It's just as well. I owe you my life now. I will give it back to you. Travel well." The man drew that eerie weapon, piercing through Yu Yan's heart from front to back. Blood gushed out instantly. Yu Yan was an immortal from the heavenly law realm. Normally, such wounds would quickly stop bleeding on their own, but the blood from this wound not only didn't stop, it flowed even more fiercely. Yu Yan staggered, unable to stand steadily, and fell backward into Jade Refinement Mountain. "Master, you really didn't die." Yu Lengya saw the man walking toward the heavenly refining jade furnace and said joyfully. Many years of habit made him use the term master rather than a closer term. Yu Xuanji glanced at Yu Lengya inside the heavenly refining jade furnace and sighed lightly. "After all these years, you still haven't progressed at all. I gave you resources 10 times more than what Yu Yan had, helped you so much, yet you are still far inferior to Yu Yan, not even having reached the heavenly law realm. This situation is also difficult for you. It's not your fault. I should have made you stronger." Yu Xuanji waved his hand, and the lid of the heavenly refining jade furnace was forcibly lifted by an invisible force, releasing Yu Lengya and several other immortals who had been trapped inside. "Sect Master, it's great that you're still alive. We pledge to follow you to the death and rejuvenate the sinister path with you." As soon as a few people emerged, they hastily saluted Yu Xuanji. "These years must have been hard on you," Yu Xuanji sighed. As long as we can follow you, Sect Master, we are willing to do anything. If it weren't for that wretched woman Yu Yan, we would never have left the sinister path. Now that you are back, that's all that matter. Before one of them could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed, and the bizarre, foot-long weapon in Yu Xuanji's hand pierced from his left ear and went out the right, instantly killing him. After pulling out the weapon, blood and brain matter spewed from the man's eyes as he fell dead straight to the ground. Sect Master, why, if there was anything we did wrong, we can make amends. The remaining immortals were terrified and retreated. It's not your fault. It is all my mistake. I shouldn't let you see me, shouldn't let you know that I am still alive in this world. All this is my fault. It has nothing to do with you. You've all done very well, Yu Xuanji said, his figure flickering, already in front of another immortal, stabbing that immortal's head with the strange weapon. The remaining immortals were terrified, desperately turning to flee. The Earth Law Realm immortals, killed right before him, couldn't even react, which was truly terrifying. They wanted to escape, but where could they escape to? Yu Xuanji was like an omnipresent ghost, appearing next to each desperately fleeing immortal, the strange weapon in his hand piercing their heads with deadly accuracy each time. Powerful immortals in front of Yu Xuanji were like chickens and dogs, unable to escape their fate of being killed in one strike. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 6 immortals had been killed, brains pierced and dead where they fell. Only one was so terrified he didn't dare try to flee. Seeing Yu Xuanji appear in front of him, he knelt down and kowtowed desperately, tears and snot flowing. Sect Master, spare my life. I am Shu Yuqi. You personally raised me. I respect you like a father. Whoever you want me to kill, I will kill. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. Please, spare my life. I will definitely not speak of today's events. Yes, I have never seen you. Really, I have never seen you. Really, I have never seen you. Yu Xuanji squatted down, touching the man's head, and sighed. Yuqi, I remember when I first brought you into the sinister path, you were just at the crystal base level, and now so many years have passed, and you have even become immortal. If it were not for Sect Master's cultivation, I wouldn't have reached this day either. Ever seen you? Really, I have never seen you. Yu Xuanji squatted down, touching the man's head. You are like a father and a brother to me. I will respect you as I do Lang Ya. You can consider me your own son, Shu Yuqi hurriedly said, his face still covered in tears and snot, yet he forced a smile. Yu Xuanji, however, extended a finger to seal his lips. Don't say that. You reached today because of your own abilities and ambitions. It doesn't have much to do with me. Truthfully, I am sorry. With your talent and abilities, if you could live for a few more decades, maybe you might have had a chance to enter the heavenly law realm, which would have been far better than Lang Ya. Sect Master, spare me. Please, spare me. I really can do anything for you. Shu Yuqi's face turned pale with terror, his body shaking uncontrollably, but he didn't dare confront Yu Xuanji, his body seeming to spasm, shaking, but unable to move. My child, I'm sorry. Don't look. It'll be over quickly. It'll be over soon. There won't be any pain. Yu Xuanji covered Shu Yuqi's eyes. Sect Master, please, don't kill me. I am willing to do anything. As Shu Yuqi spoke his last word, his head was pierced by the strange weapon. His body immediately stopped shaking, eyes wide open, falling straight to the ground, red and white matter spilling from the hole in his skull. Chapter 883, Mixed Jade. Chapter 883, Mixed Jade Master, Father, Yulangya looked at Yu Xuanji, swallowing hard. Despite being Yu Xuanji's son, he still felt fear and trepidation in his heart. It's not your fault. You didn't want things to end up this way. Just that your abilities were insufficient and you didn't consider everything. You're not to blame, said Yu Xuanji as he walked over and gently patted Yulangya's shoulder. When Yu Xuanji patted his shoulder, Yulangya had a momentary stiffening reaction. I truly didn't know you were still alive. If I had known, I never would have brought people to Langya Jade Cave Star, Yulangya explained. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. It's mine for not thinking things through as a father. Don't weigh yourself down with this. Everything is already in the past. From now on, you can stay here with me, Yu Xuanji said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Yulangya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was Yu Xuanji's son, he still felt as though Yu Xuanji might kill him at any moment. Now that Yu Xuanji had invited him to stay, the feeling in Yulangya's heart faded significantly, and his mood lightened considerably. Master, father, why did you fake your death and hide in Langya Jade Cave Star? Yulangya asked. There is something inside Jade Refinement Mountain that might help me achieve everlasting life, Yu Xuanji said, squinting at the glowing purple light inside the mount's mouth. Father, aren't you already in the heavenly law realm, an immortal? Yulangya quickly asked. Immortality is not the same as being truly indestructible or living forever. Besides others killing me, even if no one tries, the death tribulation that comes periodically looms over me like a guillotine, ready to claim my life at any moment, Yu Xuanji explained. As difficult as the death tribulation is, with your abilities, father, there shouldn't be any death tribulation that could trouble you for thousands of years, right? Yulangya implied with a bit of flattery. Ordinary immortals view 1,000 years as a great tribulation. Surviving a millennium is the mark of a leader among the clans. Yu Xuanji smiled faintly. Be it 1,000 years or 10,000, it is not true immortality or indestructibility. For everlasting life, the object inside Jade Refinement Mountain presents an opportunity. What object could be so magical? Yulanya's heart stirred, wondering if he might also benefit from it, considering he was Yu Xuanji's only son. It's a piece of miscellaneous jade that has been nurtured by the myriad years inside Jade Refinement Mountain, Yu Xuanji explained slowly. The energy of the Jade series in Jade Refinement Mountain is extremely chaotic. Theoretically, it cannot be used for nirvana. Even if an immortal were to reincarnate and undergo nirvana here, they would undoubtedly turn into something inhuman. But there are always exceptions in the world, and I don't know when, but a piece of miscellaneous jade formed here because of the chaotic energy it feeds on, untouched by the purer yin-yang jade qi of Jade Refinement Mountain. This miscellaneous jade kept absorbing the chaotic energy of Jade Refinement Mountain for countless eons. Though the mountain's chaotic energy is still abundant, it can now be used in special ways for nirvana. That was when I brought Jade over here, allowing her to complete her nirvana with the yin-yang jade qi. Having her undergo nirvana here was primarily to use her unique bloodline and talents to nurture the miscellaneous jade with her blood, allowing it to develop spiritual sense. Only this way could the miscellaneous jade have a chance to grow into a divine object that could grant me true immortality and everlasting life, the spirit of myriad laws. The miscellaneous jade has absorbed countless exotic energies over these billion years, and the energy inside it has reached unimaginable levels. Containing mutable immortal energy of countless attributes, once it can evolve its own law and become an immortal divine object, it will undoubtedly unify myriad laws to become the spirit of myriad laws, possessing the rules of myriad laws. If I could devour and merge this spirit of myriad laws, what could the death tribulation possibly do to me? Yu Xuanji gazed at the purple glow within Jade Refinement Mountain, his eyes brimming with frenzy. It's close now. The exotic energy within Jade Refinement Mountain is nearly all absorbed by the mixed jade. If my calculations are correct, it won't be long before it unites the myriad laws and becomes an immortal divine object. Mixed jade could grow so quickly thanks to your contribution too. Yu Xuanji suddenly said to your contribution too. Yu Xuanji suddenly said to Yulanya. My contribution? Yulangi was slightly taken aback, not understanding what Yu Xuanji meant by that since he hadn't done anything. After Yu Xuanji kicked the corpses of the immortals into the volcano and watched them being devoured by the purple glow, he casually said, with the essence speech and these corpses nourishing them, the growth of the mixed jade should be quicker. It's all Father's brilliant strategizing, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to accidentally help Father, Yulanya said with a smile. Yet I feel it is still not fast enough. Maybe it could be even quicker, Yu Xuanji said to Yulanya, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Father, do you have another way? Yulanya's expression started to look unnatural. Nourishing the mixed jade with your flesh and laws should yield a better effect, Yu Xuanji said indifferently, as if he were discussing something perfectly simple. I am your biological son. Yulanya staggered backwards, disbelieving what he was hearing from Yu Xuanji. Being my son isn't making some sacrifices for your father's immortality expected? Yu Xuanji said lightly. If you kill me, the Yu family will be ended for good, Yulanya said as he continued to back away. Even if you live, the Yu family will end just the same, Yu Xuanji said offhandedly. What do you mean? Yulanya's heart sank. You do not carry my bloodline in your body. Whether you live or die naturally has nothing to do with whether the Yu family ends. That's impossible. How could I not be? My mother clearly. You even gave me so many resources. Those resources are enough to sustain 10 immortals. If I'm not your biological son, why would you waste them on me? Yulanya found it difficult to accept what Yu Xuanji was saying. The reason I gave you so many resources is because, just like Yu Yan, your bloodline and talent are very special, greatly aiding the growth of the mixed jade into the spirit of myriad laws. Do you know why your comprehension, talent, and abilities are so poor? It's not your fault, it's because I have been secretly draining your essence blood to nurture the blood jade, Yu Xuanji said with a slight smile. As for your mother, it wasn't her fault either. Her task was already completed. To avoid more trouble, I just had to send her off first. Yu Xuanji, I'll kill you. Blood surged in Yulanya's chest, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth nearly shattering. He could never have imagined that Yu Xuanji, whom he regarded as a father, was not only not his real father, but was also the enemy responsible for killing his mother. Yulanya knew he was no match for Yu Xuanji, yet he still tried with all his might to kill him, even if it meant biting off a piece of his flesh. Yulanya's head was pierced by that strange weapon, his body kicked by Yu Xuanji into the mouth of the volcano. Child, it's really not your fault. This world is in the hands of the powerful. The weak can only be manipulated, and you have done very well, Yu Xuanji muttered as he watched Yulanya's body fall into Jade Refinement Mountain. As Yulanya's body dropped into the liquid of Jade Refinement Mountain, the liquid inside suddenly began to boil. Chapter 884, Nirvana. Again, Chapter 884, Nirvana. Again, Lin Shen was absorbing the cool energy within Jade Refinement Mountain, but was unable to enter the state of nirvana. Gritting his teeth, he took that strange object in his hand and began to absorb the chaotic exotic energy. He didn't know that this was an assorted jade formed from the exotic energy inside Jade Refinement Mountain over eons, but he was aware that this thing had definitely absorbed the exotic energy of Jade Refinement Mountain. What was different was that Lin Shen thought the exotic energy within this thing was just enough to give birth to an immortal creature, not knowing that the assorted jade had absorbed exotic energy for who knows how many eons. Jade Refinement Mountain had given birth to one immortal creature after another, and no one knows how many immortal creatures had left this place. However, the assorted jade had always been in Jade Refinement Mountain, continuously absorbing exotic energy, and the energy it accumulated was far beyond Lin Shen's expectations. Moreover, the exotic energy within assorted jade was not merely simple energy anymore. The properties of assorted jade were very peculiar. No matter how many types of exotic energies it absorbed, these energies would reach a balance within it. In this state, while assorted jade contained terrifying energy, it was a stable structure, and the energy would not react violently. The methods of Yu Xuanji were actually meant to prompt this stable structure to develop in a controllable direction, allowing the assorted jade to develop consciousness, able to control these exotic energies, and ultimately unify them into a controllable law matrix. Apart from assorted jade itself, other living beings' bodies simply could not complete this process. That's why Yu Xuanji nurtured assorted jade rather than absorbing the immense exotic energy within it himself. He only needed to wait for assorted jade to complete the law matrix, and then he could harvest the fruits. After so many years of effort, the assorted jade had almost completed the law matrix. All that was lacking was the final touch, the completion of the law compendium, which is the law bred from the assorted jade itself to control the law matrix. Lin Shen arrived at this moment, absorbing the exotic energy within the body of assorted jade. For an ordinary nirvana being, even if they absorbed some exotic energy, it would have little effect on the assorted jade, whose law matrix was nearly complete, because its energy was too vast. The energy required for a typical nirvana being's nirvana amounted to nothing to the assorted jade, less than a drop in the ocean, incapable of affecting the stable structure already formed by the assorted jade. But Lin Shen's body was too peculiar, requiring a complicated and diverse array of energies for nirvana. A large amount of exotic energy was sucked into Lin Shen's body, initially having no effect, but as Lin Shen absorbed more and more, it was like an anthole appearing in a dike. At the beginning of his absorption, Lin Shen hadn't noticed any problem. However, as he continued, cracks appeared in the stable structure of assorted jade, and more exotic energy surged into his body. By the time Lin Shen realized there was too much exotic energy, it had already breached like a flood, pouring into his body. He was too late to cut off the connection with the exotic energies, as the terrifying energy uncontrollably rushed into his body. Assorted jade was like a Pandora's box that had been opened, with exotic energies from everywhere crazily surging into Lin Shen's body. And the assorted jade itself seemed like transparent glue, enveloping Lin Shen's body, directing exotic energy into his body from all angles without a blind spot. The glue-like assorted jade permeated Lin Shen's body. He attempted to escape from Jade Refinement Mountain, but his body underwent a transformation, and at that moment he entered the nirvana state. Transparent crystal filaments, finer than strands of hair by many times, extended out from his body. Those were not light, but solid threads. These fibers secreted from Lin Shen's body, coiling and wrapping around him, quickly encasing his body into a phantasmal crystal cocoon. From a distance, this crystal cocoon resembled a spatter cocoon, filled with shimmering, phantasmal, fluorescent crystal filaments. Lin Shen had entered nirvana and by now was on the tiger's back, unable to dismount, obliged to see his nirvana through. But the exotic energies were too powerful, causing his body to undergo endless transformations. He felt as though his flesh, blood, and bones were shattering, only for new bodily tissues to regenerate from the broken remains. This process occurred over and over. His body, capable of withstanding the onslaught of immortal strength, now seemed to be thrown into a grinder time and again, being minced and then regrowing over and over. The pain was indescribable. Lin Shen felt that he was no longer human but rather a plant. A plant grows, then withers and dies, turning into fertilizer to nourish the earth, which in turn spurs seeds to sprout and grow again, forming a continuous cycle of rebirth. Life and death alternated constantly. If this could continue indefinitely, even amidst bodily torments like purgatory, Lin Shen would persevere. But soon he realized that the terrifying exotic energies intended not only to destroy his body, but to annihilate his consciousness seed as well. A faint consciousness seemed to be waiting for the destruction of his consciousness seed to take its place and form a new life form. Assorted jade intended to turn Lin Shen's body into nourishment to foster its own body. Lin Shen wanted to reverse this situation, but in the midst of nirvana, with his body shattered and reconstituted, it was nearly impossible to wield his own strength. Countless particles in the phantasmal crystal cocoon reassembled, and the particles of Lin Shen's body were but an inconsequential part of them. Other particles were derived from the exotic energy particles of assorted jade. These exotic energy particles aimed to arrange Lin Shen's particles together into a peculiar array. Once Lin Shen's particles were completely integrated into the array, he would completely lose himself, become part of a new life. Although Lin Shen did not fully understand the situation, he could sense that he could not let things continue this way, or the consequences would be dire. Lin Shen desperately tried to control his own particles to prevent the formation of the array, but the array's energy was too terrifying. The torrent of particles it formed was beyond his ability to resist. Although he knew his strength was no match, Lin Shen still made his utmost effort, unwilling to give up without a fight. Suddenly, a particle responded to Lin Shen, came near Lin Shen's particles, and entangled with his own, spinning together. Joy surged in Lin Shen's heart, for he had encountered this mysterious dual particle system during his last nirvana. The same peculiar phenomenon had occurred again, only this time, that special particle which had merged with him during the last nirvana, becoming part of his own particles, was different from the particle that appeared this time. Chapter 885, 3-star system. Chapter 885, Chapter 885, 3-star system. In just an instant, Lin Shen sensed what the particle that formed a binary star system with his own particles was. Contrarian. Lin Shen sensed a familiar aura on that particle, the aura of a contrarian. Lin Shen was ecstatic. For the last time, a binary star system had helped him achieve nirvana, and this time, forming a binary star system with a contrarian could perhaps create another miracle. Indeed, the binary star system formed by the contrarian and Lin Shen became an independent entity within the rushing army of particles, resisting the impact of other particles that tried to engulf them. Various particles continuously arranged themselves into complex and intricate arrays, yet only the particles of Lin Shen and the contrarian were out of place, preventing the array from achieving a perfect structure. But as time passed, the arrangement of other particles grew tighter and the structure more perfect, pressuring the space in which the binary star system could maneuver, shrinking their range of movement and vaguely showing signs of being separated. Lin Shen furiously pushed the binary star system, hoping to find a bit of living space, but it was utterly useless. In this nearly formed particle array, the power of a binary star system was already unable to contend with it. Lin Shen tried to draw the particles of the arrays into his binary star system. Last time, his binary star system had helped him achieve nirvana in this way. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work. The previous particles were loose and disorganized, like a disorderly crowd, whereas this time the particles were like a well-trained army, enhanced by battle formations, and couldn't be absorbed like the last time. Lin Shen continually pushed the binary star system in attempts, just hoping to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. He managed to draw one type of particle over, incorporating it into the dual system. Inheritance fan. Lin Shen instantly sensed what kind of particle he had drawn in. The power of the inheritance fan was not as strong as that of the contrarian, and without the protection of the light of fate reversal, it had long been scattered by the particle stream and confined within the array. As the array operated, when the particles of the inheritance fan rotated near the binary star system, they finally made contact with the binary star system, and with its natural connection to Lin Shen, they forcefully broke away from the array and entered the binary star system. After entering the binary star system, the particles of the inheritance fan didn't get absorbed like ordinary particles. Instead, they joined the binary star system. The three particles intertwined, revolving around each other, forming an even more complex and intricate 3-star system. As the 3-star system took shape, Lin Shen found the particle array that was oppressing him started to loosen a bit. The nearby particles showed slight deviations, causing the nearly perfect array to reveal a flaw. Surprised and delighted, Lin Shen fully operated the 3-star system, disturbing the terrifying array. That consciousness seemed to also sense the threat of the 3-star system, constantly manipulating the particle array, pressing down on Lin Shen's 3-star system. The 3-star system actually withstood the pressure of the particle array split. Although its presence was minute, it seemed indestructible. Regardless of how the particle array pressed, it couldn't break the 3-star system. The structure formed by the three kinds of particles continuously weakened the external pressure. Yet, the 3-star system was also unable to absorb particles from the array, and for a time, the 3-star system and the particle array were at a stalemate. At that moment, Lin Shen sensed the sudden change happening outside. His consciousness was incredibly clear, as if he had acquired some peculiar perceptual ability. Without the use of auditory and visual organs, he could perceive everything nearby even more clearly. He could distinctly sense everything happening among Yu Yan, Yu Lengya, Yu Xuanji, and others, but he was only able to sense these events and could do nothing else. It was not until Yu Xuanji pushed Yu Yan into Jade Refinement Mountain. Yu Yan's body fell into the liquid, and immortal blood surged out from the wound, spreading within the liquid. Yu Yan was stabbed through the heart by Yu Xuanji, not through the brain. It was deliberate by Yu Xuanji, who wanted Yu Yan's immortal blood to flow as much as possible to nourish the mixed jade, allowing it to absorb Yu Yan's blood and nurture its spiritual sense. The spiritual sense of the mixed jade was originally nourished by the special bloodlines of Yu Yan and Yu Langye. Both of their bloodlines had special functions that could nurture spiritual sense. The influx of immortal blood momentarily caused some chaos in the mixed jade's spiritual sense. Under normal circumstances, Yu Yan's immortal blood would only make the mixed jade's spiritual sense stronger and more complete. However, the mixed jade had already merged into Lin Shen's body, becoming one with him, and was now battling within the nirvana cocoon. Yu Yan's immortal blood touched the outside of the nirvana cocoon but could not enter, thus unable to merge with the mixed jade's spiritual sense. The mixed jade's spiritual sense sensed the immortal blood, which was one of its sources of nurturing. It wanted to absorb this immortal blood to strengthen its own spiritual sense even further. The mixed jade suddenly found itself in a dilemma. Absorbing the immortal blood would independently strengthen its spiritual sense, but the battle with Lin Shen was at a critical juncture, and it could not afford to give up. As the mixed jade's spiritual sense hesitated, the corpses of the immortals were also thrown down, and large amounts of immortal blood and law power spread throughout the liquid. If the mixed jade followed Yu Xuanji's plan methodically, it could now rely on this immortal blood to complete its final transformation. Because Lin Shen absorbed the mixed jade's energy, it found itself in this complex situation where it had no chance to absorb the external immortal blood and could not destroy Lin Shen's 3-star system from within. It was not until Yu Lengya's corpse was thrown down, with his special immortal blood joining the mix, that the mixed jade's spiritual sense became impatient, wanting to break free from the nirvana cocoon to absorb the external immortal blood. For it, the bloodlines that had always nourished it were naturally more suitable than Lin Shen. It could not withstand the temptation and wanted to leave the nirvana cocoon to return to the path it should have taken, to complete its final evolution. But with this retreat, the law matrix encountered problems, and Lin Shen's 3-star system surprisingly began to draw nearby particles into itself. The entire law matrix collapsed like a domino effect. Once one part had an issue, it caused the whole array to collapse rapidly, from a point to a surface, then the whole, as the particle array broke down in a very short time, drawing a large number of particles into the 3-star system, turning the 3-star system into a star system with countless particles orbiting around it. As more and more particles were drawn into the 3-star system, this star system grew larger, resembling a little universe, with continuous explosions occurring within. Particles were drawn into the 3-star system, shredded by the system, and transformed into energy within the 3-star system, allowing the 3-star system to continuously grow stronger. Chapter 886, Nirvana completed. Chapter 886, Nirvana completed. Yu Xuanji stood at the crater's edge, watching as the liquid within Jade Refinement Mountain began to boil, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. The miscellaneous jade is finally evolving into the spirit of myriad laws. As the boiling below intensified, Yu Xuanji's eyes gleamed with growing fanaticism. The entire Jade Refinement Mountain shook, and the purple light intensified, turning the entire sky a shade of purple. Boom! The boiling liquid, like a volcanic eruption, spewed forth from within Jade Refinement Mountain, sending endless high-temperature fluid rocketing into the sky, forming a mesmerizing, colorful sea overhead that shrouded heaven and earth. Dreamlike, hazy droplets fell from the sky, blanketing the entire planet with a tinkling, unending sound. But what fell were not real raindrops nor high-temperature liquid. Rather, they were tadpole-like colored crystal entities. The Langya Jade Cave Star was now experiencing a global rain of tears of Rupert. Countless tadpole-shaped crystals rained down, battering the Langya Jade Cave Star into a world of scars and wounds. Yu Xuanji stood in the rain of crystals, an odd glow about him repelling them, and reached out to grasp one of the descending crystal tadpoles. Squeezing it, he was surprised to find that he couldn't crush it. My strength can't even crush it. These are no ordinary tears of Rupert, Yu Xuanji observed the still fiercely erupting volcanic fountain before him, his eyes shining brighter. He casually pinched the tail of a tear of Rupert, and the tadpole-like colored crystal instantly shattered into fragments. However, the next second, Yu Xuanji was taken aback as he saw a figure emerge from the volcanic fountain that seemed to support the heavens. There's someone alive. That's impossible. The wounds caused by the blood demon spear are incurable. No one can survive those injuries. Yu Xuanji watched the somewhat eerie figure intently, his brow furrowing slightly, as this turn of events clearly went beyond his expectations. He wanted to see clearly what the emerging figure really was. The figure didn't look like a person, and when he finally got a clear view, he saw that it indeed wasn't a person. It was someone clad in phantasmal carapace, but upon closer inspection, the carapace was black patterned on a white background, resembling an ink painting. Yet that ink painting-like carapace shimmered with iridescence, changing halos visible at different angles and in varying lights. This eerie person was also cradling in their arms another with a pierced chest, Yu Lengya, whose wounds had stopped bleeding. It wasn't that the wounds had healed, but rather that the immortal blood in Yu Lengya's body had nearly run dry. Yu Xuanji stared intently at the figure. Who are you? Jade Refinement Mountain's eruption had ceased, yet he could no longer sense the presence of the miscellaneous jade within. Instead, the phantasmal aura on the figure gave him a sensation that was both familiar and foreign. Who I am is not important. After all, I'm merely a passerby. I'll leave this person to you. Can we go our separate ways? Lin Shen glanced at Yulangya, breathless in his arms, and suggested, "Did you absorb the miscellaneous jade?" Yu Xuanji's gaze still fixed on Lin Shen, he had already guessed what had happened. Lin Shen had already sensed what was happening outside below and knew that the item aiding his nirvana was called the mixed jade. "I said it wasn't on purpose, and I'm willing to compensate you." "Do you think that's feasible?" Lin Shen sighed softly as he spoke. The matters within the sinister path had nothing to do with him. His relationship with Yu Yan was merely that of employer and employee. If possible, he didn't want to become enemies with Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji's various methods had already sent chills down Lin Shen's spine while he was still below. Most importantly, Yu Yan, who had entered the heavenly law realm, seemed to stand no chance in front of Yu Xuanji. If Yu Yan had been taken by surprise, then the way he had killed those immortals and Yulangya seemed as simple as slaughtering chickens. Yu Xuanji's cunning and capability were extremely terrifying. Having such an enemy would probably leave one restless both day and night. However, Lin Shen also understood very well that Yu Xuanji had gone through considerable trouble to create the mixed jade, and now that Lin Shen had beaten him to it, this matter would not be easily resolved. Of course, this wasn't your fault to begin with. It was my negligence, my failure to guard Jade Refinement Mountain properly that let you come here, causing problems with the mixed jade. These errors are all my doing. Yu Xuanji suddenly changed his expression to a gentle one, looking at Lin Shen and softly continued. However, you did take away the mixed jade that was originally mine. Compensation is indeed in order. Right, I am willing to compensate. What do you think should be done? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes at Yu Xuanji, whose mild tone only made him more vigilant. Yu Xuanji had used a similar gentleness when he killed Yulangya and the others, also taking all the blame onto himself. But although he was at fault, it was others who died. It's quite simple. Since you have absorbed the mixed jade, you should compensate with your body, Yu Xuanji said with a sly smile. Considering you could refine the mixed jade, your body should have the same effects as it, possibly even better. Saying this, Yu Xuanji gripped the blood demon spear in his hand even tighter. Though called a spear, the blood demon spear looked more like a bizarre spearhead and a bit like a demon-subduing pestle. The spot where Lin Shen's finger pierced was exactly where Yu Yan had been stabbed by the blood demon's spear, and his forceful jab made the wound on her chest even larger. Strangely, Yu Yan, whose wound had worsened, began to show signs of life. Her body twitched, and she seemed to have faint signs of breathing. Even more bizarrely, the wound was healing at a visible rate. Lin Shen had long since figured out that Yu Yan's near-death state after being injured wasn't due to her weak body. Even in the weakest state of an immortal's body, a pierced heart wouldn't lead straight to death. It was because the weapon that inflicted her wound held a unique power causing it to neither heal nor recover, while also affecting her bodily functions. That was the most serious part. If the injuries caused by the blood demon spear couldn't heal, then he would inflict a more severe wound on Yu Yan, using a new injury to remove the old one, just like during surgery, removing both the damage caused by the blood demon spear and parts of Yu Yan's body tissues. Now that Yu Yan was more severely injured, the functions of her immortal body could become effective again, allowing the wound to rapidly heal. Since this couldn't end peacefully, then the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Yu Yan, a heavenly law realm immortal, should also be able to serve some purpose, at least to alleviate some of the pressure on Lin Shen. Chapter 887, Battle with Yu Xuanji. Chapter 887, Battle with Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji watched Lin Shen finish everything without intending to stop him. Lin Shen's series of maneuvers allowed Yu Xuanji to observe and judge his strength, which is why Yu Xuanji did not intervene and let him act freely. Immortals become more cautious with age, with death tribulations hanging over them like guillotines. The more tribulations they experience, the more they cherish their lives. Despite Yu Xuanji's exceptional strength, with few in the cosmos capable of surpassing him, he still maintained enough patience and caution when facing those unfamiliar to him. There were few in the cosmos who could kill him, but the cosmic laws were countless, and no one knew how many types of law power could harm him. For immortals, injury was also a dangerous matter. Anything that might affect Yu Xuanji's passing through the death tribulation was to be avoided as much as possible. Watching Lin Shen treat Yu Yan's injuries, Yu Xuanji looked somewhat surprised. Being able to come up with a method to break the blood demon spear's inflicted wound was not particularly unusual, but it was enough to indicate that Lin Shen was highly experienced, perhaps young in age, but certainly crafty and seasoned. What surprised Yu Xuanji was that Lin Shen appeared to be using the power of nirvana, not the power of laws. After all, Yu Yan was an immortal of the heavenly law realm, an immortal body not supposed to be harmed by nirvana beings. Theoretically, Lin Shen should be at the immortal level to be able to cleanly worsen her wounds. However, Lin Shen did not use law power, and considering that Lin Shen came from within Jade Refinement Mountain, it led Yu Xuanji to a deduction he himself found hard to believe. This person in front of him could potentially be a nirvana being. The reason for such deduction was also significant. Mixed Jade was a product of immortal level, having already formed a law matrix. If an immortal who already possessed law power were to refine and merge with Mixed Jade, it would inevitably clash with their own laws. Yu Xuanji spent much effort in cultivating Yu Langya and Yu Yan not only to nourish the Mixed Jade with their special bloodline, but also to let the law power of Yu Langya and Yu Yan affect the Mixed Jade, which were all designed by Yu Xuanji himself. Since the Mixed Jade originated from their power, it naturally had a certain compatibility with their law power, which was what Yu Xuanji needed. This person merged and refined the Mixed Jade without causing any rejection, the most reasonable explanation being that he did not yet possess law, meaning he was not yet immortal. Yet, how could someone without immortality easily break an immortal body? This was, again, unexplainable. After much thought, Yu Xuanji felt there was only one possibility. The person was originally a nirvana being, brought here by Yu Yan, probably to utilize the power of Jade Refinement Mountain for another nirvana, but due to the Mixed Jade, he inadvertently completed the evolution from nirvana to immortality. It must be said, although Yu Xuanji's speculation was not entirely correct, it was very close to the truth. I was wrong again. Yu Xuanji sighed inwardly to himself. In his last plan, there was no place for Yu Yan. It would have been enough for only Yu Langya to come here. Yet, for some unknown reason, Yu Yan appeared here by some twist of fate, bringing along a person who had merged with the Mixed Jade, which was not part of Yu Xuanji's plan. He had always arranged for Yu Xuanji's plan, he had always arranged for Yu Langya to come here, but did not expect an unexpected development through Yu Yan. For Yu Yan, Yu Xuanji still had a trace of mercy. Otherwise, she would not have been included in his final plan. Yu Yan's immortal body regained function, and she soon came to her senses. She had not died just then and was conscious of Lin Shen saving her. She stood beside Lin Shen, ready to confront Yu Xuanji together. Mentor, the life I owed you has been repaid. This life is now given by someone else. This is the last time I call you mentor. From now on, we have no further connections, Yu Yan said, looking at Yu Xuanji with determination. Yu Xuanji slightly nodded. What you owed me has indeed been repaid. You did nothing wrong. Yu Yan stretched out her hand, and the heavenly refining jade furnace shrank automatically and landed in her palm. Although her wounds had healed a lot, the immortal blood within her had almost dried up, greatly affecting her body. Her current strength was far inferior to that of the heavenly refining jade furnace. You go ahead, I need to settle this battle with him, Yu Yan said to Lin Shen at her side. If you can win, it doesn't matter if I don't leave. If you cannot win, he will not spare me either. What difference does it make whether I leave or stay? Lin Shen said calmly. That's also true, Yu Yan conceded, stepping forward, her heavenly refining jade furnace glowing brightly as she threw it out. The heavenly refining jade furnace flew towards Yu Xuanji, growing as it caught the wind, transforming into a sky-devouring giant furnace. The lid opened automatically, and the fire inside, like a true dragon, surged towards Yu Xuanji, attempting to engulf him. As the fire, resembling a true dragon, approached, Yu Xuanji merely waved his sleeve. The fire rolled back into the heavenly refining jade furnace. Controlled by an invisible force, the furnace uncontrollably flew towards Yu Xuanji, shrinking in midair, and finally landed in Yu Xuanji's palm. Everything you know was taught by me. Your techniques are useless against me. There's no need to waste your effort, Yu Xuanji told Yu Yan. Yu Yan's face turned pale. She struggled to retrieve the heavenly refining jade furnace, but it vibrated relentlessly in Yu Xuanji's palm, unable to rise, like a butterfly trapped within the Five Fingers Mountain. Seeing Yu Yan still didn't give up, Yu Xuanji sighed lightly and said, Your talent in the Jade series law is even higher than mine. Yet, I am after all the Dharma King of the Jade series. Even if you've reached the heavenly law realm in front of me, the same series king, your efforts are completely useless. As he spoke, Yu Xuanji raised the jade furnace in his hand. The lid opened automatically, and the fire dragon inside spiraled towards Lin Shen, instantly engulfing him within the furnace. A bright firelight surged inside the furnace, as bright as a high-power bulb. The heavenly refining jade furnace, in Yu Xuanji's hands, was evidently more formidable than when it was in Yu Yan's. Being a king of the same series doesn't necessarily mean everything. Yu Yan, pushing her body to its limits, burst forth with power. Her entire being transformed into a crystal-clear jade statue, emitting eerie fluctuations. With Yu Yan's transformation, the heavenly refining jade furnace in Yu Xuanji's hands struggled even more fiercely, its fire dimming. Yu Xuanji forcefully suppressed the heavenly refining jade furnace. For a time, he could not completely control it. The fire within flickered, the lid shaking violently, occasionally opening a crack, then closing again, as the power of the two continuously clashed through the furnace. My good disciple, you have mastered the heart-refining law of this jade furnace to its pinnacle. Being merely a future law, there are already few in the world who can defeat you, Yu Xuanji declared, while his other hand wielded the blood demon spear, piercing through the air towards Yu Yan. The blood demon spear, almost like teleporting, appeared before Yu Yan's head, striking her skull. Clang. The blood demon spear hit Yu Yan's head but could not penetrate and was repelled. Heart refining is body refining, shaped from jade, the body refined immortal. My body becomes the furnace, self-refining, immortal and indestructible, Yu Yan pronounced. Your talent is indeed stronger than mine was in those days. Having such a disciple is my honor. What a pity, Yu Xuanji said as a luminous white light emanated from his body. The power of laws unexpectedly wafted out from Yu Yan's refined jade body, flowing into Yu Xuanji's body, making the jade light around him stronger and stronger. Chapter 888, The Power of the Law Matrix. Chapter 8888888, The Power of the Law Matrix. Yu Yan's jade refining body had clearly grown weaker, and the jade light on his body was also fading. The blood demon spear flew through the air and once again stabbed towards Yu Yan's skull. This time, however, the jade refining body was unable to block the blood demon spear, allowing the spear tip to penetrate partly. Following the weakening jade light on Yu Feng's body, the spear tip of the blood demon spear gradually penetrated further. With the same mistake, I will not commit it a second time. Yu Yan, go then. As Yu Xuanji's voice sounded, the blood light on the blood demon spear flared, and the bloodline law constantly shook, gradually destroying Yu Yan's jade refining body. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji furrowed his brows, his gaze turning towards the heavenly refining jade furnace in his hands. Yu Yan no longer had the strength to compete with him for the control of the heavenly refining jade furnace. Though it had regained calmness, the furnace lid suddenly moved slightly. Watching the constantly burning flames within the jade furnace, Yu Xuanji's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Suddenly, the lid of the jade furnace moved again, revealing a crack. Yu Xuanji watched as the lid gradually rose. A hand emitting a phantasmic glow also appeared in his sight. That hand supported the lid, rising slowly. No matter how Yu Xuanji enhanced the power to the heavenly refining jade furnace, he could not make the lid press down. Bang! The lid of the jade furnace shot straight up into the sky, and a figure also burst forth from the jade furnace, growing from small to large, regaining Lin Shen's original form. He threw a punch at Yu Xuanji, who was holding the jade furnace. Yu Xuanji tilted his head slightly, letting Lin Shen's punch miss, his eyes, on the contrary, revealing a trace of joy. The law matrix of the mixed jade is indeed marvelous. It can even give a newly advanced immortal the ability to break open the heavenly refining jade furnace. Unbelievable. Yu Xuanji dodged slightly, nimbly avoiding the punches Lin Shen swung. Pity you have just become immortal and it's still far from being enough. Bang! While Yu Xuanji was speaking, Lin Shen delivered a punch that landed squarely on his face, sending Yu Xuanji flying out with his nose smashed and blood flowing. Yu Xuanji, being hit by this punch, saw the jade light on his body dim significantly. Meanwhile, the jade light burst forth from Yu Yan's body, who forcefully grasped the blood demon spear sticking in her head, slowly pulling it out. The blood demon spear struggled incessantly in Yu Yan's hands, but couldn't escape the control of her jade hands. Yu Xuanji paid no attention to Yu Yan, his eyes fixed on Lin Shen, blood still flowing from his nose, but his face was filled with a smile. Very good, very good, very good, to think you could injure me. The power of the mixed jade is stronger than I anticipated. This is very good. Lin Shen, however, was not in the mood to listen to his babble, and his fist swung out again. After undergoing the second nirvana, Lin Shen's physical strength had once again increased. Importantly, he finally possessed the ability to externally wield the power of nirvana. No, to be exact, what Lin Shen possessed was not the power of nirvana, but the power of laws. He hadn't advanced to immortal, but the three-star system within his body, by absorbing and controlling the mixed jade's law matrix, had granted Lin Shen the ability to use the law matrix. However, this law power could only be used under the condition of the three-star system. That is to say, the contrarian and the inheritance fan had to merge as one body with Lin Shen's particles to form the three-star system, which would then control and use the law matrix. Ordinarily, the law matrix was concealed within Lin Shen's body, where various particles had achieved a delicate balance. Lin Shen's body had become like the mixed jade before, a vessel for exotic laws. Relying solely on Lin Shen's own strength, he couldn't control these exotic laws. Only in a trinity state could the three-star system control the law matrix. As Lin Shen utilized the law matrix in his nirvana form, it was no wonder Yu Xuanji misunderstood that he had ascended to immortality. The law matrix was an array of countless exotic laws. The power of laws contained in Lin Shen's punch was far more terrifying than that of ordinary immortals. Although these exotic laws were not immortal laws, any single one of them, taken alone, was far from being able to compete with Yu Xuanji's immortal laws. But the advantage of a law array was that it comprised countless exotic laws, combined in an unimaginable order, producing a might far more terrifying than Lin Shen had imagined. Initially, Lin Shen hadn't adapted to the power of using the law array, but as his punches were thrown time and time again, his mastery over the law array became increasingly proficient. He found that he might have overestimated Yu Xuanji's abilities, or underestimated the power of the law array. If Yu Xuanji's immortal law were a formidable lion, then Lin Shen's law array was like a perfectly coordinated pack of wolves. With the enhancement of the law array, Lin Shen's speed continuously soared and he could match Yu Xuanji, even surpassing his speed. The various laws enhanced his speed, strength, and other aspects forcefully, making Lin Shen fight more fiercely as he battled. Bang! Bang! Lin Shen's fists broke through the limits again with strikes that made Yu Xuanji fly backward in the air. Yu Fang saw Lin Shen beating Yu Xuanji and was filled with disbelief. Yu Xuanji didn't know Lin Shen's true identity, but Yu Fang couldn't be clearer. Lin Shen was still at Nirvana level, even if he had ascended to immortality on Jade Refinement Mountain. He was just newly immortal. How could he beat someone like Yu Xuanji? Yet there Yu Xuanji was, indeed being thoroughly beaten by Lin Shen without any power to fight back. Even the heavenly refining jade furnace he was holding got knocked out. Yu Fang took the opportunity to retrieve the heavenly refining jade furnace and used it to trap the blood demon spear. Boom. As Yu Fang completed all this, Yu Xuanji's body had been struck by Lin Shen, crashing into the earth like a meteor. The earth, as if struck by a celestial body, burst open with a giant crater. A terrifying shockwave swept across the globe, and Langya Jade Cave Star seemed to face an apocalypse, with earthquakes and erupting volcanoes everywhere. Due to that terrifying impact, tectonic plates compressed against each other, mountains rose from the compression, and magma spewed out from the cracked earth. Rivers changed courses, oceans shifted places, creating towering tsunamis. It was like the end of the world. The illusionary colors over Lin Shen's body intensified, his entire being enveloped by strong light, resembling a deity radiating divine light, standing in the sky. The no-fly restrictions of Langya Jade Cave Star had no effect on him. The power of the law matrix practically excluded all other laws, and even the immortal law could hardly break it. In that moment, Lin Shen felt he could overturn the entire cosmos and no force could stop him. Chapter 889, Jade Puppet. Chapter 889, 889. 889 Jade Puppet. Yu Yan looked at the world-ending planet with eyes full of shock. The strength of this single strike was no less than that of the heavenly law realm. The four surrounding attributes formed the foundation, while the law set the limits. To be able to destroy a large planet like Langya Jade Cave Star to this extent, the scope and destructive power granted by the law were indeed top tier. Yet, up to now, Yu Yan had not yet discerned which series the law used by Lin Shen belonged to. From space, looking down on Langya Jade Cave Star, one could see a clear indentation. In the giant pit, a figure slowly stood up. Lin Shen saw Yu Xuanji stand up again, ready to continue charging forward with punches, but then saw that Yu Xuanji's body was covered in dense cracks that resembled a spider's web. As the cracks spread, Yu Xuanji's flesh and blood body gradually turned to jade and then shattered into pieces scattered on the ground. Lin Shen's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly turned around to look up at the sky, where he saw a figure hovering amidst the turbulent clouds, looking down on the earth like a deity. Yu Xuanji? Lin Shen saw that it was indeed Yu Xuanji, but he looked relaxed and tidy, not at all like someone who had just been through a great battle. Being able to shatter my jade puppet doppelganger, your ability is truly astonishing. The power of myriad laws brought to you by the miscellaneous jade is now on par with the immortal laws of the heavenly law realm. Yu Xuanji slowly descended, standing atop a mountain that had been thrust upward, and spoke to Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji somewhat surprised. After all this fighting, he had only destroyed the other's jade puppet doppelganger. Unfortunately, your own realm is too low. Even though you possess the power of myriad laws, you are still unable to unleash its true potential. Yu Xuanji's gaze kept sizing up Lin Shen's body as if appreciating a piece of art. But that's all right. I will refine your body into a jade puppet, which I will control. Your level of realm does not hinder this. Speaking, Yu Xuanji produced a mutton-fat jade-like pet gun in his hand and casually shot, causing a jade figurine to appear in front of Lin Shen. Yu Xuanji's fingers did not stop. He continuously shot, and one by one jade figurine pets appeared in front of Lin Shen. These jade figurines, seemingly carved out of white jade, exuded an intense cold aura, as if they were carved from cold jade in the likeness of ancient maidservants. 7 jade figurines surrounded Lin Shen, their law power rippling and combining into a terrifying force of absolute zero. In just an instant, Lin Shen was frozen inside a huge jade sphere. Mutated immortal creature jade figurines bred by Jade Refinement Mountain? Yu Yan thought in horror. A mutated jade figurine might only be bred every 10,000 years, and Yu Xuanji actually had 7 jade figurine pets on him. It was unimaginable how he had acquired them. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Yan and said indifferently, "These were originally prepared for the miscellaneous jade, but now they are used on him. The jade figurines are bred from the yin-yang jade chi of Jade Refinement Mountain and possess a restraining effect on the exotic energy of Jade Refinement Mountain. The 7 jade figurines working together using the yin-yang jade law produce a sealing effect that rivals the Stasis series Absolute Zero. Even the Immortal King would struggle to break the yin-yang jade sealing in a short time, let alone when his own law is derived from miscellaneous jade and is restrained by yin-yang jade, making it impossible for him to break free." Yu Yan launched a beam of jade light trying to break the yin-yang jade seal. But when her jade light struck the yin-yang jade, Not only did it fail to shatter the stone, it was instead absorbed by the yin-yang jade, making the ceiling more solid. Your Jade series law power will not have any effect on the yin-yang jade, it will only empower it. You should stop wasting your energy. Yu Xuanji looked at Jade Words and said, "You can't kill him," Jade Words stated. "Why can't I?" Yu Xuanji asked with interest. "He is a senior official of the celestial race. If you kill him, the celestial race will not let it go easily. It will be difficult for you to reopen the sinister path," Jade Words explained. A senior official of the celestial race, not the celestial race itself, Yu Xuanji pondered upon hearing the words of Jade Words and then suddenly realized, so he is Lin Shen, no wonder he possesses such capabilities. I have noticed him before. Indeed, he is a rare genius in the cosmos, no less talented than Daisy, even surpassing him. After all, Daisy's talents are innate and boosted by the Supreme Clan. Being from a minor clan with a lower starting point, it's truly commendable how he has reached where he is now. It is my honor to have the chance to turn such a talent into a myriad law's jade puppet. Are you really not afraid that the celestial race will make trouble for you? Jade Words sought a strategy to break the deadlock, but found herself powerless. She was the future law of the Jade series. Although she had reached the heavenly law realm, facing the immortal Dharma King of the Jade series, her power was clearly suppressed, unable to exert her normal combat strength. Moreover, Yu Xuanji had the assistance of 7 mutated jade figurines. While Jade Words could handle 1 or 2 mutated jade figurines, she was helpless against the combined use of the yin-yang jade law by the 7, let alone the fact that she was already seriously injured and the heavenly refining jade furnace was suppressing the blood demon spear far below her usual standard. Yu Xuanji laughed. Not to mention that the celestial race is already in trouble, about to fall into others' hands. Even if this were not the case, and the celestial race was still at its peak, what could they do to me? In this life, I only care about the death calamity. I pay no mind to others. Jade Words, I never intended to take your life. Yet you came to Jade Refinement Mountain yourself. It's my oversight that has endangered your life. I thought the matters of the sinister path were enough to keep you occupied and you wouldn't have time to worry about other things. I didn't expect you to come to Jade Refinement Mountain at this time and made less planning, Yu Xuanji gestured, summoning a jade puppet into his hand. The mistake has been made. I can only send you on your way now. As he spoke, the jade puppet in Yu Xuanji's hand moved, leaping from his palm and flying towards Jade Words. In mid-air, the jade puppet expanded continuously, and in a flash it had grown to the size of a normal person. Moreover, the body made of jade stone transformed into a body of flesh and blood identical to Yu Xuanji. The jade puppet emitted jade light. Jade Words forcibly activated her law power, releasing jade light to counter it. However, the 2 beams of jade light collided in mid-air. Jade Words' jade light was outmatched and her body was shaken, sliding far away through the air. Wave after wave, the jade puppet's offensive left Jade Words unable to fight back, only able to keep retreating. She was too severely injured herself to compete with the jade puppet. Yu Xuanji no longer paid attention to Jade Words, his gaze shifting to the yin-yang jade sphere. Slowly, he walked toward it. Lin Shen, a human, has managed to cultivate to such a level in such a short time. He must have had a great opportunity. Or is it that the human race itself has such high potential? This is worth noting. After I refine the myriad law's jade puppet, perhaps I should visit the human mother planet to see if humans indeed have such immense potential. If so, they could be useful to me. Even if not, refining them into jade puppets would have some utility. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the yin-yang jade. Chapter 890, Unable to Break the Defense. Chapter 890, Unable to Break the Defense. Yu Xuanji looked somewhat surprised as her gaze shifted toward the source of the soft sound, only to see a fine crack appearing on the yin-yang jade. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the yin-yang jade grew in number, and despite the 7 mutated jade figurines continuously strengthening the yin-yang jade law, they could not stop the increasing number of cracks. Boom! The jade sphere transformed from the yin-yang jade suddenly burst open, sending the 7 mutated jade figurines retreating repeatedly, as fragments of yin-yang jade continuously struck them, causing collision and explosion sounds unceasingly filled the air. Yu Xuanji watched Lin Shen emerge from the yin-yang jade, her expression showing more joy than shock. The stronger Lin Shen was, the stronger the effect of the mixed jade, and after refining Lin Shen into a jade puppet, the help it could offer her would be even greater. Without saying a word, Lin Shen broke free and immediately flashed in front of Yu Xuanji, launching his surfing fist. Under the augmentation of the law matrix, the surfing fist held a might more terrifying than a real tidal tsunami, appearing as if a single punch could submerge an entire planet. Yu Xuanji did not move her limbs at all, but her body moved through the air like a ghost, directly charging into outer space. Lin Shen shot out surfing fist after surfing fist, truly terrifying like the Star River itself, each punch stacking on the next, seemingly shattering the void. However, Yu Xuanji floated like a wisp of soul in the universe, rising and falling amidst the terrifying fist power of the surfing fist, but was never submerged by the fist power. You truly have a poor comprehension of the laws, wasting such powerful power of myriad laws, Yu Xuanji said indifferently. Let me teach you how to use law power. With that, Yu Xuanji threw a punch, and wherever the jade light reached, Lin Shen's fist power solidified in outer space into an incredibly grand jade sculpture. It was like a towering wave of jade stone sea, suspended in outer space. Yu Xuanji stood on the tip of a wave turned into jade, casually sending out streaks of jade light, turning all of Lin Shen's attacking waves into jade. Then with a casual slap, the jade fist waves shattered and scattered, flying in all directions in space. No matter how many surfing fists Lin Shen threw, the result was the same. Yu Xuanji was right. He indeed had a low comprehension of the laws and could not truly harness the law matrix's effect. It wasn't Lin Shen's fault. He was not of the immortal level, nor had he deeply comprehended the laws. The law matrix was an accidental gain, devoid of any realm. The current Lin Shen was like wielding a cannon to bash people, relying entirely on immense strength but not knowing how to use a cannon. An unteachable child, Yu Xuanji commented, as Lin Shen still barbarically employed the power of myriad laws and directly sent a beam of jade light toward him. The jade light transformed Lin Shen's fist waves into jade, which then slammed back toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen responded with another punch aimed at the jade, shattering it and sending another wave of fist power toward Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji surprisingly discovered that Lin Shen's fist power was growing stronger, in a way he had not anticipated. His jade light struck the fist waves again. This time, though part of it turned into jade, not all the fist waves were transformed. Those that remained turned the jade into dust and continued to charge toward Yu Xuanji. A trace of surprise flashed in Yu Xuanji's eyes, and her figure, ghostly like a phantom, dodged the incoming fist wave. Lin Shen's fist waves grew increasingly stronger, and the jade light released by Yu Xuanji had more and more difficulty immobilizing them, which made Yu Xuanji feel somewhat incredulous. Initially, Yu Xuanji thought that Lin Shen had a low comprehension of the laws, barely knowing how to use them, almost as if he was using a tank to smash people. Such crude tactics were once looked down upon by Yu Xuanji, but now he discovered that Lin Shen, using the tank to smash people, seemed to have more destructive power than the shells shot from the tank. Fine, I was wrong, Yu Xuanji said as he dodged Lin Shen's repeated attacks, his form shifting without a hint of panic. No matter how mighty Lin Shen's fist waves were, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. You are only this much, though somewhat extraordinary, but ultimately still too superficial. Yu Xuanji flickered like a ghost, surprisingly appearing behind Lin Shen and reaching with jade-like fingers toward Lin Shen's back heart. Clang. After a loud noise, Yu Xuanji was surprised to find that his strength had unexpectedly penetrated the carapace on Lin Shen's body. Instead, it was his own fingers that felt slightly numb, causing a slight change in Yu Xuanji's expression. The strength of the carapace on Lin Shen's body was beyond Yu Xuanji's expectations. Yu Xuanji no longer wasted time and launched a tide-like assault on Lin Shen. Lin Shen countered Yu Xuanji using all the skills he had learned, initially using Blood Life Blade skill to block a few of Yu Xuanji's attacks. Later, he realized that Yu Xuanji's attacks couldn't break through the carapace under the unity of three. Thus, Lin Shen only nominally blocked a few times, very perfunctorily, and then concentrated all his energy on attacking. Yu Xuanji became increasingly astonished as he fought. His Jade Law's destructive power wasn't very strong among immortal laws, but it was definitely not weak. However, his attacks had no effect on Lin Shen, not even breaking through the carapace's defense. No matter how strong his skills, how many techniques he had, or how bizarre and mystical the changes in the laws were, Lin Shen was not his match. But if Yu Xuanji couldn't break Lin Shen's defense, it was like fighting an unwinnable battle. Lin Shen could withstand his numerous attacks without any problem, but he couldn't withstand Lin Shen's attacks, which made it very difficult. The key was that if he couldn't break Lin Shen's defense, he couldn't turn Lin Shen into a myriad law's jade puppet, making all his plans useless. Always controlling the rhythm of the whole field, Yu Xuanji, who seemed omnipotent, showed a hint of self-doubt in his eyes for the first time. Fist waves stacked upon one another, forcibly shattered Yu Xuanji's strength, and heavily struck Yu Xuanji. Crack! Yu Xuanji's body developed cracks, and pieces of jade fell from his face. Lin Shen thought this was yet another jade puppet substitution, but when those jade pieces peeled off, beneath was skin as tender as a peeled egg. After all the jade on his body peeled off, a younger, more robust man with explosive strength all over was revealed. This younger version of Yu Xuanji had long black hair floating in the void. The jade liquid seeping from his body crystallized into a shiny carapace encasing his body, and even each strand of hair seemed coated in a layer of jade light. Being able to push me to this extent, you should be proud. Yu Xuanji raised his right hand pointing at Lin Shen, a dot of jade light condensing on his fingertip. In the instant the jade light formed, the myriad stars in the universe seemed to suddenly brighten considerably, with infinite starlight converging toward Yu Xuanji's fingertip, making the dot of jade light there increasingly brighter. Chapter 891, Virtual Cosmic, Chapter 891, Chapter 891, Virtual Cosmic Divine Jade is sentient, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, the Dharma King of the Jade series proclaimed. The energy of cosmic stars can be harnessed by me. The jade light at Yu Xuanji's fingertips grew increasingly intense, almost as dazzling as the sun. He stared coldly at Lin Shen and said, I did not wish to kill you. Using your living body to create a Myriad Laws jade puppet would have been the best option, preserving the function of the spirit of Myriad Laws to the greatest extent. Unfortunately, the power of the spirit of Myriad Laws has surpassed my expectations, and I am no longer able to leave your body intact. But it does not matter. Shattering your body and recasting it into a jade puppet through the jade refining method will work just as well, albeit slightly less effectively. For the sake of overcoming the calamity of death, for the sake of survival, you really do go to great lengths, Lin Shen mocked. To live, that is the fundamental of everything, Yu Xuanji stated indifferently. You killed Yu Langya, who regarded you as a father. You deeply wounded the heart of your most trusted disciple. For someone like you, despite the vastness of the universe, there is no longer anyone who truly cares for you. Even if you live forever, what meaning is there in living? Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji and said, Yu Xuanji was harnessing the cosmic force for his own use and didn't mind having an extended conversation with Lin Shen. That is just a naive thought that you ignorant young people would have, Yu Xuanji said indifferently. Life has no resets, no reincarnations. This one life, this one existence, is all we have to realize our self-worth, dreams, and aspirations. Since you so lightly regard life, then you should hand over those trivial things to me so I can continue to live. Whether it's love or friendship, it doesn't matter to me. What I need is to survive, to strive for higher self-value. Those things are good enough for me. Those who do not understand me, actually, they are obstacles. Isn't it better without them? Only mediocrities who achieve nothing think that those ephemeral emotions are more important than life itself. I wonder what exalted personal values and pursuits you need to fulfill, Lin Shen asked contemptuously. Yu Xuanji was accumulating strength, and Lin Shen was also waiting. My pursuits, even if I told you, you might not understand, Yu Xuanji said indifferently. But in the last moments of your life, it doesn't hurt to let you know that the universe contains not only the lowly pleasures you comprehend, but also higher forms of enjoyment. What higher enjoyment? Lin Shen asked while watching Yu Xuanji. Reality? Yu Xuanji said slowly. What is reality? Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, genuinely not understanding what Yu Xuanji meant. Yu Xuanji suddenly laughed. What if I told you that this world itself is fraudulent, non-existent, that all of us, every race and everything, are also fraudulent and non-existent? You'd probably think I'd gone mad, right? Indeed, not only mad, but severely so, Lin Shen nodded. Have you ever wondered why there are teleporters in the universe, where those teleporters come from? Yu Xuanji asked nonchalantly. This, Lin Shen didn't know how to respond. In fact, he'd always harbored such doubts, wondering where those teleporters came from. He'd heard that teleporters were always excavated from some planets, but had never learned of anyone able to manufacture them. Since the earliest records about teleporters in the celestial race's archives were also discoveries on various planets. No one knows where the teleporters come from, but they exist, have existed since ancient times, and clearly, they were artificially made. Do you know what this means? Yu Xuanji's eyes gleamed with a hint of fervor. It means there could be civilizations higher than advanced civilizations, Lin Shen pondered. You are both correct and incorrect. Beyond the immortal level, there indeed are other entities, but those entities are like the beings from myths, the true masters of this world. They merely maintain the cosmic law and order, seldom interfering in anything that happens in the universe. Yu Xuanji nodded slightly, affirming Lin Shen's guess. However, his tone shifted. But rather than saying those godlike beings are higher life forms, I think another term suits them better, administrators. You mean to say, we are creatures bred by a higher civilization? Lin Shen asked. That's more or less the idea. You just need to shift your perspective, and perhaps you'll understand it more easily. Yu Xuanji squinted his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. If this world is virtual, created by someone, then everything can be explained. Why there are teleporters? Because they are simply settings within a virtual world, and you and I, including everything in this universe, are just a virtual game created by those higher beings. That's why there's so much inexplicable, illogical stuff. We've never truly existed. Your so-called familial love, friendship, and so on are just settings, just programs. How can you be sure that you are really alive? Yu Xuanji became more and more agitated, his speech a bit incoherent. Lin Shen was hearing someone question how he could be sure he was really alive for the second time. Truthfully, he couldn't be sure either. After the thinker in the ancient undersea city asked him this question, he too had pondered over it, only to conclude that there was no conclusion. Yu Xuanji's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Only if this world is virtual can all this irrationality be explained. Why are there calamities of death? Why is there death light? Such things are inherently irrational, but if they exist to erase us immortals who occupy a vast amount of resources in the virtual world, then it becomes understandable. We are erased because we use too many resources, and to maintain the normal operation of this virtual world, a periodic cleanup of us resource-consuming immortals is necessary. My pursuit is simple, to break free of this virtual world and see what the real world is truly like. Lin Shen was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This theory had been considered by humanity long ago. But to actually have someone who wanted to prove this world was virtual, and to try to break out of the confines of the virtual world into the real world, was not something ordinary people aspired to. Lin Shen suddenly understood Yu Xuanji a little, why he could be so ruthless. In his logic, this world and everyone in it were virtual, and killing a virtual character naturally needed no sense of guilt. Chapter 892, Immortal Crown, Chapter 892, Chapter 892, Immortal Crown. But can you be truly certain that this world is virtual? Lin Shen asked Yu Xuanji with a faint tone. Even if this world is indeed, as you say, just a virtual one, then what of it? You can feel pain from the evil others do to you, and you can feel touched by the kindness they show you. The good deeds others do for you won't disappear just because this is a virtual world. Those are real actions they take, and that is no justification for you to casually murder close friends and family. Or is it that you're naturally cold-hearted and selfish, considering only yourself, and this is merely an excuse? Think whatever you want, say whatever you want. That's your freedom, and it has nothing to do with me. The jade light at Yu Xuanji's fingertip had grown so intense that Lin Shen couldn't even look directly at it. Staring coldly at Lin Shen, who had to avert his gaze, unable to meet his eyes, he said, "Virtual is after all just virtual. Even the deepest emotions are no more than settings, and only by leaving the virtual can you feel the real. That is something you cannot understand. The time has come for you to go on your way. You are quite an interesting person after all. Once I transcend the void and enter the real world, if there's a chance, I will restore your data and allow you to be reborn in this virtual world. But will you then still be the you that you are now?" Yu Xuanji was struggling to control the glow at his fingertips. The cosmic force he had absorbed was simply too strong, pushing beyond the limits of his control. In order to be able to kill Lin Shen, he had engaged him in this lengthy conversation, aiming for a one-hit kill, leaving Lin Shen no chance to live. And how will you transcend? If, as you say, this world is virtual, then you, a virtual being, could never step into reality. It's like a character in a game trying to step out of the game. Lin Shen still watched Yu Xuanji calmly as he spoke. Energy. Even a virtual world needs energy to sustain it, and with enough energy, even in a virtual world, it is possible to break through the void and descend into reality. You already know too much. Be on your way. Yu Xuanji thrust out his fingers with all his strength, and the terrible jade light burst forth in a radiant beam, like a destructive aurora capable of illuminating the cosmos, engulfing Lin Shen's body within that jade light. Such a terrifying force could probably blow up a massive planet like giant ring star, and even top immortals would struggle to contend with such power. But when the force reached Lin Shen, he simply raised one hand vertically and slashed out in the form of a blade. A chainsaw-like blade chi sliced forth with unbelievable strength and speed, instantly splitting the world-destroying aurora into two halves down the middle. Yu Xuanji stared at the aurora in front of him, feeling as though something flickered momentarily because even he hadn't seen it clearly. At first, he even thought he was mistaken. But the next second, Yu Xuanji saw the aurora split in two before him, then shattered apart, scattering across the void like myriad fireflies. And on the other side, Lin Shen stood unharmed, his body showing no signs of injury, his carapace intact, still emitting that mesmerizing iridescence. "Can you feel the reality of death?" Lin Shen asked Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji seemed to realize something, his complexion turning extremely ugly in an instant. He rushed to try something, but as soon as he made a move, a fine line of blood appeared on his face, extending straight from the top of his head down across his forehead, nose, mouth, chin, and neck. Within the next second, Yu Xuanji's entire body also divided into two halves like the aurora, splitting to both sides and floating in space, his blood clinging to his corpse like jelly. Yu Xuanji was strong, but the stronger he was, the stronger the light of fate reversal made Lin Shen's power. The force of this blow had reached a level that even Yu Xuanji himself could hardly bear. Suddenly, a trail of jade light sped out from Yu Xuanji's body, vanishing into the void at an unimaginable speed. Lin Shen saw that it was a jade stone ring, likely the life base of Yu Xuanji. Trying to catch it was futile, it was simply too fast to follow. Although Yu Xuanji's life base had escaped, his corpse emitted specks of jade light, gathering in the void. As those jade lights converged, chains of order light emerged from nowhere in the void, entwining and devouring the energy within the jade light. Soon, those jade lights coalesced into a jade crown, enveloped by the order light chains, pulsating with strange and mysterious law fluctuations. More and more order light chains stretched out from the void, each one connected to the jade crown, their number already too many to count. Atop the first order light chain, there were different law fluctuations, thick and thin, strong and weak. The structures that composed the light chain were also varied, but they all unmistakably possessed the features of the Jade Series law, likely branches of the Jade Series law. Is this the immortal crown? Lin Shen immediately realized what this was. This represented the immortal crown of a law king. Only the immortal king would possess such an item. Lin Shen's thoughts shifted, and he cast a law matrix to fend off the ordered light chains trying to siphon off the power of the immortal crown. However, when his law matrix struck the immortal crown, countless sparks of law light flashed, instantly scattering his law matrix as if they were not of the same level at all. You are not of the Jade Series law. You cannot take the Jade Series crown. Yu Xuanji flew to Lin Shen's side and said, "You're of the Jade Series. Give it a try," said Lin Shen. He couldn't lay his hands on the crown. Once the crown returned to nothingness, there would be no king of Jade Series law in the world anymore. Unless someone could comprehend the immortal laws of the Jade Series themselves, they could reforge the immortal crown. Yu Xuanji gave Lin Shen a complicated look before silently walking towards the immortal crown. Yu Xuanji's earth-shattering strike, witnessed by Yu Xuanji, had led her to believe that Lin Shen was surely done for, but, instead, it was Yu Xuanji who was slain, which felt incredibly unreal to her. A Law King was slain just like that, and Lin Shen, the one who had killed the Law King, had only just ascended to immortality. Yu Xuanji could hardly imagine how fearsome Lin Shen would become once his realm increased. Perhaps a realm king powerful enough to dictate the cosmos really would emerge. Jade Series law power emanated from Yu Xuanji's body as she stepped towards the immortal crown. Those Jade Series order light chains also emitted strange law fluctuations, trying to hinder Yu Xuanji from nearing the crown. The jade light around Yu Xuanji grew increasingly intense, braving the multitude of law order fluctuations. Step by step, she approached the immortal crown. Each step she took was incredibly difficult. Yet, the jade light around her grew ever stronger, like a furnace, turning the pervasive law order into a blazing fire, tempering her jade body. The myriad order laws not only failed to crush Yu Xuanji, but instead became the fire that forged her body, making her jade body more and more solidified. When Yu Xuanji reached the immortal crown, her entire being had transformed into a glowing jade statue-like figure. Her jade hands held the immortal crown, slowly placing it upon her head. The countless order light chains wrapping around the jade crown shook wildly, trying to pull the immortal crown away, but they were already too late to stop it, and ultimately, the immortal crown rested on Yu Xuanji's head. The jade crown burst forth with dazzling light, streams of jade light pouring down, bathing Yu Xuanji in the brilliant glow of law light. The glow from the order light chains, in turn, dimmed and eventually one by one, they vanished, leaving only that cluster of sacred jade light burning ceaselessly in the void. Chapter 893, Personal Assistant. Chapter 893, Personal Assistant Tian Xin watched as Lin Shen paced back and forth in front of him, yet he simply couldn't look on with approval because there was now a woman by Lin Shen's side. Since Lin Shen had returned to the giant ring star, this woman had been constantly at his side, giving off the impression of never leaving him, which made Tian Xin frown deeply. Over 1.90 meters in height, yet her proportions were so perfect that one wouldn't feel the clumsiness or discoordination that usually came with such stature. A waist where there should be a waist, and legs where there should be legs, it was hard for onlookers to take their eyes off her. Tian Xin felt that with such a woman by Lin Shen's side, their relationship must be complicated, and it might even be that she was a mistress. How could Lin Shen be so brazen as to bring a mistress back? Wasn't this bullying his younger cousin? Tian Xin couldn't tolerate this and said to Lin Shen with a cold face, "Where did you find this woman, and why haven't you introduced her?" "Yan Ruyu, Mr. Lin Shen's assistant. I hope for your guidance in the future." Before Lin Shen could speak, the woman calmly said, Yan Ruyu was of course Yu Xuanji, who, after the battle at the Langya Jade Cave Star, insisted on returning with Lin Shen. She made it clear that her life was given by Lin Shen, and she intended to repay that debt. Moreover, the Sinister Path had already disbanded, and there was no point in her, the sect master, returning. Besides, she had no desire to go back to the Sinister Path. Lin Shen naturally agreed immediately. After all, she was a Dharma King of the Jade series, and even though she had just ascended to the rank of Dharma King and her abilities were not as strong as the previous Yu Xuanji in the cosmic realm, perhaps only those of Dharma King level could defeat her. Having such a powerful fighter at his disposal, Lin Shen simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. Yu Xuanji had decided to completely abandon her previous identity, so she even changed her name, and from now on, she would stay by Lin Shen's side as Yan Ruyu, officially serving as his assistant. What kind of assistant? Tian Xin asked Yan Ruyu with a cold look. Life, work, and other aspects, Yan Ruyu replied, still calm. So, you mean a personal assistant, and you even have to work overtime at night? Tian Xin's words were harsh, but he couldn't allow such a woman to be around Lin Shen, fearing that Tian Xin might get hurt because of it. He would rather be the villain himself than see Tian Xin suffer even the slightest harm. Mr. Scenes. Lin Shen has a need. I am on standby 24 hours a day, Yan Ruyu replied as if she hadn't understood the implication in Tian Xin's words, still as calm. A chill flashed in Tian Shen's eyes as his fingers suddenly moved with unbelievable speed, aiming a poke at Yan Ruyu's brow. Tian Shen was exceptionally fast, and his poke was too rapid for an ordinary Nirvana being to even react. But in front of Yan Ruyu, Tian Shen's move was still too slow. Tian Shen couldn't even see how Yan Ruyu made her move before his finger was caught by hers and flicked away. Ouch, 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 Tian Shen cried out in pain. Release him, Lin Shen said to Yan Ruyu. If there's a next time, you can handle him however you like. Yan Ruyu then let go of the screaming Tian Shen, stepped back, and said nothing. Tian Shen, teeth clenched in anger, glared at Lin Shen and Yan Ruyu. He felt shocked as well. As a Nirvana being, he was incredibly fast among those of the Nirvana level. Yet Yan Ruyu was even faster than him, so much so that he couldn't even see her strike. Such strength was truly terrifying. Do all women nowadays lose their sight? Why do all the formidable women fall for Lin Shen, that pretty boy? His face isn't even as white as mine, so why don't they mess with me instead of chasing after him? Tian Shen grumbled inwardly. He didn't dare to take action again, but still, he glared at Lin Shen and said resentfully, "You're so brazen. Do you really think you can bully my cousin like that? Where did you get that idea? She really is my assistant. Your cousin, where is she? Why isn't she here?" Lin Shen asked, sitting on the couch. "She's gone to see the Demon Master Lu Ran," said Tian Shen, suddenly becoming concerned. "What would she want with the Demon Master Lu Ran?" Lin Shen asked, his face full of confusion. "What else? The situation is too chaotic now. With Demon Master Lu Ran lurking on Giant Ring Star, it's a constant trouble. My cousin went to see why he has chosen to live in solitude here. If he can be of use to us, that's best, but if not, we'll have to ask him to leave," Tian Shen explained. "Is she all right?" Lin Shen got up, ready to rush to the Demon Master Lu Ran's location. Lin Shen didn't know how strong Demon Master Lu Ran truly was, but as a well-known figure of the Tiger Clan, Lu Ran was surely not an easy opponent. Lin Shen feared that Tian Shen might be at a disadvantage. "Don't worry, my second brother went with her," Tian Shen said, feeling somewhat better as he saw Lin Shen's concern for Tian Shen. "That's a relief." Lin Shen was slightly more reassured, but still intended to visit Demon Master Lu Ran. Before Lin Shen could leave the island, he saw 3 people flying toward it. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the island. It was indeed Tian Shen, Ta, and a tiger-headed person. Lin Shen wasn't really able to distinguish the tiger people by their looks. To him, they all looked much the same. He could only tell them apart by their clothing and aura, but the attire of this tiger-headed person was not familiar to him. Nevertheless, this tiger must be Demon Master Lu Ran, though Lin Shen wondered whether he had been subdued by Tian Shen and Tai or something else had happened. "Boy, have you delivered the message I entrusted to you?" Demon Master Lu Ran, seeing Lin Shen and Tian Shen, instantly glared, seeming rather upset. "We have," Lin Shen replied after glancing at Tian Shen and seeing her give a slight nod. "What did she say?" Demon Master Lu Ran's eyes suddenly lit up, staring intently at Lin Shen. "She said that the previous agreement doesn't count anymore." Lin Shen relayed exactly what Lu Ran had said to Demon Master Lu Ran. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Lu Ran's expression turned cold. "Is that truly what she said? I feared you wouldn't believe me, which is why I was hesitant to tell you," Lin Shen sighed. "Humph, does she think just by saying it doesn't count, it doesn't? She might be underestimating me, Lu Ran, too much. Sooner or later, I'll personally settle that account," Demon Master Lu Ran said coldly. Without dwelling further on the issue, he surveyed Lin Shen and Tian Shen, then said to Tian Shen, "Are these the 2 lads you wanted me to teach?" "Indeed," Tian Shen nodded slightly. "All right, kneel and pay your respects as my disciples now," commanded Demon Master Lu Ran, taking a seat on a nearby chair with an air of authority, waiting for Lin Shen and the other to kneel and become his disciples. Lin Shen, puzzled, looked at Tian Shen and asked, "What's this all about?" Chapter 894, Teaching. Chapter 894, Chapter 894. "Teaching, wait a moment, we need to have a talk first," Tian Shen said to the Demon Master Demon Bone, then took Lin Shen and Tian Shen aside. "What's the situation now, niece?" Tian Shen couldn't help but ask first. "We've talked with the Demon Master Demon Bone and we can cooperate temporarily. One of the conditions for the cooperation is that he helps teach you." Tian Shen looked at Lin Shen and said, "Demon Bone's own fighting power may not be the strongest, but his teaching ability is probably still the best in the cosmic so far. Aren't you having a hard time comprehending the law? Maybe he can help you." Demon Bone's teaching ability is indeed impressive, but this person's character seems questionable and he is ruthless. "Are we really okay to cooperate with him?" Lin Shen recalled what Lu Ran mentioned about the incident on the demonic-dyed star. Back then, Demon Bone had annihilated every living being on the demonic-dyed star, leaving not even an infant alive. Such a person was too dangerous. Moreover, according to Lu Ran, when Demon Bone taught others, he always kept back a trick or two, deliberately creating weaknesses and flaws to make his students indebted to him, requiring them to do 3 favors for him. If they couldn't complete them, Demon Bone would use the tricks he had retained to deal with his students. How could one trust such a scoundrel? Tian Shen, pondering, said, "I have also heard about Demon Bone's reputation, but there's not much we can do about it. He has been secluded on the giant ring star for so many years, arriving earlier than us, and has left lethal means behind. If we don't cooperate with him, the countermeasures he has left are enough to destroy the giant ring star." Tian Xun recounted in detail their visit to find Demon Bone, and Lin Shen felt overwhelmed after hearing it. Upon seeing Tian Xun, Demon Bone had immediately recognized her as an immortal from the word Spirit series, and even had let Tian Xun use the power of the devout blazing angel to converse with him, confirming that everything he said was true. The means he had left on the giant ring star were enough to destroy the planet, and Demon Bone had no ill will toward them. He only hoped to use the dark power of the giant ring star to complete an experiment. Although Demon Bone refused to say what the experiment was, he clearly stated that it wouldn't affect the giant ring star or harm them. All these things said by Demon Bone were under the power of the devout blazing angel, and he hadn't used any power to resist the ability of the devout blazing angel, so it was quite credible. Is it possible that Demon Bone has the ability to be immune to the devout blazing angel's power? Lin Shen pondered. It's not impossible, Tian Xun said, but if we were to fall out with him and even if we killed him, the contingency plans he left behind would still destroy the giant ring star. Even if we could leave here, the giant ring star would be doomed. Rather than both suffering, it's better to cooperate temporarily. Demon Bone also promised to help us fend off external enemies and can teach you to understand the law. Don't worry, these are just cooperation terms. You won't need to do anything for him afterward. Lin Shen thought that made sense. They couldn't afford to abandon the giant ring star, so they had no choice but to cooperate with Demon Bone. Learning from him is fine, but becoming his disciple, forget it. Lin Shen knew intuitively. He had never really learned anything from others before, and even if Demon Bone's teaching abilities were strong, they likely wouldn't be of much use to him. Moreover, Demon Bone was so vicious and vengeful, how could Lin Shen possibly trouble himself with that? After discussing with Tian Xun, the three of them went back to confront Demon Bone, who still sat there, calm as ever, seemingly convinced that Lin Shen and the others would still come back to become his disciples. "Master, let's forget about the teaching," Tian Xun said to Demon Bone. Demon Bone slightly frowned, looking at Lin Shen and Tian Xun and said, "What do you mean? You think my teaching abilities are not worthy, and I don't deserve to be your teacher? Our constitution is special. It's better to cultivate on our own," Lin Shen said. Demon Bone rolled his eyes contemptuously, looking at Lin Shen with a cold smile. "I heard your aptitude is poor, unable to sense the existence of the law. Such trash. I've taught many like you. I fear that in the entire cosmos, no one but me can elevate you to immortality." "I'm not thinking about ascending to immortality either. Staying at the nirvana level is pretty good," Lin Shen said, not to annoy Demon Bone. Even if he didn't ascend to immortality, as long as his body continued to undergo nirvana, he could still battle with the top immortal creatures of the cosmos. It wasn't necessary to become immortality. Becoming immortal also meant enduring the tribulations of death, and staying at the nirvana level spared him these troubles, making him feel freer than if he were immortal. Nirvana is nothing. Without entering immortality, it's all rubbish, Demon Bone said disdainfully. It's not that you don't want to, you just can't. I've said, with my teachings, you would definitely be able to comprehend the law and ascend to immortality. I know you won't be convinced just like that. How about this? I'll teach you for a few days, and once you know my abilities, even if I don't accept you, you will still beg to take me as your master. With Demon Bone having said this, Lin Shen did not respond further. Since he did not have to become a disciple, if Demon Bone wanted to teach, then he might as well let him. After all, it was a chance to learn for free. Tian Xun had even fewer objections, indifferent to the idea of taking a master. Tian Xun arranged for Demon Bone to reside on a separate island nearby, not too close but not too far. She had already begun to discreetly investigate, hoping to resolve the methods Demon Bone had left on Giant Ringstar. Lin Shen introduced Yan Ruyu to Tian Xun and disclosed his true background to her. Tian Xun was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Sect Master of the Sinister Path, Yu Yan, and Jade Series Dharma King, truly willing to serve you. He should be trustworthy. Lin Shen had seen Yu Yan's character, and in such circumstances, Yu Yan had still chosen to trust Yu Xuanji. If such character was not trustworthy, then scarcely anyone in the cosmos could be trusted. The two then discussed the current state of the celestial race, with the war remaining fiercely intense. Originally, it was thought that the god-making race, with the help of the Immortal Creatures Corps and insiders from the celestial race, could quickly conquer the celestial race. However, reality was not so simple. The Immortal Creatures Corps encountered stubborn resistance on many planets. The profound heritage of the celestial race far exceeded the expectations of the god-making race. Although they had seized nearly 3/5 of the planets, the situation had now reached a stalemate, and it was difficult to advance further. Communication with Sky Pinnacle Star was still down, and they had not been able to make contact with that side. They could only continue to hold their positions, guarding Giant Ring Star and waiting for an opportunity. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen had planned to study the law matrix himself, but then Tian Xun came to him saying that Demon Bone wanted them to come and learn. After thinking it over, Lin Shen decided to go and listen. This demon master, renowned across the cosmos, what could he truly teach him? If he could actually help him comprehend the law, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Chapter 895, Great Spirit Communication Technique. Chapter 895, Great Spirit Communication Technique. Demon Bone felt very displeased in his heart. He was to start teaching today, and unexpectedly only Lin Shen had come by herself. Lin Shen had not appeared, which made him very unhappy all of a sudden. Then, Demon Bone sent Lin Shen to call Lin Shen over, while thinking to himself, let you be arrogant for a few more days. Once you learn the benefits from following me and realize how formidable I am, when you're crying and begging me to teach you then, it won't be too late to deal with you. After waiting for a while, he finally saw Lin Shen bringing Lin Shen over. To his great displeasure, Lin Shen even had a woman by his side. My lessons are not for just anyone, stand back. With a sweep of his large sleeve, Demon Bone unleashed a force at the woman. Demon Bone had originally thought that his sweeping force, even if it were a top nirvana being, would be pushed back 10 miles away. It would serve as a show of power to Lin Shen, letting him witness his formidable strength for the first time. However, when the sweeping wind reached the woman, she didn't even budge, still standing there without even her clothes moving. Demon Bone's eyes suddenly sharpened as he scrutinized the woman with some surprise and suspicion, thinking to himself, is this person an immortal? Does this kid actually have an immortal providing close protection? Even a nirvana being who could block his sweep wouldn't be so indifferent. She was undoubtedly an immortal. She is my assistant and bodyguard. I have too many enemies and there are too many who want to kill me. Unless it's something special, she doesn't leave my side. I ask Demon Master to please understand, Lin Shen said. Demon Bone snorted coldly, not saying anything more. He glanced at Lin Shen and Lin Shen before speaking. To comprehend law power, there are two most direct methods. One is to find an immortal and let the immortal release their law while you are immersed in it. This naturally makes comprehension much more effective. The second method is to find some immortal-level treasures, either to consume or refine, which also allows you to personally sense the presence of the laws. Lin Shen and Lin Shen listened quietly. They both knew these methods and really didn't need Demon Bone to explain. Demon Bone smiled and said, however, both of these methods are used by ordinary people. Although they are simple, they have many limitations. You can only comprehend one type of law, and that law may not necessarily be what you need. Not to mention the waste of time, it's also very easy for you to choose the wrong path. The method I'm going to teach you is called the Spirit Communication Technique. It will allow you to directly comprehend the law that most resonates with you, without wasting so much time or taking so many detours. Demon Bone swept his gaze over both their faces. Who wants to try first? I'll do it, Lin Shen said, distrusting Demon Bone and fearful he might secretly play some trick, so he stepped forward first. His physique was strong. It wouldn't be easy for Demon Bone to do anything to him. What should I do? Lin Shen approached Demon Bone and asked, if you still needed to do something, how could it show off my skills? You don't need to do anything, just wait to comprehend the law, said Demon Bone with the confident arrogance of a master, which gave Lin Shen a sliver of hope. Lin Shen thought to himself, if Demon Bone can really let me comprehend the law, then it wouldn't be bad to ascend to immortal when I need to in the future. Demon Bone did not say much more, just stared into Lin Shen's eyes. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes split into two, forming the shape of yin-yang fish and slowly spinning. Looking into Demon Bone's eyes, Lin Shen suddenly felt a moment of dizziness. Seeing Lin Shen's unfocused gaze, a small smile played on the corners of Demon Bone's lips. His great spirit communication technique had an effect similar to hypnosis, but it was not as simple as hypnosis. Its main function was to awaken spiritual intelligence and enable a person to have an effect similar to soul out of body, merging with nature as one, and to sense the existence of natural laws. No matter its effect, there was always some impact. However, this technique greatly drained Demon Bone himself. He wouldn't use it lightly under normal circumstances. Had it not been for his desire to show his prowess to Lin Shen, Demon Bone wouldn't have resorted to the Great Spirit Communication Technique right from the start. He had originally thought that after experiencing it once, Lin Shen would regard him as a deity and would inevitably beg him to use the Great Spirit Communication Technique in the future. But after a while, Demon Bone noticed that the unfocused gaze in Lin Shen's eyes gradually sharpened again, as if he did not experience the intended soul out-of-body effect. Do you feel anything? Demon Bone asked doubtfully. What feeling? Lin Shen countered. Once Lin Shen spoke, Demon Bone knew his Great Spirit Communication Technique had taken no effect. Otherwise, if Lin Shen were in divine travel vast void, how could he respond to his question? Is this kid's spiritual intelligence so utterly sealed? No wonder he can't even sense the law. He's nothing more than a useless piece of rotting wood. If he hadn't met me, he would likely never taste the flavor of law in his lifetime. Demon Bone's gaze hardened again, and his pupils split from 2 into 4, spinning like flowers in his eyes as an eerie light blossomed within them. Lin Shen's gaze once again became unfocused, and Demon Bone mused to himself. Using the second stage of the Great Spirit Communication Technique comes at a tremendous cost, but it seems this kid is getting a bargain. When he comes to beg me in the future, I'll have to demand repayment with interest. Demon Bone had thought that this would surely work, believing that no matter how dull Lin Shen's aptitude or how sealed his spiritual intelligence, he would still be able to sense a trace of the natural law. While he was thinking this, he saw Lin Shen's eyes become clear once more, the previous confusion gone. "Do you feel anything?" Demon Bone asked again. "No," Lin Shen replied directly, without beating around the bush. Demon Bone immediately furrowed his brow. The second stage of the Great Spirit Communication Technique has still failed to open this kid's spiritual intelligence. Why is it so blocked? At this point, Demon Bone couldn't just let go. It would be too embarrassing. So, he gritted his teeth secretly and activated the Spirit Communication Technique once more. Demon Bone's pupils split from 4 into 8, blooming like a lotus flower in his eyes, layer upon layer of halo unfurling. Lin Shen lost focus again. This time, Demon Bone didn't dare to daydream about the future. Instead, he watched Lin Shen intently, waiting to see if another trick would surface. In theory, under the third stage of the Great Spirit Communication Technique, even a pig should be able to achieve spirit communication. Yet, Lin Shen let him down once more. After a brief lapse in concentration, Lin Shen's gaze returned to normal. Is this kid reincarnated from a stone in a shithole? What the hell is filling his brain? To possess such trash spiritual intelligence yet be able to embark on the path of cultivation, even reaching nirvana level, must have been buoyed up by resources alone. Demon Bone cursed internally but was forced to intensify the spirit communication technique. It was a matter of honor he couldn't afford to lose. Today, even if it truly was a stone from a shithole, Demon Bone was determined to make it achieve spirit communication. Chapter 896, Be Down to Earth. Chapter 896, Be Down to Earth. Demon Bone's pupils split from 8 to 16 parts, creating an eerie kaleidoscope of patterns shifting within the eyes. The body of Demon Bone emanated a shimmering aura of law, as the power of nirvana within him constantly converged towards his eyes. At this moment, Ch801, who was observing from a distance, had lost focus in her eyes, resembling someone with her soul out of her body. She could view her own body from a godlike perspective in the sky. This sensation was incredibly strange. Ch801 felt as though she existed and yet did not. Her sense of self was so diminished it was hardly conceivable. Conversely, her sensitivity to everything around her became exceptionally keen. Suddenly, she felt as if chains appeared out of nowhere, binding her body and causing her immense discomfort. The mere overflow of energy from Demon Bone exerting the Great Spirit Communication Technique to his limits had already put Ch801 into a state of divine travel, vast void. Lin Shen's gaze became lost again. Demon Bone did not believe he could regain consciousness. The fourth stage of the Great Spirit Communication Technique was already the limit for Demon Bone and could only be initiated in an overdrawn state. Under normal circumstances, if one simply wanted to experience the spirit communication state, the first stage was more than enough. The second stage could help people enhance their spiritual intelligence. This was what they called awakening the spiritual intelligence. Even for those who were hopelessly ignorant and had extremely low spiritual intelligence, the third stage could awaken it in them. However, even the third stage was ineffective on Lin Shen. It could neither awaken his spiritual intelligence nor initiate spirit communication. Now at the fourth stage, all Demon Bone hoped for was to enable Lin Shen to communicate with spirits. As for awakening his spiritual intelligence, he dared not even contemplate it now. Demon Bone had tutored countless disciples throughout his life. He had seen all levels of stupidity, all kinds of poor talents, but he had never seen anyone as lacking as Lin Shen. It was a first in his entire life. That someone like this could even embark on the evolutionary path and reach nirvana level, in Demon Bone's eyes, must mean Lin Shen had been an exceptionally good person in a past life. No, for 8 past lives, accumulating virtue for 8 generations. Only then was he fortunate to meet his family in this life, who at all costs helped him cultivate and reach the point he was at today. Previously, Demon Bone had wanted to teach Lin Shen a lesson, to show him the extent of his capabilities. But now he had completely abandoned such thoughts. Such a fool should never have set out on the path of cultivation. For such a person to practice was a mere waste of resources. It would be better to give up early. If someone like Lin Shen could become immortal, Demon Bone would be willing to stand on his head and defecate. When Demon Bone saw Lin Shen's eyes becoming clear again, he knew the fourth stage of the Great Spirit Communication Technique had also failed. By now, Demon Bone was certain that Lin Shen was less useful than a rock in a latrine. He definitely had no chance of comprehending the laws and advancing to immortality in this lifetime. Demon Bone stopped using the Great Spirit Communication Technique. There was no point in continuing any further. "Demon Master, there's blood on your face. Are you all right?" Lin Shen said, looking at Demon Bone, whose eyes, ears, and nostrils were all bleeding, his expression oddly concerned. "No worries. What else do you want to learn?" Demon Bone wiped the blood from his face and said, the fourth stage of the Great Spirit Communication Technique was excessively draining for him, so it was normal to feel a bit overextended. Lin Shen stared at Demon Bone in disbelief. He hadn't been taught anything yet. "What else do you want to learn, come from?" Realizing his previous statement might have been inappropriate, Demon Bone continued, "The paths of law are countless. Comprehending them all is as difficult as ascending to heaven. You should take it one step at a time. Start by comprehending one law first. With that, Demon Bone handed Lin Shen an item. This is an immortal level spirit base, severely damaged though it is. However, it still contains a trace of spirituality and law power. If you keep it with you, you will naturally sense the law within. Over time, you might comprehend this law, Demon Master. Isn't it said this method has many downsides? Lin Shen accepted the spirit base, looking at Demon Bone with a complex expression and asked, every advantage has its disadvantage. You just start by slowly comprehending. It's better for a person not to aim too high and instead take things step by step. Alright, that's all the teaching for today. Go and comprehend it on your own. Once you've grasped some clues, we can proceed to the next step of the teaching, Demon Bone said as he got up to leave, thinking to himself, comprehend my ass, there's no need to teach him further. An innately obstructed holy body managing to cultivate is already a miracle, aspiring to be immortal? Immortal my ass? After Demon Bone left, Lin Shen examined the damaged spirit base given to him. It was a crystal clear hairpin adorned with a pink plum blossom pattern. However, the hairpin seemed to have been split in two, with only half remaining. Even if there was spirituality left, it was probably not much. Lin Shen looked towards Tian Xin, only to see him sitting there with open eyes. But the eyes were lifeless, the focus completely off, pupils dilated, with a scattered gaze. Lin Shen was alarmed and hurried over to check on Tian Xin. He's fine, don't mind him, this is good for him, Yan Ruyu said from the side. She had seen through Demon Bone's tricks and knew that this was extremely beneficial for Tian Xin. Lin Shen then settled down and sat beside, waiting for Tian Xin to recover. Lin Shen held the half hairpin given by Demon Bone, not really with the intent to comprehend law, but to check if Demon Bone had tampered with it somehow, to ensure he wouldn't unknowingly follow his path. After some examination and finding nothing amiss, it was just a severely damaged immortal spirit base. Indeed, inside the spirit base were some traces of faint spirituality and weak law power. But Demon Bone had not mentioned what kind of law power it was. Lin Shen tried to sense it, but couldn't identify the type of law. Lin Shen tried for a while, and although the hairpin allowed him to sense the presence of the law, it was like a blind man feeling an elephant only able to perceive a part, which wasn't much help in comprehending the essence of law. Moreover, the law fluctuations within the hairpin were so weak, Lin Shen had not understood the powerful law of the Ice Lotus previously, so this weaker law was even less useful. Just as he was about to put away the hairpin, something occurred to Lin Shen. This hairpin is an immortal spirit base. Even though the spirituality and law power inside are weak, it is a good vessel itself. Perhaps it can be used to study the law matrix. With that thought, Lin Shen utilized the three-star system, causing the particles of the contrarian and the inheritance fan to intertwine with his own. Then he mobilized the law array within his body. Controlling the law array, Lin Shen began to try channeling its particles into the hairpin. Chapter 897, Qingwan Hairpin. Chapter 897, Qingwan Hairpin. Since the particles of the law array were arranged in an orderly sequence, the particles Lin Shen input were not merely a single one or a few, but an entire sequence of particles that he fed into it at once. Even Lin Shen himself could not control it. He did not have much understanding of the law array, which itself was influenced only by the three-star system, revolving around a core of 3 particles. Lin Shen had initially thought to try to control this array, which was like a little universe, and to input one or a few particles into the hairpin. However, things naturally did not go as he wished. A mysteriously shaped spiraling particle sequence was fed into the hairpin. Once that particle sequence entered the hairpin, it still revolved in its own pattern, and the residual particles within the hairpin were also set in motion, joining the sequence. Lin Shen watched, eyes wide open, as the hairpin emitted a green light, then floated up by itself, exhibiting a strange phenomenon of sparkling, as if countless densely packed specks of light were flowing and twinkling inside. Then, Lin Shen saw the crystal body of the hairpin, as though it had come to life, actually began to grow on its own. Yes, to grow on its own, the parts that were previously missing were gradually filled by newly formed crystal, but the appearance was slightly different from the original. Lin Shen was completely numb with shock. He only wanted to try controlling the law array, but never expected such a bizarre situation to occur. In just a short while, the hairpin seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis and had turned into a complete phoenix hairpin, luminous with blue-green crystal throughout. Within the blue-green crystal, specks of light gathered, transforming into a green phoenix bird silhouette that flowed continuously inside, while the hairpin emitted bursts of clear chirps, sounding like both a phoenix bird and a lark. The spirit base has come back to life. Lin Shen watched, dumbfounded. What stunned him even more was that, as the spirit light within the phoenix hairpin grew stronger, the fluctuation of the law was uncontrollably set in motion, and shortly afterward, he saw the phoenix hairpin transform into a green light bird that soared through the sky, assuming various shapes and poses. The Demon Bone, which had already left, sensed the fluctuation of the law and displayed a look of doubt on his face. Because this fluctuation of the law felt exceedingly familiar to him, it was very similar to that of the Qingluan hairpin's law, yet it seemed slightly different. but the Qingluan hairpin was severely damaged and could not possibly emit such a strong law fluctuation. Moreover, he had already attempted to repair the hairpin, letting many skilled at restoration among the immortals look at it, all of whom had said it was beyond repair. If not for this reason, he would not have casually handed the Qingluan hairpin to Lin Shen. If it were in its intact state, that would be an astonishing immortal spirit base. Its original owner was the mixed-blood immortal from the Phoenix clan, Qing Shao. Although Qing Shao was not an immortal Dharma king, the future law of the heavenly law realm was still among the top existences in the cosmos. Furthermore, Qing Shao's law was very rare and very special. Its ability was coveted even by many immortal Dharma kings, and was part of the sound series law known as startling the world with a single brilliant feat. Later, in a great battle, Qing Shao perished, and the Qingluan hairpin was split into 2 pieces, and from then on, no one was able to grasp the startling the world with a single brilliant feat law again. Now, the demon bone was once again sensing a law fluctuation similar to startling the world with a single brilliant feat, which naturally caused him to feel a deep surprise and suspicion. Without any hesitation, the demon bone flashed towards the direction from which the law fluctuation emanated, only to see the green light bird flying in the sky. How did the Qingluan hairpin restore itself? Demon Bone was overjoyed and stretched out his palm, transforming it into a sky-covering large hand in an attempt to grasp the green bird. The green bird spun in the air, deftly avoiding the large hand conjured by the demon bone, flying to the top of Lin Shen's head and transformed back into a hairpin before falling down. Lin Shen reached out to catch the hairpin and, smiling, asked the demon bone, "Demon Master, weren't you supposed to be resting? How come you've returned so soon? What did you do to the Qingluan hairpin?" Demon Bone scrutinized the hairpin in Lin Shen's hand, discovering that it had indeed been restored to its whole form, but it seemed somewhat different from the hairpin before. "I didn't do much. Didn't you ask me to comprehend the law within the hairpin? I was just perceiving the law, and then I resonated with the hairpin, and it transformed into what it is now," said Lin Shen casually. Demon Bone looked at Lin Shen with skepticism, utterly disbelieving that such a thing could happen in this world. A hairpin that even immortal beings had failed to repair had been restored to normal in Lin Shen's hands. To claim that it changed simply by perceiving it for a while, only a fool would believe that. "Let me have a look," said Demon Bone, reaching out to grab it. But before his palm could reach Lin Shen, Yan Ruyu's figure appeared in front of Lin Shen, extending her hand to block Demon Bone. "After being out of the world for so many years, people have forgotten the prestige of me, the Demon Master. Even cats and dogs dare to reach out to me." Demon Bone was irritated in his heart, and his palm struck directly towards Yan Ruyu. Thump. When palms collided, Yan Ruyu didn't budge an inch, but Demon Bone couldn't stop himself from retreating several steps backward. Demon Bone's pupils contracted, and the look in his eyes changed as he stared at Yan Ruyu. Although he wasn't considered a top-level immortal being, he was an old hand in the Earth Law realm and possessed the future law. He had been in seclusion for so many years, aiming to break through to the heavenly law realm. Even though he hadn't succeeded yet, his power had grown incomparably since the past. Ordinary human law immortals and Earth Law immortals were not even in his sight, but this simple exchange ended with him at a disadvantage, which he found hard to believe. Could it be that Lin Shen's assistant is an immortal of the heavenly law realm? Demon Bone stared at Yan Ruyu without uttering a word, his facial expression changing unpredictably. Yan Ruyu stepped back. "The Demon Master is my elder. It's not polite to be rude to him," Lin Shen said indifferently. "Yes, Mr. Lin Shen," said Yan Ruyu as she moved aside. Demon Bone looked on with an even more complex expression. Such a powerful being was actually so obedient to Lin Shen, which he found utterly inconceivable. A strong individual of the heavenly law, who wasn't a dominant figure on his own, how could he be willing to serve others and be commanded by a nirvana being? Could it be that during the years of my seclusion, the number of immortals in the cosmic heavenly law has grown so much that they're as common as dogs? Otherwise, why would such a powerful person allow himself to be ordered around like this? Demon Bone's fierce eyes sized up both Lin Shen and Yan Ruyu continuously. "Demon Master, this is originally your possession. If you wish to take it back, you only need to say so. There's no need for all this," Lin Shen said as he handed the Qingluan hairpin to Demon Bone. Demon Bone was immediately startled, somewhat in disbelief that Lin Shen would actually return the repaired Qingluan hairpin to him. He tentatively reached out to grab it, half expecting Lin Shen to make some move, but Lin Shen didn't move at all, allowing him to take the hairpin back. Now, this made Demon Bone feel somewhat unable to save face. The name of Demon Master resounded throughout the cosmic star systems, and now he seemed rather petty. Chapter 898, The Spirit Base That Cannot Be Activated. Chapter 898, The Spirit Base That Cannot Be Activated. Fortunately, Demon Bone had thick enough skin, merely feeling slightly uneasy before quickly dismissing it from his mind. Compared to the Qingluan hairpin, a bit of empty reputation counted for nothing. Demon Bone, preoccupied, held the hairpin, wanting to activate it to see if it had truly been restored. However, no matter how much strength Demon Bone channeled into it, the hairpin showed no response, as if it were a dead object. Demon Bone's expression fluctuated and he looked up at Lin Shen. A spirit base is ownerless by nature. Theoretically, any sufficiently ranked individual should be able to activate it unless it is a specially unique spirit base that requires a specific attribute to do so. The Ch801 hairpin was not among these exceptions. It was a common sound series within the Heaven Law spirit base, so it should have been easy to activate. Demon Bone tried several more times, but the hairpin still showed no response, lacking any law fluctuation and spirituality, as though it were just an ordinary green crystal hairpin. It's impossible. That kid is just a nirvana being, and he could activate the hairpin. There's no reason I can't. Demon Bone stubbornly continued to force his strength into the hairpin. Suddenly, the hairpin emitted a piercing azure sound, and Demon Bone's hand that was holding the hairpin was suddenly shaken loose, his palm split open, oozing fresh blood. The hairpin transformed into a beam of azure light and flew in front of Lin Shen, where it quietly hovered. Lin Shen reached out and seized it in his hand. Demon Master, you better be careful not to damage this island, Lin Shen said as he handed the hairpin back to Demon Bone. Demon Bone's face reddened slightly as he stared at Lin Shen, yet did not reach out to take it. What did you do to it? The situation with the Ch801 hairpin seemed to be one of recognition towards Lin Shen, a phenomenon rarely seen with spirit bases and more common with life bases, which are inherently loyal. Demon Master, what do you think I could have done to it? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Demon Bone was momentarily taken aback. Lin Shen, being a nirvana being, what could he possibly have done to an immortal spirit base? If it were the mysterious lady behind Lin Shen, it might be possible she tampered with the immortal spirit base. After all, Lin Shen, as a nirvana being, theoretically shouldn't even be able to activate an immortal spirit base. What else could he do? Yet the hairpin clearly chose Lin Shen, leaving Demon Bone momentarily unable to comprehend the reason. How could a being so closed off in spiritual intelligence, unable to even sense the law, attract the hairpin's favor? No matter what you did, I will tame my own object, Demon Bone said as he grabbed the Ch801 hairpin and turned to leave. Lin Shen did not stop him, allowing Demon Bone to leave. Isn't that hairpin an unusual spirit base with very special laws? Are you really going to let him take it? Yan Ruyu spoke from behind Lin Shen. No harm. It originally belonged to him. Lin Shen didn't seem much concerned. He rather took the opportunity to test the spirit base repaired by the law array to see if it could indeed be used by others. Because of the particle sequence integration, the hairpin had significantly changed from its original state, even altering its inherent law power. Lin Shen had already tried it out. Only he could drive the hairpin using the law array. Not even Yan Ruyu, the Dharma King, could forcibly operate it. It would not be easy for Demon Bone to control it. If the repaired hairpin's spirit base couldn't be used by others, then wouldn't it mean that in the future, Lin Shen could collect several heavily damaged spirit bases, repair them, and then use them for himself? If he could find and repair a few damaged Dharma King spirit bases, that would truly be defying the heavens. The key is these repaired spirit bases. He, just a Nirvana-level being, could use them, a trait not possessed by other immortal spirit bases. If it were a complete immortal spirit base, even Lin Shen might not have been able to activate it. Demon Bone brought the hairpin back to his abode and tried every possible means to activate it for his own use. However, the hairpin was like the life base, resisting all his methods of activation. Seeing that the hairpin was right in front of him yet unusable made Demon Bone's eyes turn green with discomfort. What method did that kid use to repair the hairpin, and how did he change its form like this? Demon Bone couldn't understand it at all. Being as knowledgeable as he was, he had never heard of such a thing. Demon Bone refused to give up and tirelessly researched the hairpin, hoping to find a way to control it. This object would greatly assist him in crossing the deadly calamity later. No one would easily give up on it. While Lin Shen studied the law array, he waited for Tian Xin to wake up. After a long wait, he saw Tian Xin suddenly leap up, land on the ground, and burst into a loud laughter, looking up at the sky. I've comprehended it. What have you comprehended? Lin Shen asked curiously. Tian Xin then restrained his laughter and proudly told Lin Shen, I have comprehended the essence of the law of speed. Congratulations, Lin Shen sincerely congratulated him. Although Tian Xin was not exactly a good man, he was truly loyal to his own people, but he just couldn't get along well with Lin Shen, always finding him displeasing. Come on, let's spar a bit. Although I can't use the law of speed yet, I've gained some insights, and my skill has broken through its shackles. Let me show you how amazing I am. Tian Xin, carried away by his pride, challenged Lin Shen. Alright. Lin Shen also wanted to see how much Tian Xin's level had improved after comprehending the law of speed. Tian Xin's figure suddenly moved with incredible speed, creating countless illusions of himself all around. Snap! Lin Shen threw a punch and directly knocked Tian Xin out of the air, making all the illusions vanish. Not bad, that's progress. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Tian Xin's speed had indeed become faster, and his skills were significantly better than before. Even the top Nirvana beings probably couldn't match his speed. Yet, such speed still seemed too slow in Lin Shen's eyes. Tian Xin stared blankly at Lin Shen, and after a long while muttered resentfully, You freak. Watching Tian Xin leave, Lin Shen also left with Yan Ruyu to continue studying the law array. The next day, Lin Shen got up late for breakfast while everyone else had already gone to attend to their tasks. Only Yan Ruyu accompanied him for breakfast. While they were eating, they saw Tian Shengqing and Tian Jingyun walk in. Since their last battle with Tian Ruodu, these two were completely detached from their past relations and had to stick with Lin Shen. Mr. Lin Shen, why don't you find us some work to do? It's too boring sitting around every day. Tian Shengqing sat across from Lin Shen, picking up a pastry and speaking while he ate. Lin Shen thought to himself, I myself am idle every day, not having any tasks to assign. No rush, you guys just rest well for now. There will be important matters to entrust to you later. Lin Shen wanted to pacify them for the time being. While they were talking, they saw Demon Bone with a dazed expression walk in from outside, staring fixedly at Lin Shen. Chapter 899, Star Vein. Chapter 899, Star Vein. Tian Shengqing and Tian Jingyun exchanged glances, both puzzled as to who this person really was. When Demon Bone was brought back, they weren't here, naturally unaware of who Demon Bone was. Demon Bone walked over to Lin Shen, gesturing like shooing a fly, indicating Tian Shengqing and Tian Jingyun opposite him to move away. Tian Shengqing and Tian Jingyun, who had never been treated this way as they roamed the cosmos with Tian Zhuyu, were not accustomed to such an attitude. The two sat there unmoved, completely ignoring Demon Bone, treating him like air. Demon Bone's gaze turned cold. Since his seclusion, nothing had gone his way. It seemed no one regarded him as a demon master anymore. Without a word, Demon Bone placed his hands on the shoulders of Tian Shengqing and Tian Jingyun, intending to use supreme power to move them along with their chairs. However, as he applied force, he immediately felt something was amiss. Two forces contested his, making it difficult to move them. The three of them exerted their strength heavily. Demon Bone resorted to using the power of laws and was surprised to find that the opposing forces were also wielders of law power immortals. Are immortals really so devalued now? Demon Bone felt extremely depressed, suddenly realizing that this world seemed different from the one he remembered. A mere giant ring star had so many immortals. Even those from the heavenly law realm had fallen to serving as bodyguards for a nirvana-level youth. This gave Demon Bone a feeling of having dreamed a 1,000-year dream, waking to find the world and its people utterly changed. In the past, he was a universally renowned demon master, respected by thousands no matter where he went. Now, it seemed like no one even gave him a second glance. Shangqing, Jingyun, this is a senior demon master. Make room for the senior, said Lin Shen, knowing that if a fight broke out, Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun might not stand a chance against Demon Bone. Okay, Mr. Lin Shen. Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun stepped aside and sat down next to him. Demon Bone looked at Lin Shen with a complex expression. This young man was becoming more and more enigmatic. Demon Master, see if this suits your taste, Lin Shen said with a smile. If not, let me know what you want to eat and I'll have someone prepare it. Demon Bone sat down and looked at Lin Shen. No need to bother. I'm not too interested in food. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Lin Shen asked while eating. Give me the method to use the Qingluan hairpin, and I will help you ascend to immortality with all my might, said Demon Bone calmly. He thought that such a condition would certainly tempt Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen was surrounded by many powerful immortals, his own talent was so poor that it was almost impossible for him to ascend to immortality, which was what Demon Bone primarily relied on, and he believed Lin Shen would definitely agree to his deal to achieve immortality. I can use it, but I don't know how to teach others to exploit it, Lin Shen admitted honestly. Demon Bone thought Lin Shen didn't believe he had such an ability, especially since using the Great Spirit communication technique had been somewhat embarrassing for Demon Bone. Your talent is special. Demon Bone originally wanted to say it was trash, but at the last moment he changed his words to special. Just my Great Spirit communication technique indeed is insufficient to help you perceive the power of laws. However, I have a method that is sure to help you perceive the law, no matter how special your talent is. I dare say, aside from me, there is no one else in the cosmos who can help you. Now Demon Bone spoke to Lin Shen without the previous condescending tone, as if he was talking to an equal. I really can't help you, Lin Shen sighed. No matter what Lin Shen said, Demon Bone kept talking. Have you ever heard of the star vein? Before Lin Shen could respond, Tian Jingyun interjected. The heavens form the body, the stars form the veins, all the stars in the skies have their networks. Those skilled in the star vein technique can determine, based on the trajectories of star systems, which planets harbor base mutation resources and locate the base mutation land. The more capable ones can even ascertain the grade of the base mutation land in those planets. Demon Bone scoffed. That's just the surface of the star vein technique. The real top-level star vein technique allows one to observe the stars and understand the great trends of the cosmos. The directions of the star veins determine the chi fortune of the world and the rise and fall of races. Lin Shen's interest was piqued. My fire seed ability, Dragon Vein, I wonder if it's related to this star vein, Tian Jingyun responded somewhat defiantly. The star vein technique you're talking about is just a legend. I have seen a few immortals who understand the star vein technique. They just locate base mutation lands. Young man, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are too many things in the cosmos too vast for you to comprehend or imagine, Demon Bone stated, and then ignored Tian Jingyun, turning to Lin Shen. Your talent is special. Even if you were to bathe in the laws, it's still hard to gain any perception. However, I can help you find an Eye of the Star vein, using that immortal land there to help you open your mind, allowing you to sense the existence of the laws. After all is said and done, we're still just looking for an immortal land, Tian Shangqing muttered. Demon Bone continued speaking to himself. Immortal lands are of different grades. The so-called immortal lands, are just those born from a single planet. The Eye of the Star vein immortal land I'm talking about is born from an entire star system. You cannot possibly compare the two. Most of the main stars of the great clans are located at such Eyes of the Star vein. Why do you think those great clans continue to grow stronger and produce capable individuals? It is all due to the key fortune and blessings of the star veins. After pausing, Demon Bone continued. There are quite a few people in the universe who understand the star vein technique, but those who can observe the stars to know the veins and find the Eye of the Star vein might not exceed the numbers on one hand. Moreover, most of the famous star veins in the universe have already been occupied by the great clans, and finding an undiscovered star vein is incredibly challenging. Only I can do it. The Eye of the Star vein, combined with my skill of spirit communication, will surely help you break through your blockages, open your spiritual aperture, and perceive the laws. Even achieving direct immortality wouldn't be difficult. I'll help you with all my might, and I don't ask for much, just your help in using the Ch801 hairpin. Demon Bone laid out his condition. I'm very interested in the star vein's eye you mentioned, but unfortunately I really don't know how to teach others to use that hairpin, Lin Shen said. Demon Bone hadn't expected such a condition to still not move Lin Shen. His expression fluctuating, he stared intently at Lin Shen for a long while before speaking again. If you agree to help me, I can remove the means I've left on the giant ring star and help you open your mind with equal dedication. Although he was currently cooperating with Demon Bone, having the giant ring star under Demon Bone's control was ultimately a hidden danger. But Lin Shen really didn't know how to teach Demon Bone to use the hairpin, so he fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 900, Trading with Demon Bone. Chapter 900, Trading with Demon Bone. Demon Bone saw that Lin Shen was somewhat moved, so he added fuel to the fire. Do you know why I chose to seclude myself on Giant Ring Star? It's because this planet itself is an Eye of the Star vein, and it's a very special one at that. It's just a pity that the pattern of the star vein here has been disrupted by some formidable power, altering its position with an ability that penetrated the heavens, which is why Giant Ring Star struggles to receive the enhancement of the entire star system. If we could restore Giant Ring Star to its rightful place, this star would undoubtedly become a top-tier planet, more than sufficient to serve as the main star of a great clan. I may not have the ability to restore Giant Ring Star to its rightful place, but I know how to do it and where to restore it to. As long as you find enough immortals to help, I can aid you in restoring Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised in his heart, not expecting Giant Ring Star itself to have such a history. Demon Master, although I would very much like to agree to your deal, my ability to use the Ch801 hairpin is purely due to my own special power, and there are no other methods. Lin Shen's spirit was willing, but his strength was weak. The conditions set by Demon Bone were enticing. It was just a pity he lacked the ability to make the trade. Demon Bone seemed to have already foreseen this outcome and burst into laughter. I expected as much. Otherwise, how could a Nirvana being like you activate the use of an immortal spirit base? No matter, all you need to do is use your ability to stimulate the Ch801 hairpin, and while you let it go, let me observe carefully, and I will surely be able to devise a substitute method without needing to possess your particular power. If that's the case, then naturally there's no problem. However, I have one condition, Lin Shen spoke. Speak. Demon Bone was elated inside. I will cooperate with you fully as agreed, allowing you to observe at will, but no matter the outcome, it has to be irrelevant to me, and you must still fulfill the deal, and you must first remove whatever means you've left on Giant Ring Star, Lin Shen said. Deal, Demon Bone agreed with alacrity. The reason he had left his means on Giant Ring Star was just to ensure no one could do anything to him while on Giant Ring Star, to prevent enemies from looking for trouble while he was transcending death or advancing to the Heavenly Law Realm. He did not actually wish to destroy the planet. During this time, he had also learned about the current cosmic situation through the cosmic network, knowing that Tian Sun and the others had lost contact with the celestial race, and that Giant Ring Star could be considered isolated, with the god-making race possibly attacking at any moment. Under such circumstances, more friends are always better than more enemies, and besides, Demon Bone, being a person of great cunning, also saw that Lin Shen and Tian Shun were not the kind to betray their word, so there was no need to use Giant Ring Star as leverage against them. Of course, Demon Bone had other means. Even if Lin Shen and the others were scheming, he was not afraid. Demon Bone revealed how to remove his means on Giant Ring Star, and Lin Shen sent Yan Ruyu to follow Tian Shun to prevent any traps Demon Bone might have set there. Soon there came news from Tian Shun's side that there had been no deception. It was exactly as Demon Bone had described. Under the crust of Giant Ring Star, Demon Bone had driven in 13,687 ground stabilizing stakes. Each of those stakes had been crafted from immortal level materials. sealed with the energy of an immortal-level strike, and their placement was particularly ingenious. Once detonated, they could trigger a massive change in Giant Ring Star. Even if they could not destroy Giant Ring Star, they would likely turn it into a barren wasteland, or it might even leave its original orbit with consequences no one could predict. "Consider those ground-stabilizing stakes my gift to you," Demon Bone said with a smile. Removing so many stakes was a massive undertaking. No one had expected Demon Bone to have set up so many. Even if he didn't use those stakes to blow up Giant Ring Star, if used against his enemies, not even immortals could withstand it. Demon Bone was very cooperative, helping Tian Xun and the others remove all the stakes and erase the detonation devices upon them. Seeing the piles of ground-stabilizing stakes, even immortals like Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun felt a sense of trepidation. Such an item, with just one, could blow up a small planet, showing just how fierce Demon Bone was to produce so many at once. "Now, can we start our trade?" Having taken all the ground-stabilizing stakes, Demon Bone asked impatiently. "Of course, you've kept your word, and I won't break mine." Lin Shen reached out to take the hairpin and used the law array to activate it. With a soft chirp, the hairpin transformed into a blue light bird, soaring and dancing in the air, emitting a series of clear phoenix-like cries. Demon Bone watched Lin Shen unblinkingly, pupils flashing with demonic green light, missing not a single detail. "It's bizarre, really too bizarre," said Demon Bone as if he had seen a ghost looking at Lin Shen. He finally understood why Lin Shen didn't want to become his disciple, and why Lin Shen seemed indifferent about advancing to immortal. He truly didn't care, and it wasn't a pretense. A nirvana. Being like him was actually capable of using law power, and the law power he used was even incomprehensible to Demon Bone. What law series did it belong to? You are an immortal. You've been hiding your strength." Demon Bone had never heard of a nirvana. Being capable of using law power, so there was only one possibility. Lin Shen had always been hiding his strength. He was an immortal. If that was the case, everything made sense. Lin Shen was already an immortal. Naturally, he didn't need to ascend to immortal, and it made sense that he was uninterested in those conditions. The more Demon Bone thought about it, the more he was convinced it was true. A nirvana being who merged with the power of laws would ascend to immortal. Anyone able to use the power of laws must be an immortal. Lin Shen didn't bother to explain. "How was your observation? Have you found a substitute method?" "Don't rush me. How can it be so quick? Let me observe it a few more times," Demon Bone hastily said. Lin Shen, being an immortal, had nothing to do with him. An immortal who was willing to openly share his law matrix for others to observe and study was almost unheard of amongst immortals. Demon Bone watched Lin Shen's law matrix over and over, but the more he watched, the more confused he became. After several observations, he still couldn't tell what law series Lin Shen's law belonged to. "What law series does your law belong to?" Demon Bone finally couldn't help but ask. He truly couldn't understand it, let alone research a substitute method. "I don't know," Lin Shen said. "Don't know? How could you possibly not know? It's your law." Demon Bone almost jumped, thinking Lin Shen was going to break the deal and refuse to tell him the truth. Lin Shen knew that it's probably hard for Demon Bone to believe, since there should be no one in this cosmos who had merged with law power without ascending to immortal, and it was no wonder Demon Bone wouldn't believe it. Lin Shen took out a sword-shaped nirvana spiritual base, broke it apart with his hands, and then applied his law matrix on the broken spiritual base.